Welcome to the war game. Sitting cross-legged on the lawn, Ling he rested his chin on his hand and let out a soft sigh as he gazed at the illuminated screen before him. Reluctantly drawn into this predicament, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Just a short while ago, he had fulfilled his childhood dream by opening a quaint little grocery store at the entrance of his elementary school. He was on the brink of enjoying a blissful life filled with computer games, selling goods, and indulging in snacks and beverages, when suddenly the entire world was ensnared in this inexplicable game. According to the declarations on the screen, those selected for the war game would represent humanity and engage in battles among various races. The battlefield, however, is not without its perils. Alas, Ling he murmured, shaking his head as he sighed heavily once more. Heavens, are you toying with me? At that moment, the screen before him displayed a message. Have you decided on your growth path? Indeed. While the war game appeared somewhat reminiscent of an online game to Ling He, it diverged significantly in one crucial aspect: there were no hidden professions to be found. Or perhaps, one could argue that everyone possessed a hidden profession. In this realm, each individual could establish a grand aspiration, a target for their ultimate development. This ambition would dictate one's growth potential while also influencing the difficulty of advancement. Should one aspire to become a deity, they might find themselves eternally unable to take the first step. Conversely, if the goal were merely to become an ordinary lord, cultivating fields and raising fish, the path to leveling up would be 100-fold easier. Of course, the upper limits were not particularly lofty. Once this decision was made, it could not be altered, and thus Ling he found himself in a state of indecision. He was uncertain about what his heart truly desired. Did he wish to remain subordinate in the future, seeking stability, or did he yearn to immerse himself in the chaos of this war game, striving for dominance? What a difficult choice indeed. Absently plucking a blade of foxtail grass from the ground, Ling he reclined on the lawn and opened the regional chat interface. The war game randomly assigns newcomers, regardless of age or gender, to various regions. As for Ling He's current area, a small line of text at the top left of the chat interface read, "Remaining players, 10,000. Having been drawn into the war game for some time now, Ling he opened the regional chat to gauge how others were selecting their growth paths in this so-called game. With this thought in mind, he casually typed a message. Have you all chosen your growth paths? As everyone was still unfamiliar with the war game, the pace of messages in the regional chat was rather slow. Many who were peeking at the screen noticed Ling he's inquiry. The first question mark appeared, quickly followed by a flurry of others. Since the emergence of the war game, nearly 2 hours had passed, and they were genuinely baffled that someone had yet to decide on their growth path. It could only be said that they had encountered many players who were accustomed to online games that allowed character customization. It is indeed rare to be stuck in a career choice. Moreover, this is not an ordinary online game, but a war game that is intimately tied to one's very existence. By a small stream, a robust man had just pierced a crab with a sharp wooden stake. He then glanced at the regional chat interface, barely managing to maintain his composure. Is this person a fool? A private message appeared before Ling He. Call me Battle Madman. Are you serious, brother? Do you understand the principle of moving swiftly, brother? You are already lagging behind everyone else at the start. Before long, night will fall, and if you truly cannot decide, just choose a warrior to ensure your survival. Later, I will share some survival tips with you to prevent you from starving in this unfamiliar territory. Those merchants of the trading post are quite unscrupulous. Never mind. Do I know him? Ling he stared, somewhat bewildered, at the plethora of messages that had popped up in his private chat. If his memory served him correctly, he should not be acquainted with this "Call me Battle Madman." Could this be the rare Good Samaritan with a warm heart? However, one of his remarks did catch Ling He's attention. Ling He's gaze shifted to a corner of the luminous screen. The words "trading post" were inscribed there. This was the regional trading system prepared by the war game to assist newcomers in surviving better in the game. Speaking of which, he realized he had yet to explore it. Prompted by curiosity regarding the unscrupulous merchants mentioned by Battle Madman, Ling he reached out and clicked into the trading post. Unsurprisingly, there were no dazzling array of goods. Since everyone in this area was a newcomer to the war game, the trading post offered only a handful of items, aside from a few exceedingly expensive limited-time commodities. Upon seeing the prices of these goods, Ling he began to understand what Battle Madman meant by unscrupulous merchants. Bread description: This is merely an ordinary loaf of bread. Selling price: 50 copper each, including a 20-transaction tax pure water description. It is difficult to find a water source as pure as this one selling price. 1 gold per bottle, including a 20-transaction tax. Ling, he glanced at the corner of the trading post, where his remaining currency was displayed. 1 gold. The currency of the war game operates on a gold standard, with 1 gold equating to 100 copper. Each newcomer lord in the war game is allocated a startup capital of merely 1 gold. According to the war game's description, this 1 gold serves as the initial capital for each lord to recruit the lowest tier unit. However, with that sum, one could only acquire a bottle of water or 2 loaves of bread at the trading post. It was evident that food and water had far exceeded their intrinsic value. Rogue merchants. Ling, he muttered through gritted teeth. Nonetheless, despite his grievances, the persistent grumbling of his stomach reminded Ling that he was indeed hungry. With a sigh, Ling he rolled over on the lawn, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for his small shop. If only I could eat whatever I desired here, how delightful that would be. As his words lingered in the air, the long silent war game unexpectedly erupted with a series of pop-up windows. Keyword captured. Desire to eat whatever you want, matching personality. Preset growth path for you. Do you confirm the growth path as the final producer? Upon seeing the 3 bold characters for the final producer before him, Ling he raised an eyebrow. For reasons unknown, these 3 words captivated him far more than any growth path associated with becoming a deity. The final producer description: the stars are my candlelight, the orbits my sash, and civilization my sandbox. It is my benevolence that allows all beings to flourish in my garden, where existence need not be measured by currency, and all shall depend upon my mercy. Before confirming his ultimate growth path, Ling he was unable to view the specifics of this route. Yet, even merely reading the description stirred something within him. To reign as a king? To ascend as an emperor? To become a god? No, I have made my decision. This is the one. Final growth path confirmed. Your growth path is the final producer note. You will no longer be able to enhance growth experience through methods such as slaughter, war, or domination that do not involve market monopoly. Market monopoly? Ling he gazed at the pop-up window, instinctively glancing at his empty palms. It is said that the higher the potential of a growth path, the more arduous the ascent. But surely, this initial difficulty level is rather excessive. To speak of monopolizing the market right off the bat, would anyone even want to buy what he had to offer? Nevertheless, upon confirming his growth path, the war game opened a new personal interface. Ling he reached out and tapped on it. The personal interface unfolded before him. Ling he nickname: undetermined growth path. The final producer current level: LV0, starting from scratch. Attack capability: none. Defense capability: none. Special ability: none. Evaluation: when someone attempts to hang you from a lamppost, you shall possess no means of resistance. Ling he smirked at the absurdity of being a character without any abilities. Moreover, why on earth would anyone want to hang him from a lamppost? Suppressing the urge to scoff, he tried to ignore the final evaluation. He then casually filled in the nickname section with conscientious vendor and clicked into the growth path interface. What greeted him was the passive effects bestowed by the growth path. The final producer LV0 effects unlocked. Effect 1. Your official will be replaced by a secretary position, ignoring error restrictions. Effect 2. The loyalty of all your subjects will be replaced by salary, which will provide enhancement effects to all units along the final producer path. That it appears that unlocking additional passive effects relies heavily on enhancing the pathways of the end producers. However, aside from these passive effects, there are 2 packages awaiting Ling he in the growth route: the newcomer growth gift of war games and the initial debt of the end producer. The former, Ling he has encountered in the regional channel, and it seems to be universally available to all. As for the initial debt, merely reading the name instinctively raises a sense of foreboding within him. Observing the regional channel, it seems that individuals who opt for the growth route either acquire initial abilities they can utilize or receive military units or other items. Yet, Ling he finds himself devoid of any abilities, merely burdened with an initial debt. Could it be that this is a trade-off for his own capabilities? Haha, scaring myself, he chuckled nervously, shaking his head. He decided to open a novice gift pack to test his fortune. You have opened newcomer growth gift of war games. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and a few scattered items fell before Ling he. A worn stone axe, 2 steaming loaves of bread, and a can of chilled soda. He examined the shabby stone axe and the loaves muddied with dirt. After a moment of silence, he chose to pick up the soda. Indeed, no matter the circumstance, the soda would never betray him. After taking a satisfying sip, he squinted his eyes in contentment. Ah, refreshing. Well then, this so-called newcomer gift seems only sufficient to ensure he won't starve tonight and to aid in his survival, provided he avoids encounters with ferocious beasts. As for anything more, that would depend on the contents of the other package. With renewed vigor from the soda, Ling he shifted his focus to the initial debt. Although the name appeared somewhat daunting, he proceeded to open it. You have opened initial debt of the end producer. This time, instead of items falling like refuse before him, several pop-up windows emerged. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 loan redemption voucher repayment period. 1 year. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 initial secretary recruitment card, a loan redemption voucher, and an initial secretary recruitment card. Ling He's gaze swiftly passed over the first item, landing upon the latter. Initial secretary recruitment card. Effect: you may recruit a secretary unit at random without expending resources. This recruitment ignores territorial era technology. No cost involved. I can recruit a secretary directly? Ling he murmured to himself, casting a glance at the recruitment interface. As of now, he has not acquired any recruitable subjects or military units. The option previously labeled as officer now reads as secretary and is currently in a recruitable state, albeit differing somewhat from the recruitment card. Recruit secretary. Effect: randomly recruit a secretary unit that aligns with the current territorial era technology. Cost: 10 gold. Note: the current limit for territorial secretaries is 1. Once the limit is reached, further recruitment of secretary units will not be possible. The initial requirement of 10 gold is equivalent to the price of 10 basic units, a sum Ling he cannot possibly afford at this moment. Furthermore, from an experiential standpoint, the recruitment of secretarial units without the use of a recruitment card would be constrained by the current era of Ling's dominion. Lingyi surveyed his barren surroundings, pondering whether his territory had regressed to the Stone Age. He couldn't help but wonder if utilizing the recruitment feature on the page might summon a primitive secretary. The mere thought of his secretary potentially being a brawny, wild woman or a rugged, untamed man sent a shiver down his spine. In light of this, it appeared that the recruitment card for a secretary was indeed a novice's boon as he embarked on the path of a producer. Use. Without further contemplation, Lingyi promptly opted to utilize the secretary recruitment card, preparing to welcome his very first subject in this war game. Congratulations on successfully using initial secretary recruitment card. You have acquired a new secretary. Vera with a soft pop. As the system notification interface emerged, a staff was thrust into the grass before Lingyi. He then beheld the visage of his initial secretary, adorned with a dark patterned top hat and gold-rimmed glasses that framed eyes reminiscent of amber. She wore a black suit with a subtly visible white shirt beneath. Vera? Lingyi instinctively uttered her name. Mum? The young lady blinked her eyes. Then, to his surprise, a small hand reached out towards him. My lord, I am quite adorable. Please bestow upon me some funds. Chapter 3. Secretary Vera clearing her throat. Vera's unabashed demand for money nearly caught Lingyi off guard. However, the direct request for funds upon their first encounter raised a question. Was it a salary? Earlier, while observing the regional channel, Lingyi had learned that most newcomers found themselves in the Stone Age. In this era, the loyalty of citizens and warriors was sustained not by salaries, but rather by provisions of food and water. Yet Vera's attire clearly exuded a sophistication unbecoming of the Stone Age. As Lingyi gazed into the expectant eyes of the young woman before him, an inexplicable softness enveloped his heart. Although he had merely run a small grocery store, he was not the type to withhold wages from his employees. With this thought in mind, he turned his attention to his interface. In the war game, gold coins were not mere digits. They could be withdrawn from the interface if one so desired. Thus, Lingyi proceeded to do just that. Ding! With the chime of the system notification, the currency displayed in his interface plummeted to 0. A single gold coin materialized in the palm of his hand. Here you go. He extended the coin toward Vera. Without hesitation, Vera accepted the coin from Lingyi's hand, pinching it delicately between her fingers to examine it closely under the sunlight. The coin gleamed brilliantly, and Vera squinted her eyes, relishing in its radiance. After a brief moment, she cautiously returned the coin to her pouch. Meanwhile, the previously zeroed amount in Ling He's interface instantly reverted to 1. "Allow me to introduce myself," my lord, Vera said, resting one hand on her staff while placing the other over her heart. "I am Vera Burin, a steadfast supporter of value and your chief secretary." She added with a gentle smile, "Rest assured, I'm not the type of bureaucrat who would impede your progress for trivial gains. Such trifles are insignificant to me, akin to mere debris floating in water." "Ding! Congratulations. You have earned the recognition of Secretary Vera. You may now access Vera's personal interface." Thus, this seemingly shrewd girl had accepted him based solely on a single gold coin? Lingy scratched the back of his head, pondering as he navigated to Vera's personal interface. Secretary, Vera, upgradable. Traits: I have value deconstruction, monetary allergy. I have value deconstruction. This unit can instantly discern the material cost and labor expenses of any item. Monetary allergy. This unit is cursed by the god of commerce. Touching any gold coin with less than 90 purity will induce an allergic reaction. Lingy paused, contemplating Vera's personal panel. It cannot be deemed unfavorable. From a commercial assistant's perspective, her trait of the eye of value deconstruction rendered her invaluable. Yet, he lamented that they were still in the early stages of this war game. Initially, he had anticipated that a secretary would possess some degree of combat prowess, but it was clear that she was far from being a formidable fighter. Vera and he together likely cannot muster even a modicum of combat prowess. Before Lingy could utter a sigh, a figure squeezed in beside him, her head leaning in curiously. The Lord was perusing my personal panel. Was he not awestruck by its opulence? Not in the slightest. Just as Lingy began to voice this thought, he abruptly halted, realizing something. He turned sharply to the girl beside him. "Can you see this panel?" "Of course." Vera rolled her eyes, seemingly disdainful of Lingy's astonishment over such a trivial matter. "I am your secretary, after all. Not only can I see it." At this juncture, Vera boldly dismissed her own panel, revealing Lingy's personal information behind it. With a snicker, she stifled a laugh at the 3 conspicuous empty boxes. "I never imagined our esteemed lord would be a 3-0. Yours is far more splendid than this." After enduring Vera's repeated mockery, Lingy could no longer contain himself. He reached out, grasped Vera's cheeks, and tugged them apart. "Show some proper respect for your boss, you rascal." As fellow beings of negligible combat ability, Vera found herself unable to escape Lingy's grip, her limbs flailing helplessly while she resorted to muffled threats. "You chaotic lord. Don't deduct my loyalty points." Vera's threat only spurred Lingy to tighten his grasp further. He even showcased his passive abilities before her, smirking. "Surprise. I don't even possess loyalty points." Vera's eyes widened as she beheld the interface before her. Effect 2. The loyalty of all your subjects is converted into rations, which will enhance all units along the production route. You scoundrel." Moments later, Lingy relented, releasing Vera from his playful torment. Observing her flushed cheeks and tearful expression, he placed a hand atop her head and forcefully flattened her tall hat. Vera's expression stiffened. It seemed the scoundrel lord had truly belittled her. "You wretched scoundrel. I shall draw a circle to curse you." Vera squatted to the side, sketching irregular circles on the ground with her staff. Lingy, exasperated, watched the scene unfold. Ultimately, he sighed, stepped forward, lifted the hat from Vera's head, and restored it to its original shape before placing it back atop her head. Vera cast a lingering, mournful glance at Lingy. "I forgive you. Is your true form not a hat?" Lingy instinctively retorted. "Umph." With a light huff, Vera rose, brushing off the dust that clung to her. She then pointed a finger at Lingy's face. "Only bullying your secretary and her hat is unbecoming of a lord aspiring to greatness." Noticing Vera's newfound seriousness, Lingy too began to adopt a more earnest demeanor. "What do you think we should do now?" "Why, of course, go shopping." As she spoke, Vera leaned closer to Lingy, her small hand playfully maneuvering his panel. "Growth path dismissed. Personal panel dismissed." Upon seeing the words trading post emerge, Vera promptly tapped on it. Then, pointing at the item listed first in the trading post, she winked at Lingy, her eyes conveying a clear message. "I want it. Wait, you want me to buy this?" Ling's expression darkened as he gazed at the object Vera was indicating. Lumberyard, spiritual transformation. Description: a lumberyard blessed by life, capable of facilitating rapid and dense growth of its trees through significant consumption of soil nutrients. Price: 100,000 gold. Limited purchase: 6 days, 19 hours, and 21 minutes. Chapter 4. Whose kind secretary is the PUA boss? A limited time item priced at 100,000 gold coins clearly serves as a showcase from the trading hall. At this early stage of the war game, who can afford such an extravagant purchase? Are you serious? Ling cast a doubtful glance at Vera, and upon receiving her confirming nod, he dramatically reclined onto the ground. 100,000 gold coins. Why not sell your lordship and see if that is sufficient? Oh dear, my lord, you resemble a salted fish. Vera tugged at Ling's sleeve, strenuously attempting to lift him from the ground. As the saying goes, youth is the prime time for striving. If you cannot afford it now, you may as well defer the payment. It said that accumulating debts is beneficial to one's health. Look, I do not begrudge your poverty. At this point, Vera crouched down, leaned towards Ling's ear, and glanced around cautiously before whispering. Let me confide in you. Based on my estimation, the value of the Spiritwood Lumberyard is no less than 500,000 gold coins. Once this opportunity is gone, it will not return. Starting from scratch and taking out a loan is nothing to be ashamed of. Hearing Vera's incessant chatter about loans and debts, Ling realized she had set her sights on his loan coupon. That coupon had no restrictions on the loan amount. Thus, if he purchased using the coupon, he would only need to repay 100,000 gold coins within a year. 100,000 in a year? Just the thought of it made Ling don a pained expression. And without hesitation, he snatched Vera's hat and covered his face with it. After all, he was someone who could run a small shop at the elementary school gate. How could he be manipulated by his own secretary? Do not casually take a lady's hat, you rogue lord. Vera gritted her teeth and vigorously reclaimed her hat from Ling's face. As the covering disappeared, Ling's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of something new in the trading hall. Wait, he noticed a fleeting item. Ling, startled as if recovering from a near-death experience, sat upright. Vera, did you see the new goods just listed in the trading hall? Oh, Vera dusted off her hat and tilted her head. Is this what you mean, my lord? As she spoke, her fingers swiftly navigated through the trading hall's pages and paused at a position that wasn't too far back. Among the numerous overpriced ordinary foods, a material item stood out conspicuously. Wood. Description: essential material for crafting basic infrastructure. Listing price: 2 gold coins per set, including a 20 transaction tax, or trade for valuable items. As there were currently no building blueprints available, Ling had no idea what a set of wood could actually create. Thus, he cast a pleading look towards Vera, only to see her smirking at the trading hall panel with a mocking smile. What a bold request indeed. This material, worth less than 20 copper coins, could only fuel a campfire for a single night. A campfire that lasts only a single night? Ling raised an eyebrow, considering that a single set of lumber appeared to be rather scarce. However, just as he contemplated this, the marked 2 gold worth of wood suddenly displayed as sold. Immediately, the regional channel was inundated with a flurry of messages. Who was the esteemed individual that listed the wood? I beseech you, kind sir, to list some more. I am willing to do anything for it. This young lady is merely 18. All I seek is a smidgen of building materials. As Ling observed the rapid-fire messages on the regional channel, he felt as though it was more festive than the New Year celebrations. After a moment, he managed to sift through the plethora of trivial chatter to ascertain the situation. Indeed, lumber was quite easily obtainable and not a rare commodity. Yet, the initial positions of all players in the region were randomized. Some found themselves in desolate wastelands, others in deserts or frigid tundras, extreme terrains where basic building materials were critically scarce, often devoid of any means of acquisition. Moreover, such harsh environments birthed aggressive small creatures. Were it not for the bread and water granted in the novice package, the casualty count in this region would have reached alarming numbers. Nonetheless, the extreme terrains did not solely bring misfortune. At least in these harsh landscapes, the likelihood of creatures dropping copper coins was significantly greater than in more conventional locales. Several hours had elapsed since the selection of growth paths, and among the thousands present, some chose to accept their circumstances and adapt to their environments. This group constituted the primary demographic in need of basic building materials. They possessed a few gold coins, yet lamented the absence of goods for sale in the marketplace. In the midst of this war game's upheaval, many, even with surplus materials, opted to retain them rather than list them for sale. Moreover, contemplating the darker possibilities, Ling considered another scenario. In this war game, one's kin could also become adversaries, making the severance of another's essential supplies a highly lucrative venture. Human nature is treacherous, and anything is possible. Just as Ling pondered these thoughts, amidst the clamor in the regional channel, a fresh batch of lumber was anonymously listed in the trading post. However, this time, the selling price had markedly changed. Lumber, description, essential material for crafting basic infrastructure. Listing price, 5 gold set, including 20 transaction tax or valuable items for trade. 5 gold. Selling a set of lumber for 5 gold? Was this not extortion? But soon, Ling realized that it was implausible for anyone to produce 5 gold all at once. Even if they could, it was unlikely they would spend it on a mere set of wood. Thus, the true intent behind this listing seemed to be bartering. The anonymous seller of the lumber aimed to amass more resources from others during the early stages of the war game through this cunning strategy. What a shrewd calculation. Regrettably, regardless of the identity of the anonymous individual behind this, they have undoubtedly made a miscalculation. Vela and Lingi turned to the young girl beside them, exchanging a knowing glance and a sly smile. It appears that you, my lord, have devised a plan? Indeed. As they spoke, Lingi navigated the trading interface back to the first page and selected the foremost item, the lumber mill spiritual transformation. Your currency is insufficient to purchase this item. Would you like to use the item, loan redemption voucher? Yes. Upon Lingi's confirmation to utilize the loan redemption voucher, a virtual perspective of the structure materialized before her. You have successfully purchased lumber mill spiritual transformation. Please select the area where you wish to place it. Chapter 5. The contract logger from the perspective of construction. Ling could choose the placement and orientation of the buildings. However, after several attempts, he discovered that the initial placement point of the buildings could not exceed 20 meters from a standing position, given the seemingly endless expanse of the lumberyard. Adjusting the orientation and distance appeared to be of little significance. Thus, Ling decisively placed the lumberyard merely 3 meters in front of him. Upon confirming the placement, a thunderous rumble ensued. Suddenly, the plain erupted with intense vibrations as towering trees emerged from the earth. The previously unobstructed expanse was instantly transformed into a dense forest. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Ling's ears. Ding! Due to your purchase of a system item, you have successfully triggered the secretary profession skill. Bargaining. You have received a bonus, citizen recruitment order, contract logger. To his surprise, there was an additional reward. Ling had not anticipated that Vela could bring him further delight. It seemed that the secretary role was not merely a change in title, but a transformation of significance. With this thought, Ling glanced sideways. Vela stood with her hands propped on her chest, her head held high, exuding an air of expectation for praise. Suppressing a chuckle, Ling redirected his gaze and gently patted the top of her head in an encouraging manner. How amusing it was to see her being underestimated. Vela stiffened, instinctively adjusting her tall top hat, her expression a mix of determination and vexation. Nevertheless, amidst the playful banter, as the chief secretary, she did not forget her responsibilities. Once she had composed herself, Vela quickly leaned closer to Ling, opening the citizen recruitment panel and pointing to the only recruitable unit, the contract logger. Ling cast his eyes over it. Contract logger, era, Stone Age, path of the end producer. Description, a foundational worker unit that has undergone preliminary education, grasping the very essence of interests. They have sworn an oath to remain eternally loyal to profit. Recruitment price, 1 gold. This time, without Vela needing to elaborate further, Ling clicked on the recruitment option. Instantly, a brawny man, muscular and imposing, appeared before him. The man was unkempt, clad only in a grass skirt fashioned from leaves to cover his lower half. Seeing this, Ling he instinctively glanced at Vela, who, to his surprise, did not avert her gaze. There was no hint of embarrassment on her face. Instead, her eyes regarded the contract logger not as a robust man, but rather as an object? Noticing Ling He's stare, Vela inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. What is it? You impertinent lord. She seemed reluctant even to address him as my lord. Nothing, Ling he replied, arching an eyebrow as he shifted his focus back to the contract logger before him. Opening the citizen interface. Information regarding the contract lumberjack soon presented itself before Ling. Name? None. Occupation? Contract lumberjack. Salary? Special abilities? None. Combat power? 5. Extremely low. Indeed, as a fundamental unit, its combat power is merely a meager 5, surpassing only the combined strength of 5 of itself and 5 Vela. However, when compared to other basic units showcased in the channel, this contract lumberjack possesses its own merits. With this thought in mind, Ling cast a glance at the regional channel. Many initial growth paths would grant corresponding recruitment orders for commoners, leading to ongoing discussions about basic commoners within the channel. Most types of basic commoners have starting combat powers ranging from 1 to 5. Aside from the absence of special abilities, the contract lumberjack combat power is arguably among the highest tier of commoners recruitable for a mere gold coin. The aesthetic of pure numbers. Retracting his gaze from the regional channel, Ling smiled faintly and reached out to pat the shoulder of the lumberjack before him. As my first official employee, how about you give yourself a name? Upon hearing Ling's words, the contract lumberjack's eyes narrowed, followed by a booming roar that echoed through the skies. Everything for profit. I meant, how about you choose a name for yourself? Everything for profit. Observing the burly man before him, Ling fell into silence. Is that all you can say? Everything for profit. With a chuckle, Vela, who had been watching the entire exchange, clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. My lord, how did you ever think you could communicate with such a primitive brute? As she spoke, she approached and patted the lumberjack's muscular chest, then pointed to her own head. See this sturdy muscle? It's accompanied by a brain. In response, the contract lumberjack raised his hand and tapped the back of his head, evidently not grasping the meaning behind Vela's words. Witnessing this, Ling sighed in exasperation, casually picking up the tattered stone axe from the ground, a gift from the novice package, and thrusting it into the lumberjack's arms. Go chop some wood. Yes. This time, the contract lumberjack finally uttered a different phrase. Ling nearly thought he was only capable of that one line. Fortunately, apart from his limited speech, the lumberjack seemed to possess no significant intellectual deficiencies. As he grasped the stone axe, he promptly turned towards the nearest tree and brought the axe down with great force. With each swing, deep fissures appeared on the trunk, affirming that his muscular physique was not merely for show. Simultaneously, a prompt window emerged before Ling. You have assigned contract lumberjack X1 to the lumberyard, spiritualized. Current output efficiency of the lumberyard, spiritualized 100 units of wood per day. Coughing slightly, Ling was taken aback by the output efficiency of the lumberyard. If his memory serves him right, the previous selling price for timber by the anonymous merchant in the trading hall was 5 gold coins. Consequently, the daily output from a single lumberjack in his logging yard reached as much as 100 bundles of timber. Clearly, this timber was not a rare commodity. Those unscrupulous merchants. A sudden sneeze echoed within a concealed cavern, causing Lin Xiao to furrow his brow slightly. Who could be cursing me now? However, he quickly shook his head, turning his attention to the regional channel and trading interface before him. With so many individuals disparaging him, it would be utterly pointless to concern himself with each one. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao deftly maneuvered his fingers, placing several bundles of timber onto the trading platform. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yes. Soon, a private message popped up before him. Chapter 6. I am the protagonist. Ling Yugo. May I inquire, how many sets of timber could be exchanged for this blueprint? Simultaneously, a message regarding a blueprint materialized in the private chat interface. Wooden blockade. Era. Bronze Age basic pathway. Description, an efficient means to inflict damage upon assault units. and to some extent, a rudimentary defensive structure that hinders infantry. Construction requires 3 sets of timber. Lin Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance before promptly responding. 1 set. Ling Yuge, impossible. In the snow-laden expanse, a battered woman clenched her fists tightly. Even if she pondered it with her feet, she understood. In this current era, teetering on the brink of the Stone Age, or perhaps not yet having reached it, the blueprint from the Bronze Age, regardless of its lack of value, could not possibly be so inexpensive. Yet, in her current state, she could hardly endure the biting cold for much longer. If she failed to procure sufficient timber for warmth before nightfall, the impending chill could very well lead to her demise. However, the anonymous merchant in the chat showed no inclination to relent. Anonymous, if that is the case, then seek others for trade. See who besides me would be willing to expend substantial resources to exchange for a blueprint that holds no utility at this stage. And do not blame me for not forewarning you. Even bartering requires tax payment through the trading post. The transaction tax on your Bronze Age blueprint should be considerable, correct? With the final message dispatched, Lin Xiao severed the private chat without waiting for a reply. Scoffing disdainfully. Bargaining over this? The blueprint of a Bronze Age structure, she pondered. Who else could she possibly sell it to besides me? Lin Xiao was acutely aware that the blueprint warranted far greater resources. Given his growth path and capabilities, he could easily part with more resources. But to what end? Why should he assist a potential rival? From the moment the war game commenced, Lin Xiao understood that, in comparison to the yet unrevealed foreign tribes, the thousands of human lords populating the regional channel represented the most immediate threat. Moreover, should this individual truly be in desperate need of timber, they would ultimately have to beseech him for assistance. For any item exchanged through the trading post, even in barter, tax obligations remained. Should the remaining gold fail to cover the tax, both parties' items would be temporarily withheld in the trading post, inaccessible for retrieval. This was the foundation of Lin Xiao's confidence. He had calculated that each tree in the wild yielded approximately 2 to 5 sets of timber. Given the current tools and the quality of the populace, processing a single tree could consume several hours. If a lord without the initial option to recruit populace were to fell trees personally, the time required would be even greater. Thus, even if someone were to arrive initially in a timber-abundant location and promptly commence logging, in this brief span of just a few hours, after setting aside the lumber necessary for his own development, he would be left with a mere 1 to 3 sets of wood. Even if these scant resources were to be sold, they would only suffice to cover the taxes on blueprints from the Bronze Age and might still fall short. However, his situation was markedly different. Lin Xiao opened his personal panel and gazed upon his growth pathway. Growth route. The false creator god. Current level. LV1. Unlocked passive. Tenfold amplification. Loss and gain. From the moment he determined his growth route, Lin Xiao recognized that since the difficulty of growth was tied to the ultimate objective, manipulating that final goal would inevitably ease the challenges along the way. The false creator god was the meticulously crafted ambition Lin Xiao had set for himself. The subtle distinction between truth and falsehood significantly diminished the difficulty of his growth. Yet, the abilities granted by leveling up did not disappoint him. Tenfold amplification, loss and gain. Effect: when you successfully gather resources, destroy 20 times the same surrounding resources to gain a tenfold increase in your resource collection amount. This effect cannot be turned off. Note, this effect becomes void if there are no identical resources surrounding the gathered items. Lin Xiao estimated that had he aimed to become the true creator god, this ability might have nullified the effect of destroying 20 times the resources. However, given the current circumstances, it was of little consequence. The tenfold increase in resource collection allowed Lin Xiao to harvest between 20 to 50 sets of wood from a single tree. At this stage, there was simply no one besides him capable of simultaneously offering sufficient materials and gold to exchange for those rare blueprints and items. By swiftly navigating through the early stages via the trading market, he could eventually seize the living space of others to compensate for his terrifying resource consumption. With this thought, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Let those who once looked down upon me witness this. In this era, I am the protagonist. However, As the trading market refreshed the next moment, Lin Zhao's smile gradually stiffened. New items listed in the trading market. Lumber, description, essential material for crafting basic infrastructure. Listing price, 1 gold per set. My lord, this profit margin is far too low. Before the spirit-infused lumberyard, Vera complained to Ling while listing lumber in the trading market. Just moments ago, a towering tree had thunderously fallen before Ling He. After nearly an hour of logging and cutting, Ling He had finally reaped his first earnings since acquiring the lumberyard. Lumber x10 sets, indeed. Merely one tree had yielded Ling He a substantial 10 sets of lumber. By this calculation, Ling He roughly estimated that the contracted lumberjack's daily workload should involve felling 10 trees, factoring in meal breaks and rest, amounting to approximately 12 hours of labor. Damn it, Lord, are you even listening to me? Vera's exclamation pierced through to Ling He's ears. As Ling He subconsciously placed his hand atop the girl's head in an attempt to soothe her emotions, he was soon obstructed by the tall hat he wore. Ahem. Clearing his throat softly, Ling He returned from his inner calculations to meet Vela's earnest gaze. Do you believe my pricing is too modest? Vela nodded earnestly. Although she perceived the true value of the timber to be merely around 20 copper coins, in a market where a loaf of bread commanded 50 copper coins, Ling He's prices, even if set slightly higher, would hardly deter sales. A price of 1 gold coin, yielding a profit of 500, seemed to her still woefully insufficient. Were it not for her current role as Ling He's secretary, she would never consider selling the timber at such a loss. Chapter 7. Game theory. Vera's doubts were laid bare as she opened up her heart. After listening to Ling He, she understood why Vera appeared so irritable after listing the timber. Oh, you, Ling He chuckled, gently tapping Vera's forehead. You embody the quintessential mentality of a Victorian-era capitalist. Although Vera possessed a keen business acumen, Ling He felt that in the realm of transactions, the young girl was somewhat outmatched by him. Have you heard of game theory? Ling He inquired further. What does that mean? Vera tilted her head in confusion. Ling He sighed inwardly. It seemed that in an era before the advent of game theory, capitalists remained rather naive. Game theory is the study of how individuals make choices that are most advantageous to themselves when influenced by others. Vera continued to shake her head. Ling He decided to rephrase, pointing towards the trading interface. In my view, the current marketplace resembles a zero-sum game. Timber is an essential commodity that is bound to sell successfully, yet the money in circulation among all participants is limited. A zero-sum game consists entirely of competition, with no possibility for cooperation, as the gain of one party inevitably results in the loss of another. In other words, if we wish to acquire more gold coins, we must encroach upon the profits of other sellers. Upon hearing gold coins, Vera's understanding sparked. So, according to your reasoning, those who also sell items are our adversaries. If we desire greater revenue, the most effective strategy would be to lower our prices, thereby constricting the survival space of others. The more she spoke, the more her eyes gleamed with excitement. Precisely. Given the fixed nature of profits within a marketplace, there is no necessity for them to collaborate with other merchants for mutual benefit. Exchanging 100 units of timber for 500 gold coins yields far less profit than trading 1,000 units for 1,000 gold coins. Absolutely correct. Ling He snapped his fingers, and I believe we can take this a step further. Take it further? Vera blinked in intrigue. Indeed. Ling He directed his gaze toward the trading interface. 1 gold coin per unit of timber still seems exorbitant to me. If we are to act, let us do so decisively. Devour all the profits within a marketplace, and starve those unscrupulous merchants. As the words left his lips, a notification chimed. Ding! Your listing of timber X10 units has been completely sold. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, with a darkened expression, was dealing with a scattered pile of timber at his feet. The trading hall had suddenly listed 10 units of timber at 1 gold coin each, most of which he had purchased. Yet not all of it. He had merely been a moment too slow, and 3 of the listed units had already been sold. The thought of this made Lin Xiao grit his teeth, his gaze fiercely scanning the trading hall for the second seller of timber. That damn scoundrel! Does he even realize what he is doing? Although only 3 sets of lumber at 1 gold each have successfully circulated, it has nonetheless stirred a significant uproar within the regional channel. Almost everyone has come to the realization that the price of lumber cannot remain elevated indefinitely, thus entering a state of cautious observation. Even those who had privately messaged Lin Xiao, hoping to barter, found their conversations abruptly silenced. Gazing at the desolate chat interface before him, Lin Xiao pounded his fist violently against the ground. He had been starving for this batch of individuals for far too long, on the verge of successful catch, only to be thwarted by a few sets of lumber put up by a conscientious vendor. Although Lin Xiao was certain that the vendor would not be able to offer lumber at 1 gold per set again, he knew these individuals would ultimately hold him accountable. However, the period of indecision would greatly hinder his development. This was something Lin Xiao, who considered himself the protagonist, could never tolerate. Being left behind by others was unacceptable. A conscientious vendor, is it? We shall see, he declared ominously. Ling He, oblivious to the disdain directed towards him without even stepping outside his door, was currently materializing the gold coins he had just traded for. 10 sets of lumber at 1 gold each, after deducting a 20 transaction tax, left him with a substantial 8 coins, almost a handful. Feeling somewhat fatigued from holding them, Ling He extended the coins towards Vera. Would you like to hold them for a moment? Upon seeing the gleaming gold coins, Vera's eyes widened, and all her previous minor grievances vanished. Long live the Lord! She exclaimed in jubilant cheer as she accepted all the coins from Ling He. The radiant gold coins, basking in the sunlight, reflected a brilliant glow, casting a golden hue upon Vera's gaze as well. After holding the warm coins for several minutes, Vera reluctantly returned them to Ling He. Hurry, my lord. Increase production. I can hardly wait to see the sorrowful faces of those unscrupulous traders. Their expressions will surely be entertaining. By the way, Vera inquired with a curious glance at Ling He. As a lord, where did you acquire such knowledge of game theory? Haha, a secret. Ling He chuckled awkwardly, knowing he would never reveal to Vera that this so-called game theory was practiced at the local grocery store near his elementary school. It is said that the money in a primary school student's hand is limited, and for every 50 cents taken from one student, another merchant loses that same 50 cents in profit. All right, Vera conceded, seeing that Ling He was unwilling to elaborate. She swiftly changed the subject. So, how does my lord plan to handle these coins? That's simple, Ling He instinctively replied. I will hire 4 more lumberjacks, and then purchase 4 stone axes from a trading post. He had recently checked, and the price of stone axes at the trading post was only 1 gold, which appeared relatively inexpensive compared to other items. After all, this item is ubiquitous, rather impractical, devoid of technical sophistication, and certainly not a necessity, hence its price remained stagnant. However, upon uttering this statement, Ling He found himself devoid of any response from Vera. Is there something amiss with my proposal? Ling He inquired, a hint of perplexity shadowing his expression as he gazed at Vera. A harmonious blend of labor and machinery appeared to him as wholly appropriate, devoid of any issues. Yet, what awaited him was Vera's smile, both awkward and courteous. What I mean to suggest is, could it be possible for you to contemplate raising the remuneration slightly? It was only after Vera's gentle reminder that Ling He recalled his overlooked passive skill. All loyalty of your subjects is converted into remuneration, which will enhance all units along the final production route. Chapter 8. The Contract Axeman, the Contract Lumberjack, is indeed a unit of the end producer's pathway, which means this unit can benefit from the passive bonuses associated with this route. In a time of financial scarcity, Ling He had no intention of engaging with this passive. However, since Vera brought it up, Ling He decided to slightly increase the salary of his sole contract lumberjack. Just 1 copper coin would suffice. Adjust salary amount. Yes. As he spoke, the interface of the contract lumberjack underwent a transformation. Salary, 1 copper day. Enhancement effect. Resource output rate increased by 10. Ling He raised an eyebrow at the enhancement effect brought by the salary and casually opened the interface of the spiritized lumberyard. Indeed, with the salary of his only contract lumberjack raised to 1 copper, the daily output within the spiritized lumberyard had reached 110 sets of lumber. According to the recent selling price, 10 sets of lumber could be sold for 10 gold, equating to 1,000 copper. This meant that with just a 1 copper expenditure, he could yield a 1,000-fold return? No, even more. Lingy realized that the salary could be further elevated. He promptly began to operate. 2 copper, 3 copper for copper. As the salary increased, the actions of the lumberjack grew increasingly swift, to the point of leaving afterimages. With every additional copper in salary, the resource output rate of the contract lumberjack would also rise by 10, continuing until reaching 15 copper. Wait, just as Lingy was about to further increase the salary, Vera grasped his hand. Do not continue to raise it. She leaned closer to Lingy, manipulating the interface before him and bringing up several screens. My lord, look here. Vera pointed to the interface of the contract lumberjack. After Lingy adjusted the salary to 15 copper, this interface underwent a qualitative change. Name, none. Profession, contract axeman. Salary, full salary. Note, further increases in salary beyond full salary will not provide additional bonuses. Special abilities, exuberance, valor, combat power, 10 contract axeman. Although Vera's finger was on the words full salary, Lingy's attention was entirely captivated by the profession line. He had not anticipated that merely increasing the salary could lead to such a transformation in profession. Upon clicking the profession subinterface, he discovered it was indeed vastly different from that of the contract lumberjack. Contract axeman. Description: the continuous rise in their benefit index has rendered their spirits exceedingly high. For them, the act of felling trees is as effortless as breathing. Entry 1. Exuberance. The resource output rate of this unit is increased by 150, and combat power is enhanced by 100. Entry 2. Valor in battle. Death cannot be used as a deterrent to lower this unit's morale. An intimidation based on appearance is ineffective against this unit. An exceptionally high combat capability, unparalleled morale, remarkable resource gathering efficiency, and a certain degree of immunity to intimidation. Such lavish attributes are hardly fitting for a basic civilian unit valued at a mere gold coin. At the very least, all the basic units that Ling had observed in the regional channel paled in comparison to the current contract axe warriors. Aside from the necessity of expending a staggering 450 copper each month to sustain their prolonged combat effectiveness, this unit possesses virtually no flaws. No, the costly wages have never been a drawback for the contract axe warriors. As a unit that can be directly recruited for a single gold coin, one cannot demand more from them. With this thought, Ling lowered his head and planted a firm kiss on Vela's cheek. I owe you this one. If not for your reminder, I might have remained oblivious to the utility of wages for quite some time. Well, because I never intended to distribute wages. Vela, who had been pointing at the term full wages, was suddenly taken aback by the unexpected kiss, shivering slightly before leaping to the side. You scoundrel lord, what are you doing? I'm not the kind of secretary you are imagining. As she spoke, Vela pulled a white handkerchief from her pocket and began to dab at her face. What kind of secretary do you think I mean? Ling instinctively inquired. Yet, he quickly realized the implication of Vela's words, instantly feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. That's enough. I'm not so desperate as to pursue a heartless capitalist of the Victorian era. Huh. Upon hearing this, Vela's expression soured immediately. She pointed an accusatory finger at Ling's nose. You, who have never even considered distributing wages, have no right to criticize me. Their eyes locked in a heated stare, as if sparks were about to fly between them. Then, both of them deflated simultaneously, acknowledging their mutual shortcomings. In any case, this bickering was not their first. Ling opened his mouth, hoping to ease the tension in the air. However, the next moment, he noticed Vela's expression shift suddenly as she raised her staff and struck it forcefully against the ground. Someone, what? Before Ling could react, an immense force knocked him down. In that fleeting moment of being toppled, he felt a breeze brush against his cheek. Whoosh bang! A faint sound of collision echoed from behind Ling, who found himself sprawled on the ground, pinned beneath a muscular ancient warrior. Ouch, ouch, ouch! He exclaimed in pain, yet he did not remain frozen in place. First, he pushed aside the contract axe warrior that had tackled him, then turned his gaze toward the source of the collision noise. There, the bark of a colossal tree had been slightly breached. Due to the absence of any remnants, it was impossible to discern the weapon used. However, Ling understood that the recent attack had been aimed at his head. If struck, his head certainly did not possess the same level of defense as that massive tree. Gratitude could wait until later. Vera, leaning upon her staff, approached Ling He and gestured towards the direction beyond the lumberyard, indicating the presence of unexpected visitors. Ling He nodded thoughtfully, rising from the ground. He surmised that the commotion surrounding the newly established spirit-infused lumberyard had drawn the attention of unknown entities in the vicinity. The tranquility he had experienced while lying on the grass for several hours nearly caused him to forget that this realm was primarily characterized by the harshness of warfare. Historically, Ling He would have refrained from engaging in combat, wary of the potential for injury. However, the spirit-infused lumberyard was an asset he had secured with a substantial loan of 100,000 gold coins. The mere thought of his fixed asset being threatened ignited a fervor within him, surging from his heart to his mind. Regardless of who awaited them outside, he was resolute. They would confront these intruders. Chapter 9. First victory yet, the fervor did not cloud Ling He's judgment. Before bursting forth from the lumberyard, he judiciously utilized the remaining funds to recruit 3 contract lumberjacks. He then equipped each of these lumberjacks with gear and allocated their wages to the maximum. Thus, with 4 formidable contract axe warriors serving as a bulwark between himself and Vera, Ling He finally dared to surge out of the lumberyard. Upon emerging, the scene before him left Ling He momentarily bewildered. What on earth is that, slime? If the oval, half-meter-sized, glistening entity on the distant lawn is indeed a slime, it bears no resemblance to what he had envisioned. Just then, he observed the distant creature, seemingly a slime, begin to stir. Its body convulsed, generating rippling waves across its surface. In the next moment, a minuscule ice crystal, mere centimeters in size, slowly emerged from within it. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air erupted as the ice crystal shot towards Ling He and his group like a bullet. Fortunately, Ling He was well prepared this time, with 4 shields standing resolutely before him. The ice crystal merely pierced the chest of one contract axe warrior, and thereafter it was rendered ineffective. Perhaps due to its relatively modest power, the contract axe warrior did not even emit a sound. Tough as nails, Ling He gave a thumbs up to the warrior before him. Without regard for whether the lumberjack understood his praise, he pointed towards the distant blue slime. Charge! Eliminate it! At this moment, the entity resembling a slime did not attempt to conjure more ice crystals. Thus, Ling He deduced from the interval since the last attack that the creature required about a minute to prepare its assault. With this knowledge, there was little to fear. Moreover, the 4 contract axe warriors positioned in front of him did not appear to be intimidated either. Upon receiving Ling He's command, they shouted in unison, all for profit, and charged forward. A considerable distance separated the blue slime from the lumberyard. However, the pace of the contract axe warriors was brisk. During this time, the blue slime managed to launch only a single ice crystal before the 4 warriors reached it. Then, the 4 stone axes came crashing down. Given the dullness of the stone axes, it was less an act of cleaving and more akin to a brutal smashing. With the formidable combat prowess of the contract axe warriors, each strike splattered a copious amount of gelatinous fluid. In less than a minute, the slime-like creature was utterly obliterated, reduced to a puddle of muck upon the ground. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Ling He's ears, and a notification window appeared on his interface. Congratulations. You have achieved your first victory against an alien lord. You have gained experience. 0. You have received loot. None. Alien lord. Upon witnessing the pop-up window before him, Ling suddenly realized that the gelatinous entity resembling a slime was not merely a neutral creature spawned within the wargame. Acknowledging this revelation, he hastily retreated. Simultaneously, he called out, "Wait, don't destroy it." Alas, he was a moment too late. By the time Ling and Vera arrived, the slime had already been mercilessly obliterated by the contracted axe warriors, leaving behind only a wretched copper coin amidst the shattered gel. Vera, however, displayed no disdain. She promptly squatted down, reaching into the gooey remains of the slime to retrieve the coin, all the while uttering a mocking tone. "TSK, TSK, what a miser." As she stowed the copper coin into her satchel, Ling noticed that his personal panel did not reflect any increase in currency. He shook his head in mild exasperation. It was not that he cared about the solitary coin, for Vera had not hoarded the gold he previously bestowed upon her. A mere copper coin was trivial. If she fancied it, she could keep it. What disappointed Ling was the fleeting encounter with an alien lord, which had vanished so swiftly. It is noteworthy that since the inception of the war game, no reports of alien lords had surfaced within the regional channel. While it was plausible that those who had encountered alien lords chose to conceal such information, there also remained the possibility that this was his first contact with one. Contemplating this, Ling opened the regional chat interface and composed a message. Conscientious trader, beware of the round, slippery entity that resembles a slime. It is an alien creature, potentially an alien lord, exhibiting high aggression and capable of inflicting harm. Upon dispatching the message, a tempest of reactions erupted within the regional chat, predominantly filled with skepticism. Phone yin tion. Are you lost in the game? Even slimes are appearing now. Should I go slay a troll to entertain you? Mister. Carefree. I'd rather encounter a slime than be pursued by a pack of wretched wolves. Help. Silence. Wait, did you not notice who sent that message? The regional channel fell into a brief moment of silence. Then, Ling observed the conversation veering off course. Due to his non-anonymous listings in the trading post, astute individuals had already identified him. Oh my, I just realized it's the trader. The one selling wood. Does traders still have wood for 1 gold per stack? My child can't gather wood in the desert. I beg you. Oomph. Hidden within the cavern, Lin Xiao scoffed at the messages flowing through the regional channel. He had anticipated this outcome. Human nature is inherently greedy and insatiable. Once someone lists wood at a lower price, others will mentally affix a new baseline to its value. Since then, he wished to continue amassing resources from others through timber, yet the challenge would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Although he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards that individual known as the conscientious vendor, Lin Xiao did not dismiss the messages posted in the regional channel as most did. A foreign lord resembling a slime? Lin Xiao murmured, his eyes narrowing gradually. This is a threat that must be eradicated. I shall remember this. At that moment, Ling sent a new message in the channel. Conscientious vendor. New timber will be available in 1 hour. Please be patient. Everyone. Heart emoji. What? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he rose to his feet. How could he possibly produce more timber? Chapter 10, The Voices of Angels and Demons. The outcries within the regional channel did not perturb Ling He in the slightest. After disseminating the news of an impending stock of timber, he turned to beckon Vera and several contract axe warriors to return. However, just as he was about to speak, Vera raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence with an air of seriousness that left no room for jest. Noticing her earnest demeanor, Ling Yi swallowed the words that had hovered on his lips. He then observed Vera scanning her surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Like a stealthy thief, she prowled around the grass surrounding the slime's remains, tapping and poking along the way. The tip of her staff grazed the underbrush, producing a series of delicate sounds. Suddenly, her staff sank downwards, and a triumphant smile crept across her face. I was right. I found you. With that proclamation, the staff plunged downward mercilessly. A gasp echoed from beneath the grass. Upon hearing the commotion, Ling He promptly ordered the contract axe warriors to advance. As a thin layer of grass was lifted, the group beheld what Vera had been searching for. Another slime? Ling He instinctively remarked. Before them lay a muddy, spherical creature obscured by dirt, a second slime. Yet, this hidden specimen differed markedly from the one that had just been crushed into a pulp. Its hue was not the vibrant blue of its predecessor, but a deep crimson, and it was significantly larger, measuring approximately 1 meter in diameter. Moreover, this red slime, under the scrutinizing gaze of several pairs of eyes, showed no signs of aggression. In fact, as Ling He approached, he could sense its body trembling. A series of unintelligible gurgles emanated from the quivering slime, akin to a small beast's feeble growl in the face of a threat. Vera extended a finger and prodded the deep red slime. Turning to Ling He with an amused expression. It appears to be afraid of me. Though it was merely a gentle poke. Ling He could distinctly perceive the slime's tremors intensifying. Moments later, to his astonished gaze, the crimson slime extricated 2 round, ball-like appendages that resembled arms, extending them forward. One of the spheres held a shimmering gold coin, accompanied by a gurgling sound that resonated from within the slime. Ling he swiftly cast a disdainful glance at Vera. Indeed, upon witnessing the slime's offering of the gold coin, Vera's eyes widened, and she began to surreptitiously swallow her saliva. After a prolonged moment, she finally turned her gaze back to Ling He. If I am not mistaken, this creature hiding beneath the grass is the true mastermind behind our earlier ambush. The wretched lord, what do you intend to do with this individual? She found herself somewhat unable to resist the allure of gold coins, thus relinquishing this challenging decision to Ling He. Following Vera's gaze, the slime in the muddy pit extended its spherical arm, offering gold coins to Ling He. Gurgle? The coins flickered in and out of existence within the slime's grasp, confirming Vera's prior assertion. It was indeed the Slime Lord, not the azure slime that had been reduced to mere muck by the contract axe warrior. Presently, it seemed to seek to barter its life for the gold it held. Hiss! Ling he inhaled sharply. Vera had truly presented him with a formidable dilemma. Clearly, one could not obtain both the coins and the life of the Slime Lord. Much like the azure slime, which had only yielded a copper coin before. To slay the slime before him would surely mean the forfeiture of the gold. Yet to spare it. Amidst his hesitation, the ethereal voices of angels and demons began to echo in Ling He's ears. The angel implored, "Spare it, for the sake of the gold. However, it is an alien lord. Should I release it, the repercussions could be dire, even, but it offers you gold." The voice of the demon abruptly interrupted Ling He's thoughts. Yet it had clearly intended to slay me. "But it offers you gold." "Enough!" Ling He suddenly exclaimed, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and shot a fierce glare at Vera, admonishing her not to intrude upon his thoughts. "Huh?" Vera pointed to herself, her face a canvas of confusion. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while the slime was distracted by his voice, Ling He swiftly snatched the coins from its grasp. Ding! A melodious system notification chimed, indicating an increase in the number of coins in Ling He's personal interface. It was only then that the slime realized the coins had vanished from its hand. It then beheld Ling He's face, which bore a devilish grin. "I shall accept this coin as compensation for mental anguish, a fair trade, honest and just. However, your previous attempt on my life cannot be settled with mere coins." With that, Ling He gestured in a universally understood manner. "If you seek my life, the price must be higher." Gurgle, gurgle. The slime emitted a trembling sound, but it did not produce more coins. Instead, it burrowed deeper into the mud. "No coins?" Ling He, witnessing this scene, shook his head in disappointment, indicating that such was unfortunate. Upon uttering these words, he stepped back, while the surrounding contract axe warriors raised their stone axes in unison. Gurgle, gurgle! As the axe neared to strike, the slime in the pit quivered with fear. Fortunately, Ling he could not comprehend the slime's language, for it seemed to convey, "Though I am not human, you are indeed a cur." However, the slime in the pit clearly had no intention of resigning to its fate. In the fleeting moment when the stone axe descended, its body rippled like the azure slime from before. Then, a faint flicker of flame ascended. This small flame floated to the chest of the contract axe warrior, dissipating instantly. Its offensive power paled in comparison to the earlier ice spike. Yet at that moment, Vera's eyes seemed to perceive some hidden treasure, and she exclaimed loudly, "Spare the orb under the axe." With a swift motion, the contract axe warrior's stone axe halted just a few centimeters above the slime's head. Fortunately, their combat prowess was sufficiently high, allowing them to control the axe's potential energy with ease. Had it been someone else, the slime would likely have been cleaved into 8 pieces. "What is the matter?" Ling looked at Vera with a hint of confusion. Chapter 11. Unveiling new commodities. "I believe I just glimpsed treasure," Vera exclaimed, crouching down once more, her gaze oscillating over the slime. At present, the slime exhibited no peculiarities. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she had perceived the glimmer of an item of worth. Ling he held no doubts regarding Vera's assertion. After all, his esteemed secretary possessed the eye of value deconstruction. If Vera claimed to have seen something of value, then indeed, the slime must harbor something precious. "You, sly creature." Ling he cast a disappointed look at the slime in the mire, causing it to shudder. Ultimately, Unable to withstand the two predatory gazes that seemed poised to devour it whole, the slime rummaged within its own form and extracted a soft, red gel. "This is it." Vera pointed at the gel the slime had produced, eager to touch it, yet hesitant to make direct contact. After a moment's contemplation, she conceived a clever idea and gently prodded the gel with the tip of her staff. A flame flickered to life. Fortunately, Vera's staff was coated with some fire-resistant varnish, preventing the flames from igniting and consuming her hand. Subsequently, she delivered her appraisal, an exceptionally efficient and useful incendiary material. "I estimate it to be worth no less than 30 copper pieces each." 30 copper pieces? Ling, he inquired, directing his gaze towards the slime in the muck. Its rotund form no longer appeared as a hostile lord, but resembled a grinning deity of wealth. Although 30 copper pieces may not seem a substantial sum, it is noteworthy that timber, which Vera had appraised at 20 copper pieces, commanded a significantly higher price in the current market. More importantly, there was not a single vendor offering incendiary materials within the entire trading hall. Should Ling he successfully carve out this niche, he would become the pioneering innovator and, consequently, a monopolist. Contemplating this, visions of wealth danced in Ling He's eyes. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He was not solely motivated by greed. He also contemplated his own growth trajectory, which had yet to reach level 1. The producer path dictated that monopolizing a market was the sole means through which Ling he could accrue growth experience. At present, fully monopolizing either food or timber was a formidable challenge. The 10 sets of timber he had previously sold constituted merely a fraction of the market share, yielding him less than 1/10 of the experience points appropriate for his level 0 growth path. However, if he could establish a new commodity, the situation would be markedly different. With this in mind, Ling He's expression softened further as he regarded the slime. Gurgle? In the mire. The slime found itself utterly perplexed by the vivid array of expressions exhibited by the bipedal beings above, unable to comprehend why Ling He, the one who had seized its gold, was now directing his gaze back towards it. The slime cautiously extracted 2 globs of gel from its body, adopting a vigilant stance, as if to convey, "Do not approach. I am not easily trifled with." However, as Ling observed the gel produced by the slime, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. He retrieved the coins he had seized from the creature and suggested, "Shall we engage in a transaction?" Fearing that the slime might not grasp his meaning, Ling pointed to his coins, then gestured towards the gel in the slime's possession. "Gulu." The slime appeared perplexed, seemingly comprehending Ling's intention, yet remaining uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, the slime delicately extended the gel toward Ling, who in turn offered his coins. However, Ling refrained from an immediate exchange. Instead, he raised his hand, indicating a single coin, and then gestured towards the slime's gel, indicating 9. At last, the slime understood Ling's proposition. It tucked the 2 globs of gel back into its body and rummaged within, producing a handful of noticeably smaller gel balls. Precisely 9 in number. They were neither more nor less. Yet, Ling's expression darkened. One absurd turn of events. Even a slime was resorting to trickery, splitting 1 glob into 9 to sell. This creature would surely be deemed a rogue merchant among its kind. "Such actions may jeopardize our budding friendship," Ling threatened, feigning to retract his coins. While he sought to cultivate a new market, he could hardly accept being outwitted by a slime in plain sight. Just then, a voice of surprise emerged from Vera nearby. "Ah!" She reached out, taking a piece of gel from the slime, examining it closely. These smaller gels seem to possess greater value. They are more stable, easier to carry, and suitable for storage for unforeseen circumstances. These little gels might be worth around 50 copper. Upon hearing this, Ling promptly deposited the coins back into the slime's body and seized all the small gel balls from its grasp. A splendid transaction. Meanwhile, he listed the new merchandise directly in the trading market. Fire slime gel. Description: excrement from the fire slime, suitable for long-term storage as a fire source. Can ignite flammable materials. Listing price: 1 gold per piece, including a 20 transaction tax. Unlike timber, the listing price of these gels, while not exorbitant according to current market rates, did not result in swift sales. Ling speculated that perhaps their utility was not as high as that of wood, or that, at this stage, individuals did not urgently require such quick ignition tools. After all, the ancestral method of fire by friction had been handed down, and with just 1 gold, one could recruit a villager willing to invest some effort, making it relatively easy to procure. Nonetheless, the name Fire Slime Gel sparked a wave of discussions within the regional channel. Little Boo, is it true that such a creature as a slime actually exists? I initially thought that the vendor was merely amusing everyone. Shichu Overlord. Wait a moment, has the vendor truly amassed such a plethora of slime materials? Has he ventured into the territories of other race lords? Juzegu's fish, how impressive. The vendor excels in both expansion and development. Exclusive memories. Oh dear. As an 18-year-old university student, I seek companionship. Oh dear. Numerous requests for assistance flooded the regional channel. However, Ling, with his keen eyes, noticed a distinct line among the messages. Call me Battle Maniac. Fire materials might not be in high demand at the moment, but from the perspective of uniting against foreign foes, I shall purchase a portion to show my support. Chapter 12. The Adorable Slime. Meanwhile, Ling swiftly sold 2 units of a gel, with 1 gold and 60 copper seamlessly deposited into his personal panel. Upon witnessing the balance return to a satisfying 2 gold, he felt a sense of gratification. Look at this. This is what true ambition looks like. Merely talking without action amounts to nothing. The nickname Battle Maniac sounds oddly familiar. Ling instinctively glanced at the regional chat, but the message had already been buried under an avalanche of trivial chatter, so he chose not to dwell on it further. The 2 gold coins were quickly in his possession. Turning his gaze back to the slime in the muddy pit, Ling smiled and waved the gold coins in his hand. Although the flammable items were not yet highly sought after, he believed that as time passed and nightfall approached, the demand would surely rise. In any case, it was wise to stock up while the opportunity presented itself. Armed with the experience from the recent transaction, the slime in the pit intuitively extracted 18 small gel blobs from its body, obediently completing the trade and accepting the 2 gold coins from Ling. Having assessed the profit from this transaction, Ling felt it might ease his startled heart. He decided not to press the poor-looking slime any further. Exploiting it would not be the behavior of a conscientious merchant. Waving his hand to signal the nearby contract axe wielders to step back, Ling retreated a few paces, pulling Vera to stand beside the axe wielders. After clearing the area around the pit, he gestured to the slime. You're free to go. Feel free to visit anytime. It would be splendid if you could bring some goods for trade. We could mutually benefit from each other. Goo. Although the slime in the pit did not comprehend the language of the 2-footed beasts, it sensed the willingness to let it go. Thus, the slime leaped from the pit, shaking off the muck that clung to its form. At that moment, Ling realized the slime had eyes, which he had overlooked due to the mud obscuring its features. Now, with the filth completely shaken off, he observed that this slime was surprisingly cute. It could fetch a handsome price if sold as a pet, Vera murmured softly. Ling shot a glare at Vera, who had unwittingly voiced his thoughts. He would never consider selling his future trading partner. That would be utterly unscrupulous. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he glanced at the slime. Fortunately, it was oblivious to human speech, or else he might hesitate to conduct future transactions with it. However, he found it peculiar that despite having cleared a path, the slime showed no intention of leaving. Just as Ling pondered this oddity, the slime made a new move. Goo! It blinked its big, watery eyes and hopped towards Ling twice. Upon witnessing the scene, the surrounding contract axe warriors immediately raised their stone axes, remaining vigilant to the movements of the slime. Sensing the unusual behavior of several bipedal creatures, the slime hastily ceased its actions and retrieved small clumps of gel from its body, signifying its benign intentions. Do you intend to continue trading with me? Lingy observed the slime's gestures and waved for the contract axe warriors to lower their axes. However, I currently possess no gold. Gurgle, gurgle. Although the slime did not comprehend Lingy's words, it noticed the cessation of hostilities from several contract axe warriors. Consequently, it bounced over to Lingy, playfully rubbing against both him and Vera. It was curious how this slime, having just emerged from the mud, was now entirely clean after shaking off the dirt. Warm, soft, and slippery, Vera remarked as she squeezed the slime that had nestled against her. Instinctively, she offered her appraisal. If fashioned into luxury items like a sofa, it could fetch over 10 gold coins. Gurgle? While the slime did not grasp Vera's words, it keenly sensed the fleeting aura of menace she exuded. In that instant, Vera's presence seemed even more formidable than that of the surrounding contract axe warriors. Thus, the slime dared not linger before Vera and instead sought refuge behind the seemingly gentler Lingy. Gurgle, gurgle, enough of scaring it. Lingy tenderly patted the slime, aware that it was his sole supplier of slime gel at present. The success of establishing a monopoly in the trading post hinged entirely upon this creature. Gurgle the slime extended its round little hands, wrapping them around Lingy's thigh in a gentle nuzzle. This gesture brought a smile to Lingy's face. You're not planning to stay here indefinitely, are you? Gurgle the slime continued to nuzzle against Lingy's leg. At that moment, Vera approached, somewhat displeased due to her earlier rejection, and poked the slime with her staff. Yet, the slime showed no intention of letting go. It appeared to genuinely wish to accompany them. Vera raised her gloved hand, stroking her chin. My lord, shall we allow it to stay? We could consider it a pet and a source of funds. Lingy instinctively nodded, but quickly shook his head. The notion of treating a future trading partner as a mere pet sounded utterly bizarre. How could he entertain such a thought? However, upon looking down into the slime's large, watery eyes, Lingy couldn't help but place his hand on it and give it a gentle rub. From now on, I shall call you Hamburger. To clarify, he named it solely for the purpose of better addressing this future collaborator, with no intention of treating it as a pet. Gurgle, the slime, appearing somewhat fatigued from its affectionate nuzzling, looked up at Lingy with curiosity, unsure of what this male bipedal creature and the female bipedal creature were discussing. At that moment, Vera seemed unable to contain herself any longer, covering her mouth as she let out a soft chuckle. The name Hamburger evokes the essence of home, and I never anticipated that you, my lord, possess such a flair for naming. Indeed, your lordship is a cultured individual, responded Lingy with a nod of agreement. He then cast a sharp glance at the contract axe warriors standing idly around. The matter here has concluded. What are you still doing here? Do you expect the trees to transform into lumber on their own? Hurry, return to your tasks, and chop the wood. The contract axe warriors, who fearlessly block ice spikes with their bodies, trembled at Lingy's commanding voice. Without needing a second call, several of the contract axe warriors promptly seized their stone axes and returned to their duties. Chapter 13. In front of my family. Setting my own pace, the contracted axe warrior departed, allowing the slime to frolic more freely. In the presence of Vera, it directly burrowed beneath Lingy, lifting him entirely with a startled cry, and then bounced toward the lumberyard. Vera, acting as secretary, was thrown several paces back, momentarily stunned before stamping her foot in frustration. You two, wait for me. Damn you, slime knight. With all the work entrusted to the contracted axe warriors, Lingy and Vera spent the subsequent time engaged in the antics of the slime, maintaining this merriment until a new batch of timber was thoroughly processed. Wow, this batch seems rather substantial. Lingy stood before a pile of wood, gesturing with his hand. This heap was even taller than he was while riding the slime. Approximately 100 sets in total, as Vera calculated. The enchanted lumberyard was not a wilderness. The amount of timber each tree could yield was generally consistent. Thus, based on the efficiency of the 4 fully equipped contracted axe warriors, producing 100 sets of wood per hour was quite a normal figure. Naturally, the best scenario would be without any surprises, and Lingy did not expect these contracted axe warriors to suddenly double their yield. Vera, startled by Lingy calling her name. Vera turned her head in confusion. Then she heard Lingy's next request. Help me list these. I knew it would come to this. Vera sighed in resignation. The trading post in the war game was not some magical realm where a mere shout could gather resources for miles around. At this stage, to list items in the trading post, one could only utilize existing supplies, adding them one by one or in groups. Previously, with only 10 sets, Lingy had no intention of handling them personally. Now, faced with over 100 sets of timber, what had become a physically demanding task was even less likely for him to undertake. All right, what as a secretary for, I understand. As she spoke, Vera pulled Lingy, along with the slime, to the wood pile, then summoned an interface before him, beginning to list the timber in groups. Meanwhile, Lingy opened the regional chat channel. At this moment, due to his earlier promise from an hour prior, many were awaiting his next move. Days, years, months. It's already been over an hour. When will the merchant post the timber? Man-eating crocodile? He must have encountered some issues. After all, he faced a foreign lord earlier. Perhaps he is in a perilous situation? Most participants in the chat channel had no doubt regarding Lingy's intention to continue listing timber. It was evident to any keen observer that the early stages were precisely when timber was most scarce. Those capable of extracting surplus would never miss the opportunity to profit immensely. The only concern they harbored was the pricing of the timber Lingy would subsequently list. Amidst the discussions, Ling observed an individual who appeared to be engaging in rational analysis, seemingly guiding the conversation at their own pace. Creator deity, to be frank, even if you were to list new timber, is unlikely to be priced at 1 gold per set. Everyone knows that the current price of timber ranges between 2 to 5 gold. How can you be certain that his next listing won't be at 3 or even 4 gold? Hostage to you, this can't be true. The vendor is willing to share his intelligence. I believe he is a good person. A mocking laugh echoed from behind the screen, followed by new dialogues emerging in the regional channel. Creator deity, very well. Let us assume he continues to sell timber at 1 gold per set. How many sets do you think he can sell at once? 10 sets? 15 sets? Or perhaps 20 sets? Wake up. There are over 10,000 people in our region. Even if timber is cheap, why would it be our turn? Rather than gamble on a lottery, if you truly need timber, the existing stock in the trading market is the best choice, and it won't hinder your development. Happiness is self-given. This statement seems somewhat reasonable. A humble existence, indeed. As Ling observed the voices of dissent gradually transform into agreement within the regional chat interface, he suddenly sensed something amiss. His intention to release timber at a low price was meant to deliver a devastating blow to the unscrupulous merchants in the trading market. However, if the situation continued in this manner, many would likely feel they would not receive their timber and end up paying exorbitant prices to the merchants instead. This would make it even more challenging for him to monopolize the timber trade in the market. Such orchestrated manipulation. Could this awakened one be a black market dealer selling timber in the trading market? Goodness, the thought made Ling chuckle in disbelief. He had not even begun to steer the conversation, yet others had already taken it upon themselves to set the tone. Back in the day, his spicy strips sold for 0.5 yuan at the elementary school gate without encountering any rivals. Could he now succumb to these unscrupulous merchants? Vera, this time, let's adjust our timber prices to 50 copper. Huh? Upon hearing Ling's words, Vera turned her head in disbelief. Are we turning to charity now? Can't you think of something better for me? Ling responded with mild irritation, then extended his hand, playfully flattening Vera's hat. I already told you not to mess with a lady's hat. Vera covered her hat, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. I just don't understand. 1 gold is already quite low in the current trading market. Didn't you previously say that a set of timber is valued at around 20 copper? Ling responded thoughtfully. It does seem so. With Ling's reminder, Vera felt much more at ease. All right, you are the Lord. What you say is correct. Seeing Vera obediently begin to adjust the prices, Ling then redirected his attention back to the regional channel and sent a message. Conscientious vendor, apologies for the delay. Dear friends, I encountered some issues. In a bid to earn the forgiveness of his family, the vendor made a heart-wrenching decision. The timber, originally priced at 1 gold coin per set, is now offered at the paltry sum of 50 copper coins for a staggering 100 sets. 50 copper coins, what a bargain. A deal not to be missed. Families, do not hesitate to flock to the marketplace. Upon the announcement, the regional channel did not erupt in excitement as anticipated. Instead, it had been quite some time since any discussion regarding timber had surfaced. Conversely, at the trading post, every set of timber that Vela listed was snatched up in an instant, selling at a pace that exceeded her listing speed. As the timber flew off the shelves, even the fire slime gel that Ling had on offer began to see an increase in sales. Chapter 14. A person of great power As Ling he gazed at the ever-increasing number of gold coins on his personal interface, his smile grew more pronounced. It appeared that the lack of demand for slime gel was not due to a scarcity of buyers, but rather because those who needed it lacked the necessary ignition materials. As long as timber could find a market, the sales of fire slime gel would naturally thrive. However, at that moment, an uninvited guest intruded upon his private chat. Creator God, why bother? On the other end, Lin Xiao stared blankly at the message he had just sent. In a fit of anger, he had momentarily forgotten to remain anonymous. Fortunately, due to his prior consistent use of anonymity, no one should be able to deduce his identity. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao altered his tone and resumed typing in the private chat window. Creator God, given the current state of the trading market, acquiring all the listed timber is hardly an issue. What benefits do you expect to gain from selling timber at such a low price, other than disrupting the market? A snicker escaped Ling He's lips as he observed the words that appeared in the private chat interface. Was he already growing impatient? He recalled this individual, known as Creator God, who had previously attempted to manipulate the narrative in the regional channel, all while rationally analyzing, yet subtly belittling him, coaxing others into the embrace of unscrupulous merchants. He anticipated that this person would be so bold as to approach him directly when their plans faltered. Conscientious vendor, what insights do you propose then? Seeing that Ling He's tone was not overly aggressive, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Communication was indeed preferable, although this so-called conscientious vendor had already found a place on his blacklist. Engaging in a conflict at this early stage would only lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, for the sake of the bigger picture, Lin Xiao resolved to offer his own solution. Yet, before doing so, he intended to test the waters with a semblance of self-pity. Creator God, to speak candidly, I am merely an ordinary timber merchant within the trading market. As fellow timber sellers, we should be acutely aware that selling timber at present requires sacrificing our own development. Since we have made sacrifices, is it unreasonable to expect corresponding returns? Having sent these messages, Lin Xiao awaited Ling He's response, only to realize that the other party was not swayed by his lamentations. Did he lack even the empathy for someone of similar standing? This left only two possibilities. The other party was either seeking fame or profit. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. If it was fame they sought, that would indeed pose a challenge. Yet he believed no one could be so foolish as to gamble their future for an unrealistic reputation. In that case, the other party must be after profit, a matter that could be easily addressed. With slight adjustments to his wording, Lin Xiao continued to type in the private chat interface. Creator God, it seems that you, esteemed merchant, also prefer directness, so let me be forthright. We are all timber merchants, and given the current scale of the trading market, no single entity can hope to fill this gaping demand. In today's marketplace, it resembles an endless cake. Our competitive nature only serves to diminish the size of that cake, resulting in smaller portions for each of us. Given this reality, why not consider uniting? If we, as lumber merchants, could agree on a standard price for our materials, the marketplace's cake could expand, allowing each of us to partake abundantly. What say you, esteemed vendor? Unified pricing? Ling He pondered the proposal presented in the trading channel, stroking his chin. He could grasp the essence of the suggestion. Should the merchants band together, manipulating market prices would become an effortless endeavor. This would give rise to corporations, conglomerates, and vast collectives of vested interests. Unfortunately, this path diverged sharply from Ling He's own trajectory. If his growth were aligned with corporate governance, he would undoubtedly embrace such an offer without hesitation. Yet, his path was that of a final producer. Compassion is a right of the final producer, but sharing does not reside in their lexicon. A truth Ling he was acutely aware of. With a chuckle, Ling he shook his head. The proposal was commendable, yet I prefer to savor my cake whole. In the private chat interface, he swiftly sent a message. Conscientious vendor. Sounds good. Surprised by Ling He's agreement, Lin Xiao felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that a few words could halt such a futile price war. Simultaneously, his disdain for Ling he intensified. After all, he was merely a name-seeking opportunist. Once he matured, Ling he would be nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath his heel. However, just as Lin Xiao prepared to respond, a new message appeared in the chat window. Conscientious vendor. However, I will set the price. 50 copper per group. If you wish to accept, then join me. If not, I shall not compel you. What do you mean? Lin Xiao typed in response, only to be met with a warning window appearing before him. You have been blocked by the other party. Bang! Furious, Lin Xiao slammed his fist into the ground. Yet, what incited his wrath further was the subsequent message in the regional channel. Conscientious vendor. Just now, a person of great influence sent a message to my private chat. Can you guess what he said? He wanted me to raise the price of lumber to 5 gold coins, to a point where it becomes unaffordable for everyone. But who are everyone? They're the families of the vendors. Do you think, based on his few words, I could betray my kin? No. Therefore, for the sake of my family, I declare here today, from now on, lumber will be plentiful. If tomorrow the market price for a group of lumber exceeds 50 copper by even a single coin, I shall take his surname. As soon as the news was released, the regional channel erupted in a frenzy. Is it true, dear vendor? Unlimited wood for 50 copper per set? If so, you are indeed my long-lost brother. Hyperactive child, climb up there. Don't think you can take advantage of my father. Onlookers reveling in the chaos. A declaration of war has been made. The conscientious vendor is challenging the unscrupulous merchants of the trading hall. Is the first corporate war about to commence? Mr. Nonchalant, help me. The declaration of war. Lin Zhao's teeth ground together audibly. He finally comprehended that Ling he not only rejected him, but also dealt him a resounding slap in the face within the regional channel. You had better hope I do not discover your whereabouts. Chapter 15. Game over. Aha. Ling he beamed with delight as he observed the unexpected assembly of brothers and sons on the regional channel. The camaraderie displayed in the chat was quite heartwarming. You seem to be enjoying yourself, came Vela's voice from nearby. She had been engrossed in placing wooden materials for sale in the trading post. Oblivious to Ling He's banter. Now, finally taking a moment to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow, she caught sight of Ling he grinning at his chat panel. Rolling her eyes, she quipped, "You slacker lord, if you have so much free time, you might as well help me list the items next time." Absolutely. Ling he readily agreed, then produced 2 gold coins, placing them before his trusty slime. Hamburger. Hamburger, let us have some slime gel. Gurgle? Hamburger blinked at the coins presented before him, then promptly retrieved 18 small clumps of gel from within his being. Ling he deftly deposited the coins into Hamburger's body, affectionately ruffling the smooth top of his head. Ha ha ha, look at that. You just earned 5 gold coins. You're quite the little tycoon among slimes now. Aren't you? Gurgle gurgle. Hamburger, not comprehending Ling He's words, nuzzled against him in a show of affection. Ling He, in turn, reclined lazily against Hamburger, methodically listing the freshly acquired slime gel. All done. After successfully listing all 18 clumps of slime gel, Ling He clapped his hands and stretched towards Vela. This time, I managed it all by myself. I'll leave the next batch of wood to you. Wait, what? Vela's eyes widened in disbelief. Her gaze fixed on Ling He as though he were a scoundrel. She had suspected that this slothful lord would never agree so readily without an ulterior motive, and it appeared she was correct. Hey, you better watch yourself. Vela pointed at herself with emphasis. Here stands a lady, a charming young girl. You wouldn't dare make her toil away, would you? Of course not, Ling He replied, tenderly grasping Vela's hand. Yet, this unhesitating response stirred an ominous feeling within her. True to form, Ling He continued with his next words. However, I could choose to regard you not as a delightful young lady, but rather as a heartless capitalist from the Victorian era. That way, my conscience feels much lighter. With that, Ling He withdrew his hand from hers. So, you only care about how your conscience feels? Vela feigned disbelief. Nonetheless, Ling He was resolute. As a conscientious vendor of the new era, he would not yield to the practices of unscrupulous capitalists from bygone times. Ignoring Vela's protests, he busied himself with his affairs. Observing the 50 or so coins remaining in his account, Ling He promptly recruited 20 contract lumberjacks, equipped them with tools, and set their wages to full. Although maintaining a full supply for an extended period is a rather unprofitable endeavor in the long run, from a short-term perspective, it represents the most suitable means for achieving the primordial accumulation of capital. Ling estimates that this round of timber harvesting should yield approximately 600 units of wood before dusk. The subsequent concern lies with the other timber merchants in the trading hall, who may seize the opportunity to lower their prices during this interval when he lacks inventory, thereby attempting to capture a share of the market. After all, in Ling's calculations, this would be the last chance for those unscrupulous merchants to reap excessive profits through the trading hall. However, the outcome proved to be rather favorable for Ling. As he successfully sold all 100 units of wood he had listed, a peculiar uniformity emerged in the trading hall, with the price of wood stabilizing at 5 gold per unit. Merchants, driven by profit, tend to maximize their gains when their stock is limited. Thus, no one wished to sell their materials at a loss, even though 50 copper per unit was a commendable price for such a fundamental commodity. Yet, with Ling's offer of 50 copper per unit preceding it, few were foolish enough to purchase wood at 5 gold per unit for the trading hall. Thus, the trading hall found itself in a stalemate. This situation afforded Ling precious time. At the logging site, towering trees were falling one after another. An hour passed, and the last batch of timber before dusk was finally processed, amounting to over 600 units, piled high like a small house. Yet until that moment, not a single unit of wood had been successfully sold in the trading hall. Ling smiled, recognizing that the individual known as the creator possessed some skill, and he noted the coalition of timber merchants in the trading hall united against him. Unfortunately for them, their method of collaboration was flawed. It appeared that the entire share of the timber market was destined to be relinquished into his hands. He nudged Vela, who stood beside him, signaling her to continue listing the wood. Vela did not refuse. Engaging in banter with Ling was essential, yet it did not hinder her enjoyment of making a modest profit. One unit after another of wood priced at 50 copper was listed in the trading hall. Due to Ling's prior statements, nearly everyone in need was patiently awaiting the opportunity to purchase inexpensive timber. At this moment, Ling even called out in the regional channel, "Conscientious vendor, a gift for my family, 50 copper per unit, over 600 freshly harvested units of wood coming right up." As before, with Ling's call, the 600 units of wood were swiftly cleared from the shelves, including the additional sales of fire slime gel. Over 300 gold coins were credited to Ling's personal account. However, as Lin Xiao aptly stated, it was impossible for a single entity to consume the entirety of the timber market's share. Despite Ling's excellent reputation, with all 600 units sold, dusk was gradually approaching, and the regional channel began to echo with unusual murmurs. The winter sun lacks warmth. Although the wood offered by the vendor is of excellent quality, plentiful, and reasonably priced, I have yet to secure any during recent sales. It is indeed a matter of concern. While I yearn to wait for the vendor's wood, the snow-covered plains around me have begun to chill, instilling a sense of trepidation. Presently, the region boasts a population of at least 10,000. Even if merely half require wood, that amounts to around 5,000 individuals. Can we truly acquire the vendor's wood amidst such demand? Observing the regional channel, many have begun to express worries about their circumstances. However, Ling directed his gaze towards the other wood being listed in the trading hall, a smile gracing his lips. "It is all over, my friends. Game over." As I converted all 300 gold coins into contracted lumberjacks and tools, the output at the lumberyard interface reached an astonishing figure. Lumberyard, spirit-infused, distribution, contracted act warriors X174, fully funded. Output rate, 43, 500 units of wood per day, Chapter 16. Celebration. Capitalization. They have suffered a complete defeat. The actions of Ling, he did not escape Vera's notice. Although Vera had some discrepancies with Ling regarding pricing, her acute business acumen allowed her to perceive the despondency of other merchants within the trading arena. As the saying goes, the marketplace is a battlefield devoid of smoke. The great devour the small, and the small feast upon the insignificant, a relentless theme of this domain. The lumber merchants, led by the creator of the divine, erred in allowing Ling to effortlessly navigate through the primordial accumulation of capital. This was the most fragile period for capital as well as for Ling. Yet, with the completion of this initial accumulation, Ling had now emerged as the largest shark in the lumber market. Without external regulation, The capital Ling he had amassed would soon expand to unimaginable proportions. Contemplating this, Vera's lips curled into a sly smile, emitting a soft, mischievous chuckle. Being favored by profit, that was the rightful destiny of the Lord I have chosen. Huh? What are you mumbling about, Vera? Ling he leaned closer to her, reaching out to touch her forehead. No fever, yet such an eerie smile. Vera's smile faltered, the veins on her forehead gradually protruding. An eerie smile? Is she referring to herself? This esteemed lady, adored by all? With a swift motion, she swatted Ling He's hand away, her arms crossed in indignation, turning her body aside. How foolish of her to entertain a compliment for this salt-soaked lord. Hissed Ling he shook off his hand, released by Vera's force. Such vigor, she must be well. Thus, he need not personally handle the next round of lumber. However, seeing Vera's sulky demeanor, Ling he couldn't help but find it amusing. All right, don't be angry. Attempting to console his little secretary, he extended a hand and presented her with a can. What is this? Vera stared blankly at the iron can placed before her. Joyful water. It's currently 1 gold coin per bottle in the trading hall. As he spoke, Ling he opened the can and unceremoniously thrust it into Vera's hands. 1 gold coin? Vera trembled at the absurd price, her anger dissipating entirely. As if laughing in the face of rage, she placed the open can before Ling he. This thing is worth a gold coin? Calm down. After all, the money will return to us soon enough, Ling he replied, shaking his head while he traded for a bottle for himself. Then, he gently clinked his can against the one in Vera's hand. To celebrate our completion of the primordial capital accumulation, cheers. With that, Ling he gulped down half the bottle of joyful water. After all, it will all come back to us, right? Vera watched Ling he in a daze, then glanced at the joyful water in her hand, ultimately breaking into a relieved smile. Bringing the bottle to her lips, she took a couple of sips. Very sweet. Isn't it? Ling he replied with a grin. He neither enjoys smoking nor drinking, preferring to savor a bit of sweet water in his leisure time. Unfortunately, there are no ice cubes or hamburgers. Joy is indeed best complemented by the combination of ice and a hamburger. Speaking of hamburgers, Ling he suddenly recalled the slime resting against him and turned his gaze to the side. Golu? The hamburger blinked, puzzled by the sudden attention from the bipedal creature before it. Ling he rubbed his chin, sizing up the hamburger. Since I have named you Hamburger, it seems only fitting that you also partake in a drink. With that, he procured a bottle of sparkling water from the trading post and inverted the open bottle atop the hamburger's head. Golu? The hamburger, initially taken aback, soon felt the effervescence of the beverage surging within, bubbles rising towards its crown. Gurgle, 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 ha! Watching the incessant bubbling from the hamburger, both Ling he and Vera could not help but chuckle. Amidst the merriment, dusk gradually descended, and night finally enveloped the surroundings. Alongside the night, over 4,000 bundles of lumber, meticulously divided by the contract axe warriors, also arrived. Unlike the earlier few dozen or 100 bundles, the sight of more than 4,000 bundles stacked together resembled a magnificent little mountain from a close perspective. Vera's laughter ceased abruptly. Gulping, she forced a smile and pointed at the mountain of wood before her. You wouldn't expect a lady to handle all this work, would you, you scoundrel lord? Ling he cleared his throat twice. Initially, he had intended for her to manage it all, but upon witnessing the sheer quantity of over 4,000 bundles, he began to waver. It seemed unlikely that Vera could manage the entire load before the last bundle was processed. Considering the efficiency, Ling he turned his head, uncertain, and suggested to Vera, how about I assist you? It's a deal. Without allowing him a chance to retract his offer, Vera readily accepted. Ling he could only sigh in resignation and step forward to help her stack the wood. Meanwhile, within the regional channel, a message emerged that truly set everyone ablaze with excitement. Conscientious vendor. Thank you for your patience, dear friends. Thanks to your support, the vendor is deeply grateful and presents 4,000 bundles of lumber at 50 copper per bundle. 4,000 bundles. Every lord who laid eyes on this announcement felt as if their jaws had dropped to the ground. Wow, 4,000. Did the vendor forget to add an extra zero? Lone wolf in the pack. There is something I've long wanted to say. Why does the vendor give me the impression of a basic NPC merchant from a novice village? Damn, that's actually quite accurate. Faced with the outrageous figure of 4,000 bundles, many who were not in urgent need of lumber found themselves surprisingly unperturbed, even taking the time to chat in the regional channel. Although most of the conversation was lighthearted, the shock felt by the crowd was undeniably genuine. This war game had only just begun. The first night had yet to pass, and some players were still uncertain about their next steps. Even those at the forefront, who may have encountered extraordinary fortunes, held merely a handful of coins. In stark contrast, Ling he commenced with a staggering 4,000 units of timber, which inevitably piqued curiosity regarding the extent of his development. Even Lin Xiao, who had been closely monitoring Ling He's movements, felt a sudden surge of excitement in his heart. Who exactly was this individual? When Ling he listed 10 sets of timber at a remarkably low price, Lin Xiao was incensed. For Ling he had disrupted the unspoken pricing consensus among the traders. Chapter 17. The Cold of Winter. The chill of the heart. As Ling he listed 100 sets of low-priced timber, he sought to negotiate with him, attempting to persuade this relatively larger timber merchant to join his side. When Ling he displayed 600 sets of timber, he anticipated witnessing Ling He's folly. For 600 sets could scarcely fill the gaping void of the current trading hall. Meanwhile, he needed to sell merely 60 sets of timber to secure the profits from Ling He's 600 sets. Yet, as he gazed upon the continuous influx of timber into the trading hall, an inexplicable sense of relief and powerlessness washed over Lin Xiao. He had lost. Little did he expect that within a mere half-day, the high-priced timber market would vanish entirely. His carefully crafted plans had faltered at the very first step. What Lin Xiao could not comprehend was how that so-called conscientious vendor managed to procure such an abundance of timber. Peering towards the cave entrance where he lay concealed, he noticed over 200 sets of timber, all skillfully hidden by the surrounding dense forest. These 200 sets represented Lin Xiao's entire harvest over this period, a feat made possible by his tenfold enhancement. The adage of to grow rich, one must first fell trees rang true, yet logging was no simple endeavor. After all, even rabbits do not graze close to their burrows. To avoid revealing his hideout, Lin Xiao had strategically dispatched his subjects to harvest timber far from his location. Each step of the process, searching for trees, felling them, segmenting the timber, and transporting it back, demanded substantial time and effort. Lin Xiao acknowledged that the 20-fold resource depletion resulting from his 10-fold enhancement compelled him to conduct logging operations farther and farther away from his concealment. Nevertheless, these drawbacks could be entirely overshadowed by the profits. He could not fathom why the disparity between himself and that conscientious vendor was so vast. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao rose to his feet. He still could not grasp how that individual managed to amass such a volume of timber in such a short span of time. Yet he resolved not to dwell on it any longer. Presently, it was clear that timber prices could no longer sustain their lofty heights. Thus, acting swiftly to mitigate his losses before the conscientious vendor consumed the entire market was his wisest course of action. At the current rate, 200 sets of timber could still yield about 100 gold coins. Better to have something than nothing at all. Lin Xiao was not the first to recognize this reality. Following the announcement of Ling He's 4,000 sets of timber being listed, numerous pieces of timber priced at 5 gold coins in the trading hall had already begun to plummet to around 50 copper coins. However, most individuals merely listed a few or a dozen sets, engaging in trivial transactions. As the second largest timber merchant in the trading hall, Lin Xiao had only just begun adjusting his prices when he was immediately spotted by Vela's keen eye. Damn lord, damn lord. Vela tugged at Ling He's arm, interrupting his action of listing timber. Then she pointed at the trading hall interface and exclaimed, "Those unscrupulous merchants have adjusted their prices to match ours." Oh, upon hearing Vela's words, Ling he followed her finger's direction. Indeed, within the trading hall, a multitude of anonymously listed timber at 50 copper coins had emerged. It seems they could no longer contain themselves. Ling he chuckled softly. Had this been earlier, when the opponent reduced the price to 50 copper coins, It would have severely undermined Ling He's market competitiveness, putting him in quite a predicament. At that time, his capital was insufficient, and any further price cuts would have to take into account the risk of mutual destruction. However, the circumstances have changed now. Vera, let us reduce the price of our timber directly to 30 copper coins. Vera did not oppose this time. In the current climate of oversupply, she fully comprehended Ling He's intentions. With a daily output of over 40,000 sets of timber, whether he consumed 20,000 sets to dominate the market or 30,000 sets made no difference to Ling He. In this battle, their only adversaries were the other timber merchants. Starving them out was paramount. All the small coins must fall into her and the rogue lord's hands. Observing Vera diligently throwing herself into work, Ling He opened the regional channel and composed several messages to send out. Dear family, good evening. The weather today is rather chilly, and I, the merchant, am bundled up warmly, unable to suppress a sneeze. This has me concerned. What will happen if my family catches a cold or falls ill? Thinking it over, if I can ensure my family stays warm, they avoid illness, with my family's health in mind, starting tonight, the price of timber here will be uniformly reduced to 30 copper coins per set. Within the regional channel, the crowd was at a loss for words. It seemed that every statement Ling He made was akin to a bombshell in the regional channel. The sky blue awaits the rain. Oh no, I never expected that in a war game there would be a kind merchant like you. The Dragon Godfather, 30 copper coins per set of timber. The price of half a loaf of bread. Is this merchant truly not giving it away for free? Upon hearing this, many in the regional channel suddenly grasped the situation. What? A set of timber costs only half the price of a loaf of bread? Although Vera perceived the prices of bread and water as surpassing their intrinsic value, the high-priced bread and water were hardly selling. Yet comparisons are daunting. With the price of bread and water set, even those who hailed from areas abundant in timber found themselves wavering. Should they perhaps purchase a few sets? Although they could chop wood directly, the trading post was offering timber at 30 copper coins per set. Chopping down a tree consumed stamina, and once that was depleted, they would need to eat bread. Thus, timber valued at half a loaf of bread was essentially free. Following this round of price adjustments, Ling He's potential clientele surged by nearly half. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was in a far less favorable mood. Indeed, the weather was chilly today, but his spirits were even colder. While he could still manage a slight profit at 50 copper coins per set of timber, 100 gold coins would sustain him for a time. However, with the price now at 30 copper coins, his profits had been halved, driving him towards a dire fate. Initially, Lin Xiao intended to let go of his grievances. Yet the recent actions of Ling He rekindled the hatred that had been gradually dissipating within him. Very well, a price war it is. Let me see how low you can actually go. With that, Lin Xiao took action to adjust the prices of the timber he had listed. Hey, Vera, who had been attentively monitoring the trading hall, let out a sound of confusion. That scoundrel lord has lowered the timber prices to 15 copper. Should we continue to reduce our prices? 15 copper? Ling He, who was diligently listing more timber, looked up and scanned the trading hall, discovering indeed that a batch of timber was being offered at the price of 15 copper. Foolish, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head. We need not lower our prices. We can simply purchase their timber and still make a profit. Oh, Vera nodded, her fingers swiftly moving to acquire the low-priced timber in the trading hall. Meanwhile, a meager sum of fewer than 30 gold coins appeared on Lin Xiao's personal panel. Chapter 18. The Trial of the Pages. Why? Why has it come to this? Shouldn't he continue to reduce the prices? This thought flickered through Lin Xiao's mind. Yet, in the next moment, upon gazing at the meager 30 gold coins in his account and observing the lumber in the trading hall, which had not seen a single copper coin's worth of price reduction, Lin Xiao's face flushed crimson with overwhelming anger. In an instant of realization, he comprehended that he had been outmaneuvered. The opponent had driven the price of lumber down to 30 coppers, not out of mere whim, but with a calculated strategy to suppress the profit margins of lumber. Clearly, the individual known as the conscientious merchant had gained the confidence to dominate the entire lumber market within the trading hall. Thus, by reducing the lumber profits to a negligible amount, merchants like Lin Xiao would find it nearly impossible to rapidly accumulate capital through lumber sales. Without capital, there could be no substantial expansion of production. Without sufficient goods, there was no way to challenge the conscientious merchant's position in the lumber market. Even a small influx of low-priced lumber would be swiftly consumed by the overwhelming mass of the conscientious merchant, ultimately becoming a mere fraction of the latter's profits. In this cyclical manner, the strong would remain strong, while the weak would remain weak, unless a formidable external force intervened. Otherwise, no one could hope to disrupt the conscientious merchant's supremacy in the lumber market. In less than a day, how could such a behemoth have arisen solely from a trading hall? The more Lin Xiao pondered, the more alarmed he became. Now, as he looked toward the name of the conscientious merchant within the trading hall, he could no longer see a benevolent trader. Instead, he beheld a greedy maw, extending its invisible hand to incessantly seize profits and devour them. And within the trading hall, whether it be the customers purchasing goods or the merchants selling items, they were merely sustenance for this voracious entity. Bang! Lin Zhao's fist struck the rocky wall of the cave with force. Yes, he had discerned the true nature of the conscientious merchant and fully understood the threat posed by this adversary. However, he was unwilling to allow this entity to ruin him. Now, his advantages had vanished, his development stunted, and even the 200 sets of lumber in his possession had dwindled to a mere 30 gold coins. These 30 gold coins would barely keep him within the upper echelon of this region. But was it merely his desire to remain among the top tier? What he sought was divinity, to be a figure capable of wielding creation and destruction with a mere gesture. It seemed he was drifting further away from the realization of his ambitions and dreams, all due to the machinations of that conscientious merchant. Before the latter's emergence, he had been the protagonist. A deep-seated resentment coalesced within Lin Zhao's heart, twisting his features into a more menacing visage. In truth, he harbored even greater animosity towards himself. He despised his poor decision-making, his inability to perceive the situation clearly, and his own perceived impotence. He did not know who the conscientious merchant was, nor did he possess the strength to confront this adversary. Thus, this torrent of hatred remained unvented within him. Lin Xiao could only endure with bloodshot eyes, striking the rocky wall again and again with his fists, seeking to alleviate his inner turmoil through self-destructive means. Every punch was delivered with unrelenting force, each strike leaving him bloodied and bruised. It was only when a voice, tinged with fear, echoed behind Lin Xiao that he paused. "My lord." Simultaneously, a notification from his system chimed in. "The loyalty of your wilderness servants has decreased by 5 points." Lin Xiao immediately turned his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the source of the voice. There stood several of his subjects, returning with freshly cut timber, startled by his frenzied demeanor. Given their loyalty, they dared only to call out from a distance, too intimidated to approach. A peculiar laugh escaped Lin Zhao's lips. "Do you all look down upon me?" "No, my lord. We are merely concerned for your well-being." The wilderness servants, sensing Lin Zhao's less frenzied state, attempted to explain, but he interrupted them sharply. "Enough. I know you all disdain me. Yes, I am a useless wretch, a fool without sense. Are you all satisfied now?" His frantic shouts could only incite adverse reactions. The servants swallowed nervously, fear evident in their eyes at his current state. "The loyalty of your wilderness servants has decreased by another 10 points. A total decline of 15 points in loyalty." The loyalty of Lin Zhao's subjects now hovered perilously close to the threshold. The timber you required is placed here." They stammered, hastily dropping off the wood before finding excuses to flee from Lin Zhao's hideout. Watching his subjects abandon him, his gaze fell upon the solitary piles of timber on the ground. A wave of desolation washed over Lin Xiao. "I should not be like this, I should not." Leaning against the rock wall, he slowly closed his eyes, the madness in his expression gradually receding into pain. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, this time with a newfound calm. A page inscribed with arcane symbols appeared in Lin Zhao's hand. It was an item he had obtained through bartering timber before the merchant of conscience had made his appearance. Trial page. Description: war is the dominant theme of this world. Only through trials of blood and fire can we grow stronger. I never envisioned using it in this manner, Lin Xiao murmured, his blood-stained fingers gliding over the page. The purpose of the trial page was to select a trial of varying difficulty, randomly summoning different wilderness creatures or foreign lords to assault him. Originally, he had intended to employ this page when he was stronger to further his grand ambitions. Yet now, Lin Xiao resolved to utilize it in this moment. Please select your trial difficulty. I choose the Cataclysm. As his words fell, a crimson exclamation mark materialized before him. With the current regional intensity, the apocalypse has a probability of leading to the complete extinction of all beings. Shall we proceed? Yes. The system is now matching you with the corresponding apocalypse. Upon observing the matching time displayed in the window, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time utilizing this item, and he did not anticipate the necessity of a matching period. So be it. Let them linger a while longer. As he watched the matching time steadily increase, a smile finally crept across Lin Xiao's face. Perhaps, aside from him, no one else would employ the trial page in such a manner. But what of it? Since he could not realize his ambitions or ascend to the pinnacle of greatness, why not allow the tens of thousands in this region to accompany him on a journey to the depths of the underworld? Chapter 19. The ascension of the producers rank a gradually approaching crisis when unnoticed. After such an extended period, Ling, he, and Vera had just finished organizing over 4,000 sets of timber at the lumberyard. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the hamburger, wiping the beads of sweat that continuously formed on their foreheads. At times, making money truly required physical labor. However, upon noticing that their coin count had surpassed 1,000, Ling, he could not resist turning to Vera and sharing a smile. At last, the Lord had a modest sum of coins. In the midst of their conversation, Vera extended her hand, resting it on Ling He's abdomen, and made a gesture that implied a desire for money. I sometimes suspect that if you had 10,000 coins, you might sell out your poor boss. Ling, he replied, shaking his head as he swatted Vera's hand away. He then withdrew 500 coins from the panel and playfully tossed them onto Vera. After all, with the current surplus in production capacity, sharing these coins with Vera was of little consequence. How heavy! Vera exclaimed, somewhat flustered as she emerged from the pile of coins. Yet the crescent shape of her eyes revealed her delight. The scent of money was intoxicatingly strong. Nestled among the coins, Vera took deep breaths, emitting gleeful sounds. Each coin is a little darling from Mother. Finally, the hamburger could no longer endure and emitted a protest. Two chubby hands flipped Vera and her coins over, nearly squashing the poor creature beneath their weight. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you. My apologies, Ling, he said, reaching out to rub the top of the hamburger's head. Guru. The hamburger nuzzled against Ling He, making a placating sound. You biased lord, you, Vera grumbled, rising from the ground where she had fallen. Unable to resist making a quip, she added, you're so gentle with that jelly, yet you fail to care for your lovely lady properly. It's not a jelly, it's a hamburger, Ling He corrected her. Whatever, who cares what kind of slime it is? Vera pouted, her emphasis clearly on the latter part of her statement. Be a little gentler with a lady, you stingy producer. Ling stuck out his tongue at Vera. Only greedy capitalists who inflate prices have the audacity to criticize me. You scoundrel. After a brief exchange of banter, Vera ultimately conceded, squatting on the ground to play with her coins. At that moment, Ling, he finally had the energy to turn his attention back to the hamburger. Guru? The hamburger blinked its big eyes, unsure of what the bipedal creatures were up to this time. Ling, he then stood up and pushed 100 coins towards it. Guru? The hamburger stepped back, shaking its body. It had not touched any coins that were not meant for it. Observing this, Ling, he realized the hamburger had misunderstood the situation. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. With a hand gliding over the slick surface of the hamburger, Lingy waited for the other party to let down their guard before pointing at the coins scattered on the ground, mimicking a gesture of trade. It's replenishment time, my dear partner. Drawing from previous trading experiences, Hamburger easily comprehended Lingy's intent. However, this time, confronted with the multitude of coins before him, Hamburger hesitated. Gurglum? Noticing that Hamburger hadn't produced the gel, Lingy expressed his confusion. Did the other party fail to grasp his meaning? Unfortunately, he was not fluent in slime language. If only he could communicate with the slime, the transaction would be far simpler. At that moment, Hamburger seemed to have made a resolution. Gurgle. Lingy then observed as Hamburger cautiously extracted a single coin from the pile before producing 9 gel units from within himself and placing them before Lingy. Subsequently, he retrieved a second coin, then a third. Initially, Lingy did not understand Hamburger's actions. However, as the trade progressed to the 20th and 30th coins, Lingy distinctly perceived that Hamburger's form had diminished significantly. This realization startled Lingy. Gurgle. Seeing Hamburger emit a feeble sound while continuing to extract gel, Lingy hastily interrupted. Wait. This is sufficient. He pushed the remaining coins towards Vera to play with, feeling a pang of sympathy as he gently patted the now smaller Hamburger. At this rate of reduction, it seemed Hamburger might completely exhaust himself before filling the void of 100 coins. Reflecting on this, Lingy realized that his recent trading actions felt akin to demanding Hamburger's very life force. It appeared necessary to devise a method for creating a slime farm. Such an endeavor could potentially diversify his range of products. Lost in thought, Lingy's hands remained in motion, continuously caressing Hamburger to soothe the creature's startled demeanor. Gurgle. Under Lingy's comforting gestures, Hamburger gazed up with his big, watery eyes, nuzzling against Lingy's palm, before wrapping around him, urging Lingy to lean back against him once more. Lingy let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, his biological pillow was not throwing a tantrum. No. How could he think of his partner in such a manner? Lying on Hamburger, with Vera playing with the coins nearby, Lingy found himself with idle time and began to peruse his personal interface. However, a single glance sent a jolt through him. Had he leveled up? The personal interface displayed Lingy, nickname, conscientious vendor, growth path, ultimate producer, current level, LV3 at present. Lingy wielded a complete monopoly in the market for fire slime gel. Although the timber market constituted a substantial cake, he had already consumed nearly half, and acquiring the remaining share would merely be a matter of time. Combined, these factors had remarkably propelled Lingy's level to 3. With each advancement in level, Lingy was bestowed with a unique item along the path of the final producer. LV0, LV1. Random recruitment order, final producer path. LV1, LV2. Black Iron VIP card for the trading post. LV2, LV3. Secretary training scroll. These 3 items lay within Ling's personal panel. Among them, the most unassuming appeared to be the Black Iron VIP card for the trading post. Black Iron VIP card for the trading post. Effect. When engaging in transactions, both buying and selling, reduces the trading post tax rate by 5. Although a mere 5 reduction, Ling did not underestimate the significance of this VIP card. It implied that for the same item, he could sell it for 95 copper, yielding a profit superior to others who would sell it for 100 copper. This would serve as the final straw that could overwhelm other merchants of the trading post. Subsequently, Ling turned his attention to the other 2 items he had acquired. Chapter 20. The Recruitment Order for Peasants, Cattle, and Horses. Random Recruitment Order for Peasants, in Producer Path. Effect, upon use, adds a recruitment option for peasants, which will certainly be a basic unit of the end producer path. It turns out my initial peasants are here, Ling murmured, casting a sidelong glance at Vela, who was playing with coins. To navigate through Level 0's humble beginnings of the end producer path and unlock the basic recruitment option for peasants, one must reach Level 1. It is thanks to Vela that this is possible. Without that extra unit procured by Vela, the contracted lumberjack, my start would likely have plunged in a hellish difficulty, far exceeding tenfold the current challenge. Why are you looking at me, you scoundrel lord? Vela noticed Ling's scrutinizing gaze and instantly became wary. Being observed by such a rogue lord could only spell trouble, she thought resentfully. Oh, it's nothing at all. Ling shook his head, retracting his gaze from Vela and, subsequently, using the random recruitment order in his possession. Congratulations. You have obtained a basic peasant unit, cattle and horses. Cattle and horses? It sounds rather unorthodox for a proper peasant. Ling entered the recruitment interface to review the details of this newly acquired unit. Cattle and horses, era, special, in producer path. Description, cattle and horses need to be fed grass when hungry, but they will go by grass themselves when in need. Recruitment price, 1 gold. From the perspective of the recruitment price, this unit appears to be on par with the contracted lumberjack. Upon realizing this, Ling couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. After all, with the basic unit brought by Vela already in place, this seemingly redundant unit felt rather unexciting. However, the recruitment cost was merely 1 gold. For Ling at this moment, 1 gold was hardly a significant sum, so he proceeded to recruit 1 unit to see what it was like. In the next moment, a robust voice resonated before Ling, startling him. "Greetings, boss. You can speak normally?" Ling stared at the lean man bowing before him, instinctively taking a step back. "Yes, boss." The lean man raised his head to glance at Ling, and in the next instant, a flattering smile graced his face. "Of course, should it be your wish, I can refrain from speaking normally." Observing the man's obsequious demeanor, Ling realized that this individual was the cattle and horses he had just recruited, and he steadied himself, having become accustomed to the contracted lumberjack's incessant shouting. Encountering a peasant capable of coherent conversation was a bit jarring. However, once he regained his composure, Ling scrutinized the cattle and horses before him. He was shorter than the contracted lumberjack, with less muscle, and his combat prowess was evidently lacking. Aside from being able to communicate normally and possessing a rather pleasant disposition, he had no significant advantages compared to the contracted lumberjack. Yet, astonishingly, this unit also required 1 gold for recruitment, just like the lumberjack. In a moment of silence, Neoma cautiously rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Is there any task you require me to undertake, boss?" He gestured toward the woods behind him. "I believe logging would suit me well. Just provide me with a tool, and I shall be ready to commence immediately." Ling he nodded inwardly, acknowledging that he had discovered a merit in Neoma. Compared to contract loggers, this individual exhibited a significantly greater initiative. Were he to engage a contract logger, they would remain idle unless commanded to seek work. However, Ling he was not in haste to send Neoma away. He merely shook his head and said, "No need to rush." He instructed Neoma to stand before him, and then, under the watchful gaze of the latter, he proceeded to examine Neoma's populous panel. Name, occupation, Neoma, salary. None, special abilities, self-improvement, self-sufficiency, combat power. 1, barely adequate. 2, special abilities. Despite the somewhat unappealing combat power of 1, the presence of 2 distinct abilities caught Ling he off guard. It was well known that contract loggers only possessed 2 additional special abilities once they had received full remuneration. Subconsciously, he opened the details of Neoma's special abilities. Self-improvement description: a qualified Neoma must always harbor an ambition for progress. Effect: for every 24 hours of work, combat power increases by 1, capped at 3 times the current era stage. For every 24 hours of rest, combat power decreases by 1, minimum of 1. In other words, during the current Stone Age, Neoma's combat power could potentially rise to 4. Realizing this, Ling he shook his head. In the context of the existing Stone Age, this special ability seemed rather superficial. After all, contract loggers, despite lacking special abilities, started with a combat power of 5 points. Even if Neoma maximized his buffs, his combat power would still remain inferior to that of the contract loggers. Furthermore, to sustain his combat power, it was imperative that Neoma's working hours exceeded his resting hours. If he were to follow the contract logger's regimen of working 12 hours and resting for 12, his combat power would never improve. Though he felt disheartened by the new recruitment options, Ling he persevered in his examination. Self-sufficiency: effect when this unit is in a fully paid state. Their hunger level remains at satiated, eliminating the need for food supply. Observing Neoma's second special ability, Ling he emitted a sound of surprise. He felt as though he had overlooked something important. "Vera, do contract loggers require sustenance?" Vera, startled by the question, dropped a coin to the ground. It seemed she had heard an incredulous inquiry, her eyes widening as she turned to retort. "Do humans not need to eat?" "That's not right. Scoundrel lord, you surely did not intend to leave them without sustenance, did you?" At that moment, Vera regarded Ling he with a look that could only be likened to that of one staring at a devil. Ahem. Ling he cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "I merely inquired out of ignorance." Upon witnessing the genuine confusion in Ling's eyes, Vera comprehended the entirety of the situation, subsequently letting out a heavy sigh. As a secretary, this was undoubtedly a dereliction of her duties. She had naively assumed that providing food for the workers was a matter of common sense, thus failing to remind Ling to make preparations. "Scoundrel Lord, allow me to assist you in preparing tonight's meal for the workers." Vera rose, brushing off the dust from her trousers, and to ensure Ling grasped the gravity of the situation, she added, "If the workers starve, all the recruitment fees and wages will be in vain." Chapter 21. The Capitalist, which indeed, Ling and Shun nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of the situation. Given the circumstances, let us first partake in our meal. However, upon glancing at the exorbitant prices of food within the trading post, it seemed as though one might save more by starving. After a brief hesitation, Ling ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. Such an admission would render him a pariah in the eyes of others. Fortunately, Vera did not impose excessive expenses on Ling. She first led him and the newly recruited laborers to gather several baskets of wild grass just outside the lumberyard. Then, she procured some bread and water from the trading post, along with a large stone pot that had been included in the novice gift package. After placing the pot over the campfire and throwing in the ingredients haphazardly, a thick, unidentifiable concoction materialized before Ling gulped. Ling swallowed hard. "Vera, do you truly know how to cook? This mixture appears utterly inedible." "Fear not, as long as it is cooked thoroughly," Vera replied, tearing the 2 pieces of bread that had previously fallen to the ground, now soiled, and tossing them into the pot. This addition, albeit a little dubious, could be considered a generous contribution to the meal of the contract lumberjacks. "I must insist, I will not consume this." Ling stepped back, ready to make a hasty retreat at any moment. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, Hamburger, lurking behind Ling, nodded vigorously in support, albeit unaware of the conversation. In its eyes, this female biped was indeed terrifying. With a tall black hat and a large cauldron before her, filled with a murky liquid mixed with unknown weeds. Could she possibly be the witch among bipeds? Gurgle Hamburger quaked at the thought, trembling in fear. It had heard tales of the malevolent witch among bipeds, who would dismember outsiders to sell their remains. A truly horrifying prospect. "Oh, come now, I never suggested that you partake in this, you insufferable lord." Vera rolled her eyes at Ling and stirred the pot with a wooden spoon. After ensuring everything was thoroughly cooked, she nodded in satisfaction. The starch would allow the workers to quickly regain their strength, while the wild grass, though difficult to digest, would increase satiety and reduce food costs. A perfect meal. With that, Vera set down the spoon and clapped her hands together. "All right, the meal is ready. Let the workers come and eat in shifts." Under Vera's command, over 170 contract axe warriors were divided into 3 groups to collect their food, all while the lumberyard continued its operations without a moment's pause. Ling observed the warriors, their faces devoid of expression as they consumed Vera's dark culinary creation, and felt a twinge of relief. Fortuitously, the loyalty of his subjects had been entirely compensated with pay. Had the other subjects tasted Vera's cooking, their loyalty might have been entirely depleted. With this thought in mind, Ling discreetly cast a glance at Vera's back. Vera was evidently oblivious to Ling's movements. At that moment, she was immersed in the satisfaction of preparing a meal for the workers. Today, she had saved the lives of over 100 souls, sparing them from starvation. With Ling as her counterpart, she felt assured that she would surely ascend to paradise after her demise. In a fleeting moment, Vera seemed to perceive the celestial light of salvation shining upon her, a flickering radiance embodying her virtuous deeds. Yet, as the shimmer grew increasingly vivid in her gradually moistening eyes, she realized, to her dismay, that the glimmering light was none other than her beloved gold coins. Upon this realization, Vera abruptly snapped out of her reverie, her head stiffly turning towards Ling. "My lord, how much have I just spent?" she inquired. "Let me see." Ling replied, flipping through his homepage, uncertainly estimating it appears to be around 120 gold coins, give or take. The bulk of this expenditure was on bread and water. Despite Ling having driven down the price of timber in the marketplace, the cost of other supplies remained exorbitant. Additionally, The stone pot Vera had acquired was also a rare item from the novice package, hence its steep price. The sole consolation was that as long as the currency circulated within the marketplace, this spent money would likely return to Ling He's coffers before long. After all, he had practically monopolized the timber market, an essential resource for anyone aspiring to grow. Yet, despite this glimmer of hope, Vera sank despondently to the ground. "What have I done?" she lamented, suddenly disinterested in the idea of ascending to heaven. The price of that heavenly ticket was far too steep. "It's all right, I understand," Ling He said, giving her shoulder a heavy pat. At the current rate of consumption, even a simple meal of bread and water mixed with wild herbs for nearly 200 contracted lumberjack warriors would cost him 100 gold coins. Even if they only ate twice a day, before Ling He secured a steady food source that amounted to a fixed expense of 200 gold coins. This did not account for the unique salary mechanism of the labor system. Through this meal, Ling He grasped the truth of how easy it was to recruit workers, yet how challenging it was to sustain them. It seemed imperative to consider replacing the contracted lumberjacks with livestock. Ling He's gaze drifted toward the livestock beside the stone pot, which was distributing a mysterious liquid to the contracted lumberjacks. Noticing Ling He's gaze, the man immediately lowered his posture slightly, sporting a fawning smile. "I'm almost done with my tasks. Do you have any further instructions, boss?" "Well done." Ling He nodded in praise before tossing a stone axe into the man's hands. Commanding, "Distribute the porridge and then go chop wood." "Absolutely, just watch me." The man appeared invigorated by Ling He's command. After swiftly distributing the last few bowls of porridge, he eagerly ran towards the nearest tree, axe in hand. Thud, thud, the sound of chopping echoed. Yet Ling He shook his head as he observed the man's efforts. The efficiency was far too lacking. The lumbering oxen and horses wheeled their axes at a pace considerably slower than that of the contracted lumberjacks, resulting in fewer notches carved with each swing. The time required for these beasts to fell a single tree exceeds that of their human counterparts by at least double. However, within the lumberyard's panel, the addition of a single ox or horse can enhance the daily wood output by 70 units, falling short of the contracted lumberjacks by merely 30 units. Thus, Ling He surmises that the daily working hours of the oxen and horses must indeed surpass those of the contracted lumberjacks. So, what might transpire if their wages were to be maximized? Contemplating this, Ling He adjusted the salary figures within the panel. Chapter 22. The diligent oxen and horses. And to reinforce Vera much like the contracted lumberjacks, the remuneration for the oxen and horses is capped at 15 copper per day, signifying that once their wages reach this threshold, any further increase in payment would fail to enhance their efficiency. However, in contrast to the contracted lumberjacks, the benefits derived from the remuneration system for the oxen and horses manifest slightly differently. Prior to Ling He adjusting their wages to the full amount, no matter how the payment was modified, the output efficiency of the oxen and horses remained unchanged. This suggests that the oxen and horses were perpetually operating at full capacity, requiring no additional monetary incentives. It was only after Ling He elevated their wages to the maximum level that a breakthrough in their interface was observed. Name, none, occupation, diligent oxen and horses, remuneration, full payment, special ability, self-improvement, self-reliance, combat power. 1 barely sufficient. At first glance, aside from the added descriptor of diligent, Ling He found no discernible difference from the state of insufficient wages. Thus, he delved into the details of their special abilities. Unsurprisingly, the ability of self-reliance exhibited no alterations. After all, it required full payment to be activated and had merely transitioned to an active state. However, the self-improvement ability underwent significant transformation. Self-improvement, description, through effort and perseverance. A qualified ox or horse must forever possess an ambitious spirit and an unwavering determination to contribute to their labor. Effect 1. For every 24 hours of work, combat power increases by 2, capped at the current era stage multiplied by 3. For every 24 hours of rest, combat power decreases by 1, minimum of 1. Effect 2. For each point of combat power, resource output efficiency increases by 15. The enhancement is present, yet modest, at least It appears less direct than the contracted lumberjacks, who experience a staggering 100 increase in combat power and 150 in resource output efficiency. Moreover, according to Ling's calculations, a fully paid ox or horse, diligently toiling away, could only yield 112 sets of lumber daily. 2 fully compensated oxen and horses combined would produce less lumber than a single contracted axe warrior at full remuneration. However, the oxen and horses possess a remarkable advantage. They do not require provisions for sustenance. This fact rendered Ling particularly contemplative. Although Vera managed to deceive the contracted axe warriors with a meal of bread mixed with weeds, it still cost over 100 gold coins. Even disregarding the physical well-being of the axe warriors and treating them as expendable resources, providing merely 2 meals a day, each consisting of a mush mixed with weeds, would still necessitate an expenditure of approximately 200 gold coins daily for the current batch of contracted axe warriors. Furthermore, this is not a sustainable long-term solution. To ensure the health of the contracted axe warriors and maintain production efficiency, an improved diet is essential, which entails additional costs. The oxen and horses, however, are altogether different. To sustain 400 fully funded cattle and horses, the production efficiency can nearly match that of the current 174 contracted axe warriors under optimal conditions. They require merely 60 gold coins daily, which is less than 1/3 of the daily sustenance cost of the contracted axe warriors. Furthermore, when accounting for the consumption incurred by the fully funded axe warriors, opting for cattle and horses under equivalent production efficiency would reduce expenses to a mere quarter of that of the axe warriors. With the advancement of time, the potential for cattle and horses to further enhance their utility is undeniable. Even looking into the future, this remains an assuredly profitable venture. After weighing the gains and losses, Ling has made his resolution. While the contracted axe warriors are indeed formidable, the market competitiveness of cattle and horses is overwhelmingly high. As the era progresses, it is inevitable that cattle and horses will replace contracted axe warriors as the foundational production units. If that is the case, why not seize the moment? Contemplating this, Ling decided to reclaim all the gold coins he had lent to Vera for her gaming, then expend 800 gold coins to recruit 400 cattle and horses, preparing the necessary tools for them. These newly recruited cattle and horses will require at least 2 days to mature. During this period, the contracted axe warriors cannot leave their posts, as their presence is essential to ensure the lumber mill's production efficiency. As for what will transpire 2 days hence, Ling intends to repurpose the optimized contracted axe warriors into legitimate combat units and assign them work responsibilities for the newly recruited cattle and horses. Ling's gaze then fell upon the final item obtained through his growth and upgrades, the secretary training scroll. This was an obvious choice, as Ling currently had but one secretary capable of growth, Vera. Vera, Ling called her name. Come here for a moment. Vera approached Ling with a look of curiosity. He then produced from his personal panel a document resembling an A4 sheet. I have a wonderful gift for you. Without waiting for Vera's response, Ling immediately utilized the Secretary Training Scroll. Do you wish to use the item, Secretary Training Scroll, on Vera? Yes. As Ling confirmed, the item transformed into shimmering particles, dispersing and enveloping Vera's form. Half of it flowed into the scepter she held, while the other half merged into her wallet. Vera's panel underwent an immediate transformation. Secretary, Vera, capable of growth. Traits: I have value deconstruction, money allergy, index stimulation, Pai Yao wallet, skipping over the previously understood traits. Ling's attention was drawn to the 2 newly emerged attributes. Index stimulation, description, with a grand prospect ahead, how could one not aspire? Effect: by committing to long-term full funding, it can stimulate the potential of end producers, either populace or military units, thereby enhancing their occupational levels. Note: if the commitment fails, a 100 chance of rebellion among the populace occurs, enhancing the occupational levels of the populace. Regarding this matter, Ling and Aji hold certain conjectures, suggesting it bears resemblance to the transformation of a contracted lumberjack into a contracted axe warrior during the full payment period. However, the term probability appears rather precarious in Ling's perspective, particularly The annotation indicating a 100 trigger for rebellion consistently underscores that this ability is akin to a double-edged sword. Should Ling wish to wield this power, he must ensure ample funds for the future. Otherwise, he risks the peril of inadvertently bringing misfortune upon himself, a futile endeavor. Beyond the index stimulus, Ling turns his gaze towards Vera's newly revealed unique ability. Pisho Wallet. Description: Great Pisho, a Pisho that only accepts, never expels. Effect: the Pisho Wallet endeavors to shatter any object retrieved from its mouth. When activated, it can showcase valid items belonging to our side within a 5-meter radius. Combat Power 3, Chapter 23. You can cook well, after all. This item is quite useful. Upon witnessing the remarkable effects of the Pai Yao wallet, Ling, he was suddenly struck by a thought. Previously, he had listed 4,000 sets of wood, which had thoroughly exhausted him. If he were to expand his offerings in the future, merely listing items in the trading hall would prove to be a cumbersome task. However, with Vera's Pai Yao wallet, things would be different. When actively used, it could list all items within a 5-meter radius, significantly enhancing Ling He's efficiency in item listings. Most importantly, when he needed to list wood in the future, Ling He could confidently delegate that task to Vera without a second thought. Just as Ling He pondered this, a cry of pain from Vera pierced his ear. Ouch! Instinctively, Ling He turned to his side, only to see Vera's finger make contact with the wallet at her waist, which promptly bit down without hesitation. The white glove was torn, and a small wound appeared on Vera's finger. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Vera quickly withdrew her finger, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out in pain, placing her injured finger in her mouth to suck on it. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound and not particularly severe. In a short while, the bleeding ceased, and once the injury stabilized, Vera wiped away her tears and stared blankly at her wallet. It actually bit me. Ling He opened his mouth slightly, intending to comfort Vera. However, before he could finish a sentence, he noticed Vera's expression transform. A smile graced her face as she unhooked the wallet from her waist and planted a fervent kiss upon it. What a lovely little wallet. It even helps Mommy protect her little coins. Well done. From now on, if anyone dares to take Vera's money, this little wallet will help me bite them to death. With that, Vera cast an unabashed glance at Ling He. Hey, enough already. Ling He could no longer contain himself. He had never coveted Vera's money. After all, she was his secretary, and her earnings were essentially his own. Ha ha ha. Vera laughed heartily. She did not comprehend Ling He's inner thoughts, but engaging in playful banter with this stubborn lord who refused to feed or pay his workers was undeniably amusing. All right, I was merely jesting with you. You rascal lord. Vera reattached the wallet to her waist, placing her gloved hands over her flat chest and giving it a gentle pat. Since you've gifted me with a present, I must reciprocate. Tonight, let me treat you to a taste of my culinary skills. At her words, Ling He quickly stepped back. No, you're seeking revenge. He had already experienced Vera's cooking prowess and dared not partake again. This was not a gesture of gratitude. She was undoubtedly retaliating for the wallet's bite. Rascal lord, are you seriously retreating? You don't trust my cooking? Vera's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling He nodded. I would rather believe you are a refined lady. The lady in question is indeed a refined one, Vera instinctively remarked. However, she soon grasped the implications of Ling He's words, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she ground her teeth in frustration. It is truly a disservice to have a lord who neither possesses elegance nor culinary skills to have me serve as his secretary. Ahem, though I suppose I could come to terms with it. Ling He coughed, his gaze drifting towards the heavens, attempting to divert the conversation. The night is indeed quite dark. Isn't it? How about we make do with some soda and bread this evening? That will not do. Such a clumsy attempt at a topic shift clearly failed to divert Vera's attention. Eventually, in sheer resignation, Ling He had no choice but to acquiesce, allowing Vera to showcase her rather dreadful culinary abilities. Surely, someone who can utter such a phrase as long as it's cooked cannot be a good cook. Moments later, wait, you actually know how to cook seriously? Ling He found himself momentarily dazed as he observed Vera skillfully flipping a steak in the stone pot. Today marked the first day of the war game, and steak was not a cheap commodity, fetching a high price of 5 gold coins in the trading post. Only Ling He, among the thousands in the vicinity, could possibly afford such a luxury to satiate his appetite. Oh, but it's not just 5 gold coins. I certainly can cook. Vera rolled her eyes, casually opening a bottle of soda priced at 1 gold coin and pouring it into the pot. In the absence of ample seasonings, the soda was undoubtedly the optimal choice for flavoring. The aroma soon wafted through the air. Gurgle, gurgle, not the sound of a hamburger, but rather, Ling He's stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Humph. Vera naturally caught wind of the noise emanating from Ling He's belly, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. See, Lord, you shall think twice before questioning my culinary skills again. With a fluid motion, Vera deftly retrieved the steak from the pot, presenting one piece to Ling He while placing another before herself. Ling He, in turn, offered the bread and soda he had prepared earlier to Vera. This simple meal during the early stages of the war game cost Ling He nearly 20 gold coins. However, as the steak melted in his mouth, he felt the expense was entirely justified. The sweetness of the soda perfectly masked the meat's gaminess, seeping into the steak's fibers, offering a unique flavor despite its sweetness. Ling He sighed in contentment. Now this is the life I desire. Let others engage in the bloodshed of war games. I shall remain an observer. Ping. At that moment, a private message interrupted Ling He's reverie. Spirit Rain. Melodious song. May I exchange this blueprint for some lumber? Wooden horse. Era. Bronze Age. Basic pathway. Description: a rudimentary defensive structure that effectively harms charging units and somewhat obstructs infantry. Construction requirements: 3 sets of lumber. Ling He frowned slightly. He preferred not to be disturbed while dining, but considering the sender was somewhat of a customer, he begrudgingly chose to endure and take a look. Approaching Vera, Ling He gestured towards the private chat interface. Could you help me appraise this? He inquired, presenting the blueprints from the Bronze Age. Vera examined the era of the blueprints for a moment, but after a thorough appraisal, she nonchalantly waved her hand. Approximately 10 gold coins. It's not a particularly valuable item. 10 gold coins. Ling He mused, nodding in acknowledgement. It was hardly worth more than the price of a meal. Given his current share in the lumber market, such trivial transactions no longer captured his interest. Nevertheless, since the other party had sought him out, Ling He decided to respond in accordance with Vera's valuation. Conscientious merchant, 30 units of lumber. If you agree, proceed with the transaction. If not, feel free to seek elsewhere. Chapter 24. You are a good person. As I gazed at the private chat interface before me, the numbers seemed inflated, as if an extra 0 had been added. A trembling finger reached out to send a reply. Good. Moments earlier, in the depths of a snow-laden night, a woman, her body marred with scars, sought refuge among the thick drifts of snow. Clutched in her hand was a vial of crimson gel, her sole source of warmth. Long ago, when Ling He first introduced the fire slime gel, Ling Yuyug had invested her meager savings to acquire a single unit. However, the warmth it emitted was woefully inadequate against the biting cold of the snowy landscape. The snow piles merely shielded her from the predatory wildlife that roamed the night, providing no solace from the chill that enveloped her. She had no doubt that death lingered close by, perhaps waiting for the moment she next closed her eyes, never to reopen them. I am destined to perish, the woman mused with a bitter smile. She had scoured the land for wood merchants, attempting to barter her precious Bronze Age blueprints for timber. Yet, in this era, where war games had taken precedence, her blueprints were rendered nearly worthless. When timber prices were high, only a solitary merchant had been willing to trade a mere group of wood for her designs. Now, with prices having plummeted, she had hoped for easier transactions, but was met with despair. Most timber merchants could not afford the transaction fee for her blueprints, and even those who could would never risk their entire wealth for what they deemed a worthless relic. Except for the conscientious trader. As a titan of the timber market, everyone knew of his vast fortune, reaching staggering heights. Presently, he was the only one with the capital, capability, and potential to acquire her blueprint. Approaching this conscientious trader, Ling Yuyug had steeled herself for a significant undervaluation. If he offered just a tad more than a group of wood, she would consider herself fortunate. However, She could never have fathomed that he would present an astonishing offer of 30 groups of timber. Transaction successful. Even as the towering piles of wood appeared beneath the snow, Ling Yuyug struggled to believe her eyes and mind. With a sigh of relief, she activated the fire slime gel, igniting a small piece of wood. As warmth gradually returned to her body, she began to comprehend the reality of her situation. This was not a near-death hallucination. It was not a dream. She had been saved. 30 groups of timber, if used sparingly for warmth alone, would sustain her for an entire month in this frozen wasteland. But why? Ling Yuyug, why would you help me? You must understand the current value of that blueprint. Even if you offered 10 times less, I would agree. She was a stranger to this conscientious trader and could not fathom his motives. In the lumberyard, Ling was just about to indulge in a piece of meat when a new message popped up in his private chat panel, leaving him momentarily perplexed. No, he genuinely did not understand. Was it possible that an offer could be accepted even if it was tenfold less? With the recent recruitment of livestock, Ling Ant's daily lumber production had surpassed 70,000 units. 30 units of lumber were merely a trifling fraction of his output. Conscientious trader, no, my dear sir or madam. Please do not overthink this. I am merely providing a standard quotation. The other party approached him for business, and Ling responded with the appraisal given by Vera. To him, it was simply a routine transaction. Vera's quote was 10 gold pieces, equivalent to 33 units of lumber, with a transaction tax of 15%, leading Ling to absorb the cost by sacrificing 3 units of lumber. To him, this was entirely an ordinary exchange. As for why he didn't negotiate for a lower price, the volume was too insignificant, barely enough for a meal, which left him utterly disinterested in bargaining. Spirit Rain Melody. You are a good person. Caught off guard, a good person card was unexpectedly bestowed upon Ling, and he silently took a bite of his meat, surprised that merely conducting a normal transaction could earn him such a card. He pondered if the other party was overly eccentric or if this world was simply mad. However, in the next moment, a notification window appeared before him. Lord Spirit Rain Melody has used a special ability, Hunter's Pact. Your location has been highlighted to Lord Spirit Rain Melody. You have unlocked a new panel, Friend Panel. Highlighted location? Glancing at those words, Ling narrowed his eyes dangerously, setting the meat down. Conscientious trader, what does this mean? Although the Hunter's Pact had unlocked a brand new friend system for him, he did not perceive much goodwill in the highlighted location. He was not fond of fighting. He preferred selling goods and leading a leisurely life. However, he understood the principle that a common man might be innocent, yet possessing wealth could invite trouble. Among the thousands of human lords in the region, who was unaware of his substantial financial resources, if this Spirit Rain Melody approached with malicious intent and disclosed his location in the regional channel, he could expect many to come seeking a taste of his juicy profits. Conscientious trader, you just said I am a good person. Yet I believe good people should not be threatened at gunpoint, right? The implication was unmistakable. At this moment, Spirit Rain Melody also recognized that her actions had been somewhat abrupt. She and the conscientious trader were not yet familiar enough for her to use her special ability on him without risking misunderstanding. Thus, she quickly sought to remedy the situation. Spirit Rain Melody, I apologize. My mind was a bit unclear, and I overstepped. I merely thought that a good person like you is quite vulnerable in these times. The Hunter's Pact is a special ability in my growth path, allowing me to sense the location and life status of a target. But it can only bind to one target at a time during each era. If I manage to survive, should you encounter any peril in the future, I believe I could offer my assistance. The conscience-stricken vendor responded, not necessary. With those 2 words uttered, Ling raised his hand and closed the private chat interface before him. He was not a mere child of 3, easily swayed by the words of a stranger. Was the search for his whereabouts truly for his own benefit? If so, then harmony would naturally prevail among them. However, if it were deception, Ling cast his gaze towards the lumberyard, contemplating the nearly 200 contract axe warriors at his command, who were certainly not there for idle compensation. The complexities of the human heart. With a deep breath, Ling lifted the cold, forgotten meat patty once more and took a bite. Alas, it had grown cold. Chapter 25. The Final Strategy? The evening air was already chilly, and the outdoor meal was prone to cooling down. Distracted by this private conversation, the steak had become thoroughly cold. Disappointed by the unappetizing dish, Ling and reluctantly fished out a few gold coins, requesting Vera to prepare another serving. As for the steak in his hand, an idea suddenly struck Ling and leading him to consider a fitting destination for it. "Vera, do you see the hamburger?" he inquired. Vera, engrossed in her cooking, glanced at Ling and with a sidelong look before retorting, "Isn't it right beneath you?" Startled, Ling and instinctively rose from atop the hamburger. It was akin to wearing glasses. Having treated the hamburger as a lazy sofa for so long, he had unwittingly overlooked its presence. "My apologies, dear hamburger," he said, extending a hand to pat it gently. "I did not mean to forget you." The hamburger looked at Ling and, curiously, puzzled as to why this bipedal creature had suddenly vacated its perch. Unable to comprehend the language of bipeds, it paid little attention to the recent exchange between Ling and Vera. At that moment, Ling and offered the steak he had taken several bites from to the hamburger. "Would you like some?" The hamburger tilted its body and shook its head in response. "Are you not hungry?" Ling asked in surprise, recalling that aside from a cup of fizzy drink, he had never fed the hamburger anything else. Could it be that, as a slime, the hamburger lacked the attribute of hunger? However, the hamburger's subsequent actions contradicted Ling Ant's assumption. It pushed the steak away with its small hands and, bouncing with enthusiasm, dashed toward the lumberyard's exit. "Hey, where are you going at this hour, hamburger?" Ling exclaimed, taken aback by the hamburger's sudden departure. He promptly summoned a few contracted axe warriors to follow after it. It was nighttime, and one could only speculate what threats lurked outside the lumberyard. Having spent a day together, Ling had developed a bond with the hamburger. He certainly did not wish for his first partner to be torn apart by some unknown beast. "Don't be silly, hamburger. Come back with me." "Ham," urged her. Peering beyond the lumberyard, Ling watched as the hamburger rolled around on the lawn outside, seeming to disregard all dignity as it tumbled about. Clumps of grass were swiftly drawn into its form, corroded, and absorbed at an astonishing rate. After shaking off the dirt that clung to its exterior, the hamburger soon reverted to its original, pristine appearance and let out a satisfied burp. "Grumble?" Noticing Ling had followed it out of the lumberyard, the hamburger waved its round little hand and bounced back toward him. "Grumble? Ha, how delightful! So you are a herbivorous creature, hamburger," Ling exclaimed, his hands playfully kneading the hamburger-esque form. Remarkably, it thrived solely on grass. Truly, slimes were far easier to nurture than contracted lumberjacks. However, what should be done with the cold steak in hand? Contemplating this, Ling instinctively glanced at the contract warrior beside him. Well, it could be saved for tomorrow morning and tossed into the dark concoction that Vera was brewing, thus providing a hearty meal for everyone. "Hey!" At that moment, Vera's voice echoed from the campfire. "The dish is ready again. The insufferable lord should hurry back for dinner." "Coming right up," Ling responded, intending to return with the hamburger. Yet, no sooner had he turned than a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, as if some colossal object had plummeted from above, shaking the very ground beneath. Oh, by the campfire, Vera gazed skyward, murmuring softly, "Tonight does not seem to promise a peaceful vigil. Warning, warning, warning." 3 enormous red exclamation marks appeared before all the lords, including Ling. The Spirit Clan has employed their ultimate strategy, the 9-tiered tower. The Spirit Clan has employed their ultimate strategy, the realm of mirrors. Ling, startled by the pop-up before him, swiftly turned to look behind. The tremor of the ground was indeed no mere coincidence. From the very spot where he had just directed his gaze, a massive tower now loomed. Having risen from what was once an empty space, its distance from Ling scarcely measuring a kilometer, the regional channel was in complete disarray. Wind-like warrior, does anyone know what is happening? What is the Spirit Clan, and what is this ultimate strategy? Arrogant Singleton, I have no idea. I haven't even seen the slime that the vendor mentioned today. At this hour, many who had already found shelter were preparing to rest. Yet, with this sudden commotion, nearly everyone had awakened, discussing the nature of the Spirit Clan and the ultimate strategy in the regional channel. Messages flew rapidly across the channel, but the final consensus was one of uncertainty. Throughout the day, Those who had actually encountered outsiders were few and far between, let alone any spirits. As for the ultimate strategy, it remained an enigma for the vast majority. However, soon a message emerged in the regional channel that could not be ignored. Cold Soul, have you noticed that the regional chat channel is starting to lose members? Upon reading this, Ling glanced at the corner of the panel. The regional channel, which had seen virtually no loss of members throughout the day, was now witnessing a decrease of dozens in mere minutes. As time passed, this number continued to grow. Upon seeing this, the expressions of everyone darkened. The speed of attrition was alarmingly swift. One must remember this area housed only 10,000 individuals. At this rate, the living could be halved within a single day. If this trend continued, within 3 days, all would perish. Yet they remain utterly oblivious. They are unaware of the identity of their adversary, nor do they comprehend the impending threats that loom ahead. A pall of despair envelopes each individual save for Lin Xiao. Within the hidden cavern, Lin Xiao's visage is adorned with a triumphant and maniacal grin. All shall perish. Everyone is destined to accompany me into oblivion. Before him, in addition to the recent regional announcement, there lies another interface regarding the trial scroll. Matching successful trial content, apocalyptic catastrophe, the legacy of defeat. Description of a lamentable race, vanquished on a battlefield that far surpasses our era. Now, they have forsaken the land to which they were meant to belong and intruded into our realm, one that is tender and has yet to weather any storms. Choose battle and succumb to madness. Shall we permit them to reconstruct their former glory upon our soil, or shall we extract their very essence, evolving into a towering new entity? Chapter 26. Concealed Intentions. Lin Xiao understood that the sudden emergence of the ghostly tribe was an omen of the impending calamity heralded by the trial pages. In the face of this so-called apocalypse, even the united human lords of the entire region would struggle to withstand it. Moreover, humans would never truly unite. As a member of humanity, Lin Xiao believed he had a profound understanding of its inherent flaws. At that moment, an unexpected sound of footsteps echoed outside the cave where Lin Xiao was concealed. The rustling noise made his ears perk up. His smile vanished as he turned his gaze towards the outside world with heightened vigilance. Who could it be? He calculated in his mind. At this hour, the subjects dispatched to gather supplies should not have returned so soon. The footsteps outside hesitated for a moment, and then a small girl's voice floated into Lin Xiao's ears. "Big brother, can you let me stay for one night? Boo-hoo, it's so dark outside, and I'm really scared. Just a little girl?" Lin Xiao did not let down his guard. A girl appearing at this moment could either be another human lord or a special subject of some lords. Whichever it was not good news for him. It meant that his refuge had already been exposed on the first night of the war game. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Xiao, yet he concealed it well. He tucked a sharpened stone dagger into his sleeve and adopted a gentler tone as he spoke to the outside. "Come in." "Okay." With that, a lively little girl dressed in a tattered princess dress stepped into the cave. From her attire, Lin Xiao could ascertain that she could only be a lord's child, as such garments could not be produced in this era. "Big brother." Upon entering, the girl's eyes lit up as she moved closer to Lin Xiao's side. He had already prepared for a potential confrontation, but upon noticing a man following her into the cave, he withdrew the dagger back into his sleeve. This man had brought a subject with him. Lin Xiao's perception of the girl's threat escalated, prompting him to subtly retreat deeper into the cave, distancing himself from them. The girl halted her steps, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Do you dislike me, big brother?" Lin Xiao remained silent, his vigilance unwavering. The silence spoke volumes. The little girl sighed. "If you dislike me, then I shall leave." "That would be for the best," Lin Xiao replied coldly. "But before I go, can you answer me one question?" The girl looked up, her tone now lacking the earlier fragility. Lin Xiao offered no further words, merely responding with a single word. "Ask." "Surely, big brother still cares for me, right?" To which Lin Xiao maintained his impassive demeanor. "Very well. Since my dear brother is unwilling to take me in, I shall seek my fortune with other lords," the young girl said with a smile. She then posed a question without hesitation. "Who, in your opinion, is the most powerful lord among us humans today? The strongest lord?" Without the need for contemplation, Lin Xiao instinctively uttered a name, the conscientious merchant. Though he was loath to admit it, the ongoing timber trade had undoubtedly amassed a terrifying sum of gold coins in the merchant's possession. Wealth is indeed a form of power. To assert that the conscientious merchant is currently the mightiest is not without merit in Lin Xiao's subconscious. The conscientious merchant? The girl repeated, seemingly committing the name to memory before waving goodbye to Lin Xiao. All right then, thank you, big brother. I shall take my leave now. With that, she prepared to depart, but in the next moment, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly interrupted her. Wait. The girl turned back with a smile. Are you truly reluctant to send me away at night? However, a sharp weapon plunged violently into her throat. You cannot leave. Lin Xiao withdrew the stone dagger from her neck, blood splattering across his face. The girl stared at his frenzied visage, instinctively parting her lips to call for the aid of her compatriots. Alas, all that could be heard was the sickening sound of blades slicing through flesh, as though she had fell lifelessly into a pool of blood. The laborers Lin Xiao had sent out to gather resources had returned. In the end, the girl could only depart with a look of bitter resentment, dissipating into particles before Lin Xiao. So was Lin Xiao picked up 2 gold coins from the ground, casting a sardonic glance at the spot where the girl had fallen. Normally, upon death, a human's body, be it a commoner or a lord, would not vanish, nor would it yield such a bounty of coins. This scene could only attest to one possibility. The girl and her followers were not human. The words she had uttered were her undoing. We humans? Lin Xiao scoffed. We humans would never describe ourselves with such an odd term. Moreover, Lin Xiao's gaze turned complex as he looked toward the trading post. Almost all timber goods were now associated with the conscientious merchant's moniker. To be a human lord, and yet be unaware of the conscientious merchant? Did they truly consider him a fool? Recalling the notification that had appeared earlier, Lin Xiao surmised that this might indeed be one of the ghostly tribe's ultimate strategies, the mirror realm, disguising oneself as a fellow lord to draw near, only to strike with lethal intent. Perhaps he could exploit this. Lin Xiao's gaze fixed upon the glaring name of the conscientious merchant within the trading post. If he was not mistaken, the ghostly tribe would also be gathering information on the strongest human lords from others. The conclusion they would arrive at could only be that the conscientious merchant was a figure who attracted attention like no other. If during this period one were to add fuel to the fire, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to the regional channel, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Conscience merchant, I wonder how you shall respond to this maneuver. Creator of gods, allow me a moment to speak. Currently, in the face of the Spectre clan, we possess no intelligence, and we remain utterly ignorant of the ultimate strategic threat they pose. Thus, being scattered alone in the wilderness is akin to courting death, granting our adversaries the opportunity to eliminate us one by one. Therefore, I urge the more formidable lords to openly disclose their locations, allowing the weaker lords to rally around them. Only by uniting can we navigate through the present crisis. Within the lumberyard, Ling had returned to the campfire, having devoured the freshly grilled steak prepared by Vera. At this moment, he sipped his soda leisurely while perusing the messages on the regional channel. Consequently, he absorbed all the information disseminated by Lin Xiao. Chapter 27. Unity comes at a cost. Together, perhaps? Ling rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although this individual, known as the Creator God, had previously stirred quite a commotion against him in the regional channel, there was a certain wisdom to his words now. Gathering with other lords might indeed allow him to collect some fees for protection, heating, or venue usage. The more he contemplated, the brighter Ling's eyes shone. If he were to acquire more architectural blueprints and utilize his surplus timber to construct a refuge, could he not also impose tolls and entry fees atop those other charges? Ling admitted to feeling a tinge of excitement. As someone who relished engaging in minor enterprises, he harbored no significant biases against outsiders. Profit was paramount. Even the foreign Lord Hornberger, who had once sought his demise, was tolerable to him. So it was needless to mention his own kin. After all, unity indeed comes at a cost. One seeks wealth while the other seeks survival, a rather equitable exchange upon reflection. However, just as Ling began to entertain this notion, he discovered that someone else within the trading hall had already outpaced him. Call me War Mad. If you're located near the stream, feel free to seek me out. My locale is relatively flat, and there's a gnarled maple tree close to the water. If you're nearby, you should be able to spot it from any elevated position. I've already dispatched my subjects to wait by the stream. Those who encounter them may return together. What swiftness this individual possesses. Ling sighed inwardly. It was noteworthy that he had yet to finalize his pricing standards, while this War Mad had already provided a point of reference. With War Mad revealing his location, the regional channel soon buzzed with various scattered positional updates. Observing these messages, Lin Xiao's smile grew even more enigmatic. Presently, those who shared their locations in the regional channel were either Navi novices or genuinely formidable, perhaps a combination of both, a genuinely strong novice. Faced with the impending calamity of the apocalypse, those who chose to trust other lords would undoubtedly become the most vulnerable targets. Yet Lin Xiao remained somewhat dissatisfied. The individual he truly wished to target had yet to utter a word in the regional channel. Creator God. Speaking of which, where's the merchant brother? Upon seeing this, Ling, who had been preparing to share his own reference point, instantly furrowed his brow. Was this an attempt to thrust him into the spotlight? This individual known as the Creator God was relentless in seizing every opportunity to lead the discourse against him. Indeed, as this question emerged, the focus of the regional channel swiftly shifted to Ling, White's wife. Yes, where's the merchant brother? He should be the strongest among us. Why hasn't he spoken? Broken Wing. Could it be that the merchant brother has already fallen asleep? Username useless. Who knows? Perhaps he has already been eliminated by the final strategy of the ghostly tribe. I observed the decline in the regional channel's activity and thought perhaps he was among them. Do not speak carelessly, remarked the vendor in the trading hall. The items he listed are still available. He is undoubtedly doing well. Indeed, Ling, he was already among the most prominent figures in the regional channel. Under Lin Xiao's influence, nearly everyone began to speculate on why the conscientious vendor had not disclosed his location reference. While some inquiries were well-intentioned, many were laced with malice. Ling he even noticed several individuals wishing ill upon him. Oh dear, is the rogue lord feeling disheartened? Vela approached Ling He, glancing at the comments in the regional channel. Look at this, that one. She pointed out several usernames, all of which belonged to the clowns we had outmaneuvered in the market earlier this morning. Would you like me to retort on your behalf? A gleam of mischief flickered in Vela's eyes as she spoke. It was one thing for the rogue lord to be insulted, but for others to join in felt rather disrespectful to her adorably exceptional secretary. No, that's unnecessary. Ling he replied, shaking his head and gently patting Vela's hat. Your words alone have lifted my spirits, since most of them are just defeated clowns. Let them vent their frustrations. After all, no matter how foul their words are, they cannot reclaim the market. However, as the discussions intensified, Ling noticed numerous attempts to privately message him in hopes of obtaining his location reference. Ping, you have a new private message. Spirit Rain, melodic song, please do not reveal your location. Trust me. It's that individual again? Ling he frowned, recalling that had it not been for this person named Spirit Rain, melodic song, he would have finished that piece of meat he had left cold. Furthermore, she warned him against exposing his location. Yet she had already used her skill to ascertain her own position. Conscientious vendor, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Spirit Rain, melodic song, I just killed someone. Conscientious vendor. Ling furrowed his brow even tighter, utterly perplexed by what this Spirit Rain, melodic song was implying. She urged him to avoid revealing his location while clearly knowing her own. When he requested a justification, she merely responded that she had killed someone. Was this a challenge? Did she intend to eliminate him within 3 days? Spirit Rain, melodic song, please do not blacklist me. Remain calm and allow me to explain. Conscientious vendor, very well. Ultimately, this Spirit Rain, melodic song could be considered a client, and Ling he generally refrained from blacklisting potential customers. Moreover, he was intrigued to hear what insights she might offer. Spirit Rain, melodic song, I just killed someone, but it was not a human. Those creatures can disguise themselves as human lords and communicate with us normally, but they do exhibit some linguistic deficiencies. Their essence is not formidable. However, upon their demise, they tend to drop several gold coins. With an abnormally high drop rate, that can even be described as frightening. I suspect that these entities are likely connected to the recently emerged spirit clan. Before I began to harbor doubts about him, he inquired about who the strongest lord among humanity is at present. Instinctively, I mentioned your name, and you may now have drawn the attention of the spirit clan. Thus, I implore you to trust me wholeheartedly and refrain from engaging with other lords outside the chat interface. You are a good person, and I do not wish to witness your demise due to your kindness. Chapter 28. Cursed be the spectral race. This bewildering individual has once again issued himself a card of benevolence. Ling he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he is a compassionate soul. Yet the notion of goodness he embodies likely diverges significantly from the one professed by Ling Yuyug. Nevertheless, the other party has provided him with valuable intelligence. And as a discerning merchant, Ling he certainly understands the importance of maintaining a pleasant atmosphere. Conscientious vendor. Understood. I have taken note. Simultaneously, Ling he discreetly deleted the pre-edited content from the regional channel. Upon receiving Ling He's affirmative response, Ling Yuyug, situated far away in the snow-covered plains, exhaled in relief. She had previously overstepped her bounds, creating a considerable rift with the conscientious vendor, and she genuinely feared that her counsel would fall upon deaf ears. Fortunately, her counterpart is not a fool. In the regional channel, the remarks made by the deity of creation were evidently suspect, as if intentionally steering the conversation in a particular direction. To trust him would be akin to becoming a target in a shooting gallery, a most perilous endeavor. Ling Yuyug's gaze swept over the regional channel, her eyes momentarily glinting with frost. Whether good or evil, the refusal to lend aid in times of peril is a common trait among humanity. However, those who would take advantage of others when faced with external threats are the ones she truly scorns. The few coins that had recently fallen were tightly clenched in her palm. She could no longer adhere to her original plan of gradual recovery. On the other hand, Ling had shut down all attempts to privately message him, stretching his arms towards the heavens and indulging in a leisurely yawn. Overeating often leads to drowsiness. After yawning, he rubbed the corners of his sleepy eyes and turned his gaze towards Vela. Do you believe that the entity Ling Yuyug mentioned will come seeking us tonight? Indeed, Vela replied with unwavering conviction, her tone earnest and devoid of jest. Her gaze was directed towards the towering structure outside the forest. Given the height of that tower, even within the confines of the forest, one could catch a glimpse of it through the gaps in the foliage. A slight smile graced Vela's lips. Since the borders have already converged, I suspect they would not forego the opportunity to pay a visit to our future neighbor. However, if you, the insufferable lord, are feeling weary, do feel free to retire for the night. Vela's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ling before she continued. You can trust me with the task of unloading the goods tonight. Should any malevolent entities approach, I am fully aware of how to safeguard our assets. Ling chuckled as he playfully patted Vela's hat. So, our genteel capitalist is concerned for my well-being? You truly are incapable of uttering anything refined, Vela replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a secretary, and you need not reiterate the term genteel. Very well, very well. Ling of course, did not heed Vela's suggestion to rest immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to maintain his alertness and keep her company during the night watch. By the way, it would be enlightening to witness what precisely they are, as described by Ling Yuyug, and to ascertain the degree of their threat. Time gradually passes. During this interval, the logging site remains tranquil, with only the continuous sounds of the contract axe warriors and the cattle at work. Growing weary of waiting, Ling diverts most of his attention to the regional channel. He notices that, as the creator god suggested a gathering among human lords, the rate of attrition within the regional channel not only fails to diminish, but appears to be on a gradual rise. This peculiar occurrence seemingly corroborates the intelligence provided by Ling Yuyug. Engaging with other lords at this juncture would be exceedingly perilous. Ling shakes his head. To claim he is unaffected by the reduction in the regional channel would be disingenuous. Each fallen individual represents a potential client for his future endeavors. The loss of even one could translate into a long-term deficit of hundreds or thousands of gold coins. Should they all perish, his path to growth would be irreparably obstructed. After all, one cannot monopolize a market devoid of trade or economic output. The notion of obstructing someone's financial avenue is akin to slaying their kin. With this in mind, one could argue that the ghostly spirit tribe deserves their fate. Just then, as Ling contemplates this, a loud call pierces the stillness from outside the logging site. I see the light within. Is someone there? The voice sounds like that of a young man, lacking in composure. Ling snaps back to reality and exchanges a glance with Vera. Could it be those other human lords meandering outside at such a late hour, as hinted in the regional channel? Or perhaps, are they the ones referred to by Ling Yugu? Should we let them in? Vera inquiris. Let us hold on for a moment. Ling gestures for Vera to remain calm, while his mind races to assess the current situation. The logging site lacks any fencing or defensive measures. It is simply a grove standing on the plain. If they wish to enter, they could do so without inquiry. This implies a certain degree of sincerity on their part, as they exhibit no overt hostility. With this thought, Ling rises and calls out loudly. If anyone is out there, please come in. I have ample timber and a campfire. You are welcome to stay for the night. As Ling anticipated, he is not opposed to outsiders. However, the response from outside the logging site catches him somewhat off guard. The young man's voice carries a hint of hesitation. I apologize, but we are not well acquainted, so it might be best not to enter. Could you come to the periphery of the logging site? We can converse face to face. Is he doubting me? Ling finds the situation amusing yet, upon reflection, recognizes the validity of their caution. In such a vast expanse of forest, it would not be difficult to conceal ambushes. How the contract axe warriors cease their work, Ling instructs decisively. Then, let us venture outside to meet our friends. Vera nodded, halting the work of the contract axe warriors, and quietly picked up a torch from the campfire, silently following Ling's footsteps. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Ling did not choose to have the 100 or so contract axe warriors accompany him. Instead, he instructed them to conceal themselves among the trees. Ultimately, only Ling and Vera were truly exposed to view. Opposite them stood a substantial group of over 10 individuals, at the forefront of which was a young man wearing glasses. Upon seeing Ling emerge from the forest, a gentle smile immediately graced his face. I am Lu Qi. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you both at such a late hour. Chapter 29. A conversation worth 10 gold coins. Vera nodded noncommittally, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Do you realize how many small gold coins we lose for every minute we are delayed? Her words were not mere exaggeration. As the primary production force at the logging site, the removal of the contracted lumberjacks resulted in tangible economic losses. However, Lu Qi appeared momentarily perplexed, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Vera. Ling shot her a glare, then discreetly glanced at Lu Qi and his companions. Judging by their attire, it was evident that there was more than one lord among them, with Lu Qi seemingly at the helm. On the surface, there appeared to be no significant barriers between them. Fortunately, they did not seem particularly astute. Remarkably, none had perceived the obvious clue embedded in Vera's previous statement. Lu Qi hesitantly interjected, I apologize for the interruption. How much have you two lost? May I offer compensation? Really? Vera responded immediately, mentally calculating her losses and preparing to announce an astronomical figure. Yet, before she could voice it, Ling swiftly placed a hand over her mouth. MMPH. Vera struggled against Ling's grip, while he turned his gaze towards Lu Qi and stated a figure that was not exceedingly high. 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Lu Qi echoed softly, quickly breaking into a smile. That's not a substantial amount. He extended his palm, and 10 gold coins materialized before him. Let these coins serve as a token of friendship between us. What do you think? At the appearance of the coins, Vera's eyes widened, and her struggles ceased. Initially, she had intended to declare a staggering sum to humiliate her counterpart, hoping he would retreat in defeat. However, she had not anticipated that he would actually possess, and be willing to part with, such compensation. Nonetheless, Ling's current gold flow had already reached 4 digits. Thus, a mere 2-digit sum was insufficient to elicit any overtly dramatic reaction from Vera. Even so, Vera raised her gaze to meet Ling's eyes. Sure. Ling, he whispered softly, and upon seeing Vera nod, he released his hand from her mouth. Call someone to retrieve it, he murmured close to Vera's ear. Vera obediently nodded, then struck her staff decisively against the ground. Come here. As her words echoed, a contracted axe warrior emerged from the rear of the woods. This was a technique Ling he had discovered during this period. The same phrase, when uttered by himself, would prompt all the subjects who heard it to spring into action. Yet, when his secretary called out, it could be conveyed in a more succinct manner, achieving what he could not manage through micromanaging. At this moment, the contracted axe warrior swiftly approached Lu Qi, who was attentively observing the warrior's movements. The warrior exhibited undeniable strength, and judging by his speed of approach, his agility was also commendable. If only he could shed the flaw of being completely unclothed, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable warrior. The exchange of gold coins proceeded without incident. 10 coins were swiftly brought before Ling, he by the contracted axe-wielding warrior. Before Ling he could reach out, Vera promptly snatched all the coins. Indeed, her fingers glided between the charming little coins, savoring the comforting warmth of the money for a moment. Only then did Vera retrieve her wallet, delicately placing the coins within. Simultaneously, Ling He's panel reflected a tangible increase of 10 coins. I came with good intentions. There is no need to deceive either of you, came Lu Qi's voice from afar. Ling He nodded and, getting straight to the point, inquired, Now that compensation has been rendered, let us discuss your intentions for seeking us. Lu Qi was taken aback by Ling He's sudden directness after the coins were given. Pausing momentarily, however, he quickly regained his affable smile and replied, In fact, our purpose for this outing is to seek other lords to join us. Join you? Ling He questioned, puzzled. Yes, we have organized a gathering place by the stream where many like us reside. By the stream. Are you affiliated with the Berserk faction? A sudden realization struck Ling He, remembering that the only faction with a clearly disclosed location nearby was indeed the Berserk. Lu Qi, surprised, nodded in acknowledgement. How did you know? Indeed, we are from Brother Berserk's faction. Ling He exhaled deeply. Their conversation had barely begun, and he felt the dialogue nearing its conclusion. I will not accompany you. Why not? Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Isn't it beneficial for all of us to unite? Ordinarily, that would be correct. Ling He responded with a significant undertone, then introduced himself. I am the conscientious merchant. You? No, you are Brother Ling. Lu Qi exclaimed, astonished. Ling He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The 10 coins only permit me to converse with you to this extent. The fair trade has concluded. How much longer do you intend to feign? Lu Qi's warm smile gradually faded. When did you realize? Isn't it obvious? Ling He raised 3 fingers. Firstly, I'm certain there is no stream in my vicinity. Those from the Berserk faction cannot possibly be near me. Secondly, I have never disclosed my surname. Nor do I know you. How did you deduce my true surname from merely a nickname? As for the third point, Ling He extended a finger, pointing behind Lu Qi. I have long wished to address this. I have tolerated you for quite some time. What normal human team would allow a slime to accompany them? Are you attempting to fool me? This is an outright affront to my intelligence. What? Lu Qi's eyes widened as he turned to gaze at the soul slime in their midst. Is there something amiss? He could never have imagined that the exposure of himself and his companions would arise from an inconspicuous slime. However, wasn't there also one on Ling's side? At this moment, Ling had no intention of continuing the idle chatter. Whether his speculation was accurate or if the other party was truly human would be determined once they bared their souls. Vera, eliminate them, she commanded with a smirk. Vera let out a light snort, then brought her staff crashing down heavily onto the ground. Yet this time it was different. Vera extended a finger towards the sky and shouted loudly, 10-day, full payment. Ding, your secretary Vera has activated the skill. Exponential stimulation. The contract axe warriors under your command are temporarily enhanced to Contract Berserkers. Chapter 30. The Contract Berserker. Contract Berserker. Synopsis. Profit. Profit. More profit. The intoxicating scent of easily attainable benefits is enough to drive one mad, stripping away all sense of reverence and ultimately obliterating every obstacle in sight. Special abilities. Exponential frenzy. Indomitable. Unyielding to death, Entry 1. Exponential Frenzy. This unit's resource output rate is enhanced by 150, and its combat strength remains at a constant 300 of the base value. Entry 2. Indomitable. During combat, physical intimidation cannot diminish this unit's morale, and psychological or appearance-based threats are ineffective against it. Entry 3. Unyielding to death. This unit's default combat philosophy is to fight to the last breath, and it will not retreat until losses reach 100. Ling read through the information on the contract berserker swiftly, unable to fully grasp the reality that such a formidable unit could be recruited for just 1 gold. In this era, even the most elite of other factions would likely find themselves beheaded by the contract berserkers, reduced to mere playthings. The power of remuneration. Indeed, it is monumental. As Ling pondered these thoughts, a deafening roar erupted behind him, and dozens of stone axes soared from the forest, hurtling toward Lu Qi's squadron. Caught off guard, a significant portion of the team fell instantly. Fortunately, the axes were not exceedingly sharp, so most only suffered broken bones in this initial onslaught. However, one unfortunate soul was struck squarely on the skull, resulting in immediate death. Yet, the deceased did not linger long upon the ground. Under Ling's gradually narrowing gaze, the body quickly dissipated into a cloud of particles, vanishing entirely. Indeed, they were not true humans. Nonetheless, Ling felt a pang of unease. Had it not been for the slime accompanying their ranks, and the prior warning from Ling Yu's melodious song, he might have been ensnared by their words. At times, they appeared so convincingly human that without delving into their speech for inconsistencies, one could easily overlook their true nature. At this moment, Lu Qi and his comrades clumsily rose from the ground. However, unlike before, Lu Qi's gaze towards Ling was devoid of any mirth, replaced instead by palpable wariness. He was wary of Ling, but even more so of the forest behind Ling that had unleashed a barrage of flying axes. Under his scrutiny, a horde of berserkers surged forth from the woodland behind Ling. Berserkers. Whose barbaric clan has he disturbed? Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock. Although he was not human, he possessed a modicum of human understanding. The recruitment and maintenance costs of such a unit were not trivial. For humanity at this stage, the price of enlisting hundreds of berserkers would undoubtedly be astronomical. Before him stood a human lord, and it seemed utterly inconceivable that he could muster such formidable troops in such a brief span of time. Yet, there was no opportunity for Lu Qi to ponder this further, as Ling and the contract berserkers behind him were already poised to take their next action. Everything was driven by the pursuit of profit. With a roar akin to a battle cry, the berserkers charged directly towards Lu Qi and his companions. Their stone axes, previously hurled, appeared to be forgotten in their frenzied state. They wielded broken branches, picked up stones from the ground, and even their fists became lethal instruments of death. Lu Qi's group did not lack the will to resist. However, the sole weapon at their disposal was a basic spear wielder, a fundamental infantry unit. Stone spear wielder. Era: Stone Age. Basic path. Description: a basic soldier equipped with a rudimentary stone spear, skilled in hunting as well. Special ability: Thrust. Combat power: 6. As a basic infantry unit, the stone spear wielder could dominate most basic citizens in combat. Even Ling's contract lumberjack, in a state of resource deprivation, could not contend with him. Regrettably, Lu Qi's team boasted only one such spear wielder, and he was to face nearly 200 fully equipped contract berserkers led by Ling Wush. Confronted by the advancing berserkers, the spear wielder unhesitatingly thrust his spear forward, aiming directly at a berserker's heart. Yet in the next moment, a massive hand reached from the side, swiftly seizing the spear. Before the spear wielder could react, a stone the size of a sandbag crashed onto his forehead. Then, a throng of berserkers surged forward, raining down punches relentlessly. The spear wielder, standing at the forefront, could barely endure a few breaths before meeting the same fate as the previous unfortunate soul, dissolving into particles upon the ground. At that moment, Ling observed the combat power of his contract berserkers through his interface. Contract berserker combat power 15, with 15 points of combat power. This was the strongest recruitable unit Ling had encountered in the regional channel today, merely a fraction of his own prowess. Whether the contract berserkers would remain formidable in future eras was uncertain. However, one fact was indisputable. In the current Stone Age, there had yet to appear a unit capable of standing against the contract berserkers in combat, at least not today. Examining the berserkers' interface consumed little of Ling's time. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the battle had already drawn to a close. The overwhelming quality, combined with sheer numbers, rendered Lu Qi's resistance utterly futile, akin to helpless chicks. They inflicted minimal damage on the berserkers before being swiftly subdued by those reclaiming their stone axes, reduced to mere remnants upon the ground. Hooray! Upon witnessing Lu Qi's fallen companions dissipate into the earth, Vera cheered exuberantly. It was time for the spoils of war. With that, she tossed a torch towards Ling and, wielding her staff, rushed to the site where Lu Qi's group had perished to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Ling was startled, hastily accepting the torch. Hey, do refrain from playing with fire on the grass, you heartless capitalist. However, observing Vera bending down to gather the coins, Ling realized that she likely hadn't absorbed a single word he had just uttered. Do we truly lack just a few coins? Ling sighed in resignation, yet continued to hold the torch aloft, assisting Vera in searching for the loot dropped by Liu Qi and his companions. You don't understand, you despicable lord, Vera replied, her head bobbing. Earning money can be both a goal and a source of enjoyment. I am relishing the process of working diligently for wealth. Yet all you are doing is bending down to pick up the money. Ling couldn't help but retort. Fortunately, with the aid of the torch, locating the glimmering coins in the open space proved to be quite effortless. In no time at all, Vera had gathered all the coins scattered on the ground. Chapter 31. The consequences of violence and fire. Vera methodically counted the gold coins in her hand, ultimately revealing a total of 34. 34? As the figure registered in Ling's mind, he began to calculate. At first glance, this number seemed to indicate a bountiful reward from the recent conflict. Any lord in the region, apart from himself, would consider this a considerable fortune. However, Vera had employed an exponential incentive, promising all the contracted axe warriors 10 days of full pay. With 174 contracted axe warriors, that amounted to a staggering 261 gold coins. The gold procured from the slaughter barely covered a fraction of the expenses. Ling's expression darkened instantly. Who was the scoundrel that spoke of wealth from violence? After eliminating a dozen beings that resembled humans, this paltry sum was all he had to show for it, even less than what he earned from selling lumber. In Ling's view, this adage might as well be revised to violence and fire lead to poverty for generations. The more one fought, the poorer they became. The more impoverished, the more they fought. It was unfathomable what kind of fool would think to prosper through war. As Ling pondered this, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimmer at his feet. Was it a gold coin that Vera had overlooked? Instinctively, he crouched down and parted the thick underbrush. What he discovered, however, was not a shimmering gold coin, but a dark, reflective card. Unfamiliar to him, could it be a blueprint or an item of equipment? Ling glanced at the hundreds of contracted warriors surrounding him and Vera, then reached down to pick up the card. The moment he held it, information about the item appeared before him. Death Curse of the Spirit Tribe. Description: derived from the final strategic realm of the Spirit Tribe. When a mirror of spirits are slaughtered en masse, a true nightmare descends, eliminating all threats to the Spirit Clan. Effect: when used on our core structures. If our era is below the third stage, it can serve as a benchmark to advance into a pseudo-era. Such a chilling description. Vera had somehow approached Ling's side, extending her tone as she looked at the card named Death Curse. It seems it's destined to be discarded as trash. How frightening. Unable to restrain himself, Ling playfully tapped Vera on the head, urging her to speak more seriously. Moreover, what did she mean by core structures, and what was a pseudo-era? Ling waved the card in front of Vera, eager to understand its purpose. Ling was aware that this item was likely not intended for his current use, as several of the terms were foreign to him. Still, he couldn't help but inquire about its utility. Vera puffed her cheeks and rubbed her forehead. Yes, you. I'm being quite serious. Yet, she soon adopted a more normal tone. The core structures are not far off. You shall know in due time, you scoundrel lord. In contrast to the effect below, it will be prudent to focus on this. With that, Vera gestured towards the introduction section of the panel. Isn't this merely an ordinary introduction? As Lingi remarked this, he suddenly noticed that the introduction section could be expanded further, as if some information was concealed within. Upon unfolding the introduction, a new line of prompt appeared before Lingi. Note, try flipping it over. What lies on the other side? Following the instructions in the introduction, Lingi turned over the card in his hand. Yet with that simple flip, the previously unmarked black card underwent a startling transformation. Death. On the side facing Lingi, a large, crimson character for death materialized. In that very instant, Lingi felt a shiver run through him, turning his head with a sense of dread. At the moment the character appeared, it seemed as though something terrifying within the towering structure nearby also awakened. Humans. Once again humans? In the unseen realm, voices echoed within the tower. Why are there humans everywhere? The tone was rife with resentment and fury. Accursed humans, like vermin, they're scattered everywhere. An indelible stain that can never be cleansed. A plague that can never be exterminated. Humans, damat. With the fury in the voice, the very tower seemed to tremble. Yet in the next moment, that rage abruptly ceased, as if about to slip back into slumber. After a pause, intermittent voices emanated from the tower's apex. The strongest, conscience merchant, Lingi, eliminate him. As the last utterance faded, the tower seemed to respond. Two ethereal figures surged forth from within the tower, racing towards the location where Liuchi and the others had perished, their speed akin to that of shooting stars. Suddenly, just as Lingi intended to return to the lumberyard, he witnessed a severed head graze past his face, blood splattering onto his shoulder. That was the Berserker of the Covenant? Thud! At that moment when Lingi froze, he heard a heavy thud behind him. Turning around, he beheld a creature resembling desiccated wood and of a size far larger than a human, being overwhelmed by the encroaching berserkers of the Covenant. You fool of the Lord, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and retreat. Vera's voice rang out from the other side. She struck her staff against the ground repeatedly, and the Covenant Axe warriors, as if under some command, formed layers around Lingi for his protection. Realizing this, Lingi understood. Had it not been for Vera's swift reaction and guidance, his heart might have already been plucked from his chest by that beast. However, upon surveying the scene, he noted that the creature subdued was merely one among many. Another beast was rampaging through the ranks of the berserkers. Its limbs, resembling dry wood, were as formidable and sharp as steel, facing the unarmored Covenant berserkers. The monstrosity often merely swings its hand, cleaving a man in twain with a single stroke, or thrusting forth to seize a still-beating heart. This is the relentless, crushing force of a superior civilization. To stand against 100 foes is of no concern. Observing the rapid dwindling of the number of contract berserkers, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Vela's amber eyes, and she could not help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. If that is the case, then how about this? The staff was forcefully brought down upon the ground by Vela once more. A full bounty for 100 days. As her words echoed, silence enveloped the arena, as if her utterances had failed to sway anything at all. Noticing this, Vela placed her hand to her mouth and cleared her throat twice. Then she spoke slowly. Even in death it shall be given. Ding, your secretary Vela has activated the skill. Exponential stimulation. Your contract berserkers have temporarily transformed into contract demon warriors. Ling slightly parted his lips. Is this truly possible? Can they be further empowered? Chapter 32. The living are profit-seekers. The dead are profit-seeking spirits, contracted ghost warriors. Synopsis. On the brink of life and death. Feeling the essence of spirit and comprehending the truths of the world, the ultimate unit of combat evolves. The living are profit-seekers. The dead are profit-seeking spirits. All is illusion. Only profit is reality. Special abilities, frenzied growth, indomitable spirit, relentless combat, sacrifice of the remaining body, among these. The first 3 special abilities show no deviation from those of the contracted frenzied warriors. Ling scanned the panel, his gaze landing on the newly acquired ability of the contracted ghost warriors. Sacrifice of the remaining body. Effect. upon receiving fatal damage. Resist death until a full 2 hours have elapsed, or until all core limbs suffer catastrophic injury. During this effect, combat power is increased by 100, and the target is inflicted with a state of intimidation. At that moment, several contracted frenzied warriors, recently dispatched by the monsters, staggered back to their feet. Some were headless, others bore gaping wounds from shoulder to abdomen, and some were reduced to mere halves of their former selves. They resembled ghastly figures clawing their way back from the depths of hell. For a moment, both Ling and the others were taken aback, questioning who among them was the true monster. For the sake of profit, a voice as chilling as the underworld emanated from the contracted ghost warriors. Even the monstrous spirits of the ghost clan, who had just been rampaging, trembled upon hearing it. Profit. Suddenly, all the resurrected, contracted ghost warriors lunged towards the remaining floating monsters on the field. Despite their monstrous forms, the ghost clan could only hastily fend off a few of the contracted ghost warriors. In an instant, severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Yet, these warriors who defied death proved far more challenging to vanquish than the so-called undying spirits. Even with just a single limb remaining, they persisted in crawling toward their adversaries. Ultimately, one of the Ghost Clan monsters made a mistake, allowing a large hand to seize a protrusion of its body. This was its only misstep, and it would be its last. For in death, the contracted ghost warriors possessed strength that could vaguely contend with it. Seizing the opportunity, Ling cast a glance at the combat power of the contracted ghost warriors in their death state. Contracted ghost warrior, death state, combat power, 30. This was a full double the strength of the contracted frenzied warriors. The attribute enhancement from sacrifice of the remaining body was not merely added to the foundational panel of the contracted lumberjack, but was instead a noble external augmentation. Their combat power in death far exceeded that of their living state. Upon witnessing this, Ling's spirit was set at ease. There were only 2 enemies, while he had nearly 200 contracted ghost warriors at his disposal. Those who lived were his allies, those who died were his spirits, with silver as their guide. Victory in this battle was assured. Indeed, as the protrusion of the monster was grasped by the contracted ghost warriors, it became unable to float away, its mobility severely hampered. Soon, more contracted ghost warriors surged forward, bringing it crashing to the ground. Stones, axes, and other heavy objects rained down upon the monster. To everyone's astonishment, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Ling furrowed his brow. Although the monster's form resembled withered wood, it was, in truth, remarkably resilient. He observed that some of the contracted ghost warriors had shattered stones in their hands, yet the creature's exterior remained unscathed. It was akin to striking an iron block with a stone. No meaningful damage could be inflicted in a short span of time. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The initially subdued monster began to rise from the ground, defying its earlier defeat. The contracted ghost warrior suppressing it had not succumbed to death, thus possessing only a meager combat power of 15, rendering it at a disadvantage in strength. Suddenly, the creature spun its body, flinging the warrior away and regaining its freedom. However, this time its focus was not on Ling, but rather on Vela. It recognized the true mastermind behind this cohort of contracted ghost warriors. Ling's pupils constricted. He sensed something amiss the moment the creature diverted its gaze from him. Vela, run! He bellowed. Simultaneously, the rising monster darted past its companions and the array of ghost warriors, extending its arm toward Vela with lethal intent. Its speed was astonishing. Vela, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Ling's, could only widen her eyes in horror as the desiccated figure approached ever closer. There was no time to pivot her body, let alone flee. Was she to perish? Suddenly, a fireball erupted from the woods, grazing Vela's cheek before colliding with the monster. An anguished wail erupted from the creature's mouth. In mere moments, the beast, which had proven formidable even against the contracted ghost warriors, was reduced to a cloud of ash. And the one responsible for this astonishing feat was none other than Hamburger. Vela and Ling gazed in astonishment towards the woods. Gurgle? Hamburger, who should have been asleep by the campfire, rolled out from the rear of the woods. Its large eyes blinked at Vela before decisively rolling over to Ling's side and affectionately nuzzling against him. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Ling couldn't help but laugh at Hamburger's sudden antics. However, considering that it had just saved Vela, he felt it inappropriate to push it away. But Hamburger, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Ling inquired, rubbing Hamburger's body, his tone tinged with curiosity. Just a while ago, Hamburger's attacks couldn't even defeat a contracted axe warrior, yet had effortlessly vanquished a creature from the ghostly clan. Wait a moment. A spark of realization flickered in Ling's mind, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. Hamburger, hold on a moment. I need to verify my hypothesis. With that, Ling extricated himself from Hamburger's embrace, torch in hand, and approached the subdued monster. What are you scheming now, you wretched lord? Upon witnessing Ling's sudden and perilous action, Vera hastily followed suit, positioning herself beside him. She traced Ling's gaze down to the monstrous creature sprawled on the ground. The sight before them was nothing short of terrifying. A grotesque beast, overpowered by a multitude of writhing limbs, lay subdued. Merely a glance at it could instill an unsettling sense of mental disarray. Fortunately, neither the malevolent entities of the Ghost Spirit Clan nor the contracted ghost warriors under Ling's command possessed the ability to inflict psychological harm. Thus, both Ling, and Vera's minds remained relatively intact. I wish to test my hypothesis, Ling proclaimed, as he raised the torch in his hand and casually hurled it towards the creature's form. Chapter 33. Surviving the Nightmare with a Resounding Roar. The flames made contact with the body of the monster, expanding with an astonishing rapidity and swiftly engulfing both the creature and the contract-bound warrior that had pinned it down. Once more, the creature's anguished wail echoed through the inferno. Ah, ha. The glow of the fire reflected in Ling's eyes, prompting an involuntary burst of laughter. This time, however, there was no burger to tickle him. Vela rolled her eyes, discreetly stepping back a pace, and cautiously inquired, Have you finally lost your mind, you despicable lord? You are the one who's mad. Ling retorted with a dismissive glance. He then turned back, suppressing a smile as he regarded the towering inferno before him. Who could have imagined that this monster of the Ghost Spirit Clan, with its iron-like resilience, would prove to be so flammable? Indeed, it appeared to be far more combustible than mere timber. A single spark was all it took to send this reaper, standing proud on the battlefield, straight to hell. Perhaps this characteristic was not unique to the creature before him. Other beings of the Ghost Spirit Clan might share the same trait. Ling's mind raced with possibilities. No wonder Lu Qi and his companions had been reluctant to enter the logging site. Their fear was not of potential ambushes, but rather of the bonfires that could ignite within the grove. Yet, this thought lingered only briefly in Ling's mind. Lu Qi's group was too weak. They had been dispatched with a single blow from the contract warrior, leaving Ling unable to validate his hypothesis. At that moment, the flames that had surged so swiftly now dwindled just as quickly, their ferocity extinguished. The monster of the Ghost Spirit Clan had been reduced to ash, and even the contract warrior that had subdued it was left charred. A peculiar aroma, reminiscent of grilled meat, wafted towards Ling. He hesitated for a moment, stepping back to align himself with Vela. As he surveyed their surroundings, he leaned closer to Vela and whispered, What will we do with these contract warriors? In the wake of the monster's rampage, at least half of the contract warriors had sustained fatal injuries. Their bodies lay open, clinging to life in a desperate struggle against death. In just over an hour, they would succumb, becoming nothing but a puddle of mangled flesh. What else can we do? Vela shrugged nonchalantly. We can only bury them beneath the logging site, turning them into fertilizer for our future endeavors. Oh, Ling nodded in understanding. I thought you might suggest adding their flesh to your potpourri stew. That would save quite a bit of coin. What? Vela's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm a lady. How could a lady partake in such gruesome acts? She continued, incredulous. And how can you say such things without so much as a blink? TSK. Seeing that Vela was not taking the bait, Ling let out a soft click of his tongue. He had expected her to propose incorporating the contract warriors into the culinary repertoire. Alas, it seemed that was not to be. However, since Vera harbored no such thoughts, As a person of conscience, he undoubtedly felt compelled to show respect. The matter of dealing with the remaining contract ghost warriors was thus entrusted to you. Ling he gently patted Vera on the shoulder, offering her an encouraging glance. He also reminded her, let's not forget that we still owe payment. Although the immediate threat posed by the Ghost Spirit clan had been temporarily resolved, Ling he was keenly aware of the promise Vera had just made. Full payment within 100 days, regardless of the circumstances. This amounted to an expenditure of no less than 610 gold coins. The gold Ling he earned today was roughly equivalent to this sum. Upon Ling he's reminder, Vera seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. Since it was a commitment already made, the notion of incurring debt would hardly suffice. This implied that even if half of the contract ghost warriors were to fall, a daily provision of 610 copper coins as wages must still be prepared. Should she inadvertently overspend and fail to produce the wages, it would not simply be a matter of refusing malicious demands. The rebellious contract ghost warriors could indeed hang her and that wretched lord from the old crooked tree. The mere thought sent a shiver down Vera's spine. Irritated, she cast a stern glance at the still dazed contract ghost warriors around her and forcefully struck her staff against the ground. Get back to work now. Even in their state of resisting death, the contract ghost warriors should still be able to work for another hour. Since they were ultimately entitled to their wages, Vera was reluctant to forfeit this final opportunity for them to generate surplus value. In response to Vera's command, the contract ghost warriors offered no objections. They silently retrieved their stone axes from the ground and turned back toward the forest. Some of the axes were damaged, yet this posed no significant issue. After all, in an hour's time, they would not require so many axes. With all the contract, ghost warriors departed. Ling he also had no intention of lingering around the dark forest periphery. He turned and led Vera and Hamburger back to the warmth of the campfire. Sighing heavily upon their return, Vera lamented, thanks to our good neighbor, we have suffered great losses tonight. Gurgle, zzz. No one responded to Vera, for Hamburger had nestled against the warm campfire and drifted back into slumber. Given Hamburger's state of sleep, had it not been for the earlier battle with the Ghost Spirit clan monsters, it likely would have slept soundly until dawn. Meanwhile, Ling he focused his attention on the small card in his hand. With both Ghost Spirit clan monsters defeated, the character for death in the center of the card had completely faded away. Correspondingly, the description underwent slight alterations. Death Curse of the Ghost Spirit clan. Description: derived from the final strategic mirror realm of the Ghost Spirit clan, it contains fragments of their civilization and power. Effect: when used on our core buildings, if our era is below the 3rd stage, it can serve as a benchmark to advance into a pseudo-era. The description no longer mentioned the summoning of nightmares, but instead spoke of the preservation of civilization and power fragments. It seems that the curse of death has been somewhat alleviated. That wretched lord? Ling tucked away the small card in his hand, meeting Vera's puzzled gaze. You appear to be in rather good spirits, Vera remarked, somewhat bewildered. Earlier, during the skirmish with Lu Qi and his companions, the loss of 261 golden wages had weighed heavily on Ling He, causing him considerable distress. How is it that now, with an actual loss of 610 golden wages, he seems unfazed? Indeed, I am in good spirits. Ling He spread his hands and smiled as he explained, because shortly, we are on the verge of a significant profit. Oh, Vera tilted her head in curiosity. One must concede that Ling He possesses an exceptional talent for amassing wealth. Even she, the extraordinarily charming capitalist, no, the exquisitely delightful lady, struggled to keep pace with Ling He's rhythm. Chapter 34. Will I not make any profit? What should we do? Vera inquired aloud. In truth, the solution before us is disarmingly simple. Ling raised a finger and stated that all we need to do is share the intelligence we currently possess within the regional channel. Just like that, Vera tilted her head, a few question marks floating above her top hat. Is there a fee for the information? No, of course the information is free. Ling shook his head. I am a good person. How could I possibly engage in such exploitative behavior? Is that true? Vera scrutinized Ling with a skeptical gaze. If Ling had no intention of including the contracted ghost warriors in the menu of contracted ghost warriors, She might have had a slight inclination to believe him to be a good person. However, it was unlikely that someone who could rival her, or even surpass her, could be anything but dubious. What kind of look is that? Ling raised an eyebrow, displeased with Vera's doubtful expression. Having been labeled a good person twice by the same individual, does that not affirm my character? Never mind. It matters little whether I am deemed good or not. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer at this late hour. Ling glanced at the sky and revealed what was on his mind. Vera, what do you believe is the greatest issue impacting our income at present? Is it insufficient production capacity? Vera instinctively replied. Yet before Ling could respond, she shook her head. No, our production capacity is actually somewhat excessive. The current market struggles to absorb our output. Is it that the pricing is too low? Vera pondered aloud, but quickly dismissed the thought. The pricing is not significantly relevant, as the lumberyard's current capacity, combined with the essential nature of lumber, ensures that regardless of pricing, a substantial portion of circulating gold coins within the trading hall would still be consumed. Rather, it is fortunate that Ling, in his initial strategy, drastically slashed the price of lumber. Without that, his monopoly would not have materialized. Raising lumber prices recklessly would only provide breathing room for others who could sell lumber, thereby diminishing Ling's gold income. Contemplating this, Vera smacked her forehead in frustration. What else could influence her income along with that insufferable lord? Unable to conceive an answer, observing Vera's distress, Ling found amusement and raised 2 fingers. Let me be candid. The issues currently affecting our income boil down to 2 critical points. The first is demand. Demand, you say? Vera followed Ling's lead and nodded to herself. He was indeed correct. Demand is a significant concern. At present, most lords lack architectural blueprints and therefore do not require large quantities of lumber. What appears to be a scarce resource is, in reality, only a genuine necessity for the nightly ritual of lighting a campfire. If one were to be a tad more ruthless with oneself, or if one were to find a truly excellent refuge, even the daily necessity of a set of timber could be entirely spared. Without demand, even a complete monopoly of the market would yield minimal actual profit. Having grasped the issue of demand, Lingy continued to speak. This matter, in fact, is no longer a dilemma. Our dear good neighbor has adeptly resolved this conundrum for us. With a gesture, Lingy pointed towards a distant tower. With prior guidance, Vera instantly comprehended Lingy's intent. While others may be oblivious, she and the scoundrel lord certainly were not. The spirit folk held an overwhelming fear of flames, shying away from even the faintest flicker of fire. As long as the spirit folk existed, fire remained an essential for the sake of survival. This directly impacted the trading post, resulting in a dramatic increase in the demand for timber. The market's pie has expanded with the arrival of the spirit folk. Oh, how delightful! Vera couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with visions of wealth as she gazed expectantly at Lingy. And what is the second point, my dear lord? The second point, Lingy replied with a smile, is of utmost importance. The human lords in the region lack funds. Even if we were to reduce the price of timber to a pittance, they would still be unable to afford the goods. However, akin to the first point, this flaw has been impeccably addressed by our dear good neighbor. A vivid image was painted in Vera's mind as Lingy articulated it. The current human lords may be impoverished, yet they cannot ignore the wealth held by outsiders. The so-called Luchi, a creature of the spirit folk, may not possess high combat prowess, but each member can yield between 1 to 3 gold coins. Should Lingy disseminate this information and provide a means to identify them, most human lords would not find themselves utterly defenseless against them. At that time, everyone would have the opportunity to profit, and this wealth would ultimately flow into our coffers as the market fluctuates. Vera interjected, placing her hands before her and clenching them tightly. We need only expend information that has become utterly valueless to us in exchange for an enlarged market pie, all while transforming the lords into instruments for our profit. In the end, those individuals shall be left weeping with gratitude towards you. To seek both reputation and wealth, how diabolical, far more wicked than the demons in the abyss. My dear lord, Lingy rolled his eyes, proclaiming, I am but a pure-hearted individual. Yet now, you should grasp my good intentions, should you not? Distributing all acquired information freely may not yield immediate profit. Yet it is hardly plausible that it would not be profitable at all. Indeed, Vera nodded vigorously. When you plan to set your nefarious scheme into motion. Hold on, Lingy replied. I need to confirm one last piece of information. Unable to resolve the confusion, Ling chose to set aside the issue regarding Vera's form of address and instead opened his private chat interface, reaching out to an old acquaintance. Conscientious vendor, brother Battle Frenzy, are you there? Meanwhile, in a lord's gathering at the riverbank, Battle Frenzy gazed at his private chat interface, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Although the war game had only recently emerged, it was well known that within this region, the conscientious vendor had already become a formidable figure. Would such a prominent individual truly initiate a private chat with him? No. Suddenly Battle Frenzy realized a crucial detail. He and this conscientious vendor had indeed exchanged messages in the past, initiated by him, though the other party had not responded. Upon seeing his earlier message, Battle Frenzy suddenly recalled the individual. Call me Battle Frenzy. It's you? You are the vendor brother? Chapter 35. A Complimentary Luncheon. Intelligence. Conscientious merchant. It's me. Haha. I owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Jean for that one remark. Call me Jean. I am unworthy of such praise. In reality, Jean wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had merely made a casual quip about the unscrupulous merchants in the trading post. Who would have thought that such an offhand comment could give rise to a financial titan? Nevertheless, seeing that the individual in question was alive and thriving brought a sense of relief to Jean. He had always been a principled person with a strong sense of loyalty, and upon entering the war game, his attitude towards others was one of assistance wherever possible. Earlier, when he had sent a private message, he genuinely intended to impart survival skills to Lingy. When Lingy had not responded for a prolonged period, Jean had feared that Lingy had fallen prey to some ferocious wildlife and lamented the loss of a life. However, it was evident now that Lingy was faring quite well and required no further instruction in survival techniques. Call me Jean, merchant, if you have matters to discuss. Please feel free to speak candidly. We are all of the human race, and I shall assist to the best of my ability. Lingy was taken aback, yet somehow not surprised by Jean's immediate offer of help without first inquiring about the matter at hand. He had already discerned that Jean was a good person. Hence, Lingy decided to forego any pretense and get straight to the point. Conscientious merchant, it is not a difficult request. I merely wish to inquire if you have someone named Lu Qi in your vicinity. Lu Qi? Jean furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance towards the campfire behind him. There, a genteel-looking man was resting, and he happened to be the very Lu Qi whom Lingy had dispatched not long ago. Jean was unaware of the events that had transpired on Lingy's end. At this moment, he was beset by numerous questions. What could the conscientious merchant possibly want with Lu Qi, and how did he know that Lu Qi was with him? Taking a deep breath, Jean sent a new private message. Call me Jean. Has Lu Qi offended you in some manner? The inquiry regarding Lu Qi was the most plausible explanation Jean could conceive. As he gazed at the private message interface, a wave of hesitation washed over him. To offend the conscientious merchant at this juncture would certainly not be a sagacious move. If the response were indeed negative, should he expel Lu Qi from his camp? Yet, it was difficult for Jean to harden his heart against someone seeking refuge. Fortunately, Lingy's subsequent reply alleviated his concerns. Conscientious merchant. No, not at all. Rather, he appears to be quite a mild-mannered individual. But thank you, Brother Jean, for clarifying this matter. Knowing that Lu Qi is with you has resolved a considerable amount of my uncertainty. Call me Jean. You're most welcome. However, may I inquire what matter pertains to Lu Qi? He is currently in my camp. Might I request your enlightenment, merchant? After much contemplation, Jean Kuang could not discern what Lu Qi truly represented in his presence. Following the prompt of his interlocutor, Jean Kuang activated the regional channel, where Ling he had already commenced his discourse. Good evening, dear family. I have just endured a fierce battle against the Ghost Spirit Clan, suffering considerable losses. How is everyone faring? Brother Xiao Fan has finally returned. So, your earlier silence in the regional discussion was due to combat? I am quite well. A few grotesque entities approached me, but the wolves pursuing me ended up being my demise. I did manage to discreetly collect a few gold coins. Brother Xiao Fan, could you enlighten us on the combat prowess of the Ghost Spirit clan? Upon hearing this inquiry, Ling He's drowsiness dissipated. The combat strength of the Ghost Spirit clan is formidable. To put it plainly, creatures with a combat power of 30 can slaughter the weaker units with ease. Of course, they are not invincible. A mere spark can lead to their swift annihilation. Is what Brother Xiao Fan claims truly accurate? I must prepare an ample supply of firewood. Wait a moment. Does Brother Xiao Fan already possess organized units with combat power exceeding 30? At this remark, many listeners grasped the underlying implications of Ling He's words, collectively gasping in astonishment. In the present context, a combat power of 30 is a staggering notion, given that the strongest units in their possession hardly exceed a combat power of 10. Facing a unit with 30 combat power would be akin to an armored vehicle assaulting indigenous tribes. Yet, Brother Xiao Fan asserted that the creatures of the Ghost Spirit clan could dispatch those units with such ease. A wave of disbelief washed over many. Word alone are insufficient. Can you provide evidence? Skeptical remarks occasionally surfaced within the regional channel. Ling He merely glanced at these comments before dismissing them. My lord, are you not going to refute them? Vela inquired, leaning against Ling He's shoulder. Shaking his head, Ling He replied, those who choose to believe will do so. Those who do not may await another lifetime for their opportunity. He did not envision himself as a protagonist in a novel, nor as a hero from a fairy tale. Nor did he possess the altruism of Zhang Quan. Engaging in futile arguments was not his inclination. Vela chuckled, indeed. It seems absurd that such insignificant beings would presume to trouble our esteemed producer for explanations. Ling He nodded in agreement, appreciating Vela's flattering remarks. However, he could not shake the feeling that her recent address seemed to elevate him above the mere title of my lord. Returning to his thoughts, Ling He continued to share intelligence within the regional channel. The conscientious vendor remarked, certainly, not all units of the ghostly spirits are as formidable and terrifying as the monsters I just described. Among them, there exists a certain creature whose combat prowess is not vastly different from ours. Ling openly divulged his speculations regarding the mirror realm, including the authentic intelligence he had recently validated. A particular type of ghostly entity assumes the guise of various human lords, approaching them to gain their trust before ultimately betraying and slaying them. The targets they mimic likely have prototypes within this region, and their personalities, as well as their understanding of the terrain, are intricately linked to these prototypes. In most instances, one can discern whether an entity is genuinely human by identifying inconsistencies in their speech. However, Ling provided an even more optimal solution, one so simple that even a fool could utilize it, allowing even the most dim-witted to easily distinguish whether the other is a true human. Chapter 36. A little obstruction. The private chat feature. When utilized effectively, a simple greeting can reveal whether the person standing before you is genuinely human. Within the pristine confines of the human faction's internal channel lies the greatest reliance of the populace in their struggle against the looming threat of the Spectre race. However, Lin Xiao, who had been eavesdropping, scoffed upon reading the message shared by Ling He. A clever strategy indeed, having encountered a disguised monster and survived. I know this method is entirely feasible, but that well-meaning vendor has miscalculated one crucial aspect. For this approach to succeed, it requires the unwavering and unreserved cooperation of all human lords within the region. Yet, the malevolence of human nature will be laid bare in this endeavor. At that moment, a chat message appeared before Lin Xiao. Mr. Stylish or not, is the person standing before me you? Upon reading the private message, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Was someone already in contact with the Spectre imitating him? A smirk crept upon his lips as he decisively responded in the chat. Creator God, yes. Mr. Stylish or not. Then take a step with your left leg, raise your right hand, and give me a wave, then turn around 3 times for me to see. Instantaneously, the smile on Lin Xiao's face froze. If he were truly in front of the person, performing those actions would pose no issue. However, therein lies the predicament. The entity before that individual was not the authentic him. As anticipated, Lin Zhao's lack of movement prompted another private message shortly thereafter. Mr. Stylish or not? Fraud. With that, Lin Zhao was completely blocked. His expression darkened as he realized that the concept of human malevolence seemed utterly unachievable within the well-meaning vendor's flawless solution. Unconsciously, he had suffered yet another defeat. Damn it. Was this also part of that vendor's scheme? As Lin Zhao pondered this, his private chat interface erupted with several pop-up messages. However, this time, the inquiries were no longer about his identity. On the other end of the private chat were several lumber merchants who wished to discuss how to handle the well-meaning vendor situation. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. Indeed, despite the vendor's commendable reputation, he had undoubtedly offended many. Although the lumber market could nourish all involved, that vendor had chosen to diminish a substantial portion of the pie. Not only did he shrink it, but he also hoarded it for himself. The hungry lumber merchants, likely, had developed a desire to devour the vendor's heart. Now, the individuals reaching out to him in private chat were somewhat familiar to Lin Zhao. Previously, he regarded them as nothing more than a motley crew of unremarkable figures. However, circumstances had changed. Even the most unremarkable individuals have their roles to play. Whether they could spoil a pot of soup now depended entirely upon them. Upon this thought, Lin Zhao swiftly dispatched a message in the private chat interface. Creator God, my friends, may I propose we give that unscrupulous merchant a hard time. Username is useless. I would love to do just that. Do you have any brilliant ideas to share? Creator God, patience, we can first proceed in this manner, and then follow it up with that. It was uncertain whether it was Ling He's illusion, but after he shared the intelligence, his reputation within the region seemed to take a significant nosedive. Numerous conspiracy theories inexplicably surfaced targeting him. These theories were divided into two camps, those who believed and those who did not. The skeptics had little to say. They clutched at his words to mock him. Surely no one actually believes him, right? I mean, did anyone really think the zombie crisis would happen in 2 days? While a unit with 30 points of combat power is so formidable, our little merchant is incredible, boasting without even needing a draft. Do you think our merchant might have met his demise? He was previously too afraid to disclose his own location reference. Yet now he emerges to weave tales and dictate the landscape. As for the believers, they questioned why Ling He possessed such intelligence and what motives lay behind his revelations. Why is it that the Ghost Spirit clan has only recently emerged, and everyone else is still completely in the dark, yet the merchant knows everything? Indeed, it has barely been a short time. If he had the information himself, why share it within the region? Could it be that the merchant has become a pawn of the Ghost Spirit clan, releasing bits of information to deceive us into slaughtering one another? Pawn. Vela chuckled softly, nudging Ling He's shoulder. Someone just called the Lord a pawn. Is he not going to react at all? Let them say what they will. Ling He shrugged indifferently. He had already divulged all the information he needed to, having placed the meal right at their lips, almost to the point of feeding them directly. The perfect strategy lay before him. If they chose to ignore it or still managed to fail despite it, what could be said? Their fate would surely be sealed. As for the shifting tides in the regional channel, Ling He discerned an undercurrent conspiring against him. However, he was not overly concerned with reputation. Regarding those who targeted him, he could only express, let them deceive others, but do not let themselves fall into the trap. If those individuals were truly foolish enough to ensnare themselves, it was likely that in a few days, Ling He would no longer see their faces leading the charge. Having completed all his tasks, Ling He yawned, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and turned to Vela beside him. Vela, do you still stand by what you said earlier? What did I say? You mentioned that you would keep watch during the night. As the words fell, there was no opportunity for Vera to respond. Ling He rose abruptly, flattening the hamburger against the ground before lying down upon it. Observing this, Vera felt a vain throb on her forehead. You insolent lord, did you not consider granting me the chance to refuse? At this moment, Ling He had already reclined upon the hamburger, on the verge of drifting into slumber, offering only perfunctory remarks in response to Vera. Vera, keep it up, Gambat. Taking a deep breath, Vera settled beside Ling He and forcefully turned his head onto her lap. Even while sleeping, You need to be a bit closer. I still need to access the trading panel. Ling he offered no resistance, allowing Vera to manipulate him as she wished. After a considerable time, in a state of half-dream, he suddenly called out Vera's name. Vera. Vera reached out to caress Ling he's forehead. Even in his dreams, he calls for me. It seems my position in this insolent lord's heart is quite significant. Yet, in the next moment, Ling he faintly uttered the latter part of his sentence. Chapter 37. The loyal orange is all consumed. Vera, upon seeing the joyful beverages at the trading post, one should simply purchase them all. So was the joyful drinks she had in mind. To think that in the heart of that scoundrel lord, she is regarded as less valuable than a mere bottle of joy. Clenching her teeth, Vera trembled as she raised her fist, only to gently lower it after a prolonged moment. Sigh. With a soft exhalation, Vera resumed her gentle caress of Lingy's forehead, whispering, "All right, I understand." Lingy had lost track of how long he had been asleep, enveloped by the sweet fragrance of the girl in his dreams. The air around him was fresh, the temperature delightful, and the mattress exceedingly soft. Thus, like a lazy fish, he turned over and buried his face among a pile of clothes. Just a little more sleep. Zzz. Bang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lingy jolted awake, clutching his face as he sat up amidst a pile of hamburgers, surveying his surroundings. Who struck me? Has the ghostly tribe come again? Not at all. Vera appeared before him, her kind smile shadowed by dark circles under her eyes. Scoundrel lord, do you even know what time it is? Is it morning? It's noon, you fool. Vera placed her hands on Lingy's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. How much longer do you intend to sleep? Do you realize those lumberjacks rest later than you, yet awaken to work earlier? How can someone your age sleep so soundly? My loyalty towards you has been entirely consumed as late-night snacks and breakfast. Gurgle at this. Vera's stomach emitted a growl of hunger. It was only then that Lingy noticed several empty bottles of joyful beverage scattered at her feet, indicating that she had relied on those to sustain herself thus far. In the distance, a towering stack of over 1,000 joyful beverage bottles loomed, nearly as tall as a person. Lingy offered an awkward yet polite smile. Vera, why didn't you buy some food for yourself? Because you did not grant me the authority to purchase bread and meat. Vera rolled her eyes, reminding him that as a secretary, she typically could not frivolously spend his money. As for the joyful beverages, she had merely followed his orders to acquire them all from the market. Look, Vera summoned the interface before Lingy. According to your directive, we have procured over 1,000 bottles of joyful beverage from night until now. However, all the harvested timber has been sold, and most of that money has returned to us. Here is our current financial status. Vera pointed to a corner of the interface. Lingy gazed upon the numbers, astonished to find his assets had surged to 5135. 6 gold coins. So much wealth. He recalled that just before falling asleep, he had nearly exhausted his funds, with barely 200 gold coins left in his pocket. Yet, in the span of a single slumber, his finances had blossomed into a robust 4-digit sum. At last, there is no longer any concern over the 610 gold coins owed to the contract demon warrior. If this pace continues, it won't be long before the 100. 000 gold borrowed for the lumberyard can also be swiftly repaid. The taste of monopolization is simply exquisite. With wealth in hand, Ling he will not hesitate to indulge himself. Thus, he spent a modest sum of less than 5 gold to purchase some berries and bread from the marketplace, which he intended for breakfast with Vela. This is quite satisfactory. Vela nestled the berries into the bread, thoroughly mashing them into a makeshift jam before savoring her meal in small bites. After satisfying their hunger, the fatigue from a sleepless night began to weigh heavily on Vela's eyelids. As for the ensuing tasks, the troublesome lord would have to manage those himself. He must ensure the shop is well-stocked and profitable. The Paisho wallet was handed over to Ling he by Vela, who then sought a shaded spot beneath a tree to lie down, quickly drifting into a state of half-sleep. I will come back to take over your shift later, she murmured as she succumbed to slumber. Observing Vela's peaceful repose, Ling he shook his head in resignation. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. While earning money is certainly gratifying, why must he, as the lord and the proprietor, be burdened with the responsibility of 2 shifts. At that moment, a laborer approached Ling He. Noticing the beads of sweat cascading down his face, it was evident he had been toiling since dawn. Ling He cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "What is it?" The laborer sheepishly rubbed his hands together, saying, "The new batch of lumber has been processed. Would you prefer to set it up now, or shall we wait a while?" "Let us do it now," Ling He replied, gesturing to the ground. "When I am here, place the processed lumber beside me. When I am absent, stack it into a pile." "Understood." The laborer nodded eagerly, as if completely devoted to executing Ling He's commands. Soon, a fresh batch of lumber was delivered to his side. Previously, Ling He would have to manually arrange the lumber into groups. But with Vela's Pi-Shio wallet in hand, the task became significantly simpler. Opening the wallet's mouth, he activated Vela's secretary abilities. In an instant, all the lumber within a 5-meter radius was listed in the marketplace at the prices Vela had predetermined. Compared to the arduous efforts of yesterday, Ling He's role today merely required him to oversee the shop, affording him a considerable degree of leisure. During this lull, Ling He decided to access the regional channel to observe what transpired overnight. Upon entering, the most striking sight was the number of remaining participants displayed in the corner. Remaining participants, 7,924, a staggering 2,000 individuals perished in a single night. This was in the context of only 10,000 human lords within this region. A fifth of the population is no trivial matter, and it is certainly an improvement over the initial prediction of extinction within 3 days. The departed souls represented a loss to Ling He's future wealth, which left him less than pleased. However, he understood that these individuals had likely fallen prey to the conspiracy theories circulating in the regional channel or had disregarded their own words altogether. Damn spirits! Salvation cannot be achieved with mere trifles, nor is there a necessity for such endeavors. Rather, it can be said that in the absence of this group, Ling He's reputation within the regional channel has taken a favorable turn. Indeed, Ling He has even observed numerous private messages expressing gratitude directed towards him. It appears that this group had also encountered an onslaught from the ghostly tribe, and it was through Ling He's prior intelligence and solutions that they managed to survive. As he perused the messages, Ling He's peripheral vision caught sight of his personal interface, and he suddenly noticed something remarkable. "Ah, I have leveled up again?" Perhaps due to the relatively undemanding nature of the earlier levels, as the timber market, a significant treasure, has been thoroughly consumed. After a brief slumber, Ling He's level has ascended to 5, unlocking new rewards. LV3 LV4, Agent Mechanism, LV4 LV5, Blueprint Council Chamber, Chapter 38, the Agent Mechanism Ling He directly received his upgrade rewards. Instantly, several pop-up windows appear before him. Congratulations! You have unlocked the mechanism, Alliance. You can propose alliance resolutions within core structures. Your alliance mechanism will be superseded by the agent mechanism. A brief glance was all it took for Ling He to discern that this was akin to a secretary replacing an official, likely an exclusive feature of capital growth pathways. Entering the details interface, a stream of information unfolded before him. Agent, description, we never share our unique cake. Thus, the agent is the highest form of alliance. P.S. The ultimate producers are never devoid of surrounding hyenas. Adept use of the agent mechanism will transform these tame hyenas into our stepping stones toward a broader market. Privilege effects. 1. You may unilaterally designate any non-resistant life form as an agent without the need for core structures. 2. The agent mechanism imposes no alliance constraints on either party. Therefore, neither you nor the agent is required to incur any maintenance costs. 3. When you designate an alien lord as an agent, you will be allowed to utilize the corresponding race's internal trading features. But each transaction incurs an additional 1 tax payable to the agent. Ling He was unaware of the original effects of the alliance mechanism. However, after reviewing the 3 privilege effects conferred by the agent mechanism, he felt that this mechanism was remarkably well suited to his needs. The agent mechanism instantaneously addressed the current dilemma of the human forces being too weak and their population too sparse, making them vulnerable to complete annihilation. Had the human lords been eradicated yesterday without the agent mechanism, Ling he would have become a stagnant blank slate. But today was different. If the lords of the human race in this region truly proved to be incapable of rising, Ling he could entirely abandon the defunct human market and embrace the realm of slimes, or even peddle his goods to the ghostly tribe, or seek out potentially existing other races in the shadows. This signified that Ling he would no longer be confined to the human market. The term human could no longer serve as an impediment to Ling He's ascent to higher market echelons. Whom shall I test this new mechanism on? Ling he mused, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Hamburger's position. As the slime lord, Hamburger was the ideal specimen for the agent mechanism's trial, was he not? Ling he stealthily approached Hamburger, gently caressing the soft body to confirm he was deep in slumber. With hands clasped, he murmured, "Apologies, Hamburger. I shall compensate you with delightful beverages upon your awakening. Shall I designate the slime lord XXXX as my agent?" Note: only one agent of the same race can be designated within the same area. Yes, at that moment, there were no other alien lords nearby. Thus, Hamburger was Ling He's sole option, leaving no room for hesitation. You have sent an agent invitation to the slime lord XXXX. XXXX has not responded to your invitation and will default to acceptance after a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ding. You have successfully appointed the slime lord, Hamburger, as your agent. Is that all? As he watched the fleeting notification before him, Ling blinked in surprise. He had anticipated that appointing an agent would come with some dazzling effects. The reality, however, left him rather disheartened. Recruiting Hamburger as an agent merely involved registering the nickname for the individual, and Ling felt no changes beyond that. He was also at a loss regarding how to utilize the slime trading hall feature. Perhaps Vera, as his secretary, would possess some knowledge. But given that she had just pulled an all-nighter and was now asleep, Ling felt it inappropriate to disturb her. Never mind, he would inquire once Vera awoke. Currently, the crops on the human side were flourishing, capable of consuming all the goods Ling was producing. Therefore, he did not feel an urgent need to expand into foreign markets. Alternatively, there were plenty of other tasks Ling could attend to, such as examining another reward obtained from leveling up. Council Hall, Era, Stone Age, and Producer Path. Description: a core building that unlocks the resolution function upon construction, granting ownership of land within a 10-meter radius. Long-term possession of this land will yield a strong claim. Construction requirements: 500 units of wood. So the core building was waiting for him here. Glancing at the description of the council hall, Ling couldn't help but revisit the agent mechanism. Clearly, the agent system had rectified the bug where the alliance mechanism required a core building to initiate resolutions. In this light, it seemed there was nothing he needed to accomplish that required the council hall. Wait, a thought flashed through Ling's mind about the item he had found last night. The death curse of the spirit tribe, which mentioned it needed to be used within a core building, right? That item could allow Ling to enter the so-called pseudo-era. Although he was somewhat perplexed by this, his curiosity compelled him to explore it. Moreover, he was hardly one of those impoverished souls. The mere 500 units of wood were inconsequential to Ling now. With wealth, he could accomplish anything. Would you like to construct the building? Council Hall. Yes. Please select the building's placement location. Ling once again entered the construction perspective he had accessed when purchasing the spirit-infused lumberyard. For the council hall, he did not place it haphazardly. Instead, he stepped out of the lumberyard and positioned the council hall directly opposite the tall tower in the distance. What a provocation. In the time it took to sleep, Ling had already devised a plan for dealing with any remaining spirit tribe monsters that might still inhabit that tower. Thus, he was not particularly afraid of the creature returning to trouble him. However, upon confirming the placement, the council hall did not materialize before Ling as the spirit-infused lumberyard had. Only a new pop-up message appeared. Placement location selected. Please allocate construction personnel. Ling glanced at the prompt before taking 2 steps towards the direction of the council hall. Construction personnel allocated. Ling. Current efficiency, 0. The council hall is expected to be completed in XXXX years. It turns out I have to construct this building myself? Well, it is indeed reasonable that a structure must be built. Ling patted his forehead, reflecting that he had become too accustomed to comfort, nearly mistaking this dire place for an amusing online game. However, upon further contemplation, it did not seem entirely disadvantageous. At least in this war game, the construction aspect closely resembles reality, without restrictions on the number of personnel required for building. This means that, as long as he was willing to spend money and invest resources, a structure that would typically take a long time to complete could potentially be finished in just a day or even a few hours. And for Ling, is a problem that can be solved with money truly a problem? With a casual wave of his hand, he spent thousands of gold coins, 500 cattle and horses, along with the necessary equipment, suddenly materialized before him. Chapter 39. The Ambitious Slime. Greetings, esteemed boss. Although the cattle and horses lacked robust physiques, the collective volume of 500 voices resonated with considerable awe. With a nod of acknowledgement, Ling promptly allocated full wages to the newly recruited laborers before assigning their tasks. 200 of you shall proceed to the lumberyard, while another 200 are to commence the construction of the council hall. The remaining 100 should remain idle for the moment, as I have further instructions for you shortly. Understood, boss. The laborers accepted Ling's commands without a hint of dissent, diligently getting to work. Meanwhile, Ling glanced at the progress information for the council hall within the construction interface. Construction workforce engaged. Cattle and horses x 200. Estimated completion of the council hall, 12 hours. Remarkably, the construction time had indeed been shortened to within a day. Ling surmised that had he only assigned a dozen workers for the task, the time frame would have likely extended to approximately half a month. With just a few workers, it would have taken no less than 1 or 2 months to complete the council hall. It was evident that financial investment was the cornerstone of all productivity. The laborers, however, were oblivious to Ling's contemplations. They were currently transporting timber from the lumberyard to the construction site, where it would undergo further refinement and meticulous segmentation. Perhaps due to the cacophony of construction, the hamburger, which Ling had unwittingly treated as a sofa, stirred from its slumber. "Good morning," it greeted in a soft, melodious voice. "Good morning," Ling responded instinctively, without giving it much thought. It was only 3 seconds later that he realized something unusual and abruptly glanced down at the hamburger. Had he truly understood its speech? Could this be an enhancement provided by the agent mechanism? It seemed plausible. If communication were impossible, engaging in trade with foreign races would surely be arduous. Yet even in its drowsy state, the hamburger remained unaware of anything amiss in their recent exchange. It leisurely opened the communication channel designated for the slime race. Upon seeing the hamburger's interface appear before him, Ling, who had initially intended to speak further, fell silent. Did the implementation of the agent mechanism imply that interracial transactions require the other party to actively present their interface to him? Contemplating this, Ling decided to refrain from revealing his knowledge to the hamburger for the time being, opting instead to observe for a while longer. Unperturbed by Ling's unwavering gaze, the hamburger felt no discomfort, nor did it perceive that Ling was scrutinizing it. After all, it lacked a shared language with the bipedal beings and belonged to a different race. Thus, there was no reason to feel scrutinized. What could possibly be of interest? Could the bipedal creature truly see its interface? Humming a cheerful tune, the hamburger accessed its private chat interface, which was already inundated with numerous unread messages. "Little Pink, are you still alive? Since you mentioned your intention to eliminate the bipedal creatures, it seems you have been silent for quite some time. Those bipedal beings are indeed formidable adversaries. If it becomes too overwhelming, do not hesitate to return to us. We shall not hold it against you." As night fell, a towering structure descended from the heavens, fortunately missing us all. A group of even more terrifying beings clashed with the bipedal creatures, resulting in the demise of many of the latter. "Are you safe? Those dreadful entities have now set their sights on us. We are no match for them, and can only flee, hoping to escape. Alas, I managed to escape, but many of our comrades perished. Are you alive? I hope you have not fallen victim to those fearsome beings." Gazing at the string of concerned private messages, Ling cast a peculiar glance at Hamburger, a hint of barely perceptible envy flickering in her eyes. "What is this? Are they neighbors or childhood friends? How is it that despite everyone being new to this war game, Hamburger has been assigned to the same area as familiar acquaintances? Yet, after the moment of envy, curiosity swiftly followed. Surely, Hamburger would respond to them? Although Ling considered herself not particularly nosy, the thrill of peeking into others' secrets was undeniably enticing. Under Ling's unwavering gaze, Hamburger finally lived up to expectations and replied in the private chat. XXXX, Hamburger, I am perfectly fine. Those strange creatures are quite weak, you know. I have tamed a group of bipedal servants, and those odd beings couldn't even touch me, their master, as they were all vanquished by my servants. Little Pink, wow. That's so impressive. As Hamburger continued to send messages in the chat, Ling could no longer contain herself and reached out with both hands. Her mischievous fingers quickly grasped Hamburger's sides and tugged, distorting its form. What are you doing? Hamburger flailed, seemingly attempting to express its discontent through the struggle. With its shape altered, it could no longer communicate with Little Pink. However, the next moment, it met Ling's enigmatic smile. Ah, how the pets aspire to be masters. You have certainly outdone yourself, my adorable Hamburger. In that instant, Hamburger regained its composure, its eyes widening in shock as it stuttered, Why, how do you speak our language? Oh no, the bipedal creatures must have overheard our conversation. Wait, does that mean the other party can see their interface as well? The thought of this realization cast a gloomy shadow over Hamburger's future in the slime world. No, it might even mean there is no future left for it. Oh dear, although not particularly afraid of death, the mere thought of never being able to chat with Little Pink again brought Hamburger to tears. Why are you crying? I never said I would do anything to you. Seeing that Hamburger had successfully frightened himself, he did not intend to push the matter further. Emotionally, Hamburger had saved Vera's life just yesterday. Logically, he was a partner in the production of his slime gel. In Ling's eyes, he had essentially earned a dual immunity card, akin to a powerful eunuch. Merely pinching him was merely a small warning to Hamburger, who fancied himself a master. Concepts of masters and servants were relics of a bygone feudal era. We are in a civilized age now. Are you really not going to do anything to me? Hamburger lifted his head, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. Indeed, Ling affirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, Hamburger lowered his head, only to raise it again after a while. Gurgle, gurgle. Hearing Hamburger's innocent yet foolish gaze, Ling felt his fists gradually clench. Suddenly, pretending to be mute, he thought, Do you take me for a fool? Gurgle Hamburger shrank back in fear. Observing this, Ling let out a resigned sigh. Fine, we'll talk when you're ready. For now, let me see your interface. Although Hamburger remained silent, he obediently displayed his personal interface. Upon viewing Hamburger's interface, Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. You are the true protagonist, aren't you? Chapter 40. Have I become an experience card? Before me, the personal interface of Hamburger displays. Growth path. Divine Supreme Legendary Multicolored Thunder Slime King. Current level, LV9. What is the meaning behind this lengthy and ominous string of prefixes in the growth path? Ling couldn't help but recall a dreadful online game he played before entering the war game. At level 1, he had just finished battling rabbits and was already forced to wield a broken wooden stick against drowning little lobsters. By level 10, after defeating the Wolf King at the village entrance, he was hurriedly tasked with assisting the village chief in vanquishing the robust lobster warriors. At level 50, armed with a legendary weapon, the Sword of Kings, he was engaged in fierce combat with the demonized lobsters. Even upon reaching level 100 and defeating the Creator God, he still had to endure brutal beatings from the extraterrestrial demon lobsters in dungeons. It was merely a reskin, devoid of mechanics, purely numerical. In retrospect, Ling couldn't help but curse that abysmal game. Yet looking at Hamburger's growth path, it seemed to rival the intensity of that lamentable game's design. The most astonishing aspect was that, despite bearing such an impressive array of prefixes, Hamburger had somehow reached level 9. Ling reached down and hoisted Hamburger off the ground, shaking him up and down while staring incredulously. Hamburger, haven't you been with us this entire time? When did you level up to 9? Level 9, nearly double his own. In the war game, a higher potential growth path made leveling up increasingly arduous. Hamburger's growth path certainly appeared to possess considerable potential. Ling was utterly baffled as to how Hamburger accomplished this, shaking him incessantly. Gurgle, gurgle Hamburger, disoriented from the vigorous shaking, felt as though his brain was being scrambled. In the midst of this, he managed to extend his tiny circular hand and, with great difficulty, tapped his personal interface. A detailed information panel appeared before Ling. Unlocked passive, narrow escape. Narrow escape, description, become a king, standing tall amidst trials and tribulations. Effect, experience gained from simple battles is reduced by 80, while experience gained from perilous battles is increased by 80. When engaging with foreign races, experience is continuously obtained based on the disparity in combat power between foes and allies. Having read the effects of this passive skill, Ling finally understood how Hamburger had ascended to such a high level. Ultimately, it was his own doing. He had slept with Hamburger in his arms all night long. Though he was weak, it was no match for Hamburger's even feebler strength. With Hamburger's pitiful combat prowess, how could he not level up quickly? Wait, as if realizing something, Ling squinted and glared fiercely at Hamburger. Good heavens! This little rascal was using him as an experience card to level up. Just then, before Ling's eyes, Hamburger's level leaped from LV9 to LV10. In an instant, his body seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation as countless streams of light surged from all directions into Hamburger's form, ultimately coalescing within him to create a vibrant, multicolored core. Had he leveled up again? Before Ling he had the chance to ponder further, he felt the Hamburger in his hand grow increasingly heavy, reaching a point where he could scarcely hold it. Sensing something amiss, he loosened his grip, allowing the Hamburger to plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, the peculiar transformation was far from over. He watched in astonishment as the Hamburger began to swell dramatically, its size escalating beyond comprehension. It grew taller and larger until a shadow enveloped Ling He, marking the cessation of its expansion. Cough, cough. Ling He cleared his throat twice, and seizing the moment while the Hamburger was still dazed, he swiftly retreated, positioning himself protectively in front of the herd of cattle and horses. We are all friends here. I advise you not to act recklessly, Hamburger. At that moment, the Hamburger had swelled to at least 3 meters, resembling a monstrous entity. Should it sit down, it could easily crush 2 or 3 cattle or horses beneath its weight. As Ling He's voice echoed, the Hamburger finally regained its senses. The first sight that met its clear gaze was the alarming image of hundreds of bipedal creatures brandishing weapons, all fixated upon it. However, the once imposing bipedal beings now appeared diminutive by comparison. The Hamburger tilted its head, taking a moment to realize that it was not the bipedal creatures that had shrunk, but rather it had grown immensely. It had become extraordinarily large, surpassing even the creature that attacked the bipedal beings the previous night. In its present form, it felt invincible, perhaps annihilating the throng of bipedal creatures before it would pose no challenge. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled cattle and horses, the crystal within the Hamburger suddenly erupted with a blinding brilliance, reminiscent of the energy buildup of a sci-fi laser cannon, dazzling and painful to behold. Just as Ling He braced himself for a confrontation with the Hamburger's ferocious nature, the light abruptly dissipated. Before them stood a Hamburger, now significantly smaller, nearly reverting to its original size. With a pitiful expression akin to that of an abandoned pet, it extended its little round hand towards Ling He, who had taken refuge behind the herd. Observing this, Ling He stepped forward, his twitching lips betraying his inner turmoil. So after all that build-up, you merely intended to shrink? The Hamburger nodded emphatically, confirming Ling He's assertion. Good heavens, Ling He exclaimed, rubbing his forehead and shaking his head. He had anticipated a grand display of power, only to be met with this anticlimactic revelation. Noting Ling He's evident disappointment, the Hamburger retracted its eager little hand. Did the bipedal creatures dislike its current appearance? I could transform again. Realizing the potential for yet another transformation, Ling He interjected, Wait, no. But it was too late. A blinding flash of white light surged into Ling He's eyes, engulfing his vision in a sea of overwhelming luminescence. In a moment of disorientation, he felt as though he had ascended to paradise, with the gates to heaven standing before him. However, the angel at the threshold merely cast a glance at Ling He's resume. TSK. What could that possibly mean? Before Ling he could voice his questions, a sensation of plummeting engulfed him. The blinding white light receded in an instant, and the vision of paradise that had filled his mind dissipated alongside it. After the radiance faded, Ling he found that the figure of Hamburger had vanished entirely. In its place, a soft body nestled into his embrace, nuzzling against him incessantly, transforming into the form of a female biped. Perhaps this creature would once again harbor affection for him. Hearing that familiar, sweet voice, Ling he stiffly turned his gaze downward. Indeed, the Hamburger that was now cuddling against him had morphed into the likeness of a little girl. Chapter 41. The girl and the Hamburger experienced card-clad in a vibrant crimson dress. She leaned against Ling He's chest, her expression adorned with a serene smile. Wait. Ling He abruptly pushed the Hamburger aside and extended his hand, measuring its height against the top of the Hamburger. You are far too young for this. No. Wait, you are actually a girl? A girl, what does that mean? The Hamburger, sporting a youthful visage, displayed a naively perplexed expression in response to Ling He's words. Does it mean female? Actually, not at all. As she spoke, the Hamburger lifted her dress. In our clan, there is no distinction between male and female. So I'm not a girl. Despite Ling He averting his gaze immediately from the Hamburger's actions, he couldn't resist stealing a glance. Indeed, beneath the Hamburger, there was nothing at all. Strictly speaking, the current Hamburger was merely a slime that bore a striking resemblance to a human. In that moment, Ling He found himself torn between disappointment and relief. He approached and lowered the Hamburger's dress, gently ruffling her hair as he admonished her in a cautionary tone. You must not perform such actions in front of others in the future. Why? The Hamburger tilted her head, utterly bewildered by Ling He's meaning. Because you will be seen. Ling He continued to explain. Seen, does that mean being observed physically? The Hamburger pondered for a moment before continuing. But the bipeds have already seen me completely. Haven't they? She gestured toward her attire. This is my body too. It's the same as what's inside truly. Each statement was more provocative than the last. Ling He, feeling exasperated, attempted to soothe her in a tone akin to that of a child. Hamburger, dear, let us revert to our original form, shall we? But the Hamburger clutched her dress tightly, appearing fearful. But I see that the bipeds do not seem to favor my previous appearance. I fear they will drive me away. If I am driven away, there will be no daily experience cards to collect, right? Ling He interjected sarcastically. The atmosphere was utterly shattered, and the Hamburger stared at Ling He in astonishment, her eyes blinking. Ling He turned his face away. Ahem, just pretend I said nothing. Oh, the Hamburger nodded, half understanding. Then, before I change back, may I ask the biped a question? What question? Are we friends? Master. Ling He initially intended to respond. However, upon hearing the Hamburger's question, the words lodged in his throat. Friends? Master? How on earth did these two terms become intertwined? At a loss for how to answer, Ling He simply pressed his hand onto the Hamburger's head, rubbing it vigorously. You are now my agent, my subordinate distributor, understand? If you don't understand, it doesn't matter. Do not ask questions that should remain unasked. Now transform back. The burger, being gently rubbed and patted by Ling He, appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the moment, and no further inquiries were made. I shall transform now, master. No, wait. Just as Ling He's shout escaped his lips, a flashbang detonated in close proximity, exploding in his embrace. Following a blinding white light, the burger reappeared before Ling He, retaining its original size and shape. Glilu? After a brief pause, Ling He turned to the burger and cautiously asked, could you refrain from using flashbangs during your transformations in the future? Glilu, the burger nodded. Although, upon reverting to its slime form, it resumed its habitual pretense of being unable to speak human language. Ling He sensed that it had indeed understood his request through its gestures. Let us conduct an experiment, Ling He proposed, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping over the burger's form. Burger, try to expand your body a bit larger, but not excessively. Glilu. The burger's form swelled slightly, reaching approximately to Ling He's chest. Yes, just like that, Ling He affirmed, now remain still. With that, he lay atop the burger. All right, burger, grow a bit larger. Gululu? Though uncertain of Lingy's intentions, the burger obediently complied. Larger, larger, even larger. After several expansions, the burger reached a height of 2 meters, towering above the surrounding cattle and horses. Lingy lazily rested on top of the burger's head, releasing a contented sigh. Ah, this is simply delightful. Given the burger's current capabilities, carrying him around would pose no challenge at all. If the previous burger resembled a fixed sofa, the present one was akin to a movable bed. Having experienced the unparalleled softness of the burger's embrace, Lingy felt that every idle soul deserved their own slime king. Naturally, the burger belonged to him. He instructed the nearby cattle and horses to bring him 2 bottles of fizzy drink, opening one for himself and pouring the other into the burger's form. Lulugulu, a cascade of bubbles surged from the burger's head, bursting into the air. It was evident that the burger was also reveling in the fun. However, amidst the merriment, as another batch of timber was processed, Lingy decided to set aside his playful spirit for the time being. All right, we still have much to accomplish today. Ruffling the burger's head, he continued, for instance, let us resume our trade, my dear agent and partner. Due to the arrival of the ghostly spirits, the fiery slime gel, which had previously struggled in sales, had suddenly become exceedingly popular overnight. While Lingy had been asleep, the gel had sold out entirely, necessitating a restock. Gululu? Although the burger did not speak, it had comprehended the word trade that Lingy uttered. Consequently, a small container of gel was offered to Lingy from atop the burger's head. No, no, no. Ling shook his head, refraining from accepting the slime gel that Hamburger offered. From previous experiences, he had discerned that providing a large quantity of slime gel in a short span could potentially harm Hamburger's well-being, with dire consequences that might even lead to Hamburger's disappearance. This was a scenario Ling was utterly unwilling to witness. Such a soft and comfortable mobile bed, once lost, might never be found again. Therefore, like Vera, Hamburger was absolutely not allowed to encounter any mishaps. Moreover, given Hamburger's solitary slime gel production capacity, it was entirely insufficient to meet the vast demands of the human market in this region. Expansion of production was imperative. After contemplating for a moment, Ling leaned forward, peering down at Hamburger, and inquired, "Could you please show me your recruitment and construction interfaces?" The expansive grassland outside appeared to be an ideal location for grazing. Chapter 42. Investment. Grumble. Although he was perplexed by Hamburg's intentions, he obediently brought up the building interface and recruitment interface. Before his eyes lay a plethora of recruitable troops and types of subjects. Among them were the elemental slimes, the fire and ice single attribute slimes as basic subjects, the thunder slime and poison slime as combat units, as well as the special variant slime exclusively provided by the administrative officer. He poked at Hamburg's soft body, questioning, "Are you truly not the protagonist?" Fortunately, Hamburg had been a pauper before joining He. Had he encountered a poison slime in their earlier confrontation, He was uncertain if he would have survived to this moment. Of course, Hamburg still remained a pauper. A glance at Hamburg's personal interface revealed a glaring 0 in his balance, which struck he as somewhat amusing. After taking Hamburg under his wing, he had not deprived him of anything. So is it possible that all the gold coins from yesterday's transaction have been squandered? Where did all your money go? He inquired, rubbing Hamburg gently. He hadn't noticed any additional slimes around Hamburg, indicating that the funds had not been spent on recruiting his own subjects. Where else could the money have gone? Perhaps Hamburg had used it to support some little childhood friend? Just as his thoughts wandered, Hamburg grumbled and stretched his little round hand to scratch his body, then pointed on the personal interface. Special ability, adaptability. Are you implying that you spent all your money on this skill? Hamburg responded with a soft, affirmative hum. I fear that the bipedal creatures might drive me away. All right, they want to chase you away. He interrupted, already aware of what Hamburg wished to convey. However, he had initially intended to guide Hamburg on how to develop swiftly in order to fulfill his orders. Yet, it seemed that with Hamburg's current capabilities, such development was but a fanciful dream. Suddenly, an idea struck He, and he posed a question to Hamburg. What if I offer you an investment? What is investment? Investment is Ling. He pondered briefly before opting for a simpler explanation. It means I have faith in you, so I decide to lend you some money for your development, and you will repay me later. Hamburg appeared intrigued yet hesitated, replying, but I lack the necessary skills. Well, so do I, at least not at the moment. Ling, he replied lightly, indicating that this was a gentleman's agreement without any binding contract. Consider it a testament of my trust in you. Hamburg. Trust. Hamburg trembled slightly, unsure why the bipedal creature would place such trust in him. Could this be what Little Pink had spoken of long ago? The feeling of friendship? All right then. A soft, tender voice emerged from Hamburg. If it was a request from a friend, he would gladly accept. Upon encountering the hamburger, Ling, he promptly decided to invest, giving it a gentle pat on the forehead. So it shall be decided. The investment funds will be settled with goods. Naturally, as the investor, I will have full discretion over the allocated funds. Is that acceptable? The hamburger showed no objections. Thus, Ling, he leaned over the hamburger, extending his hand forward. A cascade of gold coins tumbled from his palm, falling before the hamburger. Remember to collect them, or they might roll into the grass and become lost, Ling, he advised. Oh, the hamburger responded, then hunched forward, swiftly absorbing all the coins into its being. As the coins vanished, the remaining balance on the hamburger's panel soared to 1,000 gold. So much wealth. The hamburger blinked at its panel, marveling at the first 4-digit figure it had ever seen. However, it refrained from immediate expenditure, recalling the gentleman's agreement with Ling He, which stipulated that these funds should be spent at the discretion of friends. Hamburger, please open the details of the recruitment interface for me, Ling He commanded. The hamburger complied, displaying the details of the units available for recruitment. Ling He scanned the information briefly. Fire Slime. Era. Dawn Era. Dynasty Path. Description: we arrive in this world with naivety and dreams, unaware if we are prepared to face dangers and challenges. Recruitment price: 1 gold, 1 population. The classification of slimes by era appeared somewhat distinct from that of humanity, but Ling He merely glanced over it and focused on the recruitment prices. The ice and fire elemental slimes, as basic citizens, had recruitment prices identical to Ling He's contracted lumberjack. In contrast, the lightning and venomous slimes had recruitment prices of 3 gold and 5 gold, respectively. As for the mutated slimes, the 10 gold bureaucratic unit remained unchanged. Nonetheless, Ling, he noted an important detail. In addition to the recruitment price for each unit, it was necessary to ensure the corresponding population limit was met, indicating the availability of housing for these units. This requirement had not been present when he recruited the contracted lumberjack and livestock. Whether this was related to race, path, or simply the uniqueness of his subjects remained uncertain. Pondering this, Ling, he resolved to seek clarification from someone more knowledgeable to better understand the war game. He opened the private chat interface. Conscientious merchant, how are you, battle maniac? At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, and after a sleepless night, Battle Maniac was on the verge of dozing off. However, upon seeing the private chat interface, he was instantly rejuvenated. What is this sense of urgency from the boss calling in the middle of the night for a proposal? Battle Maniac chuckled to himself before responding. Call me Battle Maniac. If you have something to discuss, merchant, please go ahead. I noticed you were up all night listing wood, so take care of yourself. Conscientious merchant. It's no trouble at all. I'm here to serve my family, so it's not tiring. There exists a minor query I wish to pose to the esteemed Zhang Quan. It appears that within your domain, there are likely numerous lords. When it comes to the recruitment of subjects, is there a restriction on population? Zhang Quan responded. So it is you, the merchant, who inquires about this matter. It is, in fact, not a closely guarded secret. Before long, Zhang Quan conveyed information regarding population limits through a private chat interface. Ling carefully examined the details. According to Zhang Quan, the current population restrictions are intrinsically linked to the chosen growth path. Different growth trajectories exhibit varying attitudes towards subjects, a distinction that becomes evident in the requirements for recruitment. Notably, the dynastic path is not considered an obscure choice, hence Zhang Quan's mention of it. Chapter 43. Feudalism as dross within the framework of the dynasty's approach. the lord serves as the vassal of the king, while the subjects are the joint vassals of both the lord and the king. According to the tenets of this dynastic paradigm, it is also the sovereign's duty to provide shelter and protection for the subjects. Thus arises the stipulation regarding the necessity for population. After comprehensively grasping the situation, Ling could only click his tongue in dismay. Ah, the detritus of feudalism, a quintessential relic of the medieval era. The requirement to provide accommodations for newly recruited subjects? One could hardly fathom it. Why not take a cue from the thousands of cattle and horses under his command, who toil for 17 or 18 hours a day and simply collapse in a slumber when fatigued? Clearly, the lumberyard is their lifelong abode, rendering any additional construction for housing unnecessary. Regrettably, this is the path Hamburg must tread, and mere complaints about feudal dross cannot alleviate the constraints on population limits. Without an increase in the population cap, Hamburg's fundamental limit remains at just 1, meaning that regardless of how many gold coins one possesses, Hamburg can only recruit a single subject. This poses a significant disadvantage to Ling's slime gel production expansion plan. Consequently, Ling could only express his gratitude to the Berserker before shifting his focus to Hamburg's construction interface. The options for construction in Hamburg are few, making it easy to locate the population-building edifice. Slime Nest, Era, Dawn Era, Dynasty Approach, Effect, Population Limit 1, Construction Requirement, 5 sets of wood. To Ling, the requirement of 5 sets of wood per nest seemed quite manageable. Currently, the lumber contract with the Ghost Warrior had not been rescinded, and with an output of 600 cattle and horses, the daily wood production had reached an astonishing 300 sets. If Ling were to recruit all basic subjects for Hamburg, his investment of 1,000 gold coins would yield 1,000 units, necessitating a population limit of 1,000. Yet, remarkably, the total required would only amount to 5,000 sets of wood. Fortuitously, the Berserker's earlier comments had sparked a realization in Ling. After a night of mental strain, the arrival of day meant that most human lords would require rest. This would create a temporary void in demand. Thus, even if Ling placed the wood in the trading post, it would not sell swiftly. Given this, the wood harvested during this demand lull was perfectly suited for constructing the slime nests in Hamburg. 5,000 sets of wood, equivalent to 500 gold coins, will be counted among my additional investments. Ling murmured obscure phrases regarding Hamburg, then patted its frame and instructed it to construct 1,000 slime nests outside the lumberyard, a distance from the council hall. Gurgle. Hamburg complied with Ling's wishes. Over 1,000 slime nests were scattered across the vast expanse of the grassland. Since these were not his own constructions, Ling could not enlist the help of the cattle and horses for the labor. All he could do was facilitate the transport of wood to the vicinity of the construction site. The remaining task would have to be left to Hamburg, which would begin by recruiting a fire slime to gradually undertake the construction. Fortunately, the slime nest is not a structure that entails considerable labor, unlike the council hall. To Ling it merely requires digging a small pit in the ground, reinforcing it with timber, and finally covering it with soil or other debris. Thus, a slime nest can be declared complete. Provided there is sufficient timber, even a single slime can construct a nest within a mere 10 minutes. Once the nest is established, there's also the opportunity to recruit more slimes. This process can exponentially multiply, doubling from 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and 8 to 16. Ling estimates that after about 9 or 10 rounds, all the nests can be completed. The remaining task is simply a matter of time. After arranging the investments, Ling reluctantly rolled off the hamburger. Gulu. The hamburger looked at Ling in confusion, unsure why the bipedal creature had suddenly distanced itself. Ling smiled and affectionately patted the hamburger, apologizing for the delay in keeping it company. He then pointed toward the tall tower not far from the lumberyard. Although the hamburger was quite comfortable, Ling had a crucial matter to attend to while it was still daylight. The ghostly spirits, this close neighbor, who was exceedingly near, needed to be tempered, their ambitions curtailed. Otherwise, even if they had safely weathered the night, Ling could not endure the prospect of daily assaults from them in the future. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of thievery, but not 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves. Ling He, though playful, was resolute when it concerned matters that could affect his continued leisure. Hey you. Ling He gestured toward the hundreds of oxen and horses he had left behind. The leading ox and horse approached with a sheepish grin. Boss, what can we do for you? Ling He nodded slightly, instructing, each of you, take the maximum amount of timber you can carry, and then summon 50 contracted ghost warriors to accompany me. As he spoke, Ling He turned his gaze toward the tall tower in the distance, his destination now evident. The oxen and horses did not question further. The moment Ling He issued his command, they sprang into action. Soon, each ox and horse was shouldering a bundle of timber, while the 50 contracted ghost warriors surrounded Ling He, serving as his guard. Gulu the hamburger nudged against Ling He, seemingly wishing to accompany him, but ultimately, Ling He left it behind. After all, it was not a journey to a distant place. After approximately 10 minutes, Ling He and his entourage arrived at the base of the tower. From a distance, the tower appeared unremarkable, yet up close, it was profoundly awe-inspiring. At this moment, one of the oxen carrying timber quietly asked, "Boss, are you planning to go in?" These oxen and horses were considerably more astute than the contracted lumberjacks, and thus, upon reaching the foot of the tower, they sensed that something was amiss. The towering structure exudes a profound sense of decay, yet it emanates a palpable aura of lifelessness. The cattle, however, seem unperturbed by the specter of death. Yet, should the proprietor meet his demise, the prospects of future wages would become uncertain. In response to the concerned gazes of the cattle, Ling He slowly shook his head. "No, I certainly shall not enter." With his current capabilities, he lacked the confidence to directly infiltrate the stronghold of the ghostly clan. However, this did not imply that he was entirely powerless against that group of specters. "Open the door." With a thunderous command from Ling He, the accompanying spectral warriors surged forward, pressing against the massive entrance, their muscular arms straining as they endeavored to force the heavy door ajar. "Place the timber at the entrance," Ling He instructed once more. In no time, the cattle amassed hundreds of logs into a substantial pile before the tower's entrance. At that moment, Ling He produced a fire slime gel and gently brushed it across the enormous bonfire formed by the multitude of logs. Whoosh! Chapter 44. We need an irresistible product. A towering blaze erupted, sealing the only entrance of the tower to the outside world. Meanwhile, the gentle breeze swept across the prairie, carrying the thick smoke from the flames directly into the tower. Ling He, unsure if it was merely an illusion, felt as though a pair of eyes was watching him from behind the flames. Yet, as he focused intently on searching, that inexplicable sensation of being observed swiftly dissipated with a flicker of the firelight. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Ling He withdrew his gaze from the flames, acutely aware that the feeling of being scrutinized might not have solely stemmed from his mind. Perhaps the monstrous beings of the ghost spirit tribe were indeed watching him from the blind spots within the tower. However, Ling He did not expect that the billowing smoke from the bonfire could suffocate the ghost spirit tribe entirely within the tower. For now, his objective had already been accomplished. "You," Ling He pointed at his subordinates, "you few are now tasked with overseeing this bonfire. If we run low on firewood, go directly to the lumber yard and bring back what we need. I have but one demand. The flames beneath this tower must never extinguish." Indeed, this was Ling He's plan, since those monsters were far more flammable than wood and held an immense fear of fire. Sealing the tower with flames would undoubtedly trap the ghost spirit tribe within. Even if it meant consuming hundreds of bundles of wood each day, it was of no consequence. A few hundred bundles of wood would cost roughly 100 gold coins, while his brief encounter with those two monsters had already incurred nearly 3,000 gold coins in expenses. The disparity of strength was now glaringly apparent. War, this losing endeavor, was not one he would engage in lightly. Muttering to himself, Ling He stretched his arms skyward. In that moment, myriad thoughts fluttered through his mind. Currently, the human lords in the entire region had thoroughly engaged with the ghost spirit tribe. With the intelligence he had disseminated last night, the human lords would not suffer a catastrophic defeat in the short term. In fact, under certain circumstances, they might even gain the upper hand. Those lords who participated in the battle and survived would undoubtedly reap a handsome profit. Yes, indeed, a handsome profit. Ling he squinted, rapidly calculating in his mind. Just as bank robbers earn far more than those who launder money, no matter how fiercely one fought, the earnings would merely be a fraction of the collective gain. Thanks to his monopolistic position in the trading post for lumber, he had amassed a staggering 5,000 gold coins overnight. Yet, to believe that this constituted the entirety of the earnings of other human lords in the region from last night was something Ling he could not accept. Although over 2,000 had perished, nearly 8,000 lords had survived. They undoubtedly held considerable wealth in their possession. If he could absorb all of their collective earnings, it would amount to an extraordinarily daunting figure, one that could elevate Ling He's growth trajectory several levels. However, relying solely on Ling and the current goods, specifically the timber and fire slime gel markets, it proves to be somewhat challenging to amass this wealth. Unless Ling can present something that he can monopolize and that everyone would find irresistible. The answer to what this something is has already begun to form in Ling's mind during his journey. That something is life. A smile graced his lips as Ling cast a sidelong glance at the flames below the tower, before nonchalantly beckoning the contracted ghost warrior and turning to leave. To realize this ambition, he requires the assistance of Hamburger. As soon as Ling returned to the lumberyard with the contracted ghost warrior, he was met with Hamburger's enthusiastic embrace. "Ha! Have you missed me so much after such a short time?" Ling chuckled, affectionately ruping Hamburger's phone. Hamburger, emitting soft gurgles, wrapped his small, round hands tightly around Ling, nuzzling against him. When Hamburger was smaller, Ling relished the closeness, as it provided him with a peculiar sensation akin to petting a cat. However, after Hamburger leveled up to 10, his size grew larger than Ling himself. In a moment of confusion, Ling found it difficult to discern whether he was the one cuddling Hamburger or vice versa. After a brief moment of affection, Ling resumed his position atop Hamburger's head, inspecting the status of the citizen recruitment on Hamburger's end. During his absence, Hamburger had constructed dozens of slime nests on the vast plains, recruiting fire slimes and ice slimes at a ratio of 9. One as instructed by Ling. Currently, Hamburger had over 50 fire slimes under his command. However, compared to Hamburger, these recruited citizens were relatively small, each measuring about half a meter. Consequently, the gel production of a single citizen was not particularly high. In extreme cases, a fire slime could only produce 10 units of fire slime gel per day. This output was sufficient. Ling estimated that once Hamburger utilized all his investments, the daily yield of fire slime gel would approach 10,000 units. While this output may not be deemed excessive for the market, it certainly exceeded the standard expectations. Although fire slime gel has a certain audience, it has yet to reach a level of fervent demand, unless it could be linked to life. This was precisely what Ling aspired to achieve. Ling patted Hamburger's body and inquired, "Hamburger, may I ask you something?" "Girdle? What is it?" Hamburger responded, his tone laced with curiosity. The ability to communicate was indeed a boon, facilitating their transactions. Ling, reflecting on this, voiced his question, "Can you have your citizens produce the type of gel you use to attack me?" Attack upon hearing this word, Hamburger wilted like a squash persimmon. He should not have acted against a friend, even if they were not friends at that time. Hamburger, feeling as though her soft bed had suddenly shrunk by half. Ling expressed her confusion. That's acceptable," came the quiet murmur from beneath her, from Hamburger. In response, a flame slime was summoned forth by Hamburger. The unstable slime gel that Ling had previously encountered was extracted from within the flame slime's body. Observing this, Ling refrained from directly engaging. Instead, she lay atop Hamburger and reached for a nearby twig to poke it. With a whoosh, a small flame shot up, dissipating into the air. It was so close to igniting the twig. Despite its seemingly considerable size, its potency was less than that of the stable fire slime gel. As Ling continued her experiments, she mumbled to herself. No wonder Vela had offered such a low price for this gel. Unstable, difficult to store, and lacking in power, Vela's judgment was indeed astute. Chapter 45. The Specialized Weapon Against the Spirit Tribe. Hive Gel. However, this does not imply that this unstable gel lacks value. Ling rested his chin on his hands while lying atop Hamburger. There's an old saying, isn't there? Striking gold from dung. Ahem, rather. It should be, all that glitters is gold. A savvy merchant often uncovers the latent value in items that appear worthless. This is what one might call commercial acumen. Hamburger. Could you make this gel even more unstable? Ideally, unstable enough that a mere gust of wind could ignite it. Gurgle? Hamburger struggled to comprehend why Ling would desire such a thing. While the unstable slime gel in its conventional state could serve as a rather weak projectile weapon, according to Ling's specifications, it might become hazardous even for the slime to handle. Nonetheless, while the idea may seem absurd, it was quite straightforward for the slime to produce such gel. Soon, under the guidance of Hamburger, the Slime King, a fire slime, crafted the desired gel for Ling. As a gentle breeze passed, the gel spontaneously ignited. Yes, this is precisely what I envisioned. Watching a flickering flame dance in the wind, Ling's thoughts began to align with reality. This inspiration stemmed from the devastating assault launched by Hamburger last night, which annihilated the Spirit Tribe's monsters. What Ling sought to accomplish was to introduce such an attack into the human marketplace as a novel tactic against the Spirit Tribe. Although he had already disseminated information about the monster's fear of fire, exploiting this weakness proved challenging. These monsters hovered above the ground, exhibiting remarkable speed, and slaughtering humans was as effortless as mowing grass. Even the most prepared human lord would find it difficult to strike such a monster with fire. Even in Ling's case, had it not been for the contract-bound ghost warrior restricting the monster's movement and Vela drawing its aggro, Hamburger's attack would not have been so easily executed. However, the marketplace presents a different scenario. A super unstable fire slime gel that detonates upon purchase constitutes an utterly unpredictable assault. Regardless of how agile the Spirit Tribe's creatures may be, they could easily fall victim to such an unforeseen attack. What does it mean to sell life? It signifies that from the moment of purchase, those who had lost hope of seeing the sun rise the next day suddenly regain the prospect of witnessing another dawn. This, indeed, is the essence of selling life. Of course, before placing this unstable fire slime gel on the market, Ling needed to continue collaborating with Hamburger to refine it further. Primarily, the potency was the least significant aspect. The Spirit Tribe's monsters possess a complete vulnerability to fire, and igniting them does not necessitate great strength. Moreover, the area of effect must be substantial. Although the slime gel is diminutive in size, Lingy still hopes that once ignited, it can adequately envelop an entire person. This aspiration proves to be quite challenging. Fortunately, after dedicating some time and extracting the essence from several fire slimes, Lingy and Hamburger discovered an innovative approach. The solution lies in dispersion. Typically, slime gel, whether before or after ignition, maintains a cohesive form. However, the modified unstable slime gel resembles a conglomerate of countless minuscule molecular gels. Upon encountering external forces, such as a gentle breeze across the grass, the rush of air from a punch, or the slight airflow produced by a weapon swing, this unstable slime gel would explosively burst forth, scattering numerous sparks in all directions. The potency of these sparks is minimal. In Lingy's tests, they're insufficient to ignite trees or weeds, merely causing slight burns upon contact with skin. Nonetheless, this should be more than adequate to dispatch those monstrous beings of the Spectre clan. At last, it's completed. Upon hearing Lingy's satisfied exclamation, Hamburger discreetly exhaled in relief. Engaging in research is truly ill-suited for a slime. After spending an entire day with the bipedal creature, exhausting over a dozen of their kind, it felt as if it were on the brink of collapse. However, the day's endeavors were not entirely fruitless. At least, on the technology tree interface that Hamburger had seemingly unlocked at an unknown time, a new branch appeared, veering off in an unexpected direction. Honeycomb gel, fire. Description: a product of collaborative research between a certain slime king and a human, intended to expand the attack range while reducing damage output. Effect: upon experiencing minor turbulence, it expands the conventional attack range to a 500-fold area, inflicting 0.03 times the damage. So, just as Lingy opened 2 bottles of celebratory soda to toast with Hamburger, Vera's ethereal voice floated in from behind them. Isn't this just fireworks? Lingy paused, contemplating, and realized that her observation was indeed quite accurate. Suddenly, he turned to Hamburger and inquired, "When did you wake up, Vera?" "Just now," Vera replied, rolling her eyes and gesturing toward the sky. "You imbecile lord, have you even glanced at the time? You lose track of it when you get caught up in your research, don't you?" Following Vera's pointed finger, the remnants of the setting sun hung in the twilight sky. Not only Vera, but as the sun gradually descended, the previously quiet area channels began to buzz with activity, likely due to the looming threat from the Spectre clan, prompting most human lords to swiftly adapt to a nocturnal routine. "So, is this the product of your day's research?" "Oh, foolish lord." Vera approached a fire slime, observing the honeycomb gel extracted from within. However, as she walked, the breeze generated exceeded the gel's tolerance threshold, causing it to burst into a dazzling array of sparks right before Vera's eyes, leaving her with a face full of fiery remnants. After a moment of silence, Vera could no longer restrain herself and offered her price. Completely devoid of its igniting function and utterly incapable of storage, 10 coppers. No, if it were up to me, I wouldn't spend even a single copper on such a trinket. With that, Vera turned to Ling He, questioning the absurdity of this waste of production capacity and raw materials. "How much do you intend to price this, you scoundrel of a lord?" Ling He extended 3 fingers. 3 coppers? 3 gold coins. Vera's eyes widened in shock, and her mouth fell agape. "So, what transpired during the day? Have you rascal of a lord, finally buried the last remnants of your conscience?" Chapter 46. Without millions of gold, what conscience does a merchant have? Hey, my lord possesses a grand conscience indeed. Ling He expressed his dissatisfaction. This was the culmination of his arduous research efforts, soon to be unveiled at the trading post as a formidable weapon against the Spectre clan. Even if it held little intrinsic value, the labor and scientific investment were not negligible, were they? Vela crossed her arms, her expression one of skepticism, as if scrutinizing his fabricated claims. "Even if you, the rogue lord, assert such things, I doubt anyone would take you seriously." Ling, he shook his head, revealing a confident smile. "That remains to be seen." With that, he shifted his gaze from Vela to the open plains outside the lumberyard. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of slime nests had been constructed, with an abundance of adorably vibrant ice-fire slimes frolicking on the grass. It was time to replenish the trading post with goods. Burger Ling, he patted the creature affectionately, his smile becoming increasingly warm. "Let's tally the accounts." In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere surrounding Ling He, Lin Xiao was jolted awake in terror by the chilling sensation pressed against his neck, the cold steel of a blade. Unlike the stone dagger he had crafted, this was a genuine weapon, forged from fine steel. "Who are you?" Lin Xiao could scarcely believe that after merely a few hours of daytime slumber, he had unwittingly surrendered his life to strangers. He had indeed ordered his subjects to stand guard. As he pondered this, Lin Xiao cast a furtive glance to the side. The very subjects tasked with his protection now lay lifeless in pools of blood, having had no time to raise an alarm. "Is this the brutal reality of war games?" A mocking voice echoed in Lin Xiao's ear. The speaker was a bald man, his forehead adorned with an array of cryptic tattoos that conveyed an aura of madness. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, recognizing the futility of resistance. No matter how much anger and resentment swirled within him, he could only suppress it in silence. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his mind, his thoughts racing to comprehend his predicament. First and foremost, weapons forged from fine steel were not items one could easily acquire as a typical human lord. After all, it was merely the second day since their foray into the war games. The only feasible means to obtain such steel weaponry was through the trading post's sporadically refreshed limited-time items. Acquiring these limited-time items required vast sums of money, an unimaginable amount, enough wealth to crush even the most affluent human lord's spine. Suddenly, Lin Xiao, suppressing his trembling voice, exclaimed, "You are associated with the conscience merchants, aren't you? You are that conscience merchant." Reluctantly, Lin Xiao acknowledged that, in his understanding, the only individuals wealthy enough to purchase limited-time items were indeed the conscience merchants. Heaven help him. Had he inadvertently revealed his nickname during a private conversation with a conscience merchant, only to be found in his hideout by dusk the very next day? The so-called conscientious vendor. What a chaotic affair. The individual pressing a knife against Lin Zhao's neck furrowed his brow. He brandished his steel blade, intending to witness a novel and intriguing expression on the newcomer's face. To his dismay, the man displayed no surprise whatsoever and instead uttered a name that left him utterly perplexed. Aren't you a part of the conscientious vendor? Observing the genuine confusion on the other's face, Lin Zhao's taut nerves began to ease. Perhaps it was due to the series of setbacks he had faced with the conscientious vendor that his mindset had shifted. He no longer regarded everyone but himself as vermin. Now he perceived only two types of people: those who were conscientious vendors and the insects lurking in the sewers. In silence, a flicker of faint disdain escaped Lin Zhao's gaze, unnoticed by his captor. The bald giant exchanged a glance with the knife wielder, who, understanding the unspoken cue, slightly withdrew the blade and stepped aside. We have no affiliation with the so-called conscientious vendor, the bald man asserted as he moved closer to Lin Zhao's back. He brushed Lin Zhao's short hair with his calloused hand and leaned in to inhale deeply. This revolting scene sent shivers down Lin Zhao's spine. Had it not been for the blade pressed against his neck, he believed he would have slain everyone present. With a further advance, the bald man positioned himself near Lin Zhao's ear, and Lin Zhao could even feel the nauseating breath upon him. I can sense that you and we belong to the same ilk, the bald man whispered. From you, I detect hatred, confusion, and a loathing for humanity, coupled with a desire for its destruction. And this is precisely why you remain alive to behold us. With that, the bald man extended his tongue and licked the perspiring skin of Lin Zhao's neck. Clenching his teeth, Lin Zhao's fists tightened, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Fortunately, his captor refrained from further repugnant actions. At that moment, the bald man continued from where he left off. As for the conscientious vendor you mentioned, believe me, we are 1,000 times more formidable than he. Can you casually produce several million gold coins? Lin Zhao instinctively inquired. No. The bald man fell momentarily silent, stepping away from Lin Zhao. He sensed that at the instant he admitted their inability, Lin Zhao's fear of him diminished significantly. What nonsense occupied this man's mind, equating strength with wealth? After a pause, the bald man resumed speaking, his voice low and deliberate. The conscientious vendor. You have mentioned him thrice in mere moments. I find myself curious about this so-called conscientious vendor, who has managed to instill in you a sense of importance that seemingly surpasses your own safety. At this moment, as the topic of the conscientious vendor arose, Lin Zhao's trepidation dissipated, replaced by a cold, mocking laugh. Who were these individuals? If you merely lingered a moment longer on the regional channel, you would surely discern their identities. If only you could gain access to our regional channel. In the brief exchange, Lin Zhao had begun to form conjectures about his captors. Perhaps they were akin to the little girl he had slain under the veil of night, a disguise from the ghostly clan. Alternatively, they could be humans from a different batch who had entered the war game, arriving here through some arcane method. Nevertheless, even in the latter scenario, their presence could not have been prolonged. Otherwise, they would not be unfamiliar with the name of the conscientious vendor. The bald man, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, choosing to remain silent, while before him, he activated a personal panel, obscured from the eyes of outsiders. Chapter 47. My enemy shall settle their own scores. He harbored a delusion that if he continued to engage in conversation, perhaps before revealing their identities, that young man might discern who they truly were. Nevertheless, was it not rather intriguing? The bald man accessed the regional channel through his personal panel, simultaneously licking his lips in anticipation. He found himself captivated by Lin Zhao and thus developed a burgeoning interest in the so-called conscientious vendor frequently mentioned by Lin Zhao. Perhaps this individual was a talent worth cultivating? As the bald man pondered this, a message from a user named Conscientious Vendor flashed across the regional channel. Conscientios bando. Good evening, family. Oriental Mingzhu. Wow, the vendor is up so early. I noticed he has been stocking lumber since last night until noon today. I hope he is not exhausting himself. Personification. Go away. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you just wish the vendor well? Heaven's path. Indeed. We owe our survival to the vendor's intelligence. Those who boasted about the vendor yesterday have all vanished today. Seeing his reputation in the regional channel rise so dramatically, Ling he could not help but smile. It was quite puzzling why those who had scorned or doubted him had gone silent. This was precisely why he refrained from engaging in debate. Whether or not they believed in him, his dear neighbors from the Ghost Spirit tribe would naturally step in to deal with those who harbored mistrust. All those with a negative impression of Ling, he had perished. How could his reputation not flourish under such circumstances? Of course, these reflections remained unspoken. Ling did not forget his primary objective. Conscientious vendor. I am truly taken aback by the affection shown by my family. However, although I provided strategies at the earliest opportunity, last night alone saw over 2,000 souls eternally fall upon this land. Who were they? They were our beloved friends and family. They were our brothers and sisters. They were the vendor's kin, as the Ghost Spirit tribe brutally slaughtered our people. Tell me, can we endure this? A few words stirred the emotions of those in the regional channel. Because Ling he consistently referred to them as family. Many subconsciously identified with the notion of mortality. They imagined themselves facing a similar fate at the hands of the Ghost Spirit tribe in the near future. In an instant, expressions of defiance emerged, calling for vengeance against the Ghost Spirit tribe. Fearless brother, damn it, when a person dies, they fly towards the heavens. They do not remain for eternity. Vendor, just tell us where to gather, and we shall accompany you to confront those wildlings. Black Dragon, indeed, if I can kill a man, why fear a ghost? Just say the word, and I'll bring my loyal brothers to assist you. The fervent calls for an all-out war against the Spectre clan left the bald man in awe, silently marveling at such a terrifying mobilization power. If he could ensnare the opponent before they fully matured, the future benefits would be unimaginable. However, Lin Xiao, observing the regional channel's messages, furrowed his brow slightly. Given his perception of the conscientious vendor, he suspected that the sudden stirring of emotions was not simply aimed at inciting war. His intuition proved correct. Ling had no intention of escalating the conflict between humans and the Spectre clan, nor did he wish to be the instigator of war. Everyone knew that waging war demanded substantial financial resources. To squander hard-earned money on unnecessary ventures, rather than for one's own enjoyment, was, in Ling He's view, an exceedingly disgraceful act. Once the emotional fervor had reached a sufficient pitch, Ling he continued to communicate in the chat channel. Conscientious vendor, dear friends, I have understood your sentiments, but rest assured, I could never bear to place you in jeopardy. Thus, today I dedicated the entire day to diligent research and have finally developed a powerful weapon capable of annihilating the strongest monsters of the Spectre clan. Limited time offer, a drastic clearance sale. The original price of the honeycomb gel is 10 gold coins, but now it is not 8 gold, not 5 gold, but merely 3 gold coins. Just 3 gold coins. With 3 gold coins, you can neither suffer losses nor be deceived, but you can purchase tomorrow's sunshine, securing the continuity of life. Details regarding the usage of the honeycomb gel and its suitability against various types of Spectre clan monsters were also disseminated in the regional channel. However, sales remained stagnant. Firstly, according to Ling, this honeycomb gel would detonate upon purchase, making it impossible to preserve. With no immediate danger present, there was naturally no demand for it. Secondly, the product's description indicated a mere 3 times potency, which deterred many potential buyers. The title of conscientious vendor resonated loudly and positively in the regional channel. Yet faced with such fearsome monsters, a potency of 0.03, was it not rather inadequate? However, unlike the majority, upon witnessing the effects of the honeycomb gel, the bald man felt a tightening in his chest and promptly made a purchase. Just as he confirmed his order, a multitude of fiery particles erupted around his body. Sir, are you all right? Anxious voices called out from all directions. I am fine. The bald man reassured his companions, gently calming their concerns, and then patted his shoulder. These feeble flames could not even ignite his body hair. Yet, a shadow of seriousness crossed his eyes. The area of effect was approximately 3 meters, lasting around 2 seconds. Based on his current understanding of the Spectre clan, any of their citizens entering the fiery particle range within these 2 seconds would. Regardless of their formidable combat prowess, their demise is inevitable. That so-called conscience vendor is indeed correct. However, it is precisely for this reason that his life must be forfeited. The bald man turned to Lin Xiao. You harbor a deep-seated resentment towards that individual known as the conscience vendor, do you not? No, not all. Lin Xiao shook his head. Rather than hatred, it could be said that he found him somewhat displeasing. The bald man grinned wickedly, taken aback by the unexpected response. Yet, for him, this answer was nothing short of perfect. So, do you wish to know who we truly are? Observing the bald man's sinister smile, Lin Xiao recognized that the other had already developed murderous intent towards the conscience vendor. In the next moment, he disregarded the blade poised at his throat and erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Well, just as the last batch of rotten fish has perished, another swarm of pests has arrived at my doorstep. I'm most certainly curious about your identities. Rather, I must say, Lin Xiao ceased his laughter and spoke earnestly. Please allow me to join your ranks. Chapter 48. The Camp of the Renegades. As the words fell, the blade pressed against Lin Xiao's neck was withdrawn. He could distinctly sense that, although the gazes of those around him were not yet friendly, they were certainly less fierce than before. If you wish to join us, you must first utilize this token. The bald man casually tossed a small iron card before Lin Xiao. Identity iron plate. Era. Imperial era. Dynasty path. Effect. Change your nickname. Usable once per era. What should I change my nickname to? Lin Xiao inquired. Anything you desire, the bald man replied, leaning closer and firmly patting Lin Xiao's shoulder. We are indifferent to what you wish to be called. We only wish for you to bid farewell to your past. Lin Xiao understood. This was a means of control. Once he used this identity iron plate, both his current name and his connections in the regional channel would become a thing of the past. Noticing the growing impatience among the crowd, Lin Xiao promptly resolved to act. Use. Please confirm your nickname. From Entropy. Henceforth I shall be known as From Entropy. As Lin Xiao's voice faded, his personal interface reflected the change, and a pop-up window appeared before him. The Lord Crying Wall has used a special ability. Oath of Rebellion. You are invited to join the secret party. Do you accept? Note, after joining the secret party, you cannot initiate or accept friend requests without the consent of the party leader. I accept. You have joined the secret party. You have unlocked a new panel. Friends panel. You will automatically be added as a friend to all members within the secret party. Ha ha! Seeing Lin Xiao's perceptiveness, Crying Wall burst into laughter once more, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder again. Welcome to the camp of the renegades, From Entropy. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, refraining from interjecting, and quietly listened as Crying Wall began to explain what the renegades were. The so-called renegades are those who, despite being human, stand in opposition to humanity as a whole. They have no fixed allies. Whoever engages in large-scale warfare against humanity will find them to be sharp blades in their hands. Among the renegades are those with tragic fates, cult followers, vanguards of anti-human organizations, and even madmen who take pleasure in slaughtering their own kind. Not all of them are inherently evil, yet the number of ideologically chaotic and malevolent beings within their ranks is not insignificant. In summary, one might encapsulate their essence in a single phrase: we welcome all. Throughout this introduction, Crying Wall scrutinized Lin Xiao's expression, and upon noting his lack of reaction, he felt increasingly satisfied with this newcomer. Do you have any questions? Crying Wall inquired. After a brief hesitation and a glance around, Lin Xiao posed his question. Is our party leader not present here? Upon joining the secret party, he realized that the figure before him, Crying Wall, was merely a member of the secret party, and the leader was someone else entirely. Confronted with Lin Xiao's inquiry, Ku Chang's expression shifted dramatically. You certainly know how to ask, he remarked. If it is classified information, please consider that I never posed the question. Lin Xiao promptly added. However, Ku Chang responded with a sinister smile, declaring that words once spoken cannot simply be retracted. It is permissible to convey this matter to you. Nevertheless, should you attempt to disseminate our intelligence, I trust you understand the consequences that await you. Lin Xiao nodded in acquiescence. After changing his nickname and joining the secret society, he realized he was irrevocably tied to this vessel. From his friends list, he noted there were over 50 members of the secret society in the current area, all of whom were privy to his nickname. Should he utter any indiscreet remarks under this alias in the regional channel, he could expect a swift and violent retribution. I shall never divulge a single word of what I have heard. Observing Lin Zhao's prudence, Ku Chang turned away, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze revealing a hint of depth. Our omnipotent leader. He encountered a minor mishap upon awakening. A mishap? Lin Zhao frowned. Given the current strength of the secret society, the leader should be formidable. Who could possibly cause him to face such an incident? Indeed, it is a mishap that remains beyond our comprehension. Ku Chang scratched his bald head. The leader mentioned he was roused by smoke and upon awakening, found himself ensnared by flames. It seemed that the leader had even sought assistance at that moment. Though Ku Chang refrained from sharing this detail with Lin Zhao, it likely was not of great significance. In a realm teeming with novices, how could a mere fire challenge such an illustrious leader, no matter how fierce the flames? Surely the leader would have had an escape route, wouldn't he? I see, Lin Zhao mused, nodding thoughtfully. This meant that the leader had only just regained consciousness before falling into a state of disconnection, with the instigator still unknown. This area truly harbored hidden talents. Achoo! Achoo! Ling he sneezed repeatedly, forcefully blowing his nose. Who has the idle time to keep buzzing about me? He muttered softly, casually purchasing a piece of fabric from the trading post to wipe his nose. Hey, you good-for-nothing lord. At that moment, Vela climbed onto the hamburger. Leaning against Ling He's shoulder, her gaze fixed intently on the trading post data. You've only sold one of those hive gels so far. Is it really necessary to stockpile such a quantity? Vela pointed at the trading interface, where Ling he had listed a staggering 2,000 units of hive gel. It is worth noting that this revamped slime gel, although of little value in Vela's eyes, could only be produced at a rate of 5 units per day by each fire slime, which was significantly less than the conventional gel. The 2,000 units of slime gel have directly consumed 4/5 of the production capacity of the slime ranch. Relax, relax, Ling said as he handed a chilled drink to Vera. This was precisely the reason he had instructed Hamburger to recruit 100 ice slimes. The icy slime gel possesses the ability to form a delicate frost on its surface, making a substantial accumulation of ice slime gel ideal for chilling the drinks. Spender, Vera remarked with a roll of her eyes as she took the drink from Ling's hand. Given that one cannot refuse a favor while accepting a gift, she refrained from further comment. As for the term spender, Ling merely chuckled nonchalantly. After all, if one cannot enjoy the fruits of their labor, what purpose does earning money serve? Chapter 49. Christmas Eve. Moreover, due to the investment in the slime ranch, Lingy has requested that Hamburg continue to offer him a 10% discount on future orders. This means the exchange rate has adjusted to 1 gold for 10 fire slime gels or 5 honeycomb gels. Currently, aside from Lingy, no one else has established trade relations with the slimes. Thus, Lingy only needs to successfully sell these gels in the human trading market to effortlessly attain an astonishing post-tax profit of 850. And that is merely the profit margin for the ordinary gels. If he were to sell the honeycomb gels instead, the profit would soar to a staggering post-tax 1275. This is still under the premise that Lingy adheres to fair trading practices. Monopolizing the market is truly delightful, Lingy could not help but exclaim. Of course, this is contingent upon being able to sell them. Lingy glanced at the night sky above and spoke to Vera beside him. Tonight, I will keep you company a little longer. He had his own considerations regarding staying up late. The council hall had been under construction since noon, requiring 12 hours to complete, and it would likely be finished around midnight. Lingy intended to observe the functionality of the council hall before sleeping, while also gauging the genuine sales of the honeycomb gels moving forward. However, after he finished speaking, he found that Vera did not respond. Vera? Lingy turned his head curiously to find Vera captivated by something in the distance. Where her gaze was directed, a tower was engulfed in roaring flames. These flames had not ceased since day, and even at this late hour, they illuminated the surroundings as brightly as daylight. Vera, snap out of it. Lingy reached out, playfully tugging at Vera's face to draw her attention back. Wait, if you're going to keep me company, why the heck are you pulling me like that? Vera snapped back to reality, swatting Lingy's hand away and adjusting the slightly askew-top hat that he had disturbed. After taking a sip of the chilled soda, Vera stated earnestly, "I have a feeling that tonight will be a peaceful night. Is that so?" Lingy pointed towards the distant tower, ablaze with fierce flames. "I have a feeling that every day from now on will be a peaceful night." "Really?" Vera smiled softly. "Then I can only pray to the great god of wealth that everything you say comes true, you rascal lord." Meanwhile, in the snowy expanse, Ling Yuga lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, covering her mouth with her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the outside world. A bear's severed head cruelly tumbled before her, its unblinking eyes still locking onto hers. The spirit tribe. Although Lingy had previously mentioned the terrifying appearance of the spirit tribe monsters in the regional channel, this was the first time Ling Yuga had witnessed their true form. Their skeletal figures drifted silently across the snow, leaving no trace behind, yet their combat prowess far surpassed that of any human-like entities. Before her stood a bear, the prey that Ling Yuga had begun to hunt since dusk, its flesh intended to nourish herself and her 3 loyal subjects. As anticipated, it lay dead. Yet contrary to expectation, it did not perish by her hand. Just as Ling Yuga confronted the beast alongside her followers, a monstrous entity from the ghost spirit tribe emerged silently. Its arrival bore no warning, and the only stroke of fortune was that its primary target was the most formidable combatant present, the bear, which had just fallen to Ling Yuji's prowess. The bear's fierce strength afforded her a few precious seconds. In that fleeting moment, Ling Yuga and her followers scattered into the traps originally set for the bear, covering themselves with thick layers of snow. Consequently, after the ghostly creature severed the bear's head, it failed to promptly detect Ling Yuga and her companion's whereabouts. However, as the chilling sensation of her body's vitality waned, Ling Yuga understood that she could not remain concealed in the snow for long. As long as the ghost spirit tribe persisted, they would eventually uncover her hiding place. Even if they did not, the heavy snow blanketing her would surely spell her demise. Realizing this, she seized the opportunity while the creature turned away, decisively gesturing to her subjects. This was a signal they had prearranged before the bear hunt, now repurposed for this dire encounter with the ghost spirit tribe. In the next moment, those who received her signal sprang forth from the snow, darting away from the creature. This sudden movement instantaneously captured the monster's attention, which pivoted its menacing form and pursued without hesitation. A splendid opportunity. Seizing the distraction, Ling Yuga also emerged from the snow, grasping a wooden stick and coated it with deep crimson slime gel. A flicker of flame ignited briefly, and the slime gel burned successfully, yet the wooden stick remained unkindled. In an instant, her expression stiffened. It was her oversight. The stick had lain in the snow for so long that in its damp state, it could never catch fire easily. But there was no time for regret. Because of her previous actions, the creature had now fixated on her. With no chance to outrun it, would she have to engage it with whatever which she could procure? Ling Yuji's mind raced. Thanks to the conscientious merchant, acquiring wood within the trading post was presently a straightforward task. Yet just as she prepared to act, her peripheral vision caught sight of the creature rapidly closing in on her. Its grotesque arm was poised to pierce her chest. At this moment, even if she managed to buy wood, she would have no opportunity to ignite it. Time was slipping away. What was she to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind, recalling the conscientious merchant's mention of honeycomb gel in the regional channel. Honeycomb gel required merely 3 gold coins. Anyone who had vanquished such mimetic creatures could easily procure this sum. The sole concern was the effectiveness noted as a mere 0. 3 times the power, leading one to genuinely question its utility. Alas, he is a good man, even if deceived this once. In the final moment before Ling Yuji's chest was pierced, her fingers moved slightly as she purchased a honeycomb gel from the trading hall. Poof! The freshly acquired honeycomb gel erupted before Ling Yuga. Those exquisite particles of flame brought a touch of warmth amidst the icy expanse of snow. Was this not akin to fireworks? As Ling Yuga momentarily lost herself in thought, a massive flame suddenly surged forth from before her. the harmless particles igniting the monstrous creature of the ghostly spirit clan in an instant. Survived? Survived? Chapter 50. The Varied Facets of Humanity. The merchant of war Ling Yug pounded her chest, her eyes still reflecting a hint of lingering shock. After a moment, she shifted her gaze to the side, where she sensed the position of the conscientious merchant through the hunter's pact. Could it be that he had saved her once more? Her eyes flickered, revealing the turmoil within her mind. In truth, she was not the only one to suffer an attack. As night descended and the chilling winds swept through, the obscured vision of humanity provided a perfect opportunity for the Ghoul tribe's monsters to launch varying degrees of assaults across the region. The massacre of the previous night seemed merely a prologue. It was not until tonight that the Ghoul tribe unveiled its true fangs to humanity. With the ground littered with mimetic beasts, the genuine terror of the Ghoul tribe began to roam the surface in great numbers. They wielded no external weapons, yet could effortlessly rend apart even the mightiest of human forces. In the dark of night, blood and corpses fell like rain. One human lord after another was cornered by the Ghoul tribe, and in desperation, they turned their gaze to the formidable weapon exhibited by Ling within the trading hall. This, in turn, subtly validated Ling's claims regarding the authenticity and utility of his wares. Amidst the chaos, a Ghoul tribe monster was engulfed in flames, while several individuals hurriedly tossed wooden debris into the fire, eager to ensure the creature's demise was thorough. The merchant had not lied. This weapon truly possessed the power to annihilate ghouls, the battle madman murmured to himself. Unlike the others who were compelled to make purchases, the battle madman chose to take the initiative, seeking out the monsters described by Ling to test the efficacy of the hive gel. Such matters pertaining to life and death were no trifling matter, even if the conscientious merchant had a stellar reputation within the regional channel. The battle madman could not place blind faith in mere words. Thus, he acted as bait, setting ambushes around him to lure the Ghoul tribe's monsters closer. Should the hive gel fail to perform as the merchant claimed, the surrounding lords would ignite the thicket where the battle madman stood, granting him a chance to escape. At that moment, even at the risk of offending the conscientious merchant, he would expose the truth in the regional channel. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint the battle madman. The hive gel indeed possessed the power to obliterate the Ghoul tribe's monsters, just as the merchant had asserted. Battle madman, as he pondered, the calls from around him snapped him back to attention. He shifted his gaze from the flames to the group emerging from the shadows behind him. Most of these individuals were lords who had recently sought refuge with him, not particularly bold souls, yet they had chosen to band together for warmth. However, in this moment, he discerned a palpable fervor for battle in their eyes, accompanied by a faint glimmer of greed. Battle madman, since the merchant's goods are genuine, shall we take the offensive starting tonight? Someone half suggested, half urged, indeed, Brother Zhang Kuang, with your presence and our collective efforts. The threat of the Ghost Spirit clan is hardly formidable. Brother Zhang Kuang, make a resolute decision. This is a splendid opportunity. Whether we can surpass others and venture further hinges entirely on this moment. Amidst the fervent voices, Zhang Kuang nearly forgot the timid demeanor of these individuals when they first sought him out. Yet, he understood the catalyst behind their dramatic shift in attitude. The wares offered by the conscientious vendors. With the aid of hive gel, the menace posed by the Ghost Spirit clan to humanity plummeted. Moreover, vanquishing these spirits promised bountiful rewards. The shape-shifting monsters yielded currency measured in gold coins, far exceeding the meager copper coins dropped by wild creatures. Although the now defeated, withered figures would not drop gold, they provided substantial experience points. Zhang Kuang glanced at his personal status panel. LV4. LV6. He had chosen the path of the War God, which favored the typical MMORPG approach of leveling up through monster slaying. The higher the combat prowess of the beings he defeated, the greater the experience he garnered. By conventional wisdom, to amass more experience, he must engage in more arduous battles. However, this theory did not apply in the present context, for the easily vanquished Ghost Spirit monsters had elevated his growth trajectory by a remarkable 2 levels. This indicated that the monetary and experiential gains from the Ghost Spirits starkly outweighed the threats they posed. The disproportionate rewards, coupled with minimal risks, were sufficient to transform even the most timid individuals into the fiercest warriors. The multitude of human lords before Zhang Kuang embodied this very state. Brother Zhang Kuang, make a decision. Make a decision. The crowd continued to implore him, their voices echoing in his ears. Observing their fervent expressions, Zhang Kuang felt as if he were witnessing the pioneers who first set foot on the American continent. The risks were minimal, while the rewards loomed large before them. Would he choose to remain indifferent or indulge in the revelry? Biting his lip, Zhang Kuang ultimately acquiesced to the impending celebration under the fervent gaze of the crowd. Very well, from this night onward, we shall take the initiative. Hooray! Long live Brother Zhang Kuang! The surroundings erupted in fervent cheers, each person celebrating Zhang Kuang's judicious choice. Yet, their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of the bountiful spoils they could seize from the ghost spirits in the forthcoming hunts. Am I truly making the right decision? Zhang Kuang mused, shaking his head as he refrained from joining the jubilation. Opening the trading post, he gazed at the dwindling stock of hive gel and fell into contemplation. Akin to a weapon dealer selling flintlock guns to the pioneers of the American continent. Conscientious vendors, they are peddling war. A low risk does not equate to a risk-free existence. Many who would otherwise have lived may perish due to a grave misjudgment of their own capabilities. Yet, what can be done in the face of such inevitability? Those who resist the tide of the prevailing circumstances will ultimately be engulfed. And even the battle-maddened shall not be an exception. Moreover, the terrifying profits are indeed irresistible. The battle-maddened chuckles bitterly, shaking his head. He initially perceived this brash youth as merely naive, but it now appears that he is far more formidable than many others. Chapter 51. The core structure. The assembly hall, could it be true? Has it actually been sold? And in substantial quantities, too. Within the lumberyard, Vera gazed wide-eyed at the transaction panel, displaying Hamburg's figure. The sales of timber remained consistently high, necessitating Vera to continually replenish stock to ensure the marketplace was well supplied. The fire slime gel, a rapidly igniting tool, enjoyed remarkable sales, particularly given the current circumstances where the ghostly tribe's presence rendered traditional fire-starting methods impractical. This was hardly surprising. What astonished Vera, however, was that after a prolonged period of neglect, the honeycomb gel had also begun to sell. In fact, as time progressed, its sales velocity appeared to be increasing. At this rate, selling 2,000 units of honeycomb gel would likely result in at least half being offloaded by the end of the night. My lord, how have you achieved this? It seems impossible. What is impossible about it? Ling shook his head. I have neither exaggerated the effectiveness of the goods nor set unreasonable prices, and I have taken into account the safety of everyone involved. It would be rather strange for someone as benevolent as I to be unable to sell my wares. Wouldn't it? My lord, could this be considered self-promotion akin to the old woman selling melons? Vera remarked with a hint of sarcasm. What nonsense is this? Ling shot Vera a look, flattening her hat in the process before continuing. Those in need of honeycomb gel are typically individuals who have encountered mimicry monsters. They're the ones subsequently targeted by other entities. Based on my assessment, such individuals usually possess at least 6 gold, if not more. Do you know why I priced the honeycomb gel at 3 gold instead of 6? It is because I have graciously afforded them a chance for redemption. Never mind. It seems pointless to explain this to someone with your antiquated capitalist mindset. Ugh. Defeated again in our banter, Vera pouted and adjusted her hat back to its original shape. That scoundrel lord, you completely sidestepped the reason for the honeycomb gel sales, didn't you? No. Ling extended a finger, waving it before Vera. I have indeed explained why the honeycomb gel sells. It is simply because the merchandise I offer is not merely the honeycomb gel itself, but rather life. Selling life. Vera tilted her head in confusion. Of course, though she feigned a lack of words, Ling elaborated on his thoughts and reasoning to Vera. After all, she was the one who understood him best and could engage in conversation to alleviate his boredom. He certainly could not seek out a contractual ghost warrior who often repeated himself in conversation. I see. As Vera gradually comprehended Ling's reasoning, her gaze towards him transformed. Initially, she viewed him as a scoundrel lord, but after grasping his logic, she began to perceive him more as a chaotic demon. How to articulate this? Vera, somewhat troubled, rubbed her chin as a flicker of inspiration crossed her mind. You wretched lord. Do you realize that if the arms merchants of my hometown could adopt your moral standards and methods, each of them would surely ascend to paradise? It's not quite as splendid as you suggest. Ling He chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not complimenting you, you know. Vera sighed, shaking her head. This wretched lord had his flaws, yet his spirits were perhaps a tad too high. Had she not insisted on purchasing the lumberyard with Ling He earlier, Vera felt he might still be lying lifeless on the grass. At that moment, a voice reminiscent of a cow or a horse called from beneath the hamburger. Boss, the council hall you commissioned us to build is complete. Would you like to inspect it? Oh, has midnight arrived so swiftly? Ling He remarked, glancing toward the distant tower. Perhaps due to the incessant flames from that tower, not a single Spectre unit had been sighted near the lumberyard tonight. As Vera had said, it was indeed a peaceful night. By the way, the council hall is considered a core structure. Ling He nudged Vera's shoulder, presenting the Spectre's death curse before her, and inquired, This item for entering the pseudo-era should be usable now, correct? It is indeed usable, Vera nodded. As the secretary, it was her responsibility not only to alleviate the Lord's burdens, but also to provide clarity and answers to his queries. In fact, after their endless bickering, she finally had the opportunity to leverage her impressive knowledge to reclaim some ground. Let us proceed with grace, Vera declared, leaping directly down from the hamburger. Observing this, Ling He quickly followed suit, though he did not forget to wave back at the hamburger, signaling it to accompany him. The trio, along with the slime, soon arrived at the newly constructed council hall. One could only commend it as a fitting edifice for the Stone Age. To Ling He, the completed council hall resembled a rather shabby wooden cottage. Nonetheless, despite its unassuming appearance, it was certainly preferable to enduring the elements. The cow horse dutifully stepped forward, sheepishly opening the door for Ling He and Vera. How considerate! Vera nodded in approval and, eager to explore, pulled Ling He into the council hall. As anticipated from the exterior, the interior of the council hall was equally modest. Upon entering the main hall, they found only a round table, around which the unique functionalities of core structures could be utilized. Beyond that, there were a few small rooms, each furnished with nothing more than simple wooden beds and small tables with stools. There were no mattresses to speak of on those wooden beds. Ling He and Vera approached the round table in the hall, and a core structure panel materialized before Ling He. Assembly Hall, core structure. Currently unlocked features. Declare war. Justify war reasons. Diplomatic improvement. Alliance abolished. Era transformation. Senate. Not yet activated. Aside from the alliance mechanism, which has been supplanted by the agent system, there remains the Senate mechanism, the means to activate which is still unknown. Ling He's gaze fell upon the era transformation among the remaining features. Indeed, if you, the wretched lord, wish to enter the pseudo-era, simply select this option. Vela explained beside him. I will elaborate on further details at that time. While the final decision rests firmly in your hands, wretched lord. Ling He nodded thoughtfully and subsequently activated the era transformation on the panel. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Although he found himself within a humble wooden cabin, Ling He beheld an immensely grand spectacle. Molten bronze cascaded like a waterfall, and war chariots raced furiously across the plains. A deep horn sounded amidst the roaring of the furnace. A plume of smoke swept through, and a parchment scroll unfurled slowly. Pseudo-era, Bronze Age. Description: This is our era. Expand details. Chapter 52. The Pseudo-era. Introduction. This is our era, deeply buried within the recesses of our wisdom. Firmly rooted. When our ancestors glimpsed the dance of flames in the furnace, when we forged our first covenant with the earth, the liquid star river of copper and tin solidified in the mold, humanity would henceforth break free from the shackles of the Stone Age. Behold, the swordsmith forges the stars into the blade's edge. The surface of the sacrificial vessel rises with the totems of gods. The wheel traverses the spine of the wilderness, and the caravans laden with riches pass through one city-state after another. This is not merely the awakening of arms, but the tempering of civilization. Rise up. The gods still gaze upon the world from behind bronze masks, while humanity now wields the power to alter the very fabric of matter. Will this azure golden radiance illuminate the long night of the centuries? As he meticulously read through the details of the Bronze Age, Ling closed the information interface in silence. After absorbing the introduction, he felt an overwhelming urge to immerse himself in this pseudo-era. Alas, although the Bronze Age appeared before him as a selectable pseudo-era, the option to enter remained inaccessible. To embark upon this pseudo-era, Ling must first fulfill a prerequisite condition. Entry condition: craft a bronze weapon or tool. Currently, Ling had not seen any messages regarding bronze or copper mines in the regional channel. This meant that whether he could enter the Bronze Age in the near future was entirely a matter of luck. As Ling pondered this, Vera approached his side, deftly swiping the panel, and began to elaborate on the era's intricacies. The term era is divided into two categories: the overarching era, which encompasses all human lords within a region entering together, and the individual era, which refers to the pseudo-era Ling was currently examining. The former was not yet relevant to Ling, so it shall remain unspoken for now. Vera focused her explanation on the latter. A pseudo-era can generally only be accessed by pioneers who meet certain conditions, based on the foundation of the initial region's overarching era. The pseudo-era can be upgraded by at most one level, and once chosen, it cannot be altered. Entering a pseudo-era will bestow numerous era-related bonuses, but it will also influence an individual lord's growth trajectory and certain units' special abilities. For instance, upon entering the pseudo-era, Ling's era level will be calculated as level 2, meaning he would no longer recruit characters from the Stone Age when enlisting secretary units. Furthermore, the rewards for upgrading his growth path would likely include items characteristic of the era. Ultimately, the benefits would extend to his cattle and horses. The level 2 bonus granted by the pseudo-era would enhance the special abilities of his livestock, increasing their combat power cap from 3 points at level 1 to 6 points at level 2. After listening to Vera's extensive explanation, Ling rubbed his temples and remarked, "It seems that there are primarily advantages, with no apparent drawbacks. As it stands, there are indeed no drawbacks." Vera did not refute Ling He's statement, but subsequently added, "Nevertheless, I must remind you, you reckless lord, that the choice of a pseudo-era must be made with utmost caution. The first reason is that different eras emphasize different aspects, and their bonuses vary accordingly." As she spoke, Vera halted her motion of sliding the panel and pointed to several lines of text before Ling He. These were the additional bonuses that could be obtained upon entering the Bronze Age. Old Path Revisited. Era Advancement Speed 100. Materialistic Tendency 10. Copper Smelting Craze. Bronze Smelting Rate 20 or Smelting Efficiency 10 or Output Speed 50 while using bronze equipment. Additional 3. Combat Strength for the Populace. Way of Inaction. All Populace S Mysterious Resistance -20 when battling mysterious creatures. Morale reduction rate increases by 100. The Bronze Age could provide Ling He with 3 era attributes, 2 positive and 1 negative. Among them, the copper smelting craze caught Ling He's eye. It not only enhanced efficiency, but also accelerated the rate, should Ling He decide to delve into the mining industry. He could not afford to overlook these bonuses. Furthermore, the additional 3 points to the combat strength of his populace when equipped with bronze gear, in conjunction with the special abilities of his cattle and horses, would effectively result in a remarkable 45 increase in production efficiency. In contrast, the negative attribute was nearly negligible for Ling He. After all, whether it was the contracted Axe Warriors in full pay or the Berserkers and Ghost Warriors further enhanced by Vera, their morale was frighteningly high. As long as Ling He could afford to pay enough, it would be nearly impossible for his populace's morale to falter. While Ling He pondered this, Vera continued, "Secondly, and most importantly, when the initial region transitions into a new era, all lords will simultaneously ascend to this new epoch. At that time, regardless of what pseudo-era you, the reckless lord, choose, it will be forcibly overridden by the regional era." "Ah, I see." After hearing Vera's words, Ling He nodded thoughtfully. "In other words, One cannot simply choose a pseudo-era based on bonuses. If one were to make an erroneous choice and embark on a pseudo-era that completely contradicts the regional era, all efforts expended on the pseudo-era would be in vain once the region advances to a new epoch. Reflecting on the choice, Ling realized he had been somewhat coerced by the Bronze Age for quite some time, to the extent that the Death Curse artifact from the Spectral Clan had yet to make an appearance. With his thought, he hesitated no longer and directly produced the Death Curse. In that instant, the previously singular panel for the Bronze Age pseudo-era unfolded into an entirely new domain. Pseudo-era, spiritual era. Introduction. We see an unimagined path in our enemies. Ancient trees willingly split their rings to offer up branches. Rock walls guide miners to seize the dreams that have settled in the earth for millennia, and mycelium spreads and grows beneath the decaying soil. We have transcended the boundaries of cognition, feeling the joys and sorrows of the continent, and learning to extract the essence of existence from a world, weaving everything together with the spirit as our guiding thread. The century-long journey of wheat ears is compressed into a fleeting moment of maturity. This is not a prelude to conquering nature, but rather a rhapsody of dancing in harmony with all beings. Unlike the Bronze Age, the conditions for entering the era of spiritualization have now been met. In other words, as long as Ling desires it, he can at any moment expunge the curse of death in his possession and transition into the era of spiritualization. However, before making the decision to enter either the Bronze Age or the era of spiritualization, Ling must first consider the enhancement attributes that the latter may bestow upon him. Chapter 53. The Era of Spiritual Transformation. The path ahead appears uncertain. Rate of progress -30. Idealistic tendencies 20, and future eras cannot accommodate a purely materialistic age. Omnipresent spirits. Spirit will become a hidden attribute of the region. When the concentration of spirit within the area is at medium, high, or extremely high levels, it will respectively enhance crop growth rates by 15, 45, and 100. 3 inches of spirit. All subjects receive a mysterious resistance 10. The Lord gains 1 luck. And during the upgrade of growth routes, the inclination for spiritual rewards increases by 30. Compared to the bonuses of the Bronze Age, the era of spiritual transformation seems somewhat elusive. The clearest expression pertains to the enhancement of crop growth rates. However, regardless of whether the concentration is medium, high, or extremely high, these benefits do not appear particularly competitive when juxtaposed with the fervor of copper smelting. The same can be said for the 3 inches of spirit. The nature of the inclination for spiritual rewards remains unclear to Ling. If the probability is merely 30, does the absence of triggering this inclination essentially render the enhancement moot? Have you made your decision, you wretched lord? Vera inquired. Shall we directly enter the era of spiritual transformation now? Or wait a while longer to step into the Bronze Age? Or perhaps abstain from both? Ling closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before offering an unexpected answer. Let us choose the era of spiritual transformation. Really? Aren't you going to reconsider? Vera pointed towards the Bronze Age, a period deeply rooted in humanity's essence, which stands as a formidable candidate for the next era. Should the Bronze Age emerge as the dominant era, all the investments made in the era of spiritual transformation would be rendered futile. Even so, do you truly wish to explore this new path, my lord? Absolutely. Ling nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as Vera articulated, the Bronze Age, ingrained in humanity's very being, is the most likely era to prevail in this region. Moreover, the bonuses of the Bronze Age appear significantly stronger than those of the era of spiritual transformation at the same level. However, the era of spiritual transformation grants an additional point of luck. As the saying goes, fortunate individuals seldom encounter dire misfortune. With this solitary point of luck, Ling harbored a premonition that perhaps the era of spiritual transformation would unveil surprises unattainable in the Bronze Age. Thus, he resolutely declared his choice. Let us embrace the era of spiritual transformation. Very well, Vera shrugged, her hands raised in acquiescence. The decision rests solely in your hands. Wretched lord, you may choose as you see fit. I am merely offering a suggestion. Noticing Vera's lack of further opposition, Ling placed his hand upon the panel before him. Pseudo-era. Era of spiritual transformation. Choose. The death curse of the Ghost Spirit clan has been consumed. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the pseudo-era. Era of spiritual transformation. You have temporarily entered the second level of civilization. Please explore further functionalities on your own. Explore on my own? Ling did not dwell on the matter, but instead raised his hands and stifled a yawn. Unbeknownst to him, he had persevered until the stroke of midnight. Having made his selection in this pseudo-era, he had, in a sense, resolved the final concern of his day. What lay ahead was the necessity to await the market's continued maturation. Only with an upgraded growth trajectory and the reward-oriented attributes of the ethereal age could there be a possibility for manifestation. Vera, good night. After bidding her farewell, Ling beckoned for the hamburger to be brought indoors. Wait, you scoundrel lord, where are you going? Vera hastily followed Ling into the room, where she observed the weary Ling placing the hamburger on the wooden bed. He then flattened it, arranging it into the semblance of a mattress before reclining upon it. So comfortable. Ling sank partially into the embrace of the hamburger, emitting a soft sigh of contentment. With his mind free of worries, he was on the verge of slipping into a peaceful slumber. Vera puffed out her cheeks and abruptly pulled Ling from atop the hamburger. How am I supposed to restock the trading post if you sleep here? If you're to sleep, at least do so outside. With that, she half dragged him out of the conference hall. The night air was somewhat chilly, prompting Vera to first instruct the oxen to kindle a bonfire in the open space. Then, as she had done the previous night, she allowed Ling to rest his head upon her lap. Zzz. Perhaps due to genuine fatigue, Ling soon fell into a deep slumber. Noticing that he was asleep, Vera ceased her chatter and silently opened the trading post interface, scrutinizing every transaction order within. However, the latter half of the night was destined to be anything but tranquil. A diminutive man collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken fingers and emitting a harrowing scream. His gaze fixated on the figure approaching him step by step, his eyes filled with dread. I am human. I am truly human. What must I do for you to believe me? I certainly believe you, came Lin Zhao's voice from before the man. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up with hope, but he was suddenly struck by a wave of excruciating pain in his palm. Looking down, he saw that his left hand had been mercilessly pierced by a stone dagger. What do you want from me? What must I do? The man cried out in anguish, only to meet Lin Zhao's cold, piercing gaze. Hand over all the coins you have left. Wah! The man hesitated for the briefest moment, and without a moment's pause, Lin Zhao severed another finger from his hand. Instantly, the man dared not to negotiate further. I will. The dull thuds of coins hitting the muddy ground echoed as several gold coins fell. Lin Zhao bent down to collect the coins, then turned to the individual behind him, expressing his gratitude. This was the very person who had previously held a knife to his throat. Lin Zhao had only just learned that this individual possessed a particularly useful special skill. In counter battle, effect, when you successfully ambush a Lord unit. Temporarily disable the opponent's chat panel and recruitment panel. It is precisely the effect of this encounter battle that has rendered the plundering among clan lords a tangible reality. No offense taken. In response to Lin Zhao's words, the newcomer offered a faint smile, stating that he was, in fact, far superior to Lin Zhao at that time. Back then, I was quite foolish. The letter of allegiance I presented pales in comparison to what you possess now. By the way, if you have no use for this individual, may I take him for myself? He gestured towards the man collapsed on the ground. Lin Zhao merely cast a casual glance in his direction, uttering a nonchalant whatever, before swiftly departing. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Zhao gazed at the handful of gold coins in his possession, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping his lips. Am I strong? Yet why do these blood-stained coins, acquired through plunder, feel less valuable than a mere few minutes of honest labor from others? Chapter 54. Guild Mechanism. Lin Zhao murmured to himself when a private message from a friend appeared before him. Crying wall. From entropy after submitting the oath. Return with the others. Remember, those who have seen us must not be left alive. Upon reading this message, Lin Zhao furrowed his brow. From entropy, are we not continuing the hunt tonight? But this is an opportunity we could gain substantial rewards from them. Moreover, if we allow others to continue growing. Crying wall. From entropy. This is an order. I did not come to entertain your doubts. There have been too many unforeseen events tonight. The main forces of the Ghost Spirit clan are dwindling rapidly, and the leader has yet to make contact. We cannot afford to act recklessly. If we expose ourselves before the leader issues a task, neither you nor I, nor the others, will meet a favorable end. As Lin Xiao contemplated the message from Crying Wall, a grim expression settled on his face. Despite the commanding and threatening tone of the message, he perceived only noise and cowardice within it. They had chosen the path of villainy, yet they were still shackled, unable to plunder and develop freely, bound by constraints. How were they any different from the virtuous? In fact, they were even less admirable. His initial thoughts had proven correct. They were merely a group of wretched pests, incapable of achieving greatness. However, no matter how Lin Xiao felt internally, it could not alter the fact that the current circumstances favored the powerful. From entropy, understood. The secret party's actions concluded hastily that night. A few hours later, dawn broke. Hey, you scoundrel lord, wake up. Ling he was roused from his slumber by Vera's persistent shaking. The sun is already high. Vera. As Ling he awakened, he remained in a hazy state, groggily waving his hand at Vera. Just buy whatever you want for breakfast. We can afford it. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes, and wake me up in the afternoon. With that, Ling he buried his face in Vera's lap, on the verge of drifting back into slumber. Scoundrel lord. Ultimately, it was Vera's loud shout near Ling He's ear that shattered his dreams. Hoo. Ling He shifted his head from Vera's lap, propping himself up on one arm, his gaze instinctively scanning the surroundings. Who dares disturb my peace? Vera could hardly contain her laughter at Ling He's reaction, crossing her arms in front of her. It's me, your loyal secretary, calling you to rise, O esteemed lord. How unfair it is for you. Oh, Vera. Ling he rubbed his eyes, gathering his senses before glancing at the sky. Judging by the position of the sun, it was not yet noon, probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. Instantly, Ling He's expression soured. Does anyone understand? It's barely 9 in the morning, and I've been summoned by my secretary. Once, when he operated a small shop at the entrance of the elementary school, he had never opened his doors before 11:30. All right. Vera, observing Ling He's drooping countenance, rubbed her forehead and shook her head. I do not wish to rouse the idiot lord, but someone you know is seeking you. I believe it is prudent to inform you of this matter. As she spoke, Vera brought up the private chat window before Ling He. A brief glance revealed it was the infamous battle maniac, who, instead of resting at the early hour of 9, had messaged him for a private conversation. What was it? Was it merely a response to the question he posed yesterday morning? A tit for tat, perhaps? Ling He scoffed internally, yet he found himself fully awake. Based on his understanding of battle maniac, a private chat would likely entail something of significance. With this in mind, Ling he scrutinized the private chat interface. Call me battle maniac. Hey, Vinabro, I am preparing to establish a guild. Establish a guild? Why not? It was hardly a monumental event, but a guild. Suddenly, a realization struck Ling He, and he narrowed his eyes. In a typical online game, forming a guild was trivial. However, within the context of a war game, this represented an entirely new mechanism of which Ling he had never heard. Delaying his response to Battle Maniac, Ling he reached out to access the regional channel. His first glance fell upon the corner of the regional channel. Remaining players, 7719, last night. The human forces had only sustained a reduction of over 200 players, a stark contrast to the first night, rendering it a relatively peaceful night. This indicated that the human side would not suffer considerable losses. Pondering this, Ling he withdrew his gaze from the corner and turned his attention to the flurry of messages cascading through the regional channel. Among them was news of the recently discovered weaknesses of the spectral tribe. For instance, those mimic creatures exhibited a peculiar spatial distortion when approached by flames. This finding was attributed to a human lord, humorously nicknamed Mr. Nonchalant. Ling he felt a flicker of recognition at that name, but could not quite place it, so he redirected his focus to matters of greater significance. Currently, many were engaged in discussions regarding the first guild in the entire region, the Hall of War Gods, which was openly recruiting. The announcement was made by Battle Maniac himself, who left nothing concealed, thoroughly elucidating the guild mechanism within the regional channel. The guild mechanism, a variant of alliance systems, placed greater emphasis on the relationships between lords rather than on the collective. Once established, a guild would require daily payments to avoid dissolution. Conversely, guild members would enjoy numerous benefits. For instance, blueprints for fundamental structures could be submitted for guild research. Upon completion of the research, all guild members could freely replicate the dungeon blueprints, utilizing them until the guild dissolved or a member exited. This single advantage was sufficient to entice many who were not particularly wealthy. However, according to the words of the battle maniac, the advantages of joining a guild extend far beyond this. Ling and Kwai swiftly scoured the regional channel, discovering the growth path and upgrade rewards shared by the battle maniac. LV9, LV10, random S-Class Guild Aura, Path of the War God. What he randomly obtained was Holy Law of War. Description: our allies are our trusted support. Thus, we can confidently entrust our backs to our companions and engage wholeheartedly in the wars of the future. Effect: nullifies friendly fire damage among all guild members. Upon seeing the effect, Ling clicked his tongue in admiration. The ability to negate friendly fire damage in a war game sparked numerous unconventional strategies in Ling's mind. One can only say that the battle maniac possesses truly remarkable luck. Chapter 55. The benevolent berserker having grasped the situation. Ling, he type a line of text in the private chat interface. Conscientious vendor. Are you inviting me to join the guild established by you, Berserker? The response from Berserker came almost instantaneously. Call me Berserker. Dear vendor, please do not flatter me. I wouldn't dare. I merely wanted to inquire if you have any intentions of establishing a guild. Surely you understand, dear vendor, that the first guild established can gain considerable influence within the region. I was able to unlock the guild mechanism today, thanks to the intelligence and goods provided by you, dear vendor. I'm not one to forget my roots. If you have plans to establish a guild, I will not compete for the honor of being the first. After reading this lengthy message, Ling, he could only think one thing. Berserker is indeed a generous soul. It stands to reason, someone who can unhesitatingly extend a helping hand to strangers cannot be lacking in virtue. As Ling, he pondered this, another message from Berserker arrived. Call me Berserker. Of course, if you wish to join the War Goddess Hall, I would wholeheartedly support your decision. However, I wonder what your growth path is, as my guild mechanism requires that recruits have a growth path related to warriors. Fearing that Ling, he might misunderstand, Berserker took the time to clarify. Due to the nature of his guild mechanism being derived from the War Goddess path, all members must have a growth path that is somewhat related to warriors, such as berserkers, shield warriors, paladins, or dragon knights, all of which would meet the joining criteria. However, paths, such as those of certain deities, emperors, priests, or hunters and rogues would not qualify. And even if Berserker wished to extend an invitation, it would ultimately be in vain. Conscientious vendor. I see. Ling, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had contemplated the idea of joining Berserker's guild to bask in the glow of its prestige. But alas, this notion was dashed before it could fully form. The Ender, it seemed, had no connection to warriors. Conscientious vendor. Unfortunately, my growth path is destined to be incompatible with your guild, Berserker. Nonetheless, I wish you great success with your guild. As for now, I have no plans to establish one myself. You may take the title of the first guild as your own. I hope you will continue to support my business. Upon reading Ling He's reply, Berserker finally breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, the conscientious vendor was enjoying considerable popularity in the regional channel, and establishing the first guild in the area would undoubtedly draw attention away from others. This was precisely why he had sought to communicate with Ling beforehand. While it may not seem significant, even brothers can turn against each other over minor gains, and Berserker did not wish to provoke animosity from the region's most prominent merchant. On the other hand, having addressed the matter with Berserker, Ling, he promptly closed the private chat interface. With a yawn, Ling, he embraced Vela, who leaned against him, wishing to indulge in another delightful nap. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of his personal panel. Remaining assets, 26, 192, 51 gold ahem. He was momentarily choked by his own saliva. Ling he straightened his posture once more. After a night had passed, his assets had soared to over 20,000, nearing 30,000 gold. Although he had anticipated this figure, witnessing the staggering amount of his remaining assets left him unable to suppress a smirk. Has the wretched lord finally taken notice? Vela tilted her head back proudly, revealing a sense of accomplishment. The over 70,000 units of lumber produced yesterday had been entirely consumed. Excluding the lumber used by the lord, the profit from sales was approximately around 17,000 to 18,000 gold. Furthermore, the sales of fire slime gel and honeycomb gel were also quite favorable. Although not entirely sold out, they still yielded nearly 6,000 gold in revenue. Adding the funds the wretched lord had left unspent yesterday, this accounted for the current figure. Very well, Ling. He listened to Vela's data report, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hat. He was indeed grateful for Vela's assistance in managing the shop. At that moment, Vela was in good spirits and paid no mind to Ling his playful gesture. Oh, by the way, there is something I almost forgot to mention. Vela suddenly extended a finger, her tone becoming slightly more serious. Currently, with over 1,000 subjects, the daily payroll amounts to over 200 gold. Wretched lord, you must exercise greater control over your labor costs. Ling he nodded in agreement. Expenses must be judiciously managed. Although the daily income was commendable, the labor cost exceeding 200 gold was indeed substantial. At present, within the entire region, it seemed that only Ling he could muster such a sum. Even if there were others, they would be exceedingly rare. Fortunately, after 2 days, the first batch of recruited oxen and horses had worked for a full 24 hours. The increase of 2 points in combat power had gifted the oxen and horses a 30 boost in resource output rate, without drawing away the contracted ghost warriors. The daily output of the lumber yard under Ling He's command had surpassed 80,000 units. This was not even the limit of the oxen and horses. Due to Ling he entering the second-level era, the combat power enhancement cap for the oxen and horses had risen to 6 points. As long as they continued to labor diligently, the efficiency of the lumber yard would undoubtedly reach new heights, making the breakthrough of 100,000 units a viable prospect. Moreover, this would not necessitate any additional increase in labor costs for Ling He. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit more oxen and horses, Ling He mused. With the arrival of the second-level era, the oxen and horses appeared increasingly effective. Under full wages and buffs, their base combat power even surpassed that of the contracted lumberjacks. Coupled with their low labor costs, utilizing them not only as production units, but also as a substitute for the contracted lumberjacks in terms of low-end combat power, seemed to be an excellent choice. Having made this silent decision, Ling he turned his attention back to his personal interface. This time, he focused on his growth route level. Although the timber industry is nearly monopolized, the experiences gleaned by Ling he are rather limited. However, the tremendous sales of fire slime gel and honeycomb gel have bestowed upon Ling he a wealth of growth experiences. Consequently, Ling He's level has surged to level 7, with only a minuscule gap separating him from level 8, and it is anticipated that he will successfully level up either today or tomorrow. Naturally, with a level up comes the promise of rewards. LV5 LV6 Random Building Blueprints in Product Pathway. LV6 LV7 Premium Secretary Recruitment Card, without haste. Ling utilized the random building blueprints without immediately inspecting their contents, instead directing his attention towards the Premium Secretary Recruitment Card. Premium Secretary Recruitment Card. Description: to seek a steed of unparalleled quality, one must first forge a golden platform. Only after nurturing the parasol tree will the phoenix come. Effect: consumes 10,000 gold coins to recruit a premium secretary who meets the current era's upper limit. It increases the secretary recruitment limit by 1. Chapter 56. The new secretary. By MO, only by nurturing the phoenix tree can the phoenix be drawn near. Ling he mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Vera. As Vera was able to view her own panel, she must have perceived the effects of the exquisite secretary recruitment card. The prospect of recruiting the next secretary at the cost of a fortune seemed somewhat inequitable for Vera, who was free of charge. Why are you staring at me? You scoundrel lord? Vera rolled her eyes, her demeanor suggesting that if she wished to utilize it, she would, regardless of others' feelings. One could never attain the ultimate realm of the end producer while being overly concerned with such trivialities. I see. So that is your perspective, Vera. But is it truly so? Ling scrutinized Vera's expression, detecting no flaw. It appeared that she genuinely did not mind such minor details. Ling nodded thoughtfully, realizing that perhaps he had overly humanized Vera. With a swift motion, he snatched the high-top hat, a symbol of capitalist malice, and placed it atop his own head. In that instant, he felt as though the spirit of Vera's capitalist essence had possessed him, his gaze turning considerably more piercing. "You scoundrel lord!" Vera's sharp shriek pierced the air. "How many times must I tell you not to meddle with a lady's hat?" With that, she made a move to reclaim the hat from Ling's head. However, he preemptively pressed down on her head, leaving her to fume impotently in place. A chuckle escaped Ling as he observed Vera's indignant glare. "You still dare to laugh?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "I shall cease my laughter. Dear Vera, you remain ever so endearing." As he spoke, he gently placed the high-top hat back upon her head. The scene evoked memories of their first encounter, when Vera had declared, "I am quite adorable. Do indulge me with your riches." "Umph." Vera adjusted her hat with a cold snort. "Of course, a lady is indeed charming." "I beg to differ." He shook his head. "You are merely a petty capitalist from the Victorian era, hardly a lady at all." "Nonetheless," Ling continued, pinching Vera's cheek playfully, "I find myself in need of a heartless capitalist like you. Thus, whether now or in the future, Vera shall remain my chief secretary. And that shall not change." "That has always been the case," Vera retorted with a roll of her eyes, evidently unappreciative. "So, scoundrel lord, will you recruit someone new or not?" At this point, she covered her mouth and yawned. "I am quite tired, you know. I desperately wish to sleep, and every night, your scoundrel self makes me rest my head on your lap, leaving my legs sore. Shouldn't you recruit someone to help me with the workload? I will be more than pleased." She added, "It's not as though I wish to rest my head there. You're the one who insists on dragging me from my bed." He instinctively murmured, Did you just say something, scoundrel lord?" "Nothing of consequence." He shook his head gently and redirected his gaze to the exquisite secretary recruitment card. Beyond Vera's feelings, there was another concern that held him back from utilizing the card immediately. This recruitment card differed from the one used to recruit Vera. It bore a limitation tied to the current era. Should he choose to use it now, the secretary he summoned would only be an exceptional one from the spiritual era. Perhaps, if he were to wait until a future era, it could yield even greater benefits. Should he retain it? Or is it truly worthwhile to reserve this exquisite secretary recruitment card for the future? After a moment of contemplation, he shrugged. He was not a protagonist from a novel, and he lacked the patience to hold on to a valuable item for years. Regardless of an object's worth, if it is clutched tightly without being utilized, its value inevitably dwindles to zero. Ling understood this concept quite well. Thus, he decided to proceed with the usage. 10,000 gold was deducted from Ling's account, a significant portion amounting to 1/3 of his current funds. After all, even the previous promise of remuneration for nearly 200 contract ghost warriors amounted to only 3,000 gold. Congratulations! You have successfully used the exquisite secretary recruitment card. Your secretary limit has increased by 1. As your current era is spiritual era, you have obtained an exceptional secretary unit by MO. In the next moment, a stunning woman dressed in a blue robe with long hair cascading down to her waist appeared before Ling and Vera. If Vera's charm was characterized by a blend of cuteness and sophistication, this woman embodied a regal grace intertwined with an ethereal quality. Although her cuteness paled in comparison to Vera's by a fraction, her commanding presence elevated her beauty beyond that of Vera. As Ling became increasingly entranced, Mo raised her brows slightly, gently opened her eyes, and clasped her hands in a salute towards him. "I have long heard of your esteemed name. I, Mo, humbly claim to possess a modicum of rare skills, having perused a few literary works, and I am willing to serve you." Such eloquent speech crossed Ling's mind when suddenly a notification window appeared before him. "Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the recognition of Secretary by MO. You may now access by Mo's personal interface. Immediately, Ling stepped forward to assist by Mo in rising, and then he began to browse her personal interface. I want to see too. Vera quickly leaned in beside Ling, her head peeking over his shoulder, her curious eyes sparkling as they surveyed by Mo's interface. Secretary, by Mo, combat power, 20, traits, spiritual victory, spring and autumn calligraphy, music enters the fray, archery, 5 chapters, 8 horses vanishing shadows, river diagram and luo book, spiritual victory. When our actions adhere to the rites, the combativeness of all subjects within this secretary's area increases by 2. Spring and autumn calligraphy. When our side triggers a regional or server-wide announcement, any text can be added, modified, or deleted. Music enters the fray. When this secretary wields the ancient zither as her primary weapon, her combat power is multiplied by 500, and she gains music-related auxiliary skills. The 5 chapters of archery. When this secretary wields the primary weapon, the longbow, their combat power is amplified by 500, and they acquire skills related to archery. The 8 galloping shadows. When this secretary's steed is a war chariot, their combat power is similarly enhanced by 500. Furthermore, if they are in a spiritualized area, they enter a unique state akin to walking on level ground. The river diagram and luo book. In the region occupied by this secretary, when our side slays neutral creatures, the drop rate increases by 20, and the amount of money dropped also rises by 20. I could hardly believe it. Ling took a deep breath after reading it. The Book of Rites, music, archery, and charioteering. What a splendid representation of the 6 arts of a gentleman. With Vela serving as a point of comparison, by Mo's panel appears exceedingly extravagant. Vela, Ling murmured, is there still a chance to retract what I previously stated? Chapter 57. In accordance with rituals jokingly, Ling noticed Vera's wide-eyed stare, her gaze akin to that of a person observing livestock. He quickly clarified that he was merely jesting, attributing his uncharacteristic sincerity to the influence of Vera's peculiar hat. Nearby, Mo glanced at Vera and then at Ling. Stifling a laugh, their rapport appeared remarkably amiable, devoid of any hint of hierarchical tension. Amicable. Indeed? Vera tilted her head, 3 question marks seemingly materializing above her brow. Are you suggesting that I share a splendid relationship with this scoundrel who doesn't even provide food? As she spoke, Vera pointed accusingly at Ling, identifying her target. Ahem. Ling coughed heavily, reiterating how many times he had to assert that she, the unprincipled, merciless capitalist, had no right to commend him. Although he vehemently disagreed with Vera's words, her remark sparked a sudden realization within him. The current state of his subjects was decidedly incongruent with the notion of adhering to rituals. In this light, by Mo's peculiar ability, spiritual victory appeared to be an utterly ineffective skill on his part. As Ling pondered this, by Mo's light laughter echoed once more. Ah, my judgment was indeed accurate. The bond between you two is truly remarkable. Then she turned her gaze towards Vera and, with a blink, came to a sudden awareness. While Vera had seen her personal panel, she had not viewed Vera's, leaving her unaware of Vera's name. Fortunately, her poise allowed her to swiftly amend her words, averting any awkwardness. Well, this esteemed capitalist lady, we cannot entirely blame our Lord, can we? As the sage once said, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their will, harden their muscles, starve their body, and expose them to hardships. Clearly, our Lord is generously providing everyone with opportunities for growth. Such actions are in accordance with rituals and constitute great benevolence. Ahem, cough, cough. Ling, listening nearby, found himself coughing again. By Mo's effusive praise made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Had she not pointed it out, he would have remained oblivious to his own virtue as a magnanimous benefactor. Ding! Congratulations, you have fulfilled the condition. In accordance with rituals, by MOS special skill, spiritual victory has been activated. Within the current area, the combativeness of all your subjects has increased by 2. My goodness. This marked the 2nd time since by Mo's arrival that Ling, gasped in astonishment. So this was the essence of so-called spiritual victory? Initially, he had contemplated how to achieve the condition of adhering to rituals, only to discover that it was by Mo who defined it. I believe I am in accordance with rituals, thus I am in accordance with them. As for what constitutes rituals, that need not trouble others. Gazing at the smiling by Mo. Ling, he suddenly felt compelled to explore her other abilities. Among them, the most easily triggered was the archery 5 chapters, a trait that activated simply by equipping by Mo with a longbow. Conveniently, there was a time-limited item in the trading market that had yet to be purchased. Iron frame bow price, 50 gold, limited purchase. 2 days, 12 hours, 39 minutes, a mere 50 gold coins, equivalent to the daily meals for Ling He and Vera, was not something he would have hesitated to acquire in the past. However, given its current utility, Ling He was more than willing to indulge. Upon purchasing the iron frame bow, a finely crafted wooden bow materialized in Ling He's hands. Unlike conventional bows, this one featured sharp iron tips at both ends, appearing capable of effortlessly piercing several transparent holes in an unarmored target. By Mo, give this bow a try, Ling He urged, presenting the iron frame bow to her. By Mo accepted the bow, her fingers gliding along the bowstring before she gently flicked it. What a splendid bow! To receive such a generous gift upon our first meeting leaves me quite flustered. She spoke these words, yet Ling He discerned no inclination to relinquish the bow. Clearly, she was enamored with the high-priced weapon. As Bai Mo grasped the bow, her personal panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Secretary, Bai Mo combat power, 100 attack skills, white arrow, triple shot, sharp injection, auxiliary measurement. While instrument her combat power surged past the 100 mark. She became the first unit under Ling He's command to achieve such a feat. Even the previously deceased contract Ghost Warrior had only possessed a combat power of 30. Bai Mo, could you demonstrate your shooting skills? Ling He inquired. Of course, my lord, she replied without hesitation, knocking an arrow and aiming it at a distant giant tree. Triple shot. An arrow flew forth like a bolt of lightning, embedding itself into the tree trunk with a resounding thud. But this was merely the beginning. In the next instant, 3 more arrows followed in rapid succession, each striking the fletching of the preceding arrow. With a combined force of 3 arrows, the initial shaft pierced straight through the trunk, continuing its flight to firmly embed itself in another giant tree behind it. Ling He smacked his lips in astonishment. If Vera leaned towards the role of an accounting secretary, then this newly recruited by Mo embodied a blend of secretary and bodyguard. Common low-powered firearms would hardly boast the capability to pierce a tree trunk so effortlessly. Yet, by Mo accomplished this feat with ease, showcasing a rather formidable prowess. Ling He sensed that Bai Mo's combat power had yet to reach its zenith. Within her abilities, only Zhao Lu enters the formation, and archery 5 chapters were limited by the main weapons constraints. Conversely, 8-Steed Shadow Escape required a mounted chariot and did not conflict with the previous 2 abilities, still providing a 5-fold combat power increase. With these abilities combined, Bai Mo's combat power could potentially reach a terrifying 500 points. One could only say, indeed, she was an exceptional secretary, with merely a modest sum of gold. One can recruit an individual unit with a power of 500 during the 2nd tier, which is undeniably advantageous for Ling He. After all, he finds himself utterly destitute. His only remaining asset is his wealth. The sole lament is that he currently lacks the means to validate this notion. It is not that he has exhausted his funds, but rather that there are no war chariots available for purchase in the entire marketplace, as few have progressed to such a stage. Ling He has thus experienced the poignant realization that money does not hold omnipotence. After some contemplation, he decided to send a message in the regional chat. Conscientious merchant, offering a high price for ancient zither, war chariots, or locations of or deposits. Those willing to sell may privately message the merchant. Fair price is guaranteed, no deception. Once the message was dispatched, a considerable amount of time passed without anyone reaching out to Ling He. This was partly because most individuals were just settling into sleep at that hour, and partly because the items Ling He sought were indeed rare within the current regional context. Consequently, Ling He remained unperturbed, simply allowing his message to circulate before redirecting his focus. Chapter 58. Schemes and Greed Unbeknownst to Him. This news had caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. The Guqin, the war chariot, or perhaps the location of mineral deposits. Lin Xiao mused silently, casting a furtive glance around. Under the summons of the Weeping Wall, nearly 10 lords of the secret party had already convened. A dozen more were en route, yet a night was insufficient for their assembly. These lords, to varying extents, were accompanied by their own subjects. The caliber of these subjects was far superior to the primitive newcomers of the current region. Thus, it was evident that Lin Zhao's forces were extraordinarily formidable. This was an opportunity. With Lin Zhao's keen intellect, he swiftly recognized the magnitude of the moment. Setting aside the Guqin and the war chariot for the time being, the conscientious merchant's desire to acquire minerals signified his inevitable presence at the site. After all, such resources, buried deep underground, could not be transacted through the marketplace. Following this line of reasoning, it dawned on him that this might be the best, if not the only, opportunity to witness the true nature of the conscientious merchant early in the war game. Moreover, with the formidable military might of the secret party backing him, he could potentially contain or even surpass the gap created by the merchant's manipulation of the marketplace. Realizing this, Lin Xiao rose and swiftly approached the Weeping Wall. Can we have a moment to discuss? Upon seeing Lin Xiao before him again, the Weeping Wall sighed and rubbed his bald head. What do you wish to say now? At this juncture, he felt somewhat helpless, uncertain whether accepting Lin Xiao into the secret party had been a prudent decision. It was not that Lin Xiao was insincere. On the contrary, his enthusiasm for the secret party's endeavors appeared rather excessive, leaving the Weeping Wall to wonder at times who truly was the veteran member of the organization. I have a splendid plan, Lin Xiao declared. Should this plan come to fruition, I believe our secret party shall not want for funds for a considerable time ahead. We will possess boundless wealth to support our actions. As his words lingered in the air, Lin Xiao sensed several pairs of eyes fixate upon him. Indeed, while the secret party did plunder the wealth of their fellow human lords, this did not imply they were affluent. Most of a typical lord's resources would be invested in their own development, leaving little surplus. Thus, even if the secret party resorted to plundering, slaughtering, or even engaging in deceitful threats and abductions, the net income after expenses would be meager. Consequently, Lin Zhao's assertion of boundless wealth stirred intrigue among many. It seems I've caught wind of something extraordinary, remarked a man with a serpent-like visage, taking a seat beside Lin Xiao while casting a sidelong glance at the Weeping Wall. I hope you don't mind if I partake in this venture, old friend? This man was known to Lin Xiao as one of the lords summoned by the Weeping Wall the previous night, nicknamed the Shadow Wolf. In response to Shadow Wolf's inquiry, the Weeping Wall remained silent. It is not that he has tacitly agreed to the implications of the Shadow Wolf, but rather that he understands the unique personalities that exist within the secretive party. He cannot command the actions of the Shadow Wolf. In fact, were it not for the favor of their leader, the Shadow Wolf would not even be seated here. Noticing the silence of the Weeping Wall, the Shadow Wolf's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Very well, it seems that the esteemed Weeping Wall has tacitly permitted my attendance. Young man, that brilliant plan you mentioned, why not share it with everyone? However, before you do so, I must offer a word of caution. The Shadow Wolf's tone grew increasingly ominous as a few formidable-looking members of the community appeared behind him. My time is exceedingly precious, and unlike the Weeping Wall, I do not suffer fools gladly. Should I discover that your so-called plan is merely a ruse, I may be compelled to personally apologize to our esteemed leader. Apologize? For what offense? The surrounding members of the secret party listened intently, fully aware of the Shadow Wolf's veiled insinuation. Yet Lin Xiao did not show any signs of trepidation. He appeared remarkably composed, even displaying an air of confidence. Trust me, my lord, this plan will not disappoint you. Just moments ago, I encountered news from the conscientious merchant on the regional channel. The conscientious merchant? Upon hearing that name, the Weeping Wall immediately rose to his feet. Another mention of the conscientious merchant? Indeed, the conscientious merchant, Lin Xiao confirmed with a nod. The Shadow Wolf furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Lin Xiao and the Weeping Wall. Being new to this environment, he was unaware of the significance of the name conscientious merchant, and thus could not decipher the cryptic exchange between the two. ignoring the shadow wolf's confusion. The weeping wall declared resolutely, "Absolutely not. I cannot approve of this plan, but I have yet to even articulate what the plan entails." Lin Xiao exclaimed in a sudden panic. He had contemplated many scenarios, but had never anticipated such a reaction. The weeping wall would outright dismiss his plan simply based on the name conscientious merchant, denying him even the opportunity to present it. There is no need to continue. The weeping wall fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Xiao, stating from entropy, "I believe I have reiterated numerous times that we cannot expose ourselves to the public before contacting the leader. That conscientious merchant is akin to a star on this stage. Do you think that by disturbing him, we can remain as inconspicuous as we are now?" Suddenly, the shadow wolf erupted into laughter. He still did not comprehend the riddle being exchanged between Lin Xiao and the weeping wall. Yet, he noted the apprehension etched on the weeping wall's face, which only piqued his curiosity further. A pale, slender arm draped over Lin Xiao's shoulder as the shadow wolf leaned closer. "Do tell. I am quite intrigued by your plan. Elaborate on it, and on your so-called conscientious merchant. Perhaps I can accomplish what the weeping wall cannot." With that, the shadow wolf gave Lin Xiao a gentle push, indicating they should converse privately. With support from within the secret party, Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. After all, he truly did not wish to miss this opportunity to drag the conscience vendor down. "Lord Spectral Wolf, please follow me." Side by side with the Spectral Wolf, Lin Xiao gradually articulated his thoughts. At present, the conscience vendor occupies the largest share of the trading market. I have conducted calculations, and the daily revenue of the conscience vendor cannot be less than 5 figures. Copper coins? Gold coins? As his words fell, Lin Xiao could distinctly sense the grip on his shoulder tighten significantly. However, that force soon relaxed once more. Simultaneously, the slightly gentler voice of the spectral wolf resonated in his ear. "Continue speaking." Chapter 59. Ling and his liberation. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "I have just seen a message on the regional channel. The conscientious vendor is offering a high price for ancient zither, war chariots, and mineral coordinates." A flicker of confusion crossed Yolong's eyes. He did not quite grasp the significance of a mere purchasing notice. Yet, he refrained from interrupting Lin Xiao. Thus, Lin Xiao continued. "This is our opportunity. Imagine if we could deceive that conscientious vendor under the pretense of mineral coordinates and then seize him in one fell swoop. Wouldn't a daily income in the 5-digit range fall into our hands?" Yulang responded, neither explicitly agreeing nor opposing. However, the glint of greed in his eyes betrayed his stance. An income of hundreds of thousands of gold each month was something he had never encountered since joining the secret party. If Lin Xiao's words held true, that conscientious vendor would be akin to a walking gold mine. Gaining control of such a treasure might well result in a change of leadership within the party. "Shall we act now?" Yulang inquired. "No," Lin Xiao shook his head. "I believe that vendor is no fool. If we wish to deceive him, our words must contain an element of truth. This means that prior to action, we must genuinely possess a mineral resource." As Lin Xiao and Yolong's figures gradually receded, their conversation grew fainter. Several lords of the secret party exchanged glances and promptly rose to pursue them. Like Yulang, they found Lin Xiao's promise of boundless wealth far more enticing than the obscurity of Kuqiang's rhetoric. As for the party leader, they certainly held him in respect, but only when he personally issued orders, rather than merely relying on the intimidation of Kuqiang. In an instant, nearly half of those present had departed. Among those who remained, some expressed their concerns to Kuqiang. "My lord, do you truly not intend to stop them? Ideologically, they lean more towards your side." To this, Kuqiang merely shook his head, extending a tongue to whimsically lick his lips as if savoring a lingering flavor. "Why should I impede them? Is it because entropy spoke falsehoods? Or is it that they lack the potential for success?" In the face of Kuqiang's inquiry, the remaining few exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond. Thus, Kuqiang provided the answer himself. "I have tasted the truth in entropy's words. None of it was a deception towards us." "My lord, do you imply that the lad's plan has a chance of success?" Someone seemed to grasp a fragment of Kuqiang's meaning. Yet this understanding was swiftly followed by a greater confusion. "If so, why do you not wish to accompany them?" Is it truly because of the party leader? The speaker's voice faltered as Ku Qiang approached him, placing a finger to his lips. My words are not yet finished. Ku Qiang inhaled the lingering scent left by Lin Zhao's departure, a peculiar smile gracing his features. It was the scent of hatred. The young man buried his hatred beneath a veneer of authenticity, believing he had deceived everyone. Yet I am not the foolish Wulo. His emotions cannot ensnare me. Observe closely, for this plan is destined to fail. That conscientious vendor shall ultimately perish. No one shall reap any benefit from this scheme. With that, the wall of tears returned to its previous position, silencing itself. Oh, is there such a marvelous thing? Beside the council chamber, Vera stood next to Lingi, exclaiming in astonishment. Before them rose a towering, cylindrical wooden statue. This was the structure that Lingi had randomly drawn from the architectural blueprints. Heavenly Pillar, Era, Spiritualization Era, Path of the End Producer. Description: one day, we suddenly realized that by infusing spirit into fragile structures, we could create functionalities that should not exist. Construction requirements: 300 units of wood. Note: during construction, the area must possess a core building, and this structure can only be erected on land owned by us. This was Lingi's first draw of a structure related to the growth path. He had not anticipated that his initial draw would trigger the spiritualization reward tendency tied to the era. However, Lingi did not attribute this to a stroke of increased fortune. Generally, those who smile as he does do not possess ill luck, do they? Coincidentally, he had fully satisfied the construction requirements. Thus, after sending out a purchase request, Lingi gathered his team and constructed the heavenly pillar beside the council chamber. Upon completion, he accessed the construction interface of the heavenly pillar. Heavenly pillar. Effect. Lists goods on the trading post. Efficiency depends on the efficiency of the citizens. Current citizens engaged. 0, 10. The effect was succinctly stated, yet it was sufficient to elicit exclamations from Vera. In past transactions, while Vera could swiftly list items using her Picio wallet, it required Lingi to be nearby. This proximity allowed her to monitor the trading post and regional channel simultaneously while listing items. However, with the advent of the heavenly pillar, everything had transformed dramatically. The product from the lumberyard and slime farm adjacent to the council chamber could now be directly listed by the heavenly pillar. This resolved the listing dilemma. And even in Lingi's absence, most tasks could be managed remotely through the interface. In essence, Lingi was now completely liberated from the lumberyard. Consequently, Vera was also freed, no longer needing to maintain an inverted schedule compared to Lingi's. The thought of this made Vera feel drowsy. After all, she had stayed up all night. Ah, damn Lord. If there's nothing else, I shall take a nap. Lingi nodded, casting his gaze toward Mo. Mo smiled knowingly, patting his chest. Lord and Miss Ruthless Capitalist, you may both rest. I shall handle things here. I am Vera Burin. Vera spoke softly from his side, yet no one paid her any heed. Mo continued with her previous statement, asserting that he had studied the teachings of the sages since childhood, and could be regarded as a disciple of considerable merit. If any outsiders were to encroach, he would undoubtedly use the wisdom of the sages to enlighten them. Then it falls upon you, Mo. Ling, he remarked, stifling a yawn. He had been roused by Vera since shortly after 9, and for someone who typically required rest until noon, this was an excruciating ordeal. Once I finish my nap, I shall find a way to assist you in acquiring a war chariot. With that, Ling, he turned and led Vera into the council chamber. Meanwhile, Han Bao remained blissfully asleep on the wooden bed, showing no signs of waking. Zzz. Observing the peacefully slumbering Han Bao, Ling couldn't help but chuckle softly. This fellow seemed to be in a deeper sleep than he himself had ever experienced. Chapter 60. The wheel reclining once more upon Hamburger, the soft sensation instantly caused Ling to blissfully squint his eyes. This comfort far surpassed that of resting upon Vera's lap. Such a plush mattress is unlikely to be found in the ages to come. Thus, for an extended period, Hamburger would undoubtedly be his most esteemed companion, without exception. Damn Lord, I'm going to sleep now. Vera, naturally averse to the hard wooden bed, unreservedly nestled beside Ling, and quickly drifted into a contented slumber. Seizing the moment, Ling he playfully pinched Vera's cheek, and seeing her unresponsive, he too succumbed to a peaceful nap. Before long, two rhythmic snores resonated from the council hall. Zzz. Lord? The door of the council hall was gently pushed open. By Mo cautiously peeked his head in from outside, casting a glance at the entwined figures of Ling, he, and Vera, pausing momentarily. In the next instant, a subtle smile curved by Mo's eyes. You two truly are a perfect match. Ling He's nap was abruptly interrupted by a blinding light. Lord, it is already afternoon. By Mo's soft voice whispered near Ling He's ear. Realizing that afternoon had arrived, Ling he slowly roused himself. Is it already afternoon? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Ling he looked up at the sky. The sky? It dawned on him that he was not in the council hall. At that moment, Hamburger bounced twice playfully, and Ling he realized that Hamburger had awakened. He had been sleeping atop Hamburger, and with the creature's awakening, he naturally was stirred as well. Good morning, bipeds. Hamburger's voice chimed cheerfully from beneath Ling he. Good morning, Hamburger. Ling he instinctively replied, then looked around in confusion, asking, Where's Vera? Why is she not here? He distinctly remembered Vera lying beside him. Chill. Mo made a shushing gesture, then pointed towards the council hall. I just carried the industrious capitalist lady back. She should still be asleep now. Lingy nodded and shot Mo an approving glance. At that moment, Lingy noticed that Mo was holding a wooden basin. What is this? Oh, this. Mo presented the basin to Ling he. I thought, since you've just awakened, you might need to freshen up your face. Such thoughtful consideration. Ling he dipped his hands into the basin, splashing water onto his face, instantly invigorated. It could only be said that Mo was indeed an exceptional secretary, although not explicitly stated in her special abilities. Mo clearly possessed a greater knack for caring for others. While I was asleep, did anything noteworthy occur? Ling he inquired, looking towards Mo noteworthy events. Mo shook his head. The surroundings were tranquil. I surveyed the area, confirming that neither the lumberyard nor the slime farm posed any threats. It was a relief. Ling he nodded, casually accessing his personal interface. His level remained stagnant at 7, likely due to the majority of players being asleep during the day, resulting in a lack of market activity. With no new rewards in sight, Ling he rubbed his chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Vera is still asleep. What should I do now? As he pondered, Ling he glanced at his balance. During his slumber, his remaining asset of 16,000 gold had climbed back above 20,000. Money, it seemed, was abundant for him. Unfortunately, in the past few hours, no one had responded to his purchase inquiries. This was to be expected. Ancient zither were rare, war chariots advanced, and minerals scarce. The three items Ling he sought were not something the average person could part with. Even if they could, they would likely hesitate for a long time before selling. After all, aside from the ancient zither, both war chariots and minerals were of paramount importance to a lord. Indeed, one might argue they constituted the very foundation of a lord's development. Thus, acquiring such items would not be an easy feat for Ling he. Perhaps he should not place all his hopes on others. Suddenly, he recalled the hive gel he had previously researched with Hamburger. An epiphany struck him like a brilliant light bulb. Indeed, the war game was not so cumbersome. As long as he could conceive of it and bring it to fruition, what did it matter if he lacked blueprints? Could he not construct a war chariot without them? With that thought, Ling He's gaze drifted downward, ultimately settling on Hamburger. My dear partner, I shall trouble you yet again, Gulu? Hamburger shivered. Now able to understand the biped's words, it felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding at Ling He's declaration. However, unlike their previous research on the hive gel, Ling he did not subject Hamburger to excessive tasks this time. His first action was to enter the trading hall and fervently purchase the schematics others had listed for sale. Wheels, fishhooks, bone needles. Most of these blueprints were not architectural and held little value at present, prompting many sellers to list them directly in the trading hall. The prices were quite reasonable, typically ranging from 3 to 5 gold, with a few even priced at 1 gold, while some demanded over 10 gold. However, compared to Ling He's financial resources, these prices seemed rather insignificant. He swept through all the blueprints he lacked, significantly augmenting his technology tree, and spent less than 3,000 gold in total. Of course, most of these were mere trifles, but the blueprints he valued most were, indeed, those for the wheels. Original wheel, era, Stone Age, basic pathway. Introduction, behold. The rolling ring bears the weight of civilization. It crushes the barriers of mountains, alters the course of fate, and connects deserts with oases through its spokes. With this blueprint, Ling is enabled to directly fabricate individual wheels, which are among the most crucial components of a chariot. Due to the absence of mineral resources, this experiment is conducted using pure wood. The wheel and spokes are crafted from wood, and upon completion of the polishing, several oxen are summoned to install them on a hollow wooden frame. Thus, a rudimentary human-powered two-wheeled cart is created. This task is not particularly challenging. However, this contraption is still far from deserving the title of a chariot. Consequently, Ling turns his attention back to Hamburg as gold coins slip through his fingers. My dear agent and supplier, it is once again time for our collaboration. Chapter 61. On the feasibility of slime-driven chariots, Gulu Hamburger, perplexed, adeptly accessed various panels, drawing from the experience of their previous collaborative research. Ling, opting for efficiency, directed his focus onto Hamburger, gesturing at the recruitment panel with precision. He indicated for the recruitment of the two previously withheld units, the electric slime and the toxic slime, along with the officer unit. Initially, Ling harbored concerns that Hamburger might amass a formidable force, potentially jeopardizing his safety. However, as their communication improved and familiarity grew, his wariness diminished significantly. Minutes swiftly elapsed. Once Hamburger completed the construction of a new slime nest, all units Ling had pointed out were promptly recruited. Ling scrutinized the newly summoned units, his gaze sweeping over them. The toxic slime was the first to be dismissed without hesitation. Its diminutive size was the sole reason. He extended his hand, comparing the creature's size to his palm, realizing he could easily grasp a toxic slime with a single hand. Such a miniature companion was not what he sought. What Ling required was the other essential component for the chariot, apart from wheels, power, according to his worldview and common knowledge. This role would typically be fulfilled by domesticated horses. Yet, he had yet to encounter a horse, let alone attempt taming one. Thus, he pondered that since living beings could be harnessed for pulling, if horses could do it, there was no reason slimes could not as well. This line of inquiry formed the basis of their collaborative research project, aptly titled On the Feasibility of Slime-Driven Chariots. Ling mused that, were it not for the context of a war game, this project would certainly allow him to breeze through graduate studies. With the dismissal of the toxic slime, Ling was left with the choice between the electric slime and the mutated slime. Each of these, serving as combat and officer units respectively, were not particularly small. The largest, the mutated slime, measured around 2 meters in length, adorned with formidable red spikes that unmistakably conveyed a sense of danger. However, this did not imply they could be directly employed for pulling a chariot. Ling soon discerned that the electric slime's body was excessively smooth, making it impossible to secure a thick rope without it slipping away. Conversely, the mutated slime's surface was too jagged. Binding a rope around it was akin to wrapping it around saw teeth, resulting in immediate severance with the slightest movement. Consequently, both the mutated slime and the toxic slime were entirely eliminated from consideration. Thus, the only option remaining for Ling was the electric slime. Observing the electric slime rolling about in front of Hamburger, Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully. How can one ensure that this slime successfully maneuvers the war chariot? At the very least, the thick rope connecting the chariot must remain secure. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ling's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Hamburger. He recalled that Hamburger possessed a skill allowing it to transform into a little girl. If that were the case, did it not imply that this skill could also enable the thunder slime to take on the form of a horse? Ling shared his thoughts with Hamburger. In response, Hamburger remarked, "A horse? Just as it and its companions refer to humans as bipeds, it lacks understanding of the terminology humans use for animals." Consequently, Ling had to explain to Hamburger what a horse actually was. That might be feasible," Hamburger replied, its tone uncertain, yet it proceeded to recruit another thunder slime, as per Ling's instructions. Subsequently, it purchased two shape-shifting skill books from the trading post and bestowed them upon the two Thunder Slimes. The Thunder Slime, having learned the shape-shifting skill, swiftly transformed into a striking warhorse under Ling's guidance. The warhorse donned phosphorescent armor, with faint arcs of electricity dancing around it, appearing far grander than anything typical of the current era. Nevertheless, Ling was aware that, regardless of its outward appearance, it was merely a facade. The warhorse, born of the Thunder Slime's transformation, bore what seemed like iron armor, but a blade would reveal its softness. A mere decorative illusion, lacking in utility. Fortunately, Ling had not anticipated actually using the slime as a warhorse in battle. All he desired was for the thick rope tethered to these Thunder Slimes to remain secure and not slip away. He promptly resecured the thick rope connecting the two wheels of the chariot. Due to the transformation into the warhorse form, although the rope still slipped somewhat on the slime, there was now a viable point of attachment. Thus, this trial proved quite successful. As the two Thunder Slimes advanced forward like steeds, the chariot behind them also moved forward. Ling immediately turned to By Mo, give it a try. Can this war chariot be utilized? All right, By Mo nodded, then rose on her toes and elegantly mounted the chariot that Ling had specially crafted for her. Ling felt a tinge of anxiety, as he was uncertain whether this contraption he had fashioned could genuinely serve as a war chariot. Should it fail, he would have to resort to Plan B, substituting the Thunder Slimes with actual horses or oxen to test the feasibility of a human-powered chariot. If that too proved unworkable, he would have no choice but to temporarily abandon the endeavor, awaiting limited-time offerings from the trading post or hoping to procure assistance from others for a price. However, as Ling pondered these possibilities, a notification window appeared before him. Secretary By Mo's special skill, 8-Steed Shadow, has been activated. Current area, Spiritualization Zone. By Mo has entered a special state, as if on level ground. This unit's movement will not be hindered or slowed by special terrain such as lakes or hills. Could it be that the state of as if on level ground has been triggered? Is it truly the case that this entirely improvised battle vehicle, devoid of any blueprint, has been acknowledged? Ling and Meng swiftly extended their hands to summon By Mo's personal interface. Indeed, as the two enhancement skills of primary weaponry and steed were activated, By Mo's panel statistics ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level. Secretary, By Mo, combat power, 500. Ling, however, was oblivious to the combat power of the ghostly creature that had previously attacked him. Nevertheless, it seemed plausible that the now exceedingly enhanced By Mo could effortlessly rend a monster asunder. Ding! Suddenly, a private message materialized before Ling. Ghost Wolf, I possess the coordinates of an open copper mine. Are you interested? Chapter 62. The Art of Divination. Conscientious Vendor. Of course, I am interested. Ling, instinctively pinching his own cheek to ascertain whether he was dreaming, wondered if today was an auspicious day. In a sudden turn of fortune, he found himself graced with a double blessing. Perhaps it was the result of his freshly washed face that had enhanced his already fair complexion. While internally grumbling, Ling did not neglect to respond. If the coordinates of the copper mine are accurate, I can assure you that, depending on the quantity of, the minimum reward will be 3,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. 3,000 gold coins! At the sight of an exposed copper mine, the sharp sound of an explosion erupted from the mouth of the Shadow Wolf. If memory served him right, this area was merely a novice zone, still entrenched in the primitive Stone Age. Yet, in this barren and savage territory, someone dared to mention a minimum reward of 3,000 gold coins. What could such a sum signify? The Shadow Wolf had traversed the ages from the first to the third, and in his lifetime, he had never held such wealth in his hands. Truly, a wretchedly affluent fool, the Shadow Wolf harbored a general disdain for humanity. But never before had he felt such animosity toward a single individual as he did today. However, this also indicated that he had indeed found the right target. The Shadow Wolf's greedy gaze was unmistakable as he turned towards Lin Xiao. That fellow had taken the bait. Meeting the Shadow Wolf's gaze, Lin Xiao flashed a sheepish smile. Knowing full well that with the esteemed presence of his master, capturing a mere merchant would be a trivial endeavor, Let us dispense with the pleasantries. The Shadow Wolf clearly was not swayed by Lin Zhao's charm and urged him to articulate their next steps. What we must do next is, in fact, quite simple for you, my lord. As Lin Zhao spoke, he gestured towards the ground beneath them. With this mineral resource at our disposal, we merely need to continue feigning a transaction with the conscientious vendor. By luring him to this location, he will harbor no suspicion regarding our intentions. At that moment, we shall ambush him from the shadows, subduing him instantaneously to achieve our objective. The only challenge lies in how we convey the coordinates of this place to the conscientious vendor. Upon hearing this dilemma, the Shadow Wolf scoffed, dismissing it as trivial. We shall let him discover the location just as we did. With that, the Shadow Wolf beckoned to his followers. From the ranks of the secretive faction, several lightly armored warriors brought forth a terrified man, forcing him to kneel before the Shadow Wolf. Thud! A warrior raised his leg and kicked the man, sending him sprawling to the ground. You! The man, unkempt and disheveled, knelt in submission, too fearful to rise, stammering in confusion. Oh! The Shadow Wolf slowly crouched down, a smile gracing his lips that bore a chilling glint. What shall we do with him? Speak up. Let us listen intently. You. As he locked eyes with the spectral wolf, the man gradually trembled and sealed his lips. He understood that those before him were nothing short of villains. Ruthless demons who could kill without a second thought. Previously, he had allied with several human lords, managing to survive, if not thrive, during the recent onslaught of the ghost spirits. However, with the abrupt appearance of the spectral wolf and his entourage, everything had changed. The subjects he had painstakingly gathered were scattered and subsequently slaughtered in an instant by this group. The lords, lacking sufficient incentive to the masses, were sent to join their subjects in death. Only he remained, clinging to life due to the potential benefits he could offer the spectral wolf. With this in mind, he could only weakly inquire, I have done everything you asked of me. You have located the minerals. When will you release me? You wish to leave? Snap, snap. The spectral wolf extended his pallid hand, lightly patting the face of this man, whose name he did not even know. I appreciate your forthright nature. Thus, leaving is not out of the question. As he spoke, the spectral wolf tossed a tortoise shell before the man. Just once more, consult the divination regarding our current copper mine, and then you may depart. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be insane. Indeed, the reason he had managed to survive in the presence of the spectral wolf and his secretive lords was due to the unique skill bestowed upon him by his upbringing, tortoise divination. Tortoise divination, effect, sacrifices 10 years of life to perform a predictive calculation limited to the area of one's immediate surroundings, and allows the results to be inscribed on the tortoise shell, creating a one-time consumable item. This skill had already cost him 20 years of life through 2 prior forced uses by the spectral wolf. The first instance involved predicting the location of a conscientious merchant. That divination proved successful, but Lin Zhao intervened to halt the spectral wolf. From Lin Zhao's perspective, approaching the merchant recklessly without cause would only alarm him. If the merchant were to be startled, future attempts to approach him would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, a second tortoise divination was performed to ascertain the nearest mineral location, explaining how, within mere hours, the spectral wolf's group managed to locate the minerals. Having exhausted 2 uses, the man was now being coerced into a third divination, specifically concerning the very mine beneath his feet. Was this not a blatant squandering of his life? Anger surged within him. Yet, confronted with the cold, twisted gaze of the spectral wolf, he could only fume silently. Fine. Ultimately, he relented, but insisted, we must agree that this will be the last time I assist you. You must release me afterward. Of course, the spectral wolf nodded. The man then took a deep breath, grasped the tortoise shell cast before him, and once more invoked the tortoise divination. A decade of life has slipped away, and vivid images flicker through the man's mind. These images manifest in intricate symbols upon the surface of a tortoise shell. The consumable divination tool has been crafted. The spectral wolf gazes at the character-engraved shell held by the man. It is this very shell that has guided them to this open copper mine. Alas, being a one-time use item, The shell will wither away and vanish once the divination is fully realized. Otherwise, it could serve as a reliable guide to a fixed location, proving to be quite useful. The man extends the shell towards the spectral wolf. Will you now allow me to depart? We had an agreement. As long as I assist you with one more divination, you would set me free. Chapter 63, The Eve of Departure Leave. The ghost wolf grasped the tortoise shell, his gaze fixed upon the man kneeling on the ground. After exhausting 30 years of his lifespan, the man's skin had begun to wrinkle, and several strands of white hair had infiltrated the once dark mane. Under the intense scrutiny of the ghost wolf, he instinctively tightened his grip on his heart. It was not until the next moment that the ghost wolf uttered, "Of course, you may leave." At that instant, the man exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. "I shall take my leave immediately." With that, he braced his trembling body and attempted to rise from the ground. However, in the next breath, the ghost wolf's voice resonated once more. "Come on, see him out." The man barely had time to contemplate before an excruciating pain surged through his skull. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling iron gauntlet had already clamped down on his head. No, no, no. He yearned to struggle, yet the strength of that hand was insurmountable, leaving him with no hope of escape. The sound of his skull cracking echoed ominously, as crimson blood streamed like a brook from his crown. How did it come to this? They had promised that as long as he aided them, he would be released. Gradually, the man ceased to resist. He could feel the fissures forming in his skull, and even if he were to miraculously escape, his life would surely be forfeit. Confronted with the imminent passage of life, he found himself less fearful of the ghost wolf and the lords of the secret society. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he summoned the remnants of his life force to activate the tortoise divination once more. This time, a smile graced his lips. "I see it now. Most of you shall perish. Your doomsday is nigh. I shall await you in hell." Before he could complete his words, a tremendous force severed his head from his neck. In an instant, a geyser of blood erupted, splattering the faces of those nearby. The lords of the secret society were no strangers to such gruesome sights. The ghost wolf wiped the blood from his face, savoring the taste, before revealing a morbid smile. "Ha ha ha! I have not broken my promise. I have not broken my promise. Worthless individuals deserve such an end." Lin Xiao observed the ghost wolf's ghastly grin and instinctively took 2 steps back, discreetly wiping the blood from his face. Indeed, there was not a single sane person within this secret society. Lin Xiao resolved to temporarily ally with the secret society to eliminate the conscience merchant before seeking a means to extricate himself. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to this secretive organization would likely spell doom for him as well. Meanwhile, Ling he awaited a response from the ghost wolf, his mind preoccupied with a pressing question. This query had only dawned upon him after he had made his offer. How would others convey the coordinates of the mineral deposits to him in the absence of a map within the current region? Were they to resort to using landmarks to ascertain coordinates and directions, as had been done in the previous regional channel? This was hardly a viable solution. If the distances between the two sides are not particularly close, it is prudent to use landmarks as a basis for judgment. In the absence of such markers, it is highly likely that one person will say east while another heads west, ultimately leading to a situation where they cannot meet at all. Surely, the enigmatic wolf must have contemplated this issue, which explains its sudden silence. Just as Ling and pondered this, a new message arrived in the private chat from the wolf. "Wolf, I have prepared the coordinates. If you are willing to trust me, proceed to the trading hall and purchase an item called the turtle shell. I have marked the selling price at 100 gold, which serves as a deposit. As for the remaining amount, we will exchange cash for goods in front of the copper mine." At first glance, the wolf's statements seemed reasonable. Upon opening the trading hall, Ling indeed found the turtle shell as described. Turtle shell, description, a commonly used tool in ancient divination, inscribed with an unknown coordinate address. Selling price, 100 gold, including a 15 transaction tax. If Ling's deductions were correct, this so-called unknown coordinate must refer to the location of the copper mine mentioned by the wolf. Thus, without hesitation, Ling placed the order. A mere 100 gold coins were insignificant when compared to the potential enormous profits the copper mine could yield in the future. After spending over 100 gold coins, A turtle shell materialized in Ling's hands. The moment he lifted the shell, he felt as though he had entered a realm of profound mystery. Although he was still far from the coordinates, holding the shell allowed him to instinctively know the direction he should take, including the major mountains and rivers he would need to traverse along the way. Mo Ling called out the name, intending to show the turtle shell to Mo. However, upon turning, he discovered that Mo had already dismounted from the war chariot and was standing beside him. She was intently focused on him, or more precisely, on the turtle shell he held. Ling waved the shell in front of Mo, and her gaze followed suit. Confirming that Mo was indeed looking at the turtle shell, he immediately inquired, "Is there something wrong with this?" Mo furrowed her brow slightly. After contemplating her words, she addressed Ling, saying, "It has a bit of a bloody scent." Yet, she quickly shook her head. "No, it could be that I am overthinking it." Faced with Mo's demeanor, Ling appeared somewhat perplexed. The turtle shell, obtained by sacrificing a turtle, did indeed carry a hint of bloodiness, which seemed rather normal. With that thought, Ling promptly extended his hand and placed the turtle shell into Mo's possession. "Can you estimate how long it will take us to reach this place?" Following Ling's directive, Mo refrained from revisiting the earlier topic and began to feel the turtle shell with her eyes closed. After a considerable pause, she finally responded, 3 days. If I travel at full speed, I can arrive in 3 days. And what if we include the others?" Ling extended his hand, gesturing towards the cattle and the contracted demon warriors within the lumberyard. If they were to embark on a prolonged journey, it was imperative for Ling to take the contracted demon warriors along, as they constituted a crucial safeguard for his own life. Mo pondered for a moment before proposing a new estimate. Considering the additional personnel, a rapid march over 7 days was a conservative approximation. In reality, the time required could be even more extensive. The duration of the expedition had suddenly increased. Nevertheless, Ling nodded in agreement, accepting the plan. "Let us proceed as such. Once Vela has recuperated, we shall set forth officially tomorrow morning." Chapter 64. The ailing Vera. With a blink, dawn broke, and Vera stood atop the war chariot, her staff pointing forward as she emitted an excited exclamation. "Let us depart." Though she had awakened at midnight, she was compelled by Ling to rest, which now rendered her unnaturally spirited. "Miss Blackheart, you appear to be in splendid spirits today," Mo chuckled from beside her. "Indeed," Vera replied, lifting her chin high. "Ever since I joined the Scoundrel Lord, my days have been nothing but a relentless cycle of shifts. I have longed for an outing. Heaven help her at this rate. Even as the chief secretary, she would be reduced to mere drudgery." At this point, Vera suddenly perceived a discrepancy in Mo's address. Blackheart, miss?" She gazed at Mo with wide, incredulous eyes. "You dare use such a moniker for an exceptionally lovely lady? Just yesterday, she had been referred to as the Blackheart capitalist, miss, and now it had been shortened. Was she not capitalistic enough?" This thought caused Vera to pout in indignation. All right. Let us not bicker. Vera, step aside." Ling's voice interjected from the side as he directed the contracted ghost warriors to load the chariot with refreshing beverages, his vital lifeblood, which could not be neglected even during excursions. Furthermore, Ling had increased the number of oxen at the lumberyard to 1,000 to compensate for the productivity loss caused by withdrawing the ghost warriors. He had calculated that while the output efficiency would temporarily drop from over 80,000 sets per day to over 70,000, the oxen, in full capacity, would elevate combat power to its peak state of 7 within approximately 4 days. Consequently, the lumberyard's daily resource output would rise to 130,000 sets, a significant improvement over the current figures. Moreover, the oxen possessed remarkable initiative. With the emergence of the prayer pillar, even in Ling's absence, the lumberyard could autonomously manage resource production, transportation, and shelving, requiring no oversight. Contemplating this, Ling silently gestured encouragement towards the lumberyard. It was through the diligent efforts of these oxen that his future life could flourish. At that moment, a small figure leaped onto Ling. "Are we leaving? Take me with you, please." "Hamburger." Ling sighed, furrowing his brow as he lifted the creature by the scruff of its neck. "How have you reverted to this form again?" The sight of Hamburger in her youthful guise was irresistibly charming. Yet alas, she was not human and far too diminutive to provide any comfort. Then I shall transform back, Hamburger replied, reverting to her plump slime form. Nuzzling against Ling satisfied, he nodded and placed Hamburger atop the chariot, with the joyous beverage in hand. How could the Hamburger, serving as both a seat and an agent, be left behind? After all, it is widely proclaimed that the delightful drink and the Hamburger create an impeccable pairing. Lingy was reluctant to separate the two. As preparations for their outing drew to a close, Vera caught a glimpse of Mo from the corner of her eye and, with a mischievous grin, turned her gaze. My lord? Upon hearing this address, Ling glanced at Vera with suspicion. This term was typically reserved for moments of significant profit, a title Vera would only use under such circumstances. The sudden use of it now hinted at something unusual. Ling quickly approached and placed a hand on Vera's forehead. It was cool to the touch, indicating she was not ill. Huh. Vera nearly stumbled over her words. Yet, Ling's playful antics prompted her to speak candidly. You foolish lord, if we all leave, aren't you worried about the lumberyard encountering any dangers? Dangers? Ling reached out once more to feel Vera's forehead and concluded that she must indeed be unwell, as her words had taken a nonsensical turn. The notion of danger was utterly far-fetched for the current state of the lumberyard. The most pressing threat was the neighboring Ghost Tribe's tower, which was still ablaze, engulfed in flames around the clock. Even if the Ghost Tribe were to emerge from the tower, the thousands of slime nests in the plains would suffice to quench their thirst. If the Ghost Tribe was in such a state, the human lords in the area were even less of a concern. Despite Ling's cattle and horses being merely basic units of his populace, in the second-level pseudo-era, their peak combat strength reached a formidable 7 points. In the Stone Age, some basic military units did not even attain such strength. Thus, it was evident that Ling himself posed the real danger in this region. Should anyone dare to confront the lumberyard with a handful of low-combat units, it would be a futile endeavor. Ling found himself at a crossroads. Should he pray for them or light a few more incense sticks for them in the coming year? All right, I see through your little scheme. Ling chuckled as he playfully flattened Vera's tall hat. Seizing the moment when her vision was obstructed, he pulled her down from a war chariot and led her to the side. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Do you wish to stay behind to guard the place?" Huh. Just as Vera had adjusted her hat back to its original position, she was taken aback by Ling's suggestion. I absolutely do not. With that, she feigned a tearful expression, lamenting that he had forgotten the old secretary in favor of a new one, declaring that she had indeed judged him correctly. Stop pretending. Ling grasped Vera's cheek, interrupting her theatrics. He then continued to whisper, Are you hoping to have Mo stay behind a guard? Uh-huh. Vera's expression shifted instantly. The tears she had almost shed were abruptly retracted as she nodded in agreement, exuding an air of understanding. So, how much combat strength do we have combined? Ling continued to inquire softly in Vera's ear. Vera's expression froze momentarily. The combined combat power of herself and that insufferable lord should reach at least 1 point. Or so she believed. Perhaps it was achievable. In that fleeting instant, a flicker of doubt regarding her own prowess crept into Vera's mind. Observing this, Lingy realized he had struck a chord with her, and thus released his grip on her face, allowing it to snap back with a resounding pop. Vera instantly covered her face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Must you be so rough, you insufferable lord? However, at that moment, Lingy had already taken his seat in the war chariot, comfortably reclining in Hamburger's embrace while beckoning her. Hurry, Vera, or you might be left behind to guard the home. Coming. On the war chariot, Mo watched as Vera jogged towards them, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Miss Vera, it seems you harbor some grievances towards me. Chapter 65. A flurry of sparks, it is likely a matter of imbalance within one's heart. Ling could indeed empathize with Vera. Though unspoken, the distinction in value between secretaries is undeniably tangible. One must attract the phoenix by planting the phoenix tree. In the realm of elite secretary recruitment cards, Mo is revered as a phoenix. Were Ling to exchange identities with Vera and confront Mo, this phoenix, he too would find it difficult to reconcile his feelings. Nevertheless, Vera arbors no ill intent. I understand, Mo interjected with a light smile, interrupting Ling mid-sentence. As the sage says, a gentleman is dignified yet does not contend, and he tends to his own faults while being lenient towards others. I shall endeavor to get along well with Miss Vera, for we are destined to collaborate for a lifetime. Besides, Miss Vera is quite charming, is she not? What are you whispering about? At that moment, Vera had boarded the chariot, her curious gaze flitting between by M.O. and Ling He. Nothing, my dear Miss Blackheart. By M.O. replied with a slight shake of her head, one hand producing the tortoise shell previously purchased by Ling He, while the other grasped the coarse rope of the chariot. Now that everyone is gathered, please hold on tight, we shall set off. As her words fell, the chariot, propelled by two thunder slimes, surged forward. For the ensuing 7 days, the entire region remained remarkably tranquil, with numerous human lords taking the initiative. The ghostly tribe's offensive in this area diminished day by day. Gradually, many began to experience an illusion of peace reminiscent of the early days of the war game's arrival. Of course, this did not apply to Ling He and his companions. He could never have anticipated that, by M.O., appearing so demure, concealed a penchant for speed within her. Over these days, due to varying travel speeds, M.O. meticulously charted the course for the contracted ghost warriors each day, and thereafter took Ling He and the others on leisurely excursions. Hey, water, Cliff, stop. Ling He and Vera curled up in Han Bao's embrace, their screams echoing. Indeed, this leisurely excursion was rather exhilarating, akin to a roller coaster. Ling He once again witnessed the extraordinary nature of Bai Mo's unique abilities. Currently traversing a spirit-infused area, with the ground beneath them as firm as solid earth, Bai Mo effortlessly drove across the expansive lake's surface. As for the steep 80-degree incline, it was a mere formality, easily surmountable. Throughout several thrilling excursions, Ling He felt as though he might soon reunite with his long-departed great-grandmother. This occasion was no exception. The chariot ascended the steep slope, reaching the pinnacle of the mountain, where it finally came to a halt. Atop the summit, a human lord was dining with his subjects. Suddenly, a war chariot came charging at a right angle, causing my mind to momentarily lapse into a stupor, and a piece of wild grass inadvertently fell from my mouth with a soft thud onto the ground. Well, goodness. Ling He glanced at the unknown lord before him, offering a smile that was awkward yet courteous. Hello. Yet in the next instant, he bent over the side of the chariot, retching violently. Ugh, after several bouts of heaving, Ling He finally managed to suppress the tumultuous bile surging within him. Beside him, Vela was not faring much better. However, in comparison to Ling He, she found herself captivated by more intriguing matters, allowing her physical discomfort to be temporarily overridden. With a nimble leap from the chariot, she began to sift through the surrounding underbrush. This has some edible value, albeit limited. Let's say 5 coppers. This one is quite good, grows rapidly, and is highly nutritious, with the sole drawback being its unpalatable taste. 20 coppers ought to suffice. Oh, spices. As Vela plucked the herbs from the ground, she continuously mumbled to herself, 2 gold, 3 coppers, 12 coppers. This had become her daily ritual since venturing out recently. Under the watchful gaze of her value deconstruction eye, Vela could effortlessly discern the valuable seedlings among the wild weeds. These seedlings would be gathered together, as Ling He intended to shift focus to agriculture after addressing the mining issues. At that time, these seedlings of varying worth would undoubtedly prove immensely useful. Damn Lord, all collected. Although only a brief moment had passed, when Vela returned to the chariot, she was already carrying a bulging sack brimming with her finds. Thanks to the value deconstruction eye, she didn't need to meticulously examine each weed. She simply walked over and took everything of value, nothing more. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from the side. The overlooked human lord timidly raised his hand and quietly remarked, "Is it possible that what you're pilfering is my sustenance for the coming days?" Upon hearing the voice, Vela finally noticed the presence of several individuals nearby, her brows slightly arching. "You were watching me take these just now. Can it be called theft when I openly gathered them? Moreover, these seeds were merely in a pile of weeds. You didn't even attempt to harvest them, Vela." Ling He interjected, surveying the group of individuals before the chariot. Aside from a few who resembled wild men, the leading lord donned tattered clothing, looking disheveled, and was scavenging on wild grass atop a hill. It seemed likely he was evading combat. However, it was worth noting that in this world, many prefer to avoid conflict. Ling, he was one such individual. With his thought, Ling, he suddenly tossed a few gold coins, letting them fall at the feet of the unfamiliar lord. Spend this on bread and eat less grass. After speaking, Ling, he cast a glance at Bai Mo. Understanding the unspoken message, Bai Mo flicked his wrist, and the war chariot resumed its motion. The lord, still in the process of picking up the gold coins, was suddenly captivated by the spectacle before him. Two magnificent steeds adorned in radiant armor, their bodies shimmering with dazzling arcs of electricity. With each stride the horses took, a brilliant spark erupted at the point where their hooves met the ground, illuminating their path with an electrifying display. The spectacle continued until the chariot approached the precipice, executing a sharp 90-degree turn before vanishing from sight, leaving the lord momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure from the astonishment, the first action he took was to enter the regional chat channel. Little Evil Lord, does anyone know where to find the monetization options for the war game? I just saw someone with a luxurious mount skin zoom past me in a blaze of sparks and lightning. I no longer feel inclined to put in any effort. Chapter 66. Once I, too, was a skeptic until I beheld the truth with mine own eyes. However, upon the dissemination of the information by the little evil monarch, a wave of relentless mockery ensued within the channel. Light-hearted chanter. 666. It seems the person upstairs has lost their sanity. Spending money on skins in a war game? What a ridiculous notion. Violent puppy. Is storytelling so thoughtless these days? Even the Ghost Spirit clan lacks the flashy effects you described. Justice and law. Rather, if there were any visual effects associated with the Ghost Spirit clan, it might be more credible. Claiming it to be a human's mount, however, stretches believability. As I surveyed the channel, it became evident that nearly everyone who had witnessed the little evil monarch's announcement believed him to be jesting. Naturally, where jesting exists, there are always those who stoke the flames of amusement. Spectator with a penchant for drama. I can attest that what the little evil monarch speaks is the truth. For my distant cousin, once made a first deposit of 999 and acquired the legendary dragon-slaying blade. Heroic essence. Is that so? Just mediocre. I, having been reborn, invested countless fortunes into the war game from the outset. Now I have numerous SSS-level officers at my command, with the marketplace offering me 50 copper for unlocking the continuation of my revenge saga. These people are simply insufferable. The little evil monarch, witnessing the derision in the regional channel, could not help but stomp his foot in frustration. Yet, soon after, his stomach emitted a most unfortunate growl. How hungry he was! Rubbing his belly, he glanced at the wild vegetables on the ground, now trampled and forlorn. The arrival of that war chariot had interrupted his efforts to soften the vegetables, necessitating a fresh attempt at cooking. At that moment, his gaze fell upon several gold coins left behind by Ling. As he picked up the coins from the ground and successfully added them to his personal interface, it dawned upon him that this was no cruel jest. That unfamiliar human lord was indeed exceedingly wealthy. Anyone capable of producing such a wealth of gold must have indulged in microtransactions. Thinking of Ling and the splendid warhorse pulling the chariot, a flicker of envy crossed the little evil monarch's eyes. Before entering the war game, he had always been the type to fill his inventory with wings, pets, and mounts. It was never about the attribute bonuses, it was solely for the sake of aesthetics. Therefore, he yearned for it. He truly longed for it. The decision was made. He would venture forth. The little evil monarch raised his hand, bolstering his own spirit. On this outing, he must find the lord driving the chariot, both to inquire about the acquisition of that magnificent steed and to clear his name. He had not fabricated tales to deceive. Yet, as time progressed, although the little evil monarch refrained from further messaging in the regional channel, the subject of the special effect mounts became a recurring jest in the absence of entertainment. As the occurrences multiplied, even the leader of the secret society members at the open copper mine, known as Ling, could not help but take notice of this news. Initially, Ling was skeptical about the message, for even he, having traversed from Era 1 to Era 3, had never encountered the items mentioned by the so-called evil sovereign. It was not until he witnessed, with his own eyes, the war chariot crackling with electric arcs that it came into his line of sight. Vera stood up on the war chariot, waving at Yulang from distance. Previously, Ling had shown her the private chat interface with Yulang, allowing her to deduce that the person standing near the open copper mine was indeed the Lord Yulang who had sold the coordinates to Ling He. As Vera took the initiative to greet him, Yulang also raised his hand in acknowledgement towards Ling He and the others. However, from another perspective, he was actually issuing commands to the surrounding members of the secret society. Hold your positions. During the time Ling He and his companions were approaching, the secret society had already excavated several hiding spots at the open copper mine. Given the nature of the site, these man-made caverns, marked by signs of excavation, blended seamlessly into the landscape. Subsequently, it would be a perfect concealment simply to shove people into the holes. At that moment, Bai Mo had driven the war chariot to Yolang's front. Observing Yolang's pallid complexion and the faint aura of gloom he exuded, Bai Mo furrowed her brow slightly. However, considering the matter of politeness, she ultimately refrained from commenting further. Yulang's gaze shifted as he assessed the individuals aboard the war chariot based on their attire. The girl driving the chariot was clad in a vintage long robe, which did not quite fit the image of a lord. Rather, she seemed more akin to a bureaucrat from the pseudo-era or the Bronze Age. Then there was the boy lounging on a slime. Why was there a slime? Yulang suddenly paused. However, compared to the striking warhorse pulling the chariot and the electric arcs surrounding it, the presence of a mere slime seemed rather inconsequential. After all, a single slime would not stir any significant waves, so Yulang chose to disregard it. In any case, the boy appeared quite ordinary and did not resemble a lord in the least. Even if he were a lord, he might just be a minor vassal. With two erroneous conclusions eliminated, there remained only one individual on the chariot. Yulang's gaze settled on Vera, clad in a black suit, a white shirt, an ornate high hat adorned with dark patterns, and gold-rimmed glasses that enhanced her aura, along with the scepter she held aloft. Her attire and presence indicated that even in the pseudo-era, it would be impossible to recruit such a bureaucrat at a mere level 2. Thus, Vera's identity became quite clear to Yulang. Ahem. Yulang cleared his throat lightly and looked at Vera, displaying a hint of a deliberate smile as he initiated the conversation. I presume this young lady is the esteemed merchant of conscience? Yes. Vera initially failed to grasp Yulang's intent, thinking he was attempting to flatter her. Only when the words left his lips did she realize something was amiss. Huh? Upon regaining her composure, Vera pointed to herself. Are you referring to me? Indeed, Miss Vendor, came the response. A fleeting glimmer of keen intelligence flickered in the eyes of the shadow wolf. Although Vera quickly corrected herself, her instinctive reaction inadvertently revealed her identity. In light of this, it became abundantly clear whom the impending ambush would target first. However, while the shadow wolf had already devised plans on how to exploit the treasures of this golden mountain after capturing Vera, he remained oblivious to the fact that behind him, a gaze more wolf-like than his own was quietly opening. A girl? The conscientious vendor is actually a girl? Lin Zhao's teeth ground together audibly. Despite having prepared himself mentally for various outcomes, he could never have anticipated that the vendor who had thwarted his initial advantage and outwitted him in the marketplace would turn out to be a female. Chapter 67. The generous vendor. At this moment, Ling, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, vendor sister, aren't we here to conduct a transaction? Let's get down to business. With that, Ling, he extended his hand and playfully poked Vera in the lower back, signaling her to continue the conversation in this guise. After all, Ling had brought Vera along primarily to assess the value of the minerals and to negotiate the pricing with the Phantom Wolf. This is where the role of a secretary truly shines, does it not? What diligent boss would personally engage in negotiations? How exhausting that would be. As for the identity of the benevolent vendor, Ling, he was not particularly concerned. If necessary, he would gladly relinquish this simple role to Vera. After all, earning money effortlessly is quite appealing. Contemplating this, Ling, he opened a bottle of soda, leaning to the side as he sipped leisurely. Noticing the Phantom Wolf staring at him in confusion, Ling, he casually waved his hand. You may continue your discussion without regard for me." Upon hearing Ling He's words, the phantom wolf regained his composure and, perplexed, turned to Vera. "Who is this?" From his perspective, Ling He, as a vassal under the benevolent vendor, was behaving rather audaciously. Had Ling He joined the secret party and remained in close proximity, such a casual poke would have earned him a stern reprimand. "Just a stray I took in during my travels. No need to mind him," Vera remarked, rolling her eyes. "A stray you took in?" Ling He felt the can in his hand suddenly crumple under his grip, the expression on his face growing increasingly affable. He regretted having Vera assume his identity. Observing this, Vera stifled a laugh inwardly. Had there not been others present, she might have burst into laughter. She had often found herself on the losing end of verbal sparring with the audacious lord. Now that Ling He wanted her to masquerade as the benevolent vendor, she would seize this opportunity to indulge in a bit of banter. Of course, when it came to matters concerning money, Vera did not lose focus. Her gaze first appraised the open copper mine behind the phantom wolf. Then she slightly parted her lips, offering a price that took Ling He by surprise. "If you're indeed serious about selling this mine, we could offer 8,000 gold." 8,000. Ling He sat up slightly, his demeanor turning serious. Although the figure sounded somewhat daunting, he did not interrupt Vera. One reason was that he had not yet exhausted his earnings from the past few days. Despite the fluctuating demands in the trading house due to the waning aggression of the Ghost Spirit clan, he could still count on an average daily income of around 20,000 gold. After several days of accumulation and accounting for various expenditures, Ling currently possessed over 130,000 gold coins. Thus, 8,000 gold was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Another reason was his unwavering trust in Vera. He knew that when it came to financial matters, Vera would never jest. Since she was able to propose a figure of 8,000 gold at this stage, there must be sound reasoning behind her valuation. For instance, the mineral content of this open-pit copper mine before us is astonishingly high. The silent wolf fell into a contemplative silence. Although he had witnessed many grand spectacles, the casual display of wealth amounting to thousands of gold coins by the other party left him genuinely awestruck. Previously, Lin Xiao had mentioned on numerous occasions just how affluent the conscience merchant was. However, Lin Xiao was not the individual in question. The figures of hundreds of thousands of gold coins he spoke of were merely abstract numbers to the silent wolf. In contrast, the 8,000 gold coins mentioned by Vera were a tangible sum, one that could be immediately put forth for a transaction. Within this novice region, even slaying 100 lords might not yield such a sum. In that fleeting moment, the silent wolf entertained the notion of simply taking the money and departing. Seeing him stunned into silence by the staggering figure, Vera inquired, "So, do you agree?" The silent wolf opened his mouth slightly, yet before he could utter his assent, he caught a glimpse of a message from his friend in a private chat. From Entropy, "My lord, do not forget our plan. The funds they possess are far more substantial than this. Indeed, for someone who could casually produce 8,000 gold coins, how much wealth could they possibly hold? Surely, it must be counted in the tens of thousands." A glimmer of greed flashed in the silent wolf's eyes, and the earlier inclination to retreat vanished entirely. "Ha! I certainly agree. I must thank you for your generosity. With this money, my future days will be much more pleasant." While he spoke soothingly to Vera, he did not hasten to accept the money. He understood that once he accepted the funds, he would lose the legitimate reason to approach the individuals near the war chariot. This opportunity to collect payment was, in fact, a perfect moment for the silent wolf to exploit. As he relaxed their vigilance, he stepped closer to the war chariot and casually inquired, "Given the rampant presence of the Ghost Spirit tribe, I find myself quite safe in this secluded place. But you all appear rather isolated. It must be perilous to venture out without bringing along some followers. The journey here must have been quite arduous. No? Perilous?" Ling shot the silent wolf a peculiar glance. He was not like Vera, who would concern herself with the safety of their party. Yet, since they were conversing, Ling did not mind engaging in light banter and thus chuckled. What danger could there possibly be? Even if there were, do you think, given the financial prowess of the merchant sister, she couldn't handle it? Upon hearing this, the silent wolf chuckled ruefully and tapped his forehead. Indeed, With the merchant sister's financial might, summoning thousands in an instant would be no issue. How could I have overlooked that? Observing this, Ling shook his head slightly. In truth, considering the time, the 100 or so contracted ghost warriors were merely a short distance away, perhaps only 10 minutes from here. It was only because the silent wolf was alone that Ling refrained from revealing the presence of the contracted ghost warriors. After all, to put plainly, Ling had no intention of resorting to outright force. The news of the acquisition was personally disseminated by him. The goods posed no significant issue, and the acquisition funds were trivial in his view. He had no reason to sacrifice his broader vision for a mere pittance, engaging in some theatrical display akin to a band of cutthroats. The primary reason for bringing forth the contract-bound warriors was to maintain vigilance against the potential emergence of the Spectre tribe's monsters during the night. Additionally, after completing the mineral acquisition, they would be tasked with overseeing security at the copper mine. Indeed, in an era where the cost-effectiveness of cattle and horses has risen dramatically, Ling had fully resolved to eliminate the contract lumberjacks from his production system. The remaining units of these spectral warriors would be entirely transferred to the security division. However, just as he was contemplating this, a notification window appeared before him. You have entered an ambush state. Your chat and recruitment panels will be temporarily disabled. Chapter 68. The Armored Knight. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness. At the very moment the pop-up appeared, before he could even react, the Phantom Wolf had already cast aside all pretense, reaching out to seize Vera. Success was within his grasp. A flicker of triumph danced in the Phantom Wolf's eyes. This so-called conscientious vendor was no different from the foolish souls he had dispatched in the past. However, just as his hand ascended, poised to grasp Vera's collar, an excruciating pain suddenly erupted in his fingers. The agony pierced through him, and with a reflexive cry, he instinctively withdrew his hand. Once he regained his composure, he discovered that a diminutive wallet had latched onto his fingers. What on earth? In this day and age, even wallets could bite? A sense of absurdity washed over the Phantom Wolf. At that moment, his attention was entirely diverted by the wallet, and he momentarily forgot to continue his assault on Vera. It was Mo who first regained her wits, maneuvering the war chariot to increase the distance from the Phantom Wolf. Once a safe distance was achieved, she refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. Instead, like a protective hen, she extended an arm to shield he and Vera from potential hidden threats. What do you mean? Vera finally grasped the situation, her gaze filled with indignation as she fixed her eyes upon the Phantom Wolf. Had it not been for the wallet's unexpected attack, she might have been unceremoniously dragged off the chariot. What do I mean? In response to Vera's inquiry, the Phantom Wolf, having completely cast aside any semblance of pretense, let out a grotesque laugh. Humph, he chuckled. My meaning is quite simple, dear vendor sister. As he spoke, he seized the wallet and forcefully tore it from his fingers. Even as a piece of flesh was ripped away, he paid it no heed, focusing solely on addressing he and the others. I have a grand undertaking that requires the assistance of the vendor sister. I wonder if you all would accompany me on a little journey? As his words fell, the ground around them reverberated with the sound of heavy objects colliding. Figures cloaked in black, interspersed with fully armed warriors, emerged from the openings of the open-air copper mine. Shadows encircled them, and he found their war chariot subtly ensnared in the center of a gathering. As the secret society's ambush surged forth from below, the Phantom Wolf did not hasten to issue further commands. In his eyes, this so-called conscientious vendor had become a mere fish on his chopping block, ripe for slaughter. His confidence, bolstered not only by the inept members of the secret society, but also by the bureaucrats he had meticulously trained, surged within him. Come forth and meet our future new friend. At the Phantom Wolf's command, a formidable figure emerged from the throng of the secret society, clad in full heavy armor. Each step it took resonated with a deep, resonant sound. An armored knight from Era 3, possessed combat prowess that could exceed 150, had it not been for a past mishap that led to the demise of his steed. Certainly, the current possesses a combat capacity exceeding 100. The Phantom Wolf is confident that as long as is present, along with the numerous lords of the secret party and their respective forces. Leaving merely 3 individuals on that battle chariot will pose no challenge. Thus, he bides his time, awaiting the moment when that seemingly unattainable merchant of conscience reveals a countenance of terror and despair. The more noble one appears, the more delightful it is to witness such expressions, is it not? However, the Phantom Wolf is destined for disappointment. Observing that the members of the secret party have refrained from launching further attacks, Ling and the other 3 lean in to converse quietly atop the chariot. What on earth is going on with this individual? Ling inquires softly. Why did he ambush us? And those troops of his do not seem to belong to our current era, do they? Indeed, they do not, Vera nods. Presently, this region is in the Stone Age. Even if someone were to advance to the pseudo-second level like Ling, they would at most be in the Bronze Age. The forces that ambushed Ling and his companions are evidently of a much higher era. This raises serious doubts about the true identity of these individuals. Are they truly human lords? At that moment, Vera seems to recall something, suddenly stamping her foot in frustration. I had offered a fair price. These ungrateful rascals. From Vera's perspective, the attack by the Phantom Wolf and his companions likely stemmed from a failure to reach a satisfactory agreement regarding interests. However, Ling does not share this sentiment. The ambush is a foregone conclusion, undeniable. Yet, judging by the scale and formation of the opposing forces, it is clear that they had been preparing for more than just a day or two. This incident must have been premeditated. As for the motive, sometimes avarice towards one's kind may not require extensive reasoning or justification. A single word, jealousy, can encapsulate numerous grievances. By Montag, Ling suddenly turns to Bai Mo and inquires, if it were you, what would be the likelihood of breaking through? Although Bai Mo's combat power of 500 appears substantial, Ling has yet to witness the attribute panels of high-tier combatants. Thus, he remains unaware of how this 500 compares to the forces of a more advanced era. My lord, if you're asking about the chances of a breakout, by Montag Hesitatis, glancing at the members of the secret party before responding with certainty, a full 10 out of 10. However, I do not recommend that we attempt a breakout at this moment. Oh, Ling emits a curious sound. Then, Bai Mo, what do you suggest we do now? Bai Mo does not respond immediately. Instead, he poses a question to Ling. Do you wish to trust me, as you do Miss Vera? Finally, someone has spoken my name correctly. Vera interjects with a hint of sarcasm. Instantly, Ling swats down Vera's hi-hat, asking if this is the right time for such remarks. Having dealt with Vera, Ling offers Bai Mo an affirming glance. Trust those who are reliable. If you're willing to trust me, then I shall naturally place my faith in you. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo smiles warmly. The ink shall not disappoint you. With that, Bai Mo flicked the course rope in his hand, and the war chariot began to move slowly towards Yulang. However, the pace was far from swift, lacking the fervor of a charge. Yulang raised his hand to halt the actions of the surrounding members of the secret party. With Khan by his side, he felt little trepidation towards the 3 approaching figures. In contrast, he was more intrigued to see what tricks this conscience-stricken merchant could conjure, especially given the prohibitions on the recruitment interface. Ahem. Bai Mo brought the war chariot to a stop at a distance from Yulang, cleared his throat softly twice, and then revealed a smile. As the sage said, to punish without teaching is cruelty. Therefore, my esteemed friends, I believe we can continue our discussion. Chapter 69, to put it plainly, I have spoken my piece. If it is indeed the offered price that has left you dissatisfied, Before Bai Mo could finish her statement, a coarse voice interrupted her. What do you think you are? Is your lord mute? Hence you believe you have the right to speak? In response, Bai Mo maintained her smile. Yet her gaze bypassed the speaker and focused intently on the individual who had just spoken. In one fluid motion, she drew her bow and knocked an arrow. With a sharp twang, a streak of light shot forth, and before the echo of her voice faded, the arrow had already pierced through the forehead of the insolent speaker. Thud! A lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground. This prompted several windows to pop up before Ling He. Congratulations on your first kill of a fellow lord. You have gained experience. 0. You have acquired loot. None. This marked Ling He's inaugural experience killing another human lord of his kind, even though the act was executed by Bai Mo. Yet, as he faced the life that had just vanished, mocking one moment and extinguished the next. He surprisingly felt no ripple of emotion within him. The notion that one would vomit upon their first kill had proven to be mere fiction. He mused quietly. Meanwhile, the members of the secret faction surrounding the corpse instinctively scattered in all directions. Once they regained their composure, they glared at Bai Mo with fury. In a situation where they were mere prey, how dare she initiate an attack? Nevertheless, Bai Mo remained unperturbed, smiling as she faced the wrathful gazes of the many secret faction members. She calmly uttered, as the sage has stated, to teach without regret is to punish. Such an action was, of course, in accordance with the rites. What a fine adherence to propriety, came a sarcastic voice from afar. No sooner had the words been spoken than another streak of light erupted from Bai Mo's hand, followed by yet another body collapsing to the ground. Bai Mo gradually lowered her longbow, observing the cold sweat cascading down the faces of those around her, and with a smile, she inquired, "May I have your undivided attention now?" No one dared to respond to Bai Mo. After witnessing the instantaneous demise of two lords, none were willing to speak, fearful that their words might summon the same fate beneath her arrows. Even Lin Xiao, who was obscured in the crowd, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The speed of her shots had been such that he hadn't even perceived the draw before the men lay lifeless on the ground. Had those two lords not spoken before him, he might very well have been among the fallen. Seeing the silence that ensued, Bai Mo nodded slightly. Let us first engage in reason. There is no issue that cannot be resolved through dialogue, is there? With that, she redirected her gaze back to the shadowy wolf. If it is dissatisfaction with the price, I can take it upon myself to increase the original offer by 10% from Miss Vera's quote, bringing it to 800 gold pieces. Subsequently, we can round it up to 9,000, with the excess being considered as compensation for the two brothers. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the gaunt visage of the spectral wolf twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. A life for 100 gold coins. Should he commend his adversary for their politeness? Indeed, 9,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's earlier remarks, the spectral wolf might have been inclined to accept the offer without hesitation. After all, locating this open-air copper mine cost little more than a few lives, rendering it a virtually costless venture, a chance to secure 9,000 gold coins without risk. However, Lin Xiao's words had imbued the situation with a newfound intrigue. If the opponent could muster 8,000, surely they could also produce 9,000, which implied that subduing them could yield wealth far exceeding that sum. Hence, the adage that money is the true devil rings ever true. The spectral wolf found himself ensnared by the potential profits that lay ahead. His appetite could not be satiated by a mere 9,000 gold coins. Thus, in response to Bai Mo's proposition, he declared resolutely, "I refuse." As he spoke, the spectral wolf licked the wound on his finger, a cold smile curling his lips. "Now that you've had your say, allow me to illuminate a path for you. Relinquish your weapons and surrender, and you may yet secure your lives. Otherwise, we shall swarm you. And with but a single war chariot at your disposal, I fear you cannot protect yourselves." He gestured towards Vera, stating, at that moment, "No one but her shall survive." "Me?" Vera blinked in confusion, pointing to herself. The spectral wolf's intent was to sow discord between the lord and the official. When he uttered those words, he even employed his unique abilities related to persuasion. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a scenario would lead to a decline in loyalty, unless one were an unwaveringly loyal official. However, he had miscalculated, for here loyalty held no sway. A chuckle escaped Bai Mo's lips, whether from irritation or amusement at the spectral wolf's antics was uncertain. Taking a deep breath, Bai Mo readied his bow once more, the arrow's tip now aimed at the spectral wolf. "To be frank, I have made my position clear. Why must a matter so straightforward be resolved with lives?" In a flash, offering the spectral wolf little time to react, Bai Mo released the arrow. Yet, unlike the two who had fallen before, the spectral wolf displayed a swifter reflex and a colder heart. He seized one of his subjects from behind, using them as a shield. The arrow pierced through, eliciting a furious glare from the spectral wolf. The unfortunate soul he had instinctively pulled in front was one of his own, a foot knight squire. Any unit associated with knights commanded a steep recruitment cost. However, it was not the loss of the squire that pained him, but rather the chainmail they wore, a valuable piece that no primitive Stone Age bow could possibly penetrate. The bow and arrows wielded by Mo are evidently not relics of the Stone Age. With a single shot, he rendered the chainmail utterly useless, and it appeared that the knight's squire was on the brink of death. Cursed be it! He carelessly cast aside the increasingly feeble squire. Wolf pointed towards the war chariot and commanded, "Con, eliminate them, and you all as well advance. Spare none but the conscientious merchant." Clearly, Wolf's directive had long been anticipated by the members of the secret faction surrounding them. Thus, at the very moment the order was issued, the encirclement around the war chariot swiftly converged towards the center. Many among them wielded iron spears, perfectly suited for halting the war chariot. Observing this, Mo chuckled softly, composed, as he drew forth 4 arrows and knocked them to his bowstring. The sage proclaimed, "Time flows like a river, ceaseless day and night." The implication being that the enemy's corpses should incessantly flow in the waters, regardless of day or night. It seems we can only be adversaries now. Chapter 70. The cost of free is the most expensive. The recent conversation marked the final opportunity granted by Mo to the likes of Ling and the other members of the secret faction. This was in accordance with the sage's declaration that punishing without teaching is an act of cruelty. Yet, the lords of the secret faction displayed no inclination towards repentance. Given their obstinacy, Mo felt no hesitation in unleashing her wrath. After all, they were merely a few hundred in number. With a release of tension from her bowstring, 4 radiant arrows simultaneously soared forth, piercing the hearts of 4 distinct, lightly armored units. This was merely the beginning. As Mo reached for the quiver on the cart, a flurry of arrows erupted from her hands. Each draw of her longbow heralded the imminent extinguishing of lives. The scene resembled a merciless machine harvesting souls, leaving the lords of the secret faction in a state of stunned disbelief. Was this truly right? If they were not already aware of the era they inhabited, one might assume they were the ones being crushed by the tides of time. However, in the next moment, as the arrows and the quiver dwindled, Mo grew dissatisfied with merely shooting. With a flick of her wrist, she maneuvered the war chariot into motion. One opportunity, observing the chariot drawing closer, a spearman tightened his grip on his iron lance. That wretched woman had slain so many of their comrades in such a short span. If he could halt the chariot, the rest of the men could surge forward and tear Mo apart. It was almost upon him. Closer, just a bit closer. Suddenly, as the chariot neared within arm's reach, the spearman seized the moment and thrust his lance forward. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, accompanied by the spearman's look of astonishment. The woman at the helm of the chariot had effortlessly deflected his lance with merely the edge of her longbow. "You!" The spearman attempted to utter something, but a wave of sweetness and iron surged in his throat as life ebbed swiftly from him. It turned out that after deflecting the lance with her iron bow, Mo had thrust the edge of it directly into his heart. With the spearman's demise, a breach was torn in their defenses, and those nearby were unable to seal the gap in time. Mo seized the opportunity, driving the chariot through the encirclement of the secret faction. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted. The chariot circled the periphery of the secret faction, occasionally claiming lives, continuously constricting the space in which they could survive. The change in circumstances transpired with alarming rapidity. The lords of the secret faction could hardly fathom that the fish they had regarded as helpless on the chopping block would transform into a ravenous wolf within mere minutes. Mo, was she truly this formidable? Ling, he murmured softly. Although his voice was barely a whisper, it reached Mo's ears. Amidst the chaos of battle, she turned her head slightly to smile at Ling, a gesture that implied, "Isn't this a worthwhile endeavor, my lord?" As Vera observed the formidable display of prowess by Mo on the battlefield, her dissatisfaction was palpable as she pouted. After all, she had arrived first. At that moment, as if struck by some instinct, her gaze suddenly shifted towards another direction at the side of the war chariot. In the distance, beyond the horizon, A horde of over 100 contract demon warriors, wielding stone axes, was rushing towards Ling, he and her. Calculating the time, she realized that it had indeed been nearly 10 minutes. They were right on schedule. A spark of inspiration ignited in Vera's mind, and a smile of excitement broke across her face. She then struck her staff forcefully against the chariot and extended a finger towards the distance. 1,000. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Ling he reacted swiftly, covering Vera's mouth with his hand. My lady, such words are ill-advised. If Vera were to trigger her exponential stimulation and promise 1,000 days of full pay, even in death, it would incur a fixed expenditure of tens of thousands of gold. Recruiting by MO would not require such exorbitant funds. In fact, the previous acquisition of the open copper mine had only cost Vera a mere 8,000 gold. Vera attempted to pry Ling He's hand from her mouth. Just promise not to make reckless commitments. With a nod from Vera, Ling He finally released her. She inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, before casting an irritated glance at Ling He. You wretched lord, do you wish to murder your extraordinarily charming chief secretary? Ahem. Ling He cleared his throat, his gaze inadvertently drifting away. Once he noticed that Vera had no intention of employing her skills, he breathed a sigh of relief. The sage once said, "What is free is often the most costly," and this truth held firm. Though recruiting by MO demanded a staggering 10,000 gold, the subsequent skills would only require a fraction of that. Conversely, with Vera, while her recruitment was free, should she unleash her full capabilities, Ling He's modest fortune as the current wealthiest would be obliterated in an instant. At that moment, the members of the secret party belatedly recognized the presence of the contract demon warriors. It was evident that they had not come unaccompanied. The emergence of the contract demon warriors did not provoke surprise among the lords of the secret party. Rather, it was more astonishing that a conscientious merchant would come without any followers at all. In fact, upon witnessing the appearance of the contract demon warriors, the lords of the secret party felt a sense of relief, regaining some confidence in their superiority. It seemed that the conscientious merchant was merely strong in administrative matters. Despite the passage of time, his subordinates remained a ragtag bunch of misfits. Attack! Block their advance. One of the lords from the secret party gestured towards the distance. Although they had yet to devise a plan for dealing with by MO, the prospect of slaughtering a group of bare-chested, poorly armed barbarians wielding nothing but broken stone axes was hardly daunting. After all, this unit of third-generation soldiers boasted a minimum combat power of 30, with armored units reaching beyond 60. This would undoubtedly be a massacre as a cohort of lords descended to command. A portion of the secret party's troops dispersed from the main force, no longer fixated on the white ink and war chariots, but instead charged forth to confront the Covenant Ghost Warriors. The sharpness of iron clashed with the weight of stone, and in an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of countless blades piercing flesh. As the lords of the secret party had anticipated, iron could effortlessly slay these unarmored ancient units, while stone weapons found themselves somewhat powerless against the ironclad. "Have I succeeded?" murmured an inconspicuous spearman. Previously, they could only watch helplessly as white ink reaped the lives of their comrades, their morale plummeting to near despair. Yet now, the spear in his hand had pierced the heart of a Covenant Ghost Warrior. Everything seemed to suggest that their enemies were far less formidable than they had perceived. Their foes were mere flesh and blood. Just then, a colossal hand suddenly grasped the spear thrust forth by the spearman. Chapter 71. Terror, Total Collapse, Everything. For the sake of profit, a chilling voice, reminiscent of the depths of hell, emanated from the front of the spear-wielding soldier. What is happening? The soldier, frozen in place, gazed at the contract demon warrior whose heart he had pierced. It was he who grasped the spear embedded in his chest. The soldier attempted to tug it free with all his might, but the spear was firmly lodged within the demon's body, refusing to budge. Strangely, the contract demon warrior displayed no signs of weakness despite the loss of his heart. For profit, he murmured incomprehensible words, advancing step by step, spear still penetrating him. No. Witnessing such a horrifying sight, the soldier collapsed in terror. You are not human. You cannot possibly be human. Yet, the contract demon warrior uttered no superfluous words. He simply continued to murmur about profit, raising his stone axe high. Thud! The axe came crashing down, striking the soldier's helmeted head. Thanks to the iron helmet's protection, the soldier merely felt a dizzying impact, narrowly avoiding a shattered skull. However, the contract demon warrior showed no signs of stopping. The stone axe was lifted repeatedly, descending again and again. Thud! 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 With each strike, the iron helmet contorted further. Before long, a mixture of flesh and crimson liquid seeped from the grotesquely deformed helmet. Only then did the contract demon warrior cease his assault, leaving the spear lodged in his heart as he rushed toward his next target. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Some attempted to bisect the contract demon warriors, while others aimed for diagonal cuts from neck to abdomen. Yet, they were baffled. No matter their efforts, the demon warriors would not fall. Even with half their bodies remaining, they would stagger to their feet, fighting until the very last moment. At last, a soldier could no longer bear the pressure and succumbed to complete mental collapse. No, no, no. What are we fighting against? They are not human. They are demons, malevolent spirits that have crawled from hell to claim lives. Weapons clattered to the ground as the soldier, overwhelmed and weeping, turned and fled in the opposite direction from the contract demon warriors. And fear is contagious. Ding! The morale of your spear-wielding soldiers has decreased by 10 points. The morale of your foot knights has decreased by 10 points. The morale of your spear-wielding soldiers has collapsed, reducing their loyalty by 50 points. Your spear-wielding soldiers have fled. Your sword and shield soldiers have fled. Your foot knights have fled with the first deserter's appearance. The soldiers sent to confront the contract demon warriors disbanded entirely. Even some desperate individuals fled back along the original path, crashing into the lines of their allies who were attempting to encircle Mo Khan. What on earth are you doing? The furious roar of Ling echoed across the battlefield. Do not concern yourself with their lives any longer. If you cannot kill two and spare one, then annihilate them all. Originally, Ling had intended to spare the life of the conscientious merchant, hoping that the wealth of the opponent could serve as a stepping stone towards a higher path. However, as the merchant revealed more and more of his hidden cards, Ling began to hesitate about preserving his life. At this moment, only half of the lines had disintegrated. If he hesitated further, and all forces were to scatter, Ling himself might perish here. He was not devoid of intellect. He understood this clearly. Upon receiving Ling's command, Khan, who was mingling among the crowd, finally sprang into action. Previously, he had not found the opportunity to ambush by Mo and Ling He, and had opted to move slowly through the throng, conserving his strength while waiting for the right moment. But now, with Ling's order to kill them all, he no longer needed to reserve his energy. Seizing the chance as the war chariot surged towards the lines, claiming several lives, Khan abruptly leaped, his long spear crashing down heavily upon the chariot. San Lian, Mo's voice rang out immediately. Following that, an arrow struck Khan squarely in the face. The arrow found its mark, piercing through the gap in Khan's helmet. Fortunately, Ling had generously equipped Khan with superior gear, sparing him from instant death by that arrow. However, 3 more arrows followed in quick succession, each striking perfectly upon the fletching of the previous one. With the compounded force, the initial arrow embedded itself into Khan's helmet, piercing through the back of his skull. With a thud, a lifeless body fell, ruthlessly crushed by the war chariot. Mo, at that moment, retracted his longbow and cast a glance at the corpse. As the sage said, a commander can be seized from the army. I have kept my eye on you for quite some time. Previously, Khan had been surrounded by armored foot knights, and to kill him, Mo would have to peel away the layers of flesh shields like an onion. Yet, with Khan's leap, there was no one left to provide him cover. Khan! Ling instinctively collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that his formidable officer, considered elite even among the Tri-Cities, could fall without a chance to retaliate. It was not the bond with Khan that brought him sorrow. Rather, Ling mourned the realization that his own fate was sealed. The slaying of a commander before battle was the most devastating blow to morale. Now that Khan was dead, the The remaining troops, still holding their ground, began to show signs of disintegration. Moreover, with such heavy losses, even if he were to survive this day, his standing within the secret faction would inevitably plummet. And the root cause of all this was, from entropy. Yulang's eyes widened in shock as he lifted his head, scanning the chaotic battlefield. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, fleeing soldiers scattered in disarray, while the lords of the secret faction were regrouping, attempting to continue their resistance. Yet, one thing was conspicuously absent: the presence of entropy. Damn it! The howling voice of the shadow wolf echoed in the air. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere newcomer who had just joined the organization. The strength of this so-called conscience merchant was far beyond what a novice lord should possess. Her combat prowess as an officer far exceeded the realm of the first and second eras. Were it not for entropy, the shadow wolf would never have considered targeting the conscience merchant. No, had it not been for entropy, he would have made his exit the moment she quoted a price of 8,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension, followed by 2 arrows that struck the shadow wolf in his lower abdomen. On the other side, atop the war chariot, Mo slowly lowered his bow and gave a thumbs up to Ling beside him. My lord, what a remarkable shot. Chapter 72. The marketplace is like a battlefield. Not all battles are about bloodshed. Ling, he scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had merely picked up a small wooden bow on a whim, with no ulterior motives. Given his strength, the arrow he released veered off course and was destined to fall within mere meters. To his surprise, Mo drew her bow in response, her arrow perfectly merging with his, piercing the belly of the shadow wolf. Was this one of Mo's attack skills? Seizing the moment, Ling, he glanced at Mo's panel. Effect: fires a spinning arrow that can merge with any small projectile, slightly altering its target direction. Upon merging, the projectile inherits 90 of this unit's base attack power. It was evident that Mo, recruited at great expense, was indeed remarkable, regardless of the skill's practicality. It certainly elevated Ling, his emotional satisfaction. However, this scene had a profound impact on the tender heart of Vera, who gazed wide-eyed and whispered to Mo, "Isn't it painful to say such things with a clear conscience?" "Not at all," Mo replied softly. "Moreover, the Lord's archery skills are truly impressive." "Really?" Vera's gaze drifted, her opinion remaining unvoiced. Perhaps Mo's enthusiasm was contagious, or perhaps they were simply caught up in the excitement. Ling, he once again took up the small wooden bow, straining to draw the string. This time, his target was a clandestine faction leader attempting to regroup in the distance. Whoosh! The arrow slipped from Ling, his fingers, tracing a graceful parabolic arc, only to fall short, barely 10 meters away. In that fleeting moment, before Vera could react, Mo swiftly released an arrow. Xiangqi, a streak of light shot forth, enveloping Ling, his now powerless arrow, and propelling it towards the distance. A piercing scream ensued as the faction leader was struck by 2 arrows, losing their combat effectiveness and plunging the battlefield into further chaos. The contract-bound ghost warriors swiftly closed in, their bodies adorned with various weapons. Yet they persevered in a terrifying display that relentlessly undermined the morale of the opposing faction. Mo, however, remained unfazed. Silently, she lowered her bow and gave Ling a thumbs up, then turned to Vera with a smile. "Indeed it is," she whispered into Vera's ear, continuing, as the sage said, "The marketplace is a battlefield. Thus we can deduce that a battlefield is a marketplace." Mo playfully patted Vera's top hat twice. Not all aspects of battle are merely bloodshed. Much of it is also about the intricacies of human relations. Miss Blackheart, there remains much for you to learn. Vera puffed her cheeks, grasping the essence of Mo's words, yet she was still overwhelmed by a profound shock. However, prior to this, with a swift motion, Vera brushed Mo aside, carelessly disturbing a lady's hat, which was hardly befitting of decorum. Montag, unperturbet, merely chuckled nonchalantly and flicked the coarse rope in his hand. "My lord, brace yourself. We are about to confront the mastermind behind this scheme against us." Upon hearing Mo's declaration, Ling too stowed away his small wooden bow. Playtime was over. The matter at hand demanded attention. The war chariot swiftly passed over the scattered remnants of the secret faction, halting before the dark wolf. At that moment, the dark wolf had just extracted 2 arrows from his abdomen, struggling to crawl while clutching his wound. Fortunately, the arrows had merely pierced his intestine, resulting in non-fatal injuries. As long as he could escape the battlefield before succumbing to blood loss, he had faith in his ability to save himself. Alas, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "My dear Seller, where do you intend to go?" The dark wolf stiffened, slowly turning his head to face the source of the voice. He beheld the war chariot and the 3 intact figures upon it. Just moments earlier, they had engaged in conversation in this very manner, with the dark wolf alone confronting Ling, he and his companions. In that instance, he had felt unafraid, confident in the formidable forces lurking beneath his feet. But now, time had not elapsed significantly, and the scene remained unchanged, yet the dark wolf found himself utterly isolated. "No, please don't kill me," he murmured, retreating cautiously. "I agree to the deal. I will accept whatever terms you propose." Blood trailed behind him as he moved. In response, Mo raised the iron bow in his hand and remarked coolly. The sage said, "The petty fear authority but lack virtue. Do you not think it too late to utter such words now? We have afforded you more than one opportunity. Even if you disagreed with the terms, we could have parted amicably. Yet you," as Mo spoke, he drew the bowstring taut, "take a good look at the consequences of your deeds." The sage said, "To repay enmity with virtue, how can one repay virtue? Even if the sage were to descend today, I fear he would not spare you." "No, no, no." The dark wolf trembled, raising his arms defensively in front of himself, his voice stammering. "I no longer want anything. I give it all to you, all of it. Spare me. I beg you, spare me." At that moment, the dark wolf bore no resemblance to the frenzied figure he had been mere minutes ago. He had once believed himself distinct from others. Yet, when confronted with the specter of death, he realized that, in truth, humanity shared a common thread. The instinct for survival compelled him to utter words akin to those spoken by the very souls he had previously dispatched. "Indeed, I am of use. I still hold value." As if grasping a lifeline, the shadow wolf abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Vera. He gestured towards his own chest. "I possess knowledge of many things. Whatever you wish to know, I can reveal to you." "Oh, Ling," he suddenly interjected. By Montauk, casting a sidelong glance at Ling, he's countenance, noticed a smile gracing his features and immediately understood, lowering the longbow in her grasp. The ability to read words and expressions is indeed a remarkable skill, one with which she, well versed in the 6 arts of a gentleman, was quite familiar. The chariot, piloted by Mo, inched closer to the shadow wolf. In his current state, the shadow wolf was akin to a fish on a chopping block, grievously wounded and with no escape from the chariot driven by Mo. With a bitter smile, he ceased his attempts to retreat, seemingly resigned to his fate, and prepared to face the judgment of destiny. Ling He, standing atop the chariot, leaned slightly forward to address the shadow wolf. "So, you just claimed that you could tell us anything?" Chapter 73. You have done. While the spectral wolf nodded. "For instance, this open-air copper mine was discovered after we ambushed a group of lords, utilizing the unique abilities of one among them. However, stop." Just as the spectral wolf intended to elaborate, Ling He abruptly interjected, halting him. Instantly, the spectral wolf raised his gaze in confusion, only to find Ling He yawning in boredom. "Frankly, I have little interest in how you unearthed this mineral deposit, whether through theft, robbery, or even murder. It matters not to me. What I do know is that upon discovering this mine, you first thought of me, and I was the first to arrive here. This is quite commendable indeed." As he spoke, Ling He suddenly descended from the war chariot, placing a hand on the spectral wolf's shoulder under Mo's worried gaze. "You know, prior to your assault on us, I had hoped we could become friends." "Friends?" The spectral wolf managed a bitter smile. Had Ling He uttered such words mere minutes ago, he would have retorted with scorn. Who would befriend a mere shadow of a conscience dealer? Yet now, he found himself bereft of the standing or the audacity to voice such sentiments. Defeat had rendered him utterly powerless. Despite his inner turmoil, the spectral wolf harbored no intentions of attacking or abducting Ling He. To him, It was Vera who was the widely recognized conscience dealer within their circle. Hence, capturing Ling, he held no practical significance for him. Ling, he continued to pat the spectral wolf's shoulder. Yes, friends. We could have been friends. Alas, shaking his head with a sigh, as he locked eyes with the spectral wolf once more, Ling He's expression shifted, a benevolent smile gracing his lips. Now I shall ask, and you shall answer. The spectral wolf nodded. He did not inquire whether he would survive after divulging information. Such foolish thoughts were beneath him. He had engaged in similar exchanges far too often, understanding all too well that promises held less value than toilet paper. By refraining from questioning, he could still cling to a sliver of hope and fantasy about the future. To ask, however, might lead only to despair. At that moment, Ling he posed his first question. You appear to be from a different era, do you not? Who exactly are you? Though fear coursed through him, the corners of the spectral wolf's mouth curled into a slight smile as he spoke of his identity. We hail from the secret party. Perhaps you cannot comprehend it now, but in our former realm, we were regarded as members of the apostate faction. The spectral wolf candidly shared information regarding the secret party and the apostates. Despite his considerable standing within the secret party, betraying an entity that could betray humanity itself bore no psychological burden for him. So, the apostate faction is a coalition of madmen, perverts, and cultists? Ling he summarized. The spectral wolf hesitated, acknowledging that while it could be interpreted thus, it was not entirely accurate. How intriguing, Ling he replied with a faint smile. Is it intriguing? The ghost wolf had conveyed information about the traitors to more than one person, but after hearing it, he chuckled and remarked on its intrigue. He had only encountered Ling he once. Indeed, Ling he nodded, finding it quite fascinating. For reasons unknown, upon listening to the ghost wolf's description of the traitor faction, his initial reaction was not one of rage, fear, or pity. Instead, he perceived an opportunity. If there were no terrorists, to whom would the firearms be sold? And who would purchase the ammunition? Without missiles soaring through the skies, what value would an air defense system hold? The necessary evil serves as the finest catalyst for the market. Lowering his gaze, Ling he glanced at the ghost wolf's wound before turning to Vera, extending his hand. Did you not gather some herbs on the way? Is there anything for staunching the bleeding? There are indeed some. Vera, somevat reluctant, reached into the sack on the armored vehicle and produced a container of soothing liquid. I took some herbs during my leisure time, ground them into an ointment, and stored them in here. You'd better use it sparingly, for once it's gone, it's gone. The remaining herbs should be preserved for cultivation. After all, it was you who insisted on that, you rogue lord. I understand. Ling he accepted the container from Vera and placed it before the ghost wolf. I trust you do not require my assistance in applying the medicine. The ghost wolf fell silent, then poured the ointment from the container onto his abdominal wound. It was not the venom he had anticipated. The herbs provided by Vera proved remarkably effective, swiftly halting the bleeding from the ghost wolf's injury. Why do you choose to save me? The ghost wolf's voice was somewhat hoarse. Ling Yi's actions made him feel as though he had grasped the hope of survival, yet he feared that the other party, like him, might revel in tormenting the prey before its demise. He dreaded the realization that what he believed to be an oasis in the desert was merely a mirage. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to perdition is the most agonizing of experiences. Ling Yi did not answer the ghost wolf's question, as he bore no obligation to do so. Noticing that the blood from the ghost wolf's abdomen had ceased, Ling Yi swiftly posed his second inquiry. From your previous remarks, it seems you do not hail from this region. How did you arrive here? We came through the Tower of the Spirit Clan, the ghost wolf replied. Half a month ago, we were within the Tower of the Spirit Clan, aiding them in repelling the invasion from the human lords. It was then that the Spirit Clan abruptly decided to sever their original territory. We were unable to withdraw from the tower in time, and thus accompanied the Spirit Clan to this new area. So that is how it transpired. Ling Yi nodded to himself. However, he soon furrowed his brows. While he had clarified the origins of a secret society, another question arose concerning the Spirit Clan. It appears that the Ghost Spirit Clan does not belong to the indigenous races of this area. Their adversaries include the human lords of the Era 3, indicating that their own epic is not as weak as one might assume. Given this, how could such a formidable group of lords possess the means to descend upon the primitive Stone Age as if they were deities exploiting its resources? This question was posed by Ling He to Yulang, yet Yulang was equally in the dark. Although they were part of the traitor faction, temporarily aligned with the Ghost Spirit clan, they remained fundamentally human, and it was unlikely that the Ghost Spirits would share all their intelligence and information with them. Upon hearing Yulang's words, Ling He and the others could not suppress their laughter. Was this not simply an instance of unreciprocated devotion? Vera remarked with a chuckle. By Montauk, though he quickly covered his mouth, could not help but smile in agreement with Vera's sentiment. A woman may harbor intentions, while a man remains indifferent. Why endure such self-deprecation akin to a loyal beast? A warm face pressed against a cold heart. Genuine feelings exchanged for disdainful glances. Chapter 74. The Rules Protect You. Nami the Spectral Wolf opened his mouth, poised to retort. Yet, reflecting upon the current circumstances and positions of both parties, he ultimately swallowed his words. Very well. Observing that the Spectral Wolf was not particularly well informed about the plight of the ghostly spirit tribe, Ling He promptly clapped his hands together. I shall confine my inquiries to this matter. I harbor no interest in your past misdeeds, nor in the identities of those you have slain or robbed. At this juncture, Ling He suddenly elongated his tone, causing a chill to run down the Spectral Wolf's spine. This scene was all too familiar to him. Each time he was about to commit murder, he would adopt this very demeanor. Was it now his turn to face the same fate? A torrent of thoughts flooded the Spectral Wolf's mind, and bitterness crept into the corners of his mouth. He barely absorbed Ling He's subsequent words. They merely drifted through one ear and out the other. Suddenly, Ling He's hand landed on the Spectral Wolf's shoulder, startling him into a shiver. Were you listening to me just now? Ling He scrutinized the Spectral Wolf with suspicion. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though the Spectral Wolf had just spaced out. In this day and age, capturing a prisoner felt akin to apprehending a university student. Yes, of course I was listening. The Spectral Wolf instinctively defended. He then observed as Ling He extended his hand before him, making a beckoning gesture. Since you were indeed listening, then it is agreeable. Apart from this mineral resource, you must possess other items you wish to trade with me, correct? As he gazed at Ling He's outstretched hand, a deeper bitterness washed over the Spectral Wolf. Not long ago, he had performed the very same gesture as Ling He. I understand. In an instant, under Ling He's peculiar gaze, the Spectral Wolf seemed to age significantly. He extended his hand, and two blueprints materialized from thin air. I am aware of your situation, and know that the wealth you possess is beyond my imagination. I am uncertain what I could offer you that you would find valuable. If anything, it may only be these two outdated blueprints. Before the Spectral Wolf could finish a sentence, Ling had already seized the blueprints, peering down at them. Subterranean smelting furnace. Era. Bronze Age. Basic pathway. Description. With the Earth's fire blazing, bronze sings its first notes. The furnace, deeply buried within the Earth's veins, transforms or into a flowing river of metal, forging the brilliance of civilization. Production rate. 300 units of any or ingots, 7 days. Construction requirements. 200 units of stone. 20 units of wood. Ceramic casting workshop. Era. Bronze Age. Basic pathway. Description. A handful of clay refined at 1,000 degrees. 3 parts copper and tin. 7 parts skill. Only by adhering to established norms can weapons be forged in abundance. Construction requirements. 150 units of clay. 50 units of bone powder. 20 units of resin. These two blueprints represented structures from the second-level era, offering little utility to the Spectral Wolf, who had already ascended to the third era. Thus, they had remained in his possession until now, as he deemed them the only items he possessed that might pique Ling He's interest. I have nothing left, the Ghost Wolf said with a bitter smile. I do not yearn for much, only to meet my end swiftly. After all, death was inevitable. At this moment, the Ghost Wolf merely wished for a painless demise. Indeed, a swift end. Ling He nodded in agreement. But not just yet. What do you mean? The Ghost Wolf abruptly raised his head, his eyes flickering with a shadow of resolution. However, before he could lash out in anger, he noticed Ling He turning to hand 2 blueprints to Vera. Vera, please assess the value of these 2 blueprints. What does this signify? The Ghost Wolf was momentarily perplexed by Ling He's actions. Was his mention of not just yet not an invitation for self-torment? At that moment, Vera had already taken the blueprints and, after a casual glance, provided her valuation. They are quite valuable. The blueprint for the smelting furnace is worth approximately 50 gold, while the forge blueprint is even more valuable, roughly around 100 gold. Of course, Vera's assertion of their high value was not directed at Ling He, but rather in comparison to other blueprints from the Bronze Age. The worth of these two blueprints was indeed above average. Most significantly, for someone like Ling He, who had yet to develop a mining industry, these blueprints held immense added value. I see. After hearing Vera's appraisal, Ling He nodded and then turned to grasp the ghost wolf's hand. You. The ghost wolf increasingly found himself bewildered by Ling He's intentions. Yet soon, he felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, he was astonished to see a handful of gold coins materializing in his grasp. A pleasant transaction, Ling He's voice whispered in the ghost wolf's ear. So, this was merely a transaction? Just an ordinary transaction? The ghost wolf instinctively stored the gold into his personal interface, and upon noticing the addition of 150 gold coins, he nearly believed himself to be dreaming. See, conducting business is quite simple. Isn't it? Ling He patted the ghost wolf on the shoulder. The accounts are settled, and there are no debts between us. Noticing the ghost wolf still in a daze, Ling He shook his head with a smile and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, as for the profits from the minerals, I shall not share them with you, and I trust you understand the reason. If there are future opportunities for trade, remember this. The rules protect you, not me. With that, Ling He gave the ghost wolf's shoulder a couple of firm pats before rising to return to the war chariot. He then looked down at the ghost wolf with a smile and said, Since our transaction is complete, I shall not keep you from your meal. Be on your way. He would kill him. Could he truly leave? The ghost wolf staggered to his feet, still feeling incredulous. Looking at Ling He hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. So, you are the conscientious merchant? In truth, the moment Vera referred to Ling He as a lord, the ghost wolf had begun to harbor suspicions. Thus, he blurted out a question, yet his tone bore the weight of a statement. Ling He merely chuckled softly and nodded, acknowledging this truth. He. The laughter emanating from the phantom wolf seemed to revert to his previous, morbid demeanor. His gaze lingered on Vera for a moment before shifting to Ling He, offering a heartfelt thank you. This expression of gratitude was laced with genuine appreciation. It was overshadowed by the phantom wolf's self-mockery. He could never have fathomed that a man like him, who trampled upon the rules, would one day find himself in such a pitiful predicament, bereft of the protection those rules once afforded. The so-called fair exchange stemmed from Ling He's benevolence, which he had previously cast aside. As the laughter subsided, the phantom wolf clutched his wounded abdomen and turned to depart into the distance. This time, he did not reject Ling He's kindness again. He simply stepped over the blood-stained mud, a once-mad wolf king reduced to a pitiable lone wolf. Chapter 75. Extracting another 2 tails of oil from the bones as the spectral wolf ventured further away. By Mo suddenly drew her bow, mimicking the action of pulling the string. Is this truly necessary? She inquired, her intentions veiled yet understood by Ling He. Ah, let be, Ling He replied, shaking his head as he gently lowered by Mo's longbow. After all, one should not fault politeness. Politeness? Vela echoed in confusion. Is that fellow truly courteous? I hardly think so. With that, she leaped off the carriage and retrieved her Paisho wallet from the ground, still recalling the moment when the spectral wolf had reached for her. What manners could be expected from one who dared to lay hands on a lady? Indeed, one who would lay hands on a lady. Vela glared at Ling He, her thoughts aligning. Why do you look at me like that? What have I done? Ling He innocently shrugged and pointed towards the open copper mine beneath them. Look at this. Is it not a grand gift he has bestowed upon us? Ling He perceived the situation with clarity. Without the spectral wolf's involvement, it was unlikely anyone would respond to his mineral acquisition request in such a short time. Even if someone did, they would be incapable of providing the necessary tools to indicate the coordinates. It was precisely because the spectral wolf was ruthless and cunning that he could meet various conditions and swiftly guide Ling He to the location of the minerals. Eliminating the spectral wolf might offer temporary relief, Yet retaining him and providing a little funding for a resurgence could yield further benefits. However, Vela's perspective diverged significantly from Ling He's. She gazed at the spot Ling He indicated, slowly coming to a realization, and nodded. All right, we haven't paid. Calculating in her mind, Vela concluded that even accounting for the casualties among the contracted ghost warriors, their expenditure was only a few hundred gold coins. Yet, they had committed not a single coin towards the 8,000 gold acquisition fee for the copper mine. This thought improved Vela's impression of the spectral wolf, and she even mused that having more such rogues might be advantageous. Suddenly, Bai Mo stifled a laugh. Vela raised an eyebrow. Are you laughing at me? No, not at all, Bai Mo replied with a smile, setting her longbow aside as she expressed her thoughts. I merely believe that our Lord is magnanimous and acts in accordance with propriety, truly embodying the essence of a wise ruler. Magnanimous? Ling He's ears perked up. Bai Mo's words resonated within him. Curiosity piqued, he asked, What would you have thought of me if I had not intervened with your bow just now? Well, Bai Mo's eyes sparkled as she smiled gently. Our Lord's decisions are like divine commands, eradicating wickedness from the world. Such actions align with propriety, and I naturally harbor admiration. Cough, cough. Ling He coughed awkwardly, feeling a touch bashful. In Bai Mo's eyes, whether he had just slain the ghost wolf or spared him, both actions ultimately adhered to the principles of propriety. Suddenly, Ling He recalled the secretive organization mentioned by the ghost wolf. The lord who had accompanied the ghost wolf was merely a fragment of this clandestine faction, with many other lords scattered across the region. Bai Mo, he inquired, what do you think of launching a surprise attack to eradicate this secret society? Bai Mo, understanding the implication, replied, the sage decrees that one must ensure ample provisions, sufficient troops, and cohesive trust. Only when absolutely necessary should one resort to conflict, and the first step should be to dismantle the enemy's forces. This implies that if an organization possesses abundant resources, an army, and strong unity, the initial target should be the adversary's military. Should the Lord strike, it would not only be a preemptive measure, but would also resonate with the sage's teachings, thus aligning with propriety. But what if I were to turn a blind eye? Ling He pondered. Would that not demonstrate your magnanimity, my lord, showcasing your open-mindedness and concern for the populace? Such a stance would surely conform to propriety. I believe I understand now, Vera interjected, blinking in response to the exchange between Bai Mo and Ling He. So, all paths lead to propriety? She mused. But what exactly is propriety? It is indeed a sacred concept, Ling He remarked, gently tapping Vera's hat. Those who comprehend, understand. Those who do not will remain oblivious. With a pout, Vera decided not to pursue the matter further, and Ling He, amused, shook his head, clearly in high spirits. Is this the essence of actions that align with propriety? It could only be said that Bai Mo truly lived up to the reputation of an exceptional secretary. Previously, Ling had assumed Bai Mo was merely a bodyguard-type secretary, skilled solely in martial prowess. However, it now appeared that beyond martial skills, public relations were also among Bai Mo's strengths. Henceforth, Ling He could act freely, knowing that a learned scholar would later defend his actions with eloquence. Enough of this, he declared, retrieving a bottle of happy water to cheer Vera, and promptly utilizing the two blueprints presented by the ghost wolf. Adjusting his playful demeanor, Ling He began to focus on serious matters. First and foremost, he needed to firmly establish control over the mining site. Coincidentally, with the collapse of the secret society, the ambush had already been lifted. Ling He decisively recruited 2,000 workers and purchased accompanying stone tools from the trading post. The total expenditure was merely 4,000 gold coins. However, this acquisition meant that Ling He had monopolized nearly all the stone tools available at the trading post. This event sparked a considerable stir within the regional channel, as stone tools held little value, and most individuals typically opted to craft their own rather than purchase them outright. The sudden depletion of stone tools at the trading post was indeed a peculiar occurrence. Nonetheless, Ling He paid little heed to the discussions unfolding in the regional channel. He was focused on assigning tasks to his newly recruited workers. As the core structure, the council hall and the celestial pillar for storing goods would naturally be the first to construct. The construction of these two edifices necessitates a considerable amount of timber. Consequently, while attempting to retrieve his own wood from the marketplace, Ling he uncovered a flaw within the trading system. You have exceeded the maximum range for retrieval from the listing location. At the open-air copper mine, the wood he had listed was inexplicably rendered irretrievable. Prior to this, Ling he was unaware of such a limitation. It appeared that once an item was listed, it could not be withdrawn if it ventured beyond a certain radius from the listing location, unless one returned close to that site. It seems the trading system serves merely as a localized insurance repository. The notion of utilizing the trading system as a means of lossless remote storage is not a feasible strategy, as this avenue has already been effectively blocked. Fortunately, timber is not exceedingly rare, so after dispatching a group to gather more wood, Ling he shifted his attention to the two blueprints from the Bronze Age belonging to the Shadow Wolf. The construction requirements of clay, bone meal, and resin for these Bronze Age blueprints appear rather peculiar from a contemporary perspective. Chapter 76, Creating Demand Through Individual Efforts. Bone meal, in particular, is perhaps one of the most readily available resources today. Having just endured a fierce battle, the swift disbanding of the secret faction resulted in a significant number of individuals fleeing, yet many corpses remain. Ling surmised that as long as they could excise the flesh and blood from these bodies and subject them to incineration, a considerable quantity of bone meal could be produced. Well then, this task shall be entrusted to Vela. Ling extended his hand towards Vela, hesitated for half a second, and then redirected his attention to Bai Mo beside him. It would be more appropriate for Bai Mo to handle this task. Assigning such a grim duty to Vela felt somewhat malevolent, but for Bai Mo, it was entirely in accordance with propriety. Bai Mo nodded slightly, accepting without hesitation. And what about me? Upon seeing Bai Mo rise to disembark, Vela leaned closer to Ling and pointed to herself. You wicked lord, do you intend to forget me so swiftly? Naturally, you have your own responsibilities. Ling reached out as if to pat Vela on the head, only to be obstructed by her hat. He ultimately settled for a gentle tap atop her hat instead. His reluctance to let Vela incinerate the corpses stemmed from a desire to preserve his own conscience. As for idleness, it was inconceivable that Vela would ever find herself without tasks to undertake. With this in mind, Ling once again sent out a procurement message in the regional channel. Conscientious merchant, actively purchasing large quantities of clay and resin. Clay at 1 gold per set, resin at 3 gold per set. Items can be directly listed for trade. I will purchase upon site. No need for private messages. After dispatching the procurement notice, Ling adjusted the trading interface towards Vela. Vela, could you kindly assist me by monitoring the trading post for a while? Regarding clay and resin, Ling had no intention of searching for them personally. He estimated that these materials, within the entire region, were not particularly rare or precious. To scour the land for the sake of establishing a smelting workshop seemed far less efficient than procuring them directly through the regional channel. After all, as the old adage goes, time is money. A moment saved translates into greater wealth. If the time Ling conserved could lead to the accumulation of more gold coins, then every coin he spent would, in essence, yield profit. Consequently, he was even willing to temporarily elevate the price of clay and resin beyond their typical market value. After all, having earned over 100,000 gold coins, it was only fitting to expend a portion of it, was it not? Indeed, Ling's perspective ignited a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of many within the regional channel. Exceedingly bored, 3 gold for a set of resin, and 1 gold for a set of clay? That's more lucrative than battling the specters for a living. For many, Ling's latest procurement announcement was far more astonishing than the previous one. Whereas items like ancient zither, war chariots, or minerals seemed ethereal and unattainable, clay and resin were much more accessible. In fact, the absence of these materials in the trading post was not due to their rarity, but rather the initial lack of demand for them in the early survival stages. However, now, Ling had single-handedly generated a demand for these resources. The acquisition plan unfolded even more smoothly than Ling he had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to the favorable image Ling he had cultivated, whether intentionally or not, that led the majority to respond to his purchasing inquiries with trust rather than skepticism. Within less than half a day, Vera had successfully procured all the necessary materials for constructing a smelting workshop from the trading post. A substantial quantity of clay and semi-solid pine resin lay before Ling He. At this moment, Bai Mo returned to the war chariot, reporting on the results of the battlefield cleanup. The secret party had left over 100 corpses near the copper mine, with their equipment already reclaimed by Bai Mo. Excluding the damaged gear that could not yet be reforged, approximately 30 sets of usable iron armor remained. How do you intend to handle these? By Montag inquired, seeking Ling He's opinion. Ling He pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps we should distribute them among the contracted ghost warriors. Despite the toll taken by the war that spanned 2 eras, the contracted ghost warriors had significantly diminished the morale of the secret party with their death resistance and intimidation traits. Yet they had also suffered considerable losses themselves. 30 sets of iron armor could comfortably be allocated, granting each remaining contracted ghost warrior a set. Bai Mo nodded slightly, expressing no objections to Ling He's decision, and continued her report. Aside from the equipment, when accounting for the corpses of the contracted ghost warriors, the total reached nearly 200, yielding 400 sets of bone powder. This was largely due to the robust physiques of the contracted ghost warriors, which produced a greater yield of bone powder compared to the soldiers of the secret party. Furthermore, with half a day of mining, over 1,000 oxen and horses had unearthed nearly 5,000 sets of stone materials, along with more than 2,000 sets of malachite, while the logging beasts had returned with several thousand sets of timber. In essence, the seemingly intricate materials for the furnace and smelting workshop had been amassed in excess within a remarkably short span, thanks to Ling He's vast manpower and financial resources. Naturally, Ling He felt no hesitation in proceeding. He promptly opened the construction panel and ordered the immediate establishment of 10 subterranean smelting furnaces and a ceramic casting workshop near the copper mine. With the considerable number of oxen and horses at his disposal, these structures would require less than 10 hours for completion. Simultaneously, Ling He did not halt Vera's acquisitions. While a single smelting workshop could gradually cater to all of Ling He's subjects, his ambitions extended far beyond that. As the adage wisely states, with greater ability comes greater power and wealth. The spectral wolf had so eagerly presented Ling He with the opportunity to monopolize the next era. Faced with this imminent bounty, how could Ling He refrain from seizing it? Moreover, the establishment of a foundry would only cost a few hundred gold coins. To many, this sum could represent a fortuitous opportunity for overnight wealth. However, for Ling He, it hardly constituted a significant amount. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ling He turned back and gently patted Hamburger's body. Zzz. Hamburger showed no response, clearly having succumbed to slumber. Ling He couldn't help but find it amusing, for during their journey in search of the mineral resources, thanks to their collaboration with the slime gel, Hamburger's assets had already soared to several thousand gold coins. Is this what they refer to as the notion that even if the impoverished stumble upon sudden wealth, they remain devoid of the comforts that wealthier individuals enjoy? Chapter 77, The Sole Moment of Compassion. In summary, with substantial financial investment, Ling He has firmly established operations at the copper mine. All the initial challenges of mining have been resolved by Ling He's enormous capital. What remains is merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Yulang, clutching his wounded abdomen, has distanced himself entirely from the copper mine. He has no urgency to join the fleeing secret party lords, rather than concerning himself with those retreating individuals. Yulong's thoughts are predominantly occupied by Ling He. At present, Yulong's perception of Ling He is somewhat conflicted. On one hand, he feels a degree of gratitude, for Ling He has indeed spared him, choosing not to pursue and annihilate him. On the other hand, everything he holds dear has been irrevocably lost due to Ling He's actions, rendering it impossible for him to feel no resentment. Chuckling morbidly, he leans against a mighty tree, the sound of his laughter tinged with sickness. How curious it is that gratitude and hatred can coexist within a single soul. Humanity is, indeed, a contradictory species. Reflecting on humanity, Yulang recalls the recent scene where he was mocked by Ling He and his companions. Indeed, he is merely human. As his sickly grin gradually fades, a shadow of obscurity flickers in his gaze. By virtue of his human identity, he cannot attain the complete trust of the Ghost Spirit clan, or any other foreign faction for that matter. Even as a member of the traitor faction, this remains true. Having followed the formidable leader of his faction for so long, he seems to have nearly forgotten the initial reasons that led him to join the traitors and become an adversary to humanity. Was it in pursuit of strength in this dog-eat-dog world? When did he lose sight of his original intentions, transforming into a madman solely fixated on opposing humanity? A sigh escapes Yolong's lips as he grapples with his disorientation and vulnerability, a result of the mockery he faced from Ling, he, and his companions. This marks the first time Yulang contemplates what path he should take after exterminating the human lords. After a moment, he slowly shakes his head. He cannot discern an answer. Perhaps this question is one only the leader of the secret party can resolve. The crying wall was right. He should not have acted impulsively. He ought to remain where he is, alongside the crying wall, awaiting the leader's return. Just then, a trembling voice calls from behind him. Lord Yulang? Upon hearing that familiar voice, a surge of anger engulfs Yulang, and he glares fiercely in the direction of the sound. Indeed, Lin Xiao stands there. How dare you show your face before me again, from entropy? Faced with Yolong's accusation, Lin Xiao trembles slightly. I am sorry, Lord Yulang. I was simply too frightened. I did not intend to flee. Yulang regards him coldly. In the past, had it been for entropy's actions, even if he did not kill the individual, he would never have allowed them to escape unscathed. However, after his encounter with Ling He, his heart has softened considerably. Observing the trembling and timid demeanor of entropy, it was evident that he would not dare to scheme against him. As for fleeing, given the state he was in, it was entirely understandable that he would wish to escape, considering his meager combat abilities. My lord, do you require my assistance? Lin Xiao inquired with a quivering voice. Upon hearing this, the remnants of anger within the shadow wolf gradually dissipated. At least, while others were preoccupied with their own escapes, entropy had chosen to return for him. Contemplating this, the shadow wolf, with an air of irritation, extended his hand toward Lin Xiao. What are you lingering for? Come here and lend me a hand. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously and cautiously approached to assist the shadow wolf in rising. Observing Lin Xiao's careful demeanor, the shadow wolf felt a sense of relief. You might as well follow me from now on. Stay away from the weeping wall. He is not as formidable as he seems. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden pain pierced his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. To his astonishment, he looked down to find a stone dagger embedded in his heart. We are teammates. The shadow wolf's vision began to blur. Yet this plea was met with Lin Xiao's merciless extraction of the dagger from his chest. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and his vision dimmed progressively. In his final moments, a singular thought occupied his mind. This was the first time in his life he had shown weakness. In weakness, the blade penetrated all too easily. Lin Xiao casually flicked the blood from the stone dagger, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having deceived the shadow wolf once, he had no intention of encountering him again. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a scene that revealed the other's vulnerability. Casting a glance at the ground, Lin Xiao noticed a glimmering pile of gold erupting from the shadow wolf's corpse, and his eyes brightened with intrigue. Gold coins? He swiftly collected them into his personal interface, discovering an astonishing accumulation of over 30 pieces. Such wealth would typically require the defeat of 2 ordinary lords. Moreover, the benefits of slaying the shadow wolf extended far beyond this. Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the growth trajectory, causing his body to tremble, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Growth path, the false creator god, current level, LV11. The experience gained from slaying the shadow wolf catapulted Lin Xiao's previously abysmal development into the upper echelons of this region. Yet, when compared to the morally dubious merchant, as thoughts of the merchant crossed his mind, Lin Xiao's smile faded and his mood darkened. In contrast to that economic powerhouse, he remained insignificant. No, it was not merely in the present. The more he focused on the merchant, the deeper his sense of helplessness grew. With the market's influence, the merchant's development was nearly equivalent to the combined advancements of all human lords in the region. The mountain of gold elevated him to greater heights, and the more Lin Xiao sought to pursue and ascend, the more he felt the suffocating grip of despair. Meanwhile, within the initial hidden sanctuary of the caves, before a multitude of secretive lords, the weeping wall emitted a sound that resembled both a cry and a laugh. The spectral wolf has perished. His warriors were meant to play a far more significant role. Upon hearing this, the surrounding lords of the secret society displayed little astonishment. For upon joining the clandestine order, everyone is automatically added as a friend. The removal of the spectral wolf and several other lords from the friends list spoke volumes. "My lord, may you find solace in your grief," someone whispered gently beside the weeping wall. Yet, the weeping wall merely shook his head. Observers of his countenance would discern that at this moment he was smiling. A night drenched in blood. The dawn has arrived. Ling stood before the smelting furnace, tirelessly crafted by the livestock throughout the night, holding a piece of malachite, and turned to Vera and Bai Mo. "So, can we now refine copper?" Chapter 78. "I may not understand alloys, but I am certainly well versed in business, of course." "Absolutely not." The voices of Bai Mo and Vera echoed in unison. "Why not?" Ling He and Bai Mo turned their gazes toward Vera simultaneously. "You are not thinking of something inappropriate, are you?" Ling He inquired hesitantly. "What inappropriate thing?" A question mark appeared on Vera's forehead, but she quickly shook her head and pointed a finger at Ling He. "You rascal lord, do you intend to smelt red copper?" "Red copper? Isn't it bronze?" Ling He replied while casting a pleading glance at Bai Mo. "Does copper come in red, yellow, orange, green, blue, and purple?" Bai Mo straightforwardly shook his head. "I'm afraid not, my lord. As the sage said, to know is to know, and not to know is not to know. Regarding the red copper mentioned by the unscrupulous lady, I truly have no knowledge." Upon hearing this, Vera slapped her forehead with her palm, mimicking a gesture of exasperation. "All right, my fault. This is indeed not common knowledge." However, a smirk soon graced her lips. It appears that even the exceptionally talented secretary by M.O. is not omniscient. "Oomph. Allow this lady to enlighten you," she declared, turning her attention to Ling He. "Rascal lord, do you know how many types of copper there are?" "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me." Ling He tossed the malachite he had been holding aside and stepped forward to press down hard on Vera's high hat, even giving it a vigorous rub. "Ugh." Vera puffed up her cheeks. "Just say it. There's no need for roughhousing." Interrupted by Ling He, Vera lost her desire to show off. After clearing her throat twice, she solemnly began to explain the types of copper to Ling He and Bai Mo. There are numerous types of copper, including brass, bronze, white copper, and red copper. Brass is created by smelting zinc or with copper ore and is also known as a copper-zinc alloy. It is often used for casting musical instruments. White copper, on the other hand, is a copper-nickel alloy known for its corrosion resistance. Many who are financially constrained yet wish to maintain an appearance of affluence opt for white copper tableware instead of silver, as it is inexpensive yet does not compromise their social standing. If, however, one like the rascal lord here disregards everything and directly smelts copper, the final product will be pure copper, which is what I just referred to as red copper. Red copper possesses excellent conductivity, but once crafted into equipment, its hardness is a mere 35 HV. At this point, Vera paused to observe the expressions on Ling He and Bai Mo's faces. The results were evident. Both wore looks of utter bewilderment. Ling He felt as if long-forgotten chemistry knowledge was invading his mind. Bai Mo, too, was utterly lost amidst the various terminologies Vera had used. Clearly, compared to Bai Mo, Vera held a distinct advantage, particularly in the context of their respective eras. Were she utterly eclipsed by Mo? What about bronze? Bai Mo inquired directly. The sage once remarked that it is no shame to seek knowledge from those beneath oneself. Thus, Bai Mo does not find it disgraceful to admit his ignorance in certain areas. Bronze, Vera mused, raising a finger, then reconsidering, raised two. Bronze can be broadly categorized into two types, one of which embodies the remarkable achievements of the Bronze Age, requiring the incorporation of tin or into copper, thereby creating a copper-tin alloy. As she spoke, Vera's gaze shifted toward Ling He. This time, however, she had learned her lesson. After a fleeting glance at Ling He, she focused her attention on Bai Mo. Do you know the hardness of a copper tin alloy or bronze? As Vera anticipated, by MO was somewhat accommodating. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured a guess. 50 HV? He was unaware of what HV meant, but reasoning that bronze is indeed harder than red copper. He considered it a conservative estimate. However, Vera smiled knowingly. Incorrect. The answer is 100 HV. The hardness of copper tin alloy is nearly 3 times that of pure copper. The power of bronze, which has become synonymous with an era, surpasses the imagination of ordinary mortals. Yet, upon hearing this, Ling he shook his head in dismay. Are you suggesting that aside from copper, I must also seek zinc and nickel ores, and most importantly, locate a source of tin or, he queried. Alternatively, you could opt for another bronze solution, Vera interjected with a smile, continuing her discourse. Arsenical bronze, generally derived from the direct smelting of arsenical copper ores, boasts a simple process and can achieve a hardness of 80 HV. While arsenical bronze is softer and more brittle than copper tin alloy, it possesses a remarkable characteristic once fashioned into equipment. Vera slightly parted her lips, uttering a single word, poison. The byproduct of smelting arsenical copper ore is arsenic frost, which you may also refer to as arsenic trioxide. The bronze equipment crafted from arsenical bronze, upon inflicting wounds on conventional life forms, results in a mortality rate significantly higher than that of copper tin alloy. And furthermore, Ling he, noticing Vera's unending exposition, interjected before we delve further into bronze. Could you enlighten me on how red copper equipment compares to stone tools? Naturally, it surpasses them, Vera replied, although she had consistently emphasized the shortcomings of red copper equipment. Such comparisons depend on the context. When juxtaposed with stone tools, red copper, despite its slight deficiency in hardness, perfectly compensates for the brittleness of stone. Well-honed stone tools become increasingly sharp, yet during attacks, they're prone to chipping or even shattering entirely. Red copper, however, is remarkably resilient, even when dulled from use. It can be easily sharpened and restored. Yet, Vera continued to emphasize, should you engage in combat using red copper equipment, depending on the intensity of the battle, it is imperative to sharpen the tools every 1 to 4 hours to counteract the loss of sharpness due to dulling. If it were to be replaced with bronze, then the drawbacks of red copper and stone tools would cease to exist. Wait, amidst Vera's lengthy discourse, Ling he suddenly latched onto a few key phrases. Are you implying that red copper equipment requires polishing every few hours, and that this polishing results in a loss of thickness, ultimately leading to the complete destruction of the equipment after a certain period of use? Vera tilted her head in confusion, somewhat agreeing. Is there an issue with that? The problem is monumental. Ling placed his hands firmly on Vera's shoulders, exclaiming, isn't this the arrival of the low-end products of our next era? Though he may not fully grasp the intricacies of alloys, he certainly possesses a keen business acumen. If the equipment crafted from red copper is indeed as Vera described, then in the forthcoming era, it is likely that no one will surpass Ling in reaching out to the copper market. Chapter 79. The Gatekeeper of the Bronze Age. What does this mean? Vera blinked in confusion. Wasn't she discussing the shortcomings of red copper equipment? How did Ling He's train of thought suddenly veer towards low-end products? Noticing Vera's dazed expression, Ling he chuckled softly. Have you forgotten how the world's most durable light bulb manufacturing company went bankrupt? However, this statement did not elicit any understanding from Vera. What on earth are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word, she retorted. It then dawned on Ling that in Vera's era, capital had yet to recognize this fatal flaw. Thus, among the 3 present, only he was privy to such knowledge. Before Ling he entered the war game. The light bulbs produced by the world's most durable light bulb company had the capacity to last for decades, even a century, without failure. Ultimately, the market became completely saturated, leading to the demise of a once revered giant company that had defined an era, stepping over the corpses of predecessors. Newcomers established the Solar God Alliance, which subsequently limited the lifespan of light bulbs to a mere 1,000 hours. Anyone who defied this rule faced market ostracism and expulsion, while the United Merchants reaped substantial profits. Seeing that it was still early, Ling he briefly recounted this story to Vera and Mo. Is it really possible for things to unfold this way? Vera covered her mouth in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard of merchants perishing in a market due to the excessive quality of their goods. Such is the market, Ling said with a light laugh. Complex, ruthless, seemingly orderly yet devoid of logic. That is the nature of the market. Could you elaborate further on your plan? Mo inquired. Certainly, Ling he replied, snapping his fingers and gesturing towards the furnace before them. Consider this. A furnace can produce 300 metal ingots every 7 days. And during this process, the smelting loss. Ling he trailed off, turning his gaze to Mo. Mo promptly responded. Approximately 3 sets of wood are required for each metal ingot. Indeed, Ling he nodded. The production cost is not insignificant. The current rapid development of the copper mine was almost entirely sustained by Ling he's financial investment. Setting aside the immense initial costs, the ongoing maintenance expenses would also amount to a staggering figure. If we were to directly produce powerful and durable bronze equipment, how do you think we should price it? I know the answer. Vera raised her hand high. Considering the initial investment, along with material and labor costs during production, 10 gold coins per bronze ingot seems like a reasonable figure. Ling did not deny this, but posed several more questions. If we release bronze ingots priced at 10 gold coins, how many people would be able to afford them? Those who can afford bronze ingots, in light of the remarkable durability of bronze equipment, might ponder the possibility of repurchasing. Alternatively, if they genuinely require bronze gear, would it not be more economically prudent for them to unite and mine together? This thought left Vela in deep contemplation. Every question posed by Ling struck at the very essence of the matter. Being a pioneer does not necessarily equate to substantial profit and a life of ease. At 10 gold pieces per bronze ingot, it is nearly impossible for anyone to purchase them, and given the high quality of bronze, there will likely be few returning customers in the near future. Those unable to afford bronze ingots may seek alternative avenues, such as offering their labor to gradually extract the resources they need. This could even give rise to a cadre of merchants specializing in selling unrefined ore, thereby encroaching on Ling's market. In such a cyclical manner, the most dire outcome might be that they end up crushed beneath the relentless wheels of the market, much like the bulb company in Ling's tale. Hence, we require red copper, Ling declared. It is inferior to bronze, yet superior to stone tools, being a consumable that will not encroach upon the future market for bronze equipment. Is there a more perfect entry-level product? As for the pricing of red copper, we could even reduce it to 3 gold pieces. 3 gold pieces. Upon hearing this astonishing offer, Vela jolted from a reverie. Is this price not excessively low? If we calculate based on Ling's listed prices for timber in the trading post, refining a single red copper ingot would incur at least 90 copper pieces in timber costs alone. This is merely the cost of the timber. There are also expenses for labor in mining the ore, labor for refining the ore, and the costs of constructing the furnace. Virtually every step in the process is a financial drain. Furthermore, at 3 gold pieces, after paying the 15% transaction tax, only 2 gold pieces and 55 copper pieces remain. Thus, a single red copper ingot would yield merely over 1 gold piece in profit for Ling. If we deduct the materials for building the furnace, the earnings may be even lower. Vela found it incomprehensible how such pricing could still allow for profit. No, the price is not calculated in that manner. Ling chuckled, shaking his head as he corrected Vela's miscalculations. Do not forget, we control the timber market. We're the largest sellers, not buyers. The timber market is now saturated. If we continue to increase productivity, any surplus capacity cannot be sold directly, rendering any potential profit negligible. And this is the utility of red copper. At this point, Vela fully grasped his meaning. You are suggesting that beneath the guise of red copper, we are essentially selling timber. Precisely. A glimmer of insight shone in Ling's eyes. Unless one possesses Ling's scale, it would be exceedingly difficult to recover the costs of the furnace from the profits of red copper. Such is the game of capital. Vast resources erect a formidable barrier, obstructing the path for all newcomers. With this thought in mind, Ling effortlessly entered the construction interface, once again placing several subterranean smelting furnaces. and then spread his arms wide before him. There was but one task remaining for us, to smelt copper, and yet more copper. As red copper stands as the sentinel of the Bronze Age, it shall thwart every individual who dares to covet our mineral wealth. As he spoke, Ling descended from the war chariot, tossing 2 cans of jubilant beverage to Vera and her companion. He then opened a can for himself, raising it high. To celebrate our imminent venture into new markets, cheers. Cheers. Baimo, undeterred, raised his can, signaling to Ling. Meanwhile, Vera gazed at the can in her hand, her expression shrinking with realization, for she had finally come to a startling conclusion. The wretched lord, this is tin,